Chapter 1. The 10 Consecutive Draws, a Golden Legend. In the opulent banquet hall atop the headquarters of the Xiao Corporation, glasses clinked and laughter resonated. Beneath the shimmering crystal chandelier, Xiao Zhang sat ensconced in a corner, looking utterly bewildered. If one were to encapsulate the atmosphere in a single phrase, it would be this. Colder than champagne is the human heart, more painful than a thigh pinch is the hand of fate. His melancholic disposition was not solely due to the fact that today marked the 7th day since his father's passing. Rather, it stemmed from the shocking realization that he had transmigrated into a click-ridden urban novel titled I Rely on My Sister to Dominate the Flower City. The title alone, with its pun on sister, was more than enough to dissuade any potential reader. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself clicking on it. After all, as the saying goes, while he typically shunned poorly written books, those that descended to the depths of mediocrity warranted a thorough appraisal. Driven by a morbid curiosity, he endured the nauseating plot until he reached the grand finale, leaving a comment in the review section. Liu Bai's narrative simplification of the Emperor Uncle arc raises serious doubts about the author's mental faculties. The moment he pressed send, darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he had unwittingly assumed the role of the unfortunate antagonist, Xiao Zhang. Just how dire was his predicament? His mother had passed away long ago, and his father had swiftly remarried a younger woman who, to add insult to injury, brought along a troublesome step-siblingus half-brother. At this juncture, one might think, well, the plot isn't overly outrageous. But wait, the intrigue was just beginning. This stepmother was a cunning and ruthless character, outwardly gentle, yet possessing a heart of ice. Shortly after his father's demise, she skillfully seized control of the Xiao family conglomerate. In a series of calculated maneuvers, she gradually transferred everything to her own son. The absurdity escalated further. In her youth, she had adopted 7 orphan girls, each more stunning and formidable than the last. Business prodigies, elite hackers, medical geniuses, martial arts masters, each was a talent in their respective fields. Ultimately, they all became mere accessories to the protagonist's ascendance. As for the original Xiao Zhang, his status as the legitimate heir afforded him no advantages. Instead, he faced exclusion and isolation, leading to a gradual psychological unraveling. Ultimately, he succumbed to darkness, embarking on a path of crime, destined to rot away in a dark cell for eternity. Contemplating his grim fate, Xiao Zhang was engulfed by despair. This antagonist lives a life worse than a dog, a mere stepping stone, a tool for others to flaunt their superiority. Xiao Zhang was determined to avoid repeating the tragic arc of the book. Yet, the question loomed. How could a minor antagonist contend with a protagonist favored by destiny? Not to mention that this protagonist had the audacity to exploit the sister trope. Ding! System activated. Congratulations to the host for binding with the arrogant lottery system. What? Xiao Zhang, still dazed, wondered if the alcohol had induced hallucinations. Ding! The arrogant lottery system allows the host to draw various items or tools using arrogance points. Arrogance points can be accumulated through the host's audacious actions, simply inciting emotional reactions in those around you will earn you points. A warm current surged through him, and Xiao Zhang felt an unprecedented clarity. It dawned on him. This was no illusion, the system was genuine. The benefits of his transmigration had finally arrived. Ding! As this is the host's first binding, the system grants 1,600 arrogance points. You can now perform a 10 consecutive draw, with a guaranteed purple item and a chance for a golden item. Wow! Upon hearing 10 consecutive draws, Xiao Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He rolled up his sleeves, his heart racing with anticipation. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to draw first and foremost. System, let's go for 10 draws. Ding! Consuming 1,600 arrogance points for 10 consecutive draws. As a dazzling array of effects flashed before him, the results materialized on the screen. Toothbrush X1, thermal cup X1, shampoo X1, nail clipper X1, cleaning cloth X1. Xiao Zhang stared at this collection of mundane items, his brow furrowed, as if it could crush a fly. What the hell, system? Did you just stock up at the supermarket? The items displayed on the screen made him feel less like a lottery winner and more like someone clearing out a discount card. As a transmigrator, what use was such a meager reward? Was his first step in this new life to become a street vendor selling toothbrushes? System, Are you trying to drive me to despair? Is this your way of inheriting my tragedy? Just as he was about to relinquish all hope, a radiant golden light erupted on the screen. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a golden item. Future or pirated version. A golden legend? Finally, something of substance. Xiao Zhang eagerly tapped to view the details. Future or pirated version allows the target to perceive a future design by the host regarding a specific event, which they will believe without question, no explanation needed. Limitations. Can only modify one-time events and cannot broadly alter the overall trajectory of the future. Usage, 5 times. Though the word pirated was somewhat jarring, and the limited uses were concerned, the fact that it was a golden item filled Xiao Zhang with exhilaration. He understood that the current dynamics at home were exceedingly unfavorable for him. His cunning stepmother, his brother basking in the protagonist's halo, and the 7 orphan girls, each glaring at him with disdain. If he did not seize every opportunity to alter his circumstances and empower himself, once the narrative followed its original course, he would be nothing more than a pathetic tool. I must utilize this future orb wisely. Surveying the banquet hall, Xiao Zhang noticed Qin Mu Yun engaged in lively conversation with a group of Xiao Corporation shareholders. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored black gown, she exuded elegance coupled with decisiveness. Her long hair was styled into a refined updo, and beneath her golden-rimmed glasses sparkled eyes that, while warm, hinted at cold calculation. Even in this setting, she radiated an undeniable allure. Despite having lost her husband only a week prior, there was no trace of sorrow upon her countenance. Gently tapping her champagne glass, Qin Mu Yun addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful for your continued concern for the Xiao Corporation in the wake of my husband's passing. It is imperative that we swiftly establish new leadership, otherwise, turmoil is inevitable. I have gathered you today to hear your opinions. As her words lingered in the air, several shareholders echoed their agreement. Indeed, the corporation cannot remain leaderless for even a day. As the chairman's wife, you rightfully deserve to assume his position. We have faith in your capabilities. Madam, you are a graduate of a prestigious university with ample management experience, and you will undoubtedly lead the company to new heights. Amidst the chorus of support, dissenting opinions arose. While the lady is undoubtedly remarkable, the eldest son, Xiao Zhang, is the chairman's legitimate heir and thus possesses greater claim to succession. This is also valid according to tradition. The eldest son inheriting the family business is the most rational choice. With tensions escalating, Qin Mu Yun adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses and locked her gaze onto Xiao Zhang, who sat in the corner. Xiao Zhang, what is your perspective? The matters of the corporation are intricate. A single misstep could plunge us into chaos. My advice to you is to avoid making choices you will regret. Her words served as both a reminder and a warning. Xiao Zhang remained seated, sipping his champagne without a hint of reaction. In Qin Mu Yun's view, he was merely an inconsequential, harmless figure. In this game of power, he was fated to be the loser, lacking both familial standing and corporate authority. Seeing him silent, Qin Mu Yun nodded slightly and turned to the others, declaring, since Xiao Zhang has no intention of intervening, there is no need for further debate. I shall shoulder the responsibilities of the chairperson. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang rose from his seat, placing his wine glass down with grace. He elegantly adjusted his suit and strode confidently toward the center of the gathering, drawing the attention of all present. Who said I have no intention of intervening? Qin Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smirk crossed her lips. Xiao Zhang, you usually seem preoccupied with indulgence. Do you believe this is merely a game? Corporate affairs are not for a frivolous playboy like you to meddle in. Do not let impulse cloud your judgment. Xiao Zhang remained utterly unfazed. Standing at the center of the banquet hall, he surveyed the crowd with piercing eyes. I am the legitimate eldest son of the Xiao family. Following my father's passing, it is only fitting that I inherit the position of chairman. Does anyone have any objections? His declaration resonated powerfully, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Moments later, a slightly overweight shareholder stepped forward with a disdainful snort. Young master, business is not about bravado. You have spent the past years indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, and you likely do not even know how many floors the headquarters building has. What qualifies you to inherit the chairmanship? As soon as he finished speaking, A chorus of nods and derisive murmurs echoed throughout the hall, revealing the contempt and mockery present. Xiao Zhang smiled faintly, elegantly lifting his glass to take a sip. Li Jiming, you embezzled funds from project contracts 2 years ago, misappropriated public funds for real estate last year, and recently even utilized company resources to help your incompetent son start business. Shall I make these matters public right now? Upon hearing this, the plump shareholder's face turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like raindrops. Young master, I didn't. Xiao Zhang interrupted him, retrieving a USB drive from his suit pocket and casually twirling it between his fingers. Didn't? Mr. Li, I possess comprehensive records of transactions and evidence of fund flows. I wouldn't mind making these proofs public, which could result in your imprisonment. Alternatively, you could compensate me tenfold for the embezzled funds and exit the company. Choose wisely. Li Jiming crumbled, his legs trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Young master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. Please, don't send me to prison. I can't bear the thought of jail. The onlookers exchanged glances, the earlier disdain evaporating, replaced by profound shock and trepidation. Xiao Zhang dismissed Li Jiming from his thoughts and turned his gaze to another middle-aged shareholder. Xiao Zhang, shall I expose the shell companies you established overseas that siphon over 100 million from the group each year? Xiao Dizhong's complexion turned ghostly pale, nearly losing his balance. Next, Xiao Zhang directed his attention to a young executive. Wang Ming, I have evidence of your collusion with suppliers to inflate prices for profit sharing. One by one, names fell from Xiao Zhang's lips, each accompanied by staggering evidence of wrongdoing. Each individual named felt as though struck by lightning, their expressions a mixture of horror. Xiao Zhang's words not only unveiled the crimes of several shareholders and executives, but also showcased his intimate knowledge of the company's internal affairs, forcing everyone to realize that the seemingly incompetent man before them was, in fact, a shrewd and formidable player. In the midst of the silence, Qin Mu Yun's expression fluctuated, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. She had never anticipated that Xiao Zhang, whom she considered utterly incapable, would reveal such astonishing audacity and cunning following her father's demise. Xiao Zhang smoothed the cuff of his suit, coldly surveying the shareholders. I, Xiao Zhang, hereby inherit the position of chairman of the Xiao Group from this day forth. Who is in favor? Who is against? Qin Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then her countenance darkened as she opened her mouth to speak. Just then, a fragment of information surged into her mind, shattering her composure like a thunderclap. Xiao Zhang will ruthlessly murder your son and dispose of his body after you assume the chairmanship, leaving you in unbearable anguish, ultimately driving you to madness. Qin Mu Yun stood frozen, her body rigid and breath quickening, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Instinctively, she glanced at Xiao Zhang, who was watching her with a sinister smile, swirling the champagne in his glass. That smile held a hint of mockery, but more ominously, it conveyed a chilling threat. A wave of dread washed over her, fueled by an ominous premonition that this information was no mere figment, but perhaps a warning from forces beyond her comprehension. Xiao Zhang noticed her distress, raising an eyebrow as he lifted his glass in a toast. Future pearls, truly invaluable. Chapter 2. My apologies, I lack morality. Why did Qin Mu Yun's contributions to the audacity score far exceed those of her peers? Xiao Zhang did not inquire of the system, but he surmised the reason. It was simply the distinction between protagonists and supporting characters. With that in mind, he narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Qin Mu Yun with a meaningful smile. Dear stepmother, since you desire to be chairman so fervently, perhaps I should yield to you? His words were casual, yet the underlying intent sent chills down her spine. Xiao Zhang was not jesting, he was dangerously testing the waters. Qin Mu Yun steeled herself, raising her chin slightly to maintain her poise, though her voice trembled. Xiao Zhang, you yist. The chairmanship is rightfully yours to inherit. Oh, Xiao Zhang's gaze turned icy as he leaned closer, whispering, but just moments ago, did you not advise me to refrain from intervening? Why the sudden change of heart? Qin Mu Yun gritted her teeth, forcing a smile. Xiao Zhang, I merely wish to spare you undue hardship. The affairs of the group are intricate. Taking over now may present numerous challenges. However, If you are resolute and have ideas, I will certainly support you. As the words left her lips, even she recognized the hypocrisy, yet there was no alternative at that moment. The shareholders looked on in confusion, many exhibiting doubt. An older shareholder stepped forward, brow furrowed, speaking in a disapproving tone. "Madam, you just stated that the chairmanship is fraught with difficulty and that the young master is ill-suited for the role. Now your stance has inexplicably shifted. This seems rather improper, does it not?" Others nodded in agreement, clearly perplexed by Qin Mu Yun's sudden change in attitude, while a few directly objected, asserting that the young master lacked the requisite knowledge of the group to assume such a position. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu Yun's expression darkened. She glanced at the executives and then at the inscrutable Xiao Zhang, her heart racing in panic. She understood all too well that failing to assert herself decisively could lead to Xiao Zhang harboring a grudge. The dreadful future she feared might soon come to pass. Thus, gritting her teeth, she pointed accusatorily at the dissenting executives. "What do you know? Xiao Zhang is the legitimate eldest son of the Xiao family. It is entirely justified for him to inherit the chairmanship. Anyone who dares oppose him is deliberately sowing discord within our family. Do not blame me for being unkind." A commotion erupted among the executives, who were taken aback by Qin Mu Yun's sudden reversal. They found themselves at a loss for words, unable to refute her, yet unable to accept the situation. Xiao Zhang observed all of this with a cold smile, slowly stating, "Stepmother truly understands the situation. However, for some individuals, dissent is permissible. Now, I present everyone with a choice. Those who support me, stay. Those who oppose me, leave." His words, devoid of emotion, plunged the room into an eerie silence. The faces of the dissenters turned ashen, and they began to speak up in a desperate attempt to salvage their positions. "Young master, we are the elders of the group. We have labored here since your grandfather's time." Xiao Zhang coldly interrupted. "Elders? Excuse me. Did you not just label me a frivolous second-generation heir? If you believe I am unfit, then do not remain under my command as a hindrance." The dissenters were left speechless, forced to exit in shame. As they departed, one attempted to intimidate him. "Young master, such actions may alienate the company's veterans." Xiao Zhang scoffed dismissively. "Moral coercion? Did you not just say I lack principles? My apologies, but I also lack morality." This declaration silenced the remaining shareholders, who realized that Xiao Zhang was not bound by conventional norms. He was entirely indifferent to the so-called rules. The atmosphere in the venue underwent a subtle transformation. Those who had initially questioned him began to step forward, pledging their loyalty, fearful of being dismissed on the spot. "Indeed, the young master possesses great resolve. We wholeheartedly support him. As the legitimate eldest son of the Xiao family, we shall certainly heed your command." With each declaration, his arrogance value surged, much to Xiao Zhang's delight. Just then, the doors of the banquet hall swung open, and a pair of exceptionally poised young individuals entered. The young woman, clad in a sharply tailored black gown, exuded an air of noble elegance. Her beauty, so exquisite it seemed to be drawn from a painting. Even without makeup, her innate grace captivated the attention of everyone present. She was none other than the celebrated actress, Lin Jiqing. Beside her stood a dapper young man, whose striking features were complemented by a well-fitted suit. He was Qin Tian, the biological son of Qin Muyun and Xiao Zhang's half-brother. As they stepped inside, the peculiar atmosphere of the banquet hall enveloped them. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings until his gaze settled upon Xiao Zhang, who stood at the center. "Third sister, what's going on? It's still the 7th day since Dad passed. Why does this feel like a shareholders' meeting?" Xiao Zhang turned with a faint, enigmatic smile. "Oh, brother, you've returned?" Qin Tian's expression darkened, and before he could respond, Lin Jiqing interjected. "Young Master Xiao, your father has just passed away. Is it appropriate to conduct business on the 7th day of mourning?" Her tone was cool, tinged with reproach. Indeed, it was notorious for him to seize power on such an occasion. Sensing the tension, Qin Muyun quickly moved to grasp Qin Tian's hand, whispering, "Why did you arrive so late?" Qin Tian replied, his brow still furrowed. "The flight was delayed. We came straight from the airport." "Mom, what exactly is happening?" Before Qin Muyun could respond, Xiao Zhang approached the trio, his demeanor composed. He first regarded Qin Tian, then turned his gaze to Lin Jiqing, a knowing glimmer flashing in his eyes. Stepmother, won't you introduce your third daughter? This statement detonated like a bomb in Qin Mayan's ears, causing her to tremble and turn pale. What? What are you saying? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, his gaze flitting between Lin Jiqing and Qin Muyun. Miss Lin, you were adopted at 14 or 15, so by that reckoning, you ought to address me as brother, no? Lin Jiqing, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and retorted coldly. I fail to comprehend what young Master Xiao is implying. Xiao Zhang shrugged, feigning indifference. No matter, we have ample time ahead. With that, he strode towards Qin Tian and extended his hand. Brother, welcome back to commemorate our father's 7th day. By the way, I forgot to mention, I am now the newly appointed chairman of the Xiao Group. Qin Tian's countenance darkened dramatically. Mom, what is the meaning of this? Qin Miyun stood frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes filled with dread as she glanced at Xiao Zhang. This man not only knew about her clandestine nurturing of a goddaughter, but was also aware of which daughter it was and at what age she had been adopted. Such confidential matters, she believed, had never been disclosed to outsiders. How could Xiao Zhang possibly know? Yet the situation had clearly spiraled out of control. Gritting her teeth, Qin Muyun whispered to Qin Tian, Tanner, your brother is indeed the new chairman. This is a corporate decision, and I support it. What? Qin Tian appeared thunderstruck. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at his mother. Lin Jiqing, equally astonished, shifted her gaze between Qin Miyun and Xiao Zhang, attempting to fathom the unfolding circumstances. Observing their reactions, Xiao Zhang nodded in satisfaction before leaning closer to Qin Miyun, whispering, Stepmother, your son seems rather unwell. The moment she heard this, Qin Miyun felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern, nearly losing her balance. The terrifying visions conjured by the future flashed vividly in her mind again. Xiao Zhang's mocking tone only intensified her fear. Xiao Zhang straightened, surveying the assembled guests before finally resting his gaze on Qin Tian. Brother, you must be weary. Arriving straight from the airport to mourn is no small feat. We should strive to coexist harmoniously moving forward. Despite his simmering anger and confusion, Qin Tian suppressed his discontent under his mother's watchful eye. Xiao Zhang, noting the restrained fury in Qin Tian's expression, smiled even more broadly. He turned to face the crowd, raising a champagne glass. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 7th day since my father's passing and the day the Xiao Group welcomes its new chairman. Let us toast to my father. May his spirit bless the Xiao Group to reach new heights under my leadership. The crowd raised their glasses in unison, the atmosphere lightening somewhat. Xiao Zhang took a delicate sip from his glass, his peripheral vision catching sight of Qin Miyun hurriedly pulling Qin Tian and Lin Jiqing aside for a hushed conversation, her expression rife with urgency and fear. This was far more advantageous than he had anticipated. Armed with this maneuver, he had temporarily secured Qin Mayan's compliance. He had more plans to implement. Originally, the 7 sisters belonging to Qin Tian, an array of female supporting characters, would all be his to command. One by one, he would seize them all. Chapter 3. The confrontation with the protagonist Qin Muyun pulled Qin Tian and Lin Jiqing to a secluded corner of the banquet hall, her expression exceedingly grim. Why have you arrived only now? She whispered, anxiety etched on her face. Xiao Zhang has completely seized control of the board. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression darkened instantly, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a sneer. What? That good for nothing? How could he possibly show? Keep your voice down. Qin Muyun cast a wary glance at the imposing figure of Xiao Zhang in the center of the hall. The situation is complicated. Xiao Zhang is not only cunning, but also possesses many hidden cards we are unaware of. Qin Tian scoffed dismissively. What hidden cards could he have? Isn't he just a debauched scion? Don't be absurd. I am eager to see what tricks he can conjure. Lin Jiqing frowned. Aunt, this is too sudden. Wasn't Xiao Zhang only capable of indulgence in the past? I'm not sure how he has transformed so drastically, but you must exercise caution now. Qin Muyun replied, her eyes filled with concern as she turned to Qin Tian. Let us hold back for the moment and devise a strategy. Qin Tian crossed his arms, his expression one of disdain. What is there to hold back? With his meager abilities, I could easily enough. Qin Mu Yun interrupted him, her voice stern yet hushed. Do not be overconfident. This time is different. Qin Tian smirked, clearly unconvinced by his mother's warning, but chose to remain silent for the time being. Qin Mu Yun retrieved a translucent jade pendant from her handbag and discreetly placed it into Qin Tian's hand. This is the heirloom of the Xiao family entrusted to me by your father before his passing. Normally, it should be inherited by the legitimate eldest son, but your father specifically instructed me to give it to you. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Especially for me? Qin Mu Yun forced a smile. Just keep it safe and don't let Xiao Zhang see it. Qin Tian took the pendant, idly toying with it. Is this the heirloom the old man mentioned? It doesn't seem all that remarkable. He casually tucked the pendant into his inner pocket, showing little regard for the family legacy. Qin Mu Yun turned to Lin Jiqing. Could you speak with Xiao Zhang? Probe his intentions and ascertain what he truly desires. He is unlikely to refuse you. Qin Tian scoffed. Sister, don't demean yourself. That fellow is not worth your time. Lin Jiqing nodded slightly. All right, aunt. Qin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, clearly impatient with this indirect approach. Why go through such trouble with his sister? Just confront him directly. As the three engaged in hushed deliberation, Xiao Zhang's voice suddenly rang out from behind. What a lively discussion. What are we talking about? They turned abruptly to find Xiao Zhang standing behind them, a champagne flute in hand, a sly smile on his face. Nothing much. Qin Tian managed to force a smile, though disdain flickered in his eyes, as if regarding a mere gesture. However, Xiao Zhang's gaze fell upon the slight bulge in Qin Tian's inner pocket, his eyes narrowing slightly. Brother, it seems there is something quite interesting in your pocket. He had noticed the subtle protrusion of the jade pendant and the trio's barely concealed tension. Qin Tian instinctively took a step back. It's nothing, just personal belongings. Why, are you going to pry into this too? Xiao Zhang, undeterred, pressed on. I see it's the Xiao family heirloom, is it not? As per tradition, it should be safeguarded by the legitimate eldest son. This melodramatic turn of events was utterly absurd, as if a Klitsch novel had come to life. Yet, many shareholders and directors were genuinely intrigued by the unfolding drama. Xiao Zhang's tone suddenly turned icy. I believe you should return it to me. Qin Tian's demeanor shifted as anger surged within him. A flash of arrogance crossed his eyes, concealing his contempt for Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang smirked, subtly inching closer to Qin Mu Yun. Given his current abilities, it would be foolish to engage in a direct confrontation with Qin Tian, who would undoubtedly overpower him. The guests in the banquet hall began to notice the escalating tension, several shareholders casting curious glances their way. Xiao Zhang seized the moment, raising his voice, ladies and gentlemen. The Xiao family heirloom has always been entrusted to the legitimate eldest son. This is our ancestral rule. Now that it has been unlawfully transferred, it amounts to a denial of my rightful status as the legitimate heir. As his words hung in the air, several elder shareholders furrowed their brows. This cannot stand. Traditions must be upheld. The heirloom should indeed be safeguarded by the rightful heir. Seeing this, Xiao Zhang remained poised and did not rush into action. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Qin Mu Yun, a knowing look in his eyes. Aunt, what do you think? This question seemed to trigger something within her. And Qin Mu Yun suddenly recalled a terrifying future. Her face drained of color, her hands trembling slightly. Noticing her distress, Qin Tian asserted firmly, "This pendant was left to me by Dad. Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" He brandished the pendant high, as though declaring his ownership to all present, his eyes sparkling with defiance. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Qin Mu Yun stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Qin Tian's face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the banquet hall, silencing the room instantly. Qin Tian, clutching his face, stared at his mother in disbelief. "Mommy, you hit me? You've never done that before." Qin Mu Yun's hand lingered in the air, her expression a tumult of emotions as she gazed at her son. "Xiao Tian, give the pendant to your brother. Do not be willful." "Why?" Tears welled in Qin Tian's eyes, his voice trembling. The arrogance and disdain vanished, replaced by profound confusion and hurt. "Why treat me this way?" Qin Mu Yun gritted her teeth, remaining silent, only pleading with her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian hurled the pendant to the ground. "Fine. Are you all satisfied now?" With that, he turned and stormed out of the banquet hall. Why is the protagonist so weak? Xiao Zhang observed Qin Tian's retreating figure, noting that no one pursued him, not even Lin Jiqing, who stood hesitantly in place. Arrogance value 100. He bent down to retrieve the pendant, a victorious smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, dear aunt, for your assistance. Qi Muyun remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Zhang, filled with complex emotions. Arrogance value 100. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had shifted entirely. Whispers circulated among the guests regarding the earlier spectacle. Xiao Zhang ceased his chatter and quietly slipped away from the bustling hall towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. Once assured he was alone, he locked the restroom door and examined the jade pendant closely. Finally in his possession, this heirloom, passed down through the generations of the Xiao family, held secrets unknown to all. In the original narrative, its true purpose remained a mystery until the protagonist, Qin Tian, accidentally dripped blood upon it, unlocking its concealed power. The Dragon Elephant 9 Sun Technique. This technique not only enhances masculine vigor, allowing one to become impervious to weapons at a modest level, but at its pinnacle, it grants prolonged life, serving as the protagonist's ultimate trump card in later confrontations. Xiao Zhang's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk forming on his lips. The protagonist? Sorry, but this narrative belongs to me now. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the pendant. In an instant, the pendant blazed with light, a brilliant golden beam shooting skyward. Waves of information surged into his mind. Dragon Elephant 9 Sun Technique. Chapter 4. I want to make a movie. The protagonist in an accident in the banquet hall, Lin Jiqing sought an excuse to leave. Retreating to a corner of the corridor, where she hastily pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, second sister? A cool yet gentle voice answered on the other end. Jiqing? What is the matter? Lin Jiqing lowered her voice and spoke quickly. Second sister, something terrible has happened. Xiao Zhang has suddenly transformed, seizing the position of chairman in one fell swoop, and even our godmother obeys him without question. Xiao Zhang? That debauched scion? The voice on the other end was laced with astonishment. Yes, him. What's worse? He seems to know about our relationship and directly revealed in front of everyone that I am the daughter adopted by our godmother. There was a brief silence on the line. Second sister? Are you still there? Yes. The voice regained its composure. Xiao Zhang's sudden change must have some underlying reason we are unaware of. Do not act rashly. Find an opportunity to speak with him and probe his true intentions. All right. Godmother said the same. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Xiao Zhang was pleased as he tucked the jade pendant into his pocket. The efficacy of this pendant was indeed astonishing. It had instantly imparted knowledge to him upon a drop of blood. The Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill, comprising 9 levels, was an immensely powerful cultivation technique that spanned all facets of internal martial arts. It not only emphasized the enhancement of physical strength, but also focused on the harmonization and application of internal energy, spirit, and natural forces. System. How much arrogance value do I possess? Host. Xiao Zhang. Item. Pirated Future Pearl 4-5. Arrogance value. 1632 System. Initiate a tenfold draw. Ding. Consumed 1600 arrogance value. Tenfold lottery draw. With a flash of golden light, the system interface revealed the lottery results. Toilet brush 1, garbage bag 1. Xiao Zhang stared at the assortment of mundane items, his lips twitching. System, are you suggesting I change careers to become a cleaner? Just as he was about to complain, the last ray of purple light illuminated the screen. Ding. Obtained purple item. 10 years of hard work. 10 years of hard work. After use, grants the effects of 10 years of hard training. Applicable to any skill or technique. Usage count. 1. Xiao Zhang's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding. Using purple item 10 years of hard work. Applied to the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill. In an instant, Xiao Zhang felt time rush by his countless memories and insights from his training flooded his mind. The 9 Yang true qi within him continuously accumulated and refined, gradually ascending. When this peculiar sensation faded, the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill had reached its first pinnacle. Xiao Zhang casually picked up a metal soap dish from the restroom. With a gentle squeeze, accompanied by a disconcerting crunch, the exquisite soap dish was instantly crushed into a lump, leaving a distinct handprint. Now, my strength is at least 5 times what it was before. and my physical resilience has doubled. This is merely the first layer of the 9 Yang divine skill. If I were to master it, wouldn't I be invincible? Xiao Zhang clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. According to the novel's premise, this technique was notoriously difficult. Following the proper steps, reaching the first layer would require over a decade of arduous training, and the higher one ascended, the more challenging it became. Achieving perfection at the 9th layer would demand several centuries. Centuries? Author, do you even realize the concept you penned? In this urban melodrama, where's the protagonist's halo to facilitate such training? He recalled Qin Tian from the original text. That fellow was indeed fortunate, as the author had orchestrated numerous opportunities for him, allowing for rapid cultivation. However, with the system's assistance and his familiarity with the plot, what was there to fear? In the banquet hall, "Godmother, I truly do not understand," Lin Jiqing said, her brow furrowed. "Why would you relinquish the chairman's position? With your capabilities, you could." Qin Miyun gently shook her head, interrupting her. "Jiqing, some matters are not as simple as they appear. My actions are for the benefit of you 8 children." Lin Jiqing wished to press further, but noticed a sudden look of panic in Qin Miyun's eyes. Following her gaze, she saw Xiao Zhang striding through the crowd, exuding an indescribable aura. "Little mom, I've arrived." Xiao Zhang sat beside them, his gaze lingering on Lin Jiqing for a moment. Qin Miyun hastily introduced Xiao Zhang. "Allow me to reintroduce, this is Lin Jiqing, my adopted daughter. Jiqing, this is the new chairman of Xiao Corporation, Xiao Zhang, who has been quite audacious." Lin Jiqing coldly interrupted, her tone laced with disdain. "Xiao Zhang is quite aware of his reputation." Unfazed by her demeanor, Xiao Zhang casually remarked, "I heard that Lin Qin Media is about to start filming a new movie." Lin Jiqing did not look at him, instead taking a glass of red wine from a passing server and sipping it delicately. "What a pity," Xiao Zhang mused, raising his glass and swirling it. "I too wish to make a film. The film industry is quite treacherous." Lin Jiqing finally met his gaze, her eyes filled with contempt. "You're stepping into dangerous waters. It could cost you dearly." Xiao Zhang merely smiled at her remark, remaining silent. 3 months later, Xiao Zhang, under the auspices of Xiao Corporation, launched a new film that coincided with Lin Qin Media's project. With his exceptional talent, he caught the attention of international director Paul and former Cannes Best Actress Marilyn. Lin Qin Media suffered a significant box office loss, incurring a deficit of $5 billion, while Marilyn reclaimed her title with this film. With a clatter, the wine glass in Lin Jiqing's hand fell onto the table, her complexion turning pale. She stared incredulously at Xiao Zhang, who held his glass with a knowing smile. "Arrogance value 300. Lin Jiqing leaned slightly forward, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table. Marilyn, the meteoric former Cannes Best Actress. A film titled Red Beauty had captivated the world. Not only was her acting exceptional, but her stunning visage had also left countless directors smitten. If Xiao Zhang truly managed to secure her, the box office would undoubtedly be guaranteed." Xiao Zhang, seeing the tension between the two, Qin Miyun quickly intervened. "Jiqing has always had high aspirations for films. It's best if you don't meddle." "Godmother, it's fine." Lin Jiqing suddenly donned a gentle smile. "Mr. Xiao, since you were so interested, it would be delightful to discuss movies. Recently, I've watched several European art films that left a profound impression." Qin Miyun was taken aback. When had this daughter, whom she had watched grow up, become so diplomatic? However, Lin Jiqing's enthusiasm met a wall with Xiao Zhang. "Art films?" Xiao Zhang scoffed. "Such niche pursuits are only appreciated by those who fancy themselves as artists." Suppressing her anger, Lin Jiqing pressed on, "What thoughts do you have on film, Mr. Xiao? I'm quite curious." Xiao Zhang lightly swirled his glass of red wine and replied indifferently, "Originally, I intended for you to play the lead role." Lin Jiqing's eyes sparkled. Ever since she won her award 6 months ago, she had retreated behind the scenes, assuming the role of the owner of Lin Qin Media. Hearing this now stirred her interest. However now, Xiao Zhang's tone shifted. "I have a better candidate." "Who?" "Marilyn." These 3 words struck Lin Jiqing like a hammer, causing her chest to constrict. She suppressed her displeasure, forcing a smile. "Actually, our 2 companies could collaborate." "Collaborate?" Xiao Zhang coldly interrupted. "Didn't you say the film industry is treacherous and that stepping into it carelessly could ruin me?" "What?" Now you wish to share my profits? My apologies, I was too rude earlier. Lin Jiqing bowed her head in apology, expressing her sincere desire for collaboration. After all, every talented actor yearns for a remarkable film and a captivating script. Xiao Zhang gazed at her with a profound look, chuckling, "Alas, this film contains numerous passionate scenes. Marilyn can handle it, but Lin, I could certainly give a try." Lin Jiqing instinctively raised her voice, regretting at the moment the words escaped her lips. However, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Xiao Zhang's eyes as he offered her no chance for correction and promptly rose to leave. "Where are you going?" Both Qin Muyun and Lin Jiqing inquired simultaneously. Xiao Zhang did not glance back as he made his way toward the exit of the banquet hall. Arrogance level 200. Lin Jiqing felt an intense urgency. If Xiao Zhang sought out Marilyn now, her chances would be utterly dashed. What was even more pressing was the fact that Lin Qin Media's new film had already been contracted. There was no possibility of halting production, and the losses could amount to 5 billion. Wait, realizing this, she hurriedly closed the distance, taking 2 steps for each of her strides to catch up, grabbing hold of Xiao Zhang's sleeve. Qin Muyun observed their retreating figures, her expression fluctuating between concern and uncertainty. Xiao Zhang's departure at this moment could very well mean he was off to find his son, Qin Tian. The thought of that ominous prophecy sent a chill down her spine. Arrogance level 300. Just as she rose, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, her face turned ashen. What? Xiao Tian was in an accident? Which hospital? Chapter 5. Intense kiss outside the emergency room. Xia Chuxue paced anxiously. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang, Lin Jiqing, and Qin Muyun approaching, she hurriedly met them. What happened? Lin Jiqing inquired eagerly. Xia Chushue's complexion was pale as she replied, "He is still inside. The doctor said the situation is stable." He drove Xiao Zhang's car and crashed into the roadside guardrail. Xiao Zhang stood nearby, his expression impassive, yet his gaze searched Qin Muyun's face for something. Noticing his scrutiny, Qin Muyun's body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. "Xiao Zhang, you..." Xiao Zhang interrupted her with a faint smile. "My car keys are with my assistant. That kid probably broke in. I didn't expect him to be such a poor driver." Just then, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. "Mr. Qin is not seriously injured. He will need to be hospitalized for observation a few days before discharge." Upon hearing this, Qin Muyun, Xia Chuxue, and Lin Jiqing all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Zhang, however, narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Qin Muyun and Xia Chuxue hurried to handle the hospitalization formalities while Lin Jiqing followed the doctor to check on Qin Tian's condition. Xiao Zhang remained behind, taking out his phone to dial a number. "Find out why my car lost control." After hanging up, his gaze fell on the direction of the ward, his expression icy. "They want to set me up, but it seems the blame has landed on Qin Tian." How intriguing. In the ward, Qin Tian lay on the bed, his face pale and bandaged in several places. Upon seeing Lin Jiqing enter, he struggled to sit up, his eyes filled with rage. "Third sister, something's wrong with Xiao Zhang's car. The brakes failed." Lin Jiqing frowned. "Why did you steal Xiao Zhang's car?" "I didn't steal it." Qin Tian gritted his teeth. "I was just frustrated and wanted to scratch his precious car. Who knew the brakes would act up once I drove it out? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I could have died." Lin Jiqing remained silent for a moment, then turned to glance outside, confirming no one was around before whispering, "You were too impulsive. Xiao Zhang has become quite unpredictable. We don't know his true cards yet. Your actions are too childish." Qin Tian scoffed. "True cards? What could he possibly have? P.S. Just a good-for-nothing who knows nothing but revelry. By the way, where's my mom? Is she terrified?" "Shoo, lower your voice," Lin Jiqing warned, glancing at the door. "And is indeed very scared. I've never seen her like this. Xiao Zhang seems to know many of our secrets." Qin Tian clenched his fists. "I just wanted to scratch his car. I didn't expect it to nearly cost me my life. That car must have a problem. Does he want to kill me to silence me?" Lin Jiqing shook her head helplessly. "Right now, the most important thing is for you to recover. We'll handle everything else." Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and Xiao Zhang walked in. "Looks like you two are having a good chat." Lin Jiqing and Qin Tian's expressions changed simultaneously. Xiao Zhang approached the bed, looking down at Qin Tian. "Little brother, Your skills are impressive. You can pick locks now, but your driving skills need work. If you want to play with my car next time, just give me a heads up. Qin Tian glared at him. Your car has brake issues. Xiao Zhang smirked. How could my car have issues? The driver has it maintained weekly. Perhaps you simply don't know how to drive and press the wrong pedal? Without waiting for Qin Tian's retort, Xiao Zhang waved his hand and walked out. Lin Jiqing, recalling what had happened earlier, pursed her lips and followed after him, leaving Qin Tian alone in bed, shaking with rage. Xiao Zhang, we haven't finished discussing the new movie. The two families can cooperate. Why must we be adversaries? Xiao Zhang suddenly interrupted. If that's the case, shall we have a test audition? Test audition? Lin Jiqing was taken aback. Without answering, Xiao Zhang abruptly pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. At that moment, Xia Chuxue, having just completed the hospitalization procedures, stumbled upon this scene, her eyes widening in shock. Arrogance level 500, Lin Jiqing forcefully pushed Xiao Zhang away, her cheeks flushed, eyes ablaze with anger. You! How dare you! My first kiss. Biting her lip, she turned and hurriedly left the tennis court. Xiao Zhang watched a retreating figure, a cold smirk on his face. What a facade of virtue. If it weren't for Qin Muyan backing you up with your meager acting skills, could you ever win an award? Xiao Zhang, a cool voice called out, and he turned to see Xia Chuxue standing behind him. President Xia, are you going in to see Qin Tian? I have a more pressing matter to discuss with you, Xia Chuxue responded, moving towards the exit. Follow me. Xiao Zhang smirked but decided to follow her. In the parking lot, a brand new Cullinan was parked in a conspicuous spot. Beside Xia Chuxue, a short-haired, muscular woman was preparing to take the driver's seat. Wait, Xiao Zhang suddenly spoke up. Either I drive, or I want to go. Xia Chuxue frowned slightly, but nodded in agreement. The female driver, clearly displeased, huffed as she took the passenger seat, sizing up Xiao Zhang with disdain. Another man trying to curry favor with the president. How oblivious can you be? As the car drove out of the city and gradually into the suburbs, Xia Chuxue and the female driver exchanged puzzled glances. Where are we headed? Suddenly, Xiao Zhang slammed on the brakes, jumped out, and yanked the female driver from her seat. The female driver barely had time to react before being slammed onto the ground. Xiao Zhang kicked her hard. Stop! Xia Chuxue rushed forward in panic. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhang pulled out a small knife, pressing it against the female driver's neck. How much did Li Dong pay you to betray Xia Chuxue? You. What are you talking about? The female driver feigned calmness. I don't know any Li Dong. Xia Chuxue was taken aback. Li Dong was the chairman of Li Real Estate, currently competing with her Tianxue group for a piece of land. Xiao Zhang scoffed as he took out a pill and forced it into the female driver's mouth. What? What did you make me take? Her face turned ashen. We rich second-generation heirs have nothing better to do than indulge in twisted games. Xiao Zhang said nonchalantly, this is a new toy I brought back from abroad. Even if it kills you, you want to be able to detect it. The female driver completely broke down. I'll tell you everything. Li Dong asked me to spy on President Xia. You. Xia Chuxue was incredulous. I treated you well. Why would you do this? Antidote. The female driver pleaded, looking at Xiao Zhang with desperation. Please give me the antidote. The antidote must be taken every 3 days, and you need to take it 10 times consecutively to be cured. Xiao Zhang looked down at her. Want to live? Have you seen Infernal Affairs? Go back to Li Dong's side and continue being my mole. You'll get your first dose of the antidote in 3 days. Now scram. The female driver scrambled away on all fours. Xiao Zhang returned to the car, and Xia Chuxue, sitting in the passenger seat, took a while to collect her thoughts. Is there really such a poison? Just vitamin C smart. Xia Chuxue sincerely admired him, then suddenly recalled something. By the way, what about you and Jiqing? That was just an audition. I don't believe you. Xiao Zhang offered no explanation, focusing intently on driving. Suddenly, a scene flashed in Xia Chuxue's mind. Tomorrow, the bidding for the new district development plan, Tianxue Group and Li Real Estate will compete for the final bid, with Li Real Estate winning with the support of Xiao Group. She abruptly turned to Xiao Zhang, her eyes filled with shock. Arrogance level 400, seeing the future effect take hold. Xiao Zhang said casually, it's getting late. I should head home to sleep. Wait, Xia Chuxue called after him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I'm truly grateful for your assistance earlier. How about we share a drink together? It will be my treat. Chapter 6. Another forceful kiss. The Cullinan glided steadily through the night. Suddenly, Xiao Chushue's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Qin Tian. Sister, where are you? I just finished my checkup. Qin Tian's voice carried a hint of playfulness. I'm with your brother, preparing to grab a drink, Xiao Chushue replied nonchalantly. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Qin Tian exclaimed, Sister, didn't you say you never drink? Stealing a glance at the focused Xiao Zhang, Xiao Chushue whispered, I need to discuss something with your brother. Sister, don't get too close to him. My brother is not a good person. Qin Tian's voice grew urgent. Xiao Chushue, feeling a bit awkward as she observed Xiao Zhang's profile, firmly replied, Xiao Tian, you are being unreasonable. How can you say that about your brother? After hanging up, Qin Tian in the hospital room stomped his feet in frustration. Looking at Qin Muyun, who was pouring him water, he complained, Mom, look, my third sister has left, and my second sister doesn't care about me anymore. Didn't you say they would support me? Qin Muyun sighed and handed him the cup. Xiao Tian, don't be anxious. Your sisters might just be busy. However, she hesitated. You should avoid provoking your brother. He is quite dangerous. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Tian scoffed. He is just a coward. Xiao Zhang is not as simple as you think. Qin Muyun's tone turned stern. In any case, listen to your mother. Got it, got it. Qin Tian replied impatiently, though he remained unconvinced. At the bar entrance, the Cullinan parked smoothly in a space. I'll be right back from the restroom, Xiao Chushue said elegantly as she walked towards the facilities. Xiao Zhang found a booth to sit in, only to be interrupted by a shrill voice. Oh, ISNT, this young Master Xiao. A heavily made-up woman approached with a muscular man, none other than his ex-girlfriend, Lu Ting. I heard your father passed away recently. How tragic. Lu Ting feigned concern while clinging to the muscular man. But I'm so happy now. A weakling like you could never satisfy someone like me. Xiao Zhang stared at them with a poker face, feeling utterly embarrassed. The cliché of melodramatic novels seemed absurdly predictable. Why does a simple night out for drinks have to involve such nonsensical drama? Wasn't he that the protagonist a lot? Did the antagonist have to endure this too? It was no wonder Xiao Zhang felt compelled to comment. In the original story, this woman had also caused trouble, but ultimately the protagonist dealt with her. Now, without the protagonist present, he, the antagonist, was compelled to play this part. Was he inadvertently stealing the protagonist's script? Just then, Xiao Chushue returned from the restroom. Upon assessing the situation, she gracefully approached Xiao Zhang and affectionately linked her arm with his. Darling, who is this? As Lu Ting recognized Xiao Chushue's features, she froze. This was the president of Tianxue Group, acclaimed as the most beautiful businesswoman in the country by a fashion magazine. Xiao Chushue praised Lu Ting and replied coolly, My boyfriend is rather discerning. He may not be interested in certain unattractive women. Lu Ting's face shifted from green to pale as she hurriedly dragged the muscular man away. Thank you. Xiao Zhang raised his glass. I was ready to smash their heads, but you stole the spotlight. Xiao Chushue smiled lightly. So, I was a hindrance? Not entirely. Xiao Zhang replied, gazing into her eyes. But I dislike being indebted to others. Speak. What do you wish to discuss? Xiao Chushue met his gaze directly. The development plan for the new district. Is Xiao Corporation interested? This is confidential business information, Xiao Zhang remarked, gently swirling his drink. Without hesitation, Xiao Chushue lifted her glass and downed its contents. This is my sincerity. Can we talk now? Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. We're not finished yet. Xiao Chushue gathered her thoughts. Xiao Corporation and Li Dong have yet to sign a contract, correct? The new district development plan will significantly impact the future commercial landscape of the capital, of which I am well aware. How much profit can Li South Real Estate provide to Xiao Corporation? Tianxue Group can offer the same. Xiao Zhang swirled his drink again. One drink, one question. Xiao Chushue promptly drank another glass, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just like what Li Dong offered. Xiao Zhang replied coolly. Then why should I collaborate with you? I can increase it by another 10. Surely that would suffice? Xiao Zhang merely gestured for her to continue drinking. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Chushue down another glass. I'm not interested in money. What do you find intriguing? Xiao Chushue took another drink, her complexion now resembling a ripe apple. Xiao Zhang scrutinized the alluring woman before him. The original Xiao Zhang had never been this forward, especially not towards him, the antagonist. Under the influence of alcohol, Xiao Zhang noticed his gaze and felt a jolt of alarm. Could he be like those men who coveted her? Perhaps. Let us call it a night. She stood abruptly, slightly flustered. I should be heading back. Xiao Zhang watched her retreating figure, inwardly amused. This businesswoman was indeed remarkable. She was bold and capable in the market, and yet managed to safeguard her beauty. If she chose to leave, so be it. However, at that moment, he noticed several shadowy figures trailing behind her. He had to intervene. Xiao Zhang staggered out of the bar, preparing to hail a cab, when suddenly, her path was blocked. Oh, isn't this young master Xiao's new girlfriend? Lu Ting's mocking voice rang out. Several thugs pushed Xiao Zhang into a nearby alley. Aren't you the female CEO? Aren't you supposed to be capable? Lu Ting sneered. Once my boyfriend's underlings take care of you, and we post it online, let us see how arrogant you remain. The muscular man leered at Xiao Zhang. Honey, this woman is far more appealing than you. It would be a waste to let the underlings have their fun. You dare. Lu Ting shrieked in protest, only to be slapped across the face by the muscular man. Bitch, Xiao Zhang is right. You are not worthy of me. The thugs surged forward, tearing at Xiao Zhang's clothes, exposing her fair shoulders. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, a figure dashed in like lightning. Bang! Before the muscular man could react, he was sent flying by a punch, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. You, how is this possible? Lu Ting stared at Xiao Zhang in disbelief. Aren't you the weakling? Arrogance value 20, arrogance value 10, arrogance value 15 slap. Xiao Zhang slapped Lu Ting, distorting her cosmetic enhancements and sending 2 of her front teeth flying. Xiao Zhang, shaken, leaned against Xiao Zhang, trembling. He noticed blood seeping from her arm and removed his jacket to drape it over her. Nearby, there was a hotel. They could tend her wounds there. As Xiao Zhang gazed up at Xiao Zhang's profile, an unprecedented sense of security washed over her. This man seemed entirely different from her previous impressions. Arrogance value 400. They rented a suite. You sit on the sofa, Xiao Zhang instructed as he walked to the phone. I'll have the front desk send a first aid kit. Xiao Zhang shook her head. I have one in my bag. I always carry it. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. This businesswoman is quite prepared. After years of navigating the business world, she replied. In early summer, Xiao Zhang forced a smile, inevitably suffering some superficial injuries. Xiao Zhang took her bag, extracted a small medical kit, and retrieved a silk robe from the wardrobe, handing it to her. Go change in the bathroom. I shall tend to your wounds, he said. Xiao Zhang accepted the robe, hesitating slightly. It seems there are injuries on my back as well, and I can't reach them. Xiao Zhang stepped behind her, gently brushing aside her long hair. The bright light illuminated her fair skin, revealing several scratches. They say women are delicate, but you seem a bit too fragile, he remarked. What did you say? She replied, startled. Your ex-girlfriend grabbed me when she was slapped just now. It's nothing. It might sting a bit, Xiao Zhang said softly, beginning to disinfect her wounds. The room was filled with the faint scent of alcohol and antiseptic. Xiao Zhang felt his breath against her neck, causing her to shiver slightly. Does it hurt? He inquired. Perhaps. I was too frightened earlier, she murmured. If you hadn't arrived in time. Don't dwell on that, he interrupted. I told you. I dislike being indebted to others. You helped me deal with my ex. I'll help you with your troubles, and we will be even. Xiao Zhang turned to face him, looking up into his eyes. Do you really despise owing favors so much? Xiao Zhang gazed down at her, his attention drawn to her delicate features, slightly disheveled from the wine and fright, which added an unexpected fragility to her beauty. It's not about hatred. Saying this, he suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips. Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in shock. This was her first kiss. The formidable CEO, known for her prowess in business, had never been in a romantic relationship. The kiss was unexpected, yet seemed almost inevitable. Xiao Zhang's kiss was gentle at first, but soon turned fervent. Xiao Zhang felt as though she might drown in it. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew louder. I know you're in a hurry, but please hold on a moment, Xiao Zhang said, releasing Xiao Zhang and moving toward the door. Xiao Zhang's cheeks flushed crimson. You were the one who was in a rush. Outside stood a striking girl with short hair, dressed simply in a black t-shirt and cargo pants, her feet adorned with combat boots. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Xiao Zhang. Chu Xian? Xiao Chushua exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Second sister. Chu Xian pushed past Xiao Zhang and rushed into the room. Upon seeing Xiao Chushua's state, her expression darkened instantly. What did he do to you? Chapter 7. Noodles for you. Before Xiao Chushua could explain, Chu Xian executed a swift kick aimed directly at Xiao Zhang's face. Her movements were clean and efficient, clearly indicative of professional training. Xiao Zhang smirked inwardly. Zhu Suang, the protagonist's fifth sister, was a top-tier hacker. While her combat skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to his own, having already mastered the first level of the Dragon Elephant 9-Yang technique. With a casual motion, he seized her ankle. Surprise flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. She had exerted 70% of her strength and was astonished that he could catch her so easily. Before she could react, Xiao Zhang twisted her foot and sent her sprawling to the ground. Chu Xian let out a muffled grunt, but quickly rolled to her feet, ready to continue the fight. Zhu Suang, Xiao Chushua hurriedly interjected. Don't misunderstand. He was saving me. Chu Xian remained unmoved, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Zhang. Sister, why are you with him in the hotel? Xiao Chushua rushed to clarify. I was surrounded outside the bar, and he saved me. My clothes were torn, so he brought me here to tend to my injuries. Only then did Chu Xian notice the bruises on Xiao Chushua's arm, her expression softening slightly. However, she soon furrowed her brows again. Sister, you've always despised men getting too close to you. Haven't you? Xiao Chushua lowered her head awkwardly. Over the years, due to her status and beauty, countless men had sought to approach her. Gradually, she developed an instinctive aversion to them. Yet today, recalling the kiss moments ago, her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. She turned to Xiao Zhang. Let us pretend that what just happened didn't occur. Xiao Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. Sure. It was just a peck anyway. What? Chu Xian's eyes widened. You two kissed? Xiao Chushua quickly waved her hands. It's not what you think. Enough. Chu Xian seized Xiao Chushua's hand. Sister, we're leaving. In the elevator, Chu Xian glared at Xiao Chushua. Sister, who exactly is Xiao Zhang? Xiao Chushua sighed. He is the new chairman of the Xiao group. What? Chu Xian gasped. The same one vying for the inheritance with Xiao Tian? Xiao Chushua shook her head. Actually, I think we may have misunderstood him before. He has good character. Chu Xian scoffed. Good character? Taking you to a hotel is good character? Xiao Chushua felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how did you end up here? Chu Xian scrutinized the two of them, her gaze lingering on Xiao Chushua's swollen lips, her eyes sharpening further. I've installed a tracking system on everyone's phones. It's to ensure your safety. When I saw your location shift from the bar to the hotel and linger here, I knew something was off. Lowering her voice, she added, Sister, tell me honestly, did you too? How could that be? Xiao Chushua shook her head repeatedly, but the blush on her face betrayed her unease. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. As a top hacker, she maintained a heightened vigilance towards any suspicious individuals and events. This Xiao Zhang was certainly not simple. A thorough investigation was imperative. Upon exiting the hotel, Xiao Zhang still felt the lingering heat within him. The night was hazy, streetlights casting a dreamy glow. A woman in a white spaghetti-strap dress approached, her movements flirtatious as she draped her arm over his shoulder. Hey, handsome, are you alone? Care for a drink? The cheap scent of perfume mixed with alcohol assaulted his senses. Xiao Zhang didn't even glance her way, pushing her away. Such a woman was unworthy of his attention. Ever since his close encounter with the celebrity Lin Jiqing and having tasted the allure of a business elite like Xiao Chushua, he had lost all interest in such trivial pursuits. Driving back to the Xiao family villa, the restlessness within him persisted. The Dragon Elephant 9-Yang technique coursed through his veins like a raging fire. Leaning against the leather seat, he closed his eyes to calm his agitated thoughts. Yet visions of the two women's delicate faces and their bashful expressions when kissed kept flashing through his mind. What the hell? Xiao Zhang opened his eyes, staring at the car's ceiling as he exhaled a long breath. He couldn't always rely on his 7 sisters. Sometimes, the 5th sister needed to handle her own affairs. At the Xiao family villa, Qin Mu Yun's voice carried a note of concern. Xiao Zhang has been acting unusually lately. How did he know about the shareholder embezzlement? Even I was unaware of that. He has completely changed. He is no longer the useless person he once was. You must investigate thoroughly, but be careful. By the way, contact your eldest sister, Su Mo, and have her return from abroad. She is a martial arts master, and her subordinates are all skilled as well. If Xiao Zhang truly... Just then, she heard a noise outside and quickly hung up the phone, hastening towards the bathroom. Xiao Zhang pushed the door open to find Qin Mu Yun emerging from the bathroom, her hair still dripping, clad in a black lace nightgown. Xiao Zhang, why are you in my room again? Qin Mu Yun awkwardly adjusted her nightgown, instinctively stepping back. Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the alluring figure before him. He couldn't deny that Qin Mu Yun was well preserved. At 40, her skin was as delicate as that of a 20-year-old girl. Each smile and gesture radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. How is Xiao Tian's injury? Xiao Zhang coughed lightly, feigning concern. Didn't Ti hear? Then that's good. Qin Mu Yun sighed in relief, hurriedly fixing her damp hair. The doctor said he has a back injury and needs to stay in a hospital for observation for a few days. Has Lu Rui not visited? Xiao Zhang inquired casually, as if asking about a trivial matter. Yet, this question made Qin Mu Yun shudder, staring at the former weakling before her in astonishment. Lu Rui, her sixth adopted daughter, was the youngest deputy director of the imperial capital's first hospital, a genius in the medical field. How do you know about Lu Rui? Xiao Zhang's gaze deepened, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I know far more than you imagine. He paused deliberately, his voice laced with intrigue. Oh, by the way, Lu Rui is currently abroad researching anti-cancer drugs, so she probably won't be back anytime soon. This statement struck like a hammer, shattering all of Qin Mu Yun's composure. Lu Rui had indeed gone abroad, but even her family was unaware of what she was researching, as it was the highest secret in the Chinese medical community. Xiao Zhang turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the quiet room. Qin Mu Yun watched his retreating figure, her mind racing with the ominous prophecy. With her son now injured and hospitalized, she dared not provoke this inscrutable stepson further. She needed to extract his true intentions. Xiao Zhang, Qin Mu Yun called out, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Are you hungry? Would you like some noodles? Chapter 8. Hold steady and don't be alarmed in the restaurant. Qin Mu Yun donned a modest nightgown and personally prepared noodles for Xiao Zhang. Under the soft glow of the lights, her face retained a hint of allure. In truth, I have always regarded you as my own son. It was merely your father's concern before his passing. He feared that your youthful inexperience would leave you vulnerable. Hence, I took on the role of acting chairman. Now, witnessing your rapid growth, I am truly gratified. Xiao Zhang gazed at the steaming noodles before him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Qin Mu Yun's heartfelt words were indeed moving. The former antagonist might have been swayed by such sweet talking, but now, mother's noodles are exceptionally delicious, Xiao Zhang said, lowering his head to take a bite. I will get along well with Xiao Tian. However, for tomorrow's board meeting, I kindly ask for your support. Qin Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Although her stepson had suddenly become enigmatic, he still seemed to possess a trace of innocence. As long as she could keep him stable, there would be opportunities to uncover his true nature later. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Zhang immediately dialed a number. Is everything arranged at the hospital? All is as per the young master's instructions, came the respectful reply. The security personnel, nurses, and attending physician are all our people. Not even a fly could get in. Satisfied, Xiao Zhang ended the call. This move, ostensibly for the protection of Qin Tian, was in truth a form of house arrest. If he were to take control of the company and the Seven Sisters, he must first secure this key figure. System. What is my current arrogance value? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item. Future Pearl, 3-5 uses. Arrogance value. 3572. Shall I draw 2 consecutive 10 draws? I wonder which supermarket the system will source from this time. As he jested, he rubbed his hands together, eager to draw. Beep. Consumed 1,600 arrogance points, performing 10 consecutive draws. Soon, the results of the first 10 draws appeared. Toothpick 1, toilet paper 1, an electric mosquito swatter 1, juicer 1. Congratulations! You have obtained the purple item, Mastery of Music. Mastery of Music. Acquire the skills of a world-class musician, proficient in singing, composing, and mastering dozens of instruments, including piano and violin, alongside perfect pitch. Is this it? A purple item? Xiao Zhang smirked. With my current status, I hardly need to engage in music myself. Aside from showing off, it seems rather useless. However, in the original narrative, Qin Tian had captivated the Seven Sisters with a modicum of musical talent. Such seemingly trivial skills could easily boost his arrogance value in front of them. System, continue with the 10 draws. Beep. Consumed 1,600 arrogance points, performing 10 consecutive draws. Kaging, tulip boshing, flashbaying. Congratulations. You have obtained the golden item, Optimal Development Plan for New District. Optimal Development Plan for New District. A comprehensive analysis of the development prospects of a new district over the next 20 years, covering trends in commercial and residential real estate, industrial layout, infrastructure development, and population movement, along with optimal business strategies and risk mitigation plans. Now, this is a fine item. No wonder it's golden. Xiao Zhang's eyes sparkled. With this, not only could he maneuver through the board meeting with ease, but the group's market value might also double. System, your lottery draws are rather extreme. It's either a mundane item like a toilet brush or a grand blueprint for the next 2 decades. Do you believe I am either extraordinarily down to earth or destined for greatness? While he was lamenting, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Zhang. Qin Muyun's voice was laced with urgency. Xiao Tian just called, saying there are many strangers at the hospital, and they've changed the attending physician. Mother, do not worry. Xiao Zhang replied leisurely. Those are all my people sent to protect Xiao Tian. He is our family's hope, and as his brother, I must do my part. After hanging up, Qin Muyun immediately returned the call to Qin Tian. Mom, these people are acting suspiciously. They won't even let the nurses come in freely. Qin Tian exclaimed, stamping his foot. That scoundrel Xiao Zhang is trying to confine me. Xiao Tan, Qin Muyun said solemnly. Your brother has become inscrutable. We have yet to discern his true motives. We must not act rashly at this juncture. Patience is key. Did you not see his display of strength at the gym today? He is nothing like the inept person he once was, until we ascertain his intentions. We must bide our time. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang glanced at the time, preparing to take a shower and rest. His attention was drawn to the open laptop, where the red light of the camera flickered briefly. A sly smile crept across Xiao Zhang's lips. Eager to investigate my secrets, are we? Chu Xian, the top hacker, had infiltrated the home's network system, even remotely controlling the camera in his room. If she wished to observe, she could have simply asked. There was no need for subterfuge. However, since you have such predilections, I shall indulge you. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his features. Hold steady and don't be alarmed. On the other side, in the dimly lit studio of Chu Xian, the only illumination came from the screen, casting a soft blue light that highlighted her spirited features. Let me see what secrets you are hiding. Chu Xian narrowed her eyes, switching the display to Xiao Zhang's room. Yet in the next instant, she froze as if struck by lightning. My goodness, this unabashed rogue. Chu Xian gasped, instinctively covering her eyes, nearly toppling from her ergonomic chair. However, as a professional hacker, she couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. He appears rather lean. Who would have thought? Chu Xian muttered under her breath, suddenly realizing her words, wishing she could slap herself. At that moment, Xiao Zhang's voice unexpectedly came through her headphones. The development plan for the new district? Does Xia Chu Shui still wish to interfere? Xiao Zhang scoffed. Just wait and see. The project is monumental. Let us see if she can handle it. Chu Xian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, snapping her back to reality. Without a moment to consider the potential for inappropriate visuals, she hastily adjusted her posture to continue observing, only to find the camera had suddenly lost power, plunging the screen into darkness. Power outage? I should have recorded this. Chu Xian fretted, spinning in her chair before slapping her thigh. No, I need to inform my sister. Xiao Zhang is definitely up to no good. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang stood in the darkness, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded the now deactivated camera. Chapter 9. The Board of Directors crushing. Early the next morning, At the headquarters of the Xiao Corporation, the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious office lobby where clusters of white-collar workers whispered among themselves. Their voices were hushed, yet the air was thick with anxiety. Have you heard? Young Master Xiao is going to be the chairman. It's over. The company is doomed now. Indeed, I have witnessed the way he behaved as a spoiled rich kid. He spent his days in nightclubs, indulging in extravagance, utterly oblivious to the company's direction. Can someone like him manage the group well? Hey, should I sell the stocks I hold? I fear it might be too late if I wait any longer. As the murmurs of discontent filled the air, the elevator chimed and opened its doors. A tall figure emerged from within. Xiao Zhang was clad in meticulously tailored dark suit. His tie was elegantly knotted at the collar of his shirt, and his shoes gleamed brightly, capable of reflecting one's image. With every gesture, he exuded an indescribable authority, starkly contrasting the frivolous young master everyone was accustomed to. At this moment, he bore a composed smile, seemingly oblivious to the whispers around him. His steady footsteps echoed in the lobby. As he walked by, the chatter gradually faded, replaced by astonished gazes. Is this young Master Xiao? How handsome! His aura is entirely different. In the conference room, the directors displayed a range of expressions. Some were disdainful, others apprehensive, while many harbored doubts about the newly appointed chairman. Esteemed members, Xiao Zhang addressed them, standing before the projection screen, gesturing grandly. I have decided to invest in the development project for the new district. What? A balding old shareholder sprang to his feet. Young Master Xiao, this is no child's play. The new district requires an investment of at least 100 billion. It's far too risky. Another female director could not contain herself. Our current funds are insufficient to support such a large-scale investment. Indeed, the Li Real Estate Group has been eyeing the new district with keen interest, and Tianxue Group has been laying groundwork for years. Do you really think you can even secure a bidding qualification? The room buzzed with dissent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Xiao Zhang's gaze shifted slightly to the corner where Qin Muyun sat. At that moment, she bit her lip, a flicker of concealed satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Although she had to support this stepson for her son's safety, witnessing his current predicament at the board meeting brought her a sense of delight. Indeed, no matter how he pretended, he remained the same incompetent playboy. He couldn't even grasp the basics of financial analysis. Yet he dared to dream of venturing into a 100 billion level project? How ludicrous. The new district project is far too vast and intricate, she remarked softly, her tone laced with feigned concern, yet veiled sarcasm. Perhaps the chairman should reconsider. The other directors nodded in agreement. Qin Muyun had been with the group for many years. Her opinions clearly held more weight than that of an inexperienced scion. However, the next moment, Xiao Zhang calmly produced a golden artifact, the optimal solution proposal for the new district development plan. The projector illuminated, flooding the room with a plethora of intricate data and charts. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. According to population migration trends, the new district will become the fastest growing area in the capital over the next 5 years. Here lies the intersection of subway lines 7 and 9, with a business center set to be established within 3 years. Xiao Zhang spoke eloquently, detailing the development prospects, industrial layout, and risk management for the next 20 years. After extracting the artifact, the system had seamlessly infused the entire proposal into his mind, allowing him to grasp every detail, even articulating plans not yet disclosed by the government. The conference room fell into a profound silence. The balding old shareholder stared blankly at the data on the screen, oblivious to the pen that slipped from his fingers and clattered to the floor. This is impossible. Even a professional investment banking team could not produce such comprehensive analysis. Furthermore, this data, the female director's voice trembled slightly. Much of this information is classified. Even my husband, who works in the planning bureau, has not heard of it. Xiao Zhang smiled gently. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. I will be delighted to provide clarifications. No one spoke. The way they looked at Xiao Zhang had completely transformed. He was no longer perceived as a spoiled rich kid, but as an unfathomable business prodigy. Beside him, Qin Muyun observed the scene with a glint of fear in her eyes. Where had this playboy learned such acumen? Or was he truly still the same Xiao Zhang she once knew? Ultimately, she could no longer sit idle. If she did not express her stance now, she might be sidelined. Recalling that ominous prophecy, Qin Muyun took a deep breath and stood up. I fully support the chairman's decision. This plan is not only bold, but also exceptionally well thought out. The Xiao Corporation requires such reform. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. The balding old shareholder immediately chimed in. Yes, yes. Qin Dong is absolutely right. I was a bit hasty earlier. Upon closer inspection, this plan is indeed flawless. Exactly. The female director quickly added. The chairman's vision and perspective are of the highest caliber. Such resolve is rare among the younger generation of Huagua. Other shareholders and directors also shifted their attitudes. This proposal is nothing short of perfect. I believe that under the chairman's leadership, the Xiao Corporation will surely flourish in the new district. In no time, words of praise flooded the room, as if the earlier doubts and disdain had never existed. Xiao Zhang regarded the fickle natures of those around him with a knowing smile. Mere pawns, unworthy of concern. This stepmother seeks to see him falter? With that thought, Xiao Zhang cast a fleeting glance at Qin Muyun, causing her heart to race once more. Chapter 10. A retreat for the uninvolved. It is time for my flourish. After the meeting concluded, Qin Muyun hastily caught up with the departing Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, would you allow my mother to treat you to a meal? She inquired with a gentle smile. Your care for Xiao Dian has been greatly appreciated by her, she added. Without turning around, Xiao Zhang adjusted his suit cuffs and replied nonchalantly, No, I have someone to meet. Someone to meet? Qin Muyun paused, momentarily startled, before a thought crossed her mind. Is it Jiqing? She happens to be shooting an advertisement at the Dijing building today. Xiao Zhang halted, casting a glance back at her, his expression inscrutable. Since when has my stepmother begun to take an interest in my personal affairs? Feeling a sudden unease under his gaze, Qin Muyun quickly pulled out her phone. Then I'll call Jiqing and invite her to join. Upon connecting, Lin Jiqing's voice came through, laced with hesitation. Goddess Mother, I'm sorry, but today what is the matter? Qin Muyun frowned. Aren't you at the Dijing building for the shoot? Yes, but Lin Jiqing stammered. I have a meeting with the producer regarding a new film. Qin Muyun was taken aback. Lin Jiqing had always complied with her wishes. When had she learned to refuse? Even more perplexing was Xiao Zhang's complete lack of surprise, as if he had anticipated Lin Jiqing's response all along. My apologies, stepmother, Xiao Zhang said, adjusting his tie. I must take my leave. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Muyun fell into a deep state of bewilderment. Her stepson seemed increasingly enigmatic. Within a sophisticated restaurant, the crystalline chandelier cast a soft glow. Lin Jiqing occupied a seat by the window, her light-colored dress accentuating her ethereal beauty. Yet at that moment, her gaze was as frigid as ice, evidently still angered by the prior incident of being forcibly kissed. The steak here is quite excellent, Xiao Zhang remarked casually. Lin Jiqing barely spared a glance at the menu, diving straight into the matter at hand. Our Lin Qi Media's new film has already commenced shooting. Oh. Xiao Zhang took a leisurely sip of red wine. Director Zhang is at the helm, with last year's best actor and a popular young actress starring. Lin Jiqing spoke with a hint of pride. The script and cast are impressive. We've already completed a third of the filming. Her intent was to convey to Xiao Zhang that she was not easily trifled with. However, Xiao Zhang suddenly chuckled. If you are so confident in your new film, why involve me? Lin Jiqing's smile faltered. You plan to release it in October, correct? Xiao Zhang continued unhurriedly. What a coincidence. My film is also slated for that time frame. It will be quite the spectacle for audiences to compare. Lin Jiqing's fingers tightened around the edge of the table. Should both films premiere simultaneously? Given Xiao Zhang's formidable cast and backing, her company would incur a loss of at least 500 million. Could we perhaps choose a different release date? She bit her lip. Name your condition. Xiao Zhang regarded her with a knowing look. In your eyes, am I merely a vile rogue? As he spoke, his hand lightly brushed against Lin Jiqing's, a tender caress that was both delicate and warm. What do you think I desire? Lin Jiqing recoiled sharply. Xiao Zhang, do not overstep. Just jesting, Xiao Zhang withdrew his hand, a proud smile gracing his lips. You seized my first kiss that day. Surely a mere hand touch in compensation should not be met with such resistance? Lin Jiqing's face flushed crimson, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. What an audacious rogue you are. How could you claim I took your first kiss? It was you who took mine. And besides you, do you even have a first kiss? My first kiss refreshes daily. Would you care to partake in today's offering? You. Lin Jiqing nearly choked. Glaring fiercely at Xiao Zhang, he refrained from further teasing, languidly swirling his wine glass. What I desire is rather simple. I wish to invest in Lynching media. Should the new film yield direct benefits for me, I will certainly consider changing the release date. Impossible. Lin Jiqing rejected without a second thought. An investment would bind Lynching media to him indefinitely, a proposition she would never accept. Ah, Xiao Zhang sipped his wine slowly, contemplating, ultimately, if your film flops, it won't be my loss. Before he could finish, a melodious piano tune began to emanate from the restaurant's small stage. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. By the way, I heard you've been keen on developing a music career. Unfortunately, you seem unable to find the right musical talent. Do you even know this? Lin Jiqing's expression shifted. Qin Tian often boasts of his mediocre piano skills in front of you. Xiao Zhang chuckled. However, many can play the piano. True musical talent is not merely about pressing a few keys. With that, he stood and strode confidently toward the stage, exuding an air of superiority. Wait, Lin Jiqing hurriedly rose. What are you doing? While this is a high-end restaurant, if someone captures this moment and posts it online, your image as a chairman could be Xiao Zhang suddenly turned, a playful glint in his eyes. Are you concerned for me? Or do you simply believe my singing will be dreadful? Before Lin Jiqing could respond, he sat at the piano, his fingers gliding over the keys. Infused with newfound confidence, he began to play, showcasing his mastery of music. As the first note resonated, the entire restaurant fell silent, captivated by the exquisite and unique prelude. A stunning blend of Eastern essence and Western instrumentation. Pure white outlines the blue and white porcelain, strokes shifting from bold to faint. The peony depicted on the vase mirrors your initial adornment. A rich, resonant male voice emerged as Xiao Zhang closed his eyes, wholly immersed in the ambience he had created. The piano flowed like a gentle stream, intertwining with his voice to weave a breathtaking tapestry of sound. At that moment, Lin Jiqing's phone vibrated. Summer Chuxue was calling. Jiqing, are you with Xiao Zhang? Could you ask him about the new district development plans? Yet, Lin Jiqing was utterly entranced by Xiao Zhang's performance, nearly forgetting to breathe. The sky is blue, awaiting the rain, while I await you. Wisps of smoke curl upward, separated by thousands of miles. She instinctively activated her phone's video function, desperate not to miss a single moment. Hold on, I will call you back shortly. For 3 minutes, the restaurant was enveloped in silence, everyone entranced by the ethereal melody. Lin Jiqing, overwhelmed with excitement, quickly sent the video to her company's music director. Soon after, the director called back, nearly incoherent with enthusiasm. President Lin, this is nothing short of a masterpiece. I've scoured every database, and this song is undoubtedly an unprecedented original. The perfect fusion of classical poetry and modern music achieves an astonishing height in both composition and lyricism. If we can sign this musician, our company could soar to new heights in the music industry. Original? It's truly an original? Lin Jiqing gazed at the still-performing Xiao Zhang, her expression growing increasingly complex. The wastrel she has always looked down upon astonishingly conceals such remarkable musical talent. Arrogance Value 400, Chapter 11. A home for every girl. As the music faded, applause surged like a tidal wave. Patrons throughout the restaurant rose to their feet, and a few beautiful women, in their excitement, eagerly sought to have Xiao Zhang's autograph. He merely acknowledged the crowd with an elegant nod and calmly returned to his seat. Can you write songs? Lin Jiqing inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Not really, Xiao Zhang replied nonchalantly, swirling his glass of wine. I just play around. There's nothing to speak of in terms of creation. This display of modesty only deepened Lin Jiqing's conviction that Xiao Zhang was a man of profound depth. She had already verified with the music director that this song was not only unprecedented in its originality, but also reached an extraordinary level of musicality and artistry. What other astonishing talents might this man possess? I wish to purchase the rights to this song, Lin Jiqing said, fixing her gaze on Xiao Zhang. Name your price. I am open to negotiation. Xiao Zhang set down his wine glass, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I lack money at the moment? Besides, this is the theme song for my new film, and I won't sell it. Lin Jiqing's pupils dilated slightly. If the theme song was this remarkable, the production quality of the entire film must far exceed her expectations. No wonder he was so confident about clashing schedules. Could he truly afford a loss of 500 million? Just then, a message pinged on Xiao Zhang's phone, interrupting the charged atmosphere. It was from Xia Chuxue. Are you coming to the auction tonight? At that moment, Xia Chuxue was anxiously awaiting his response in her office. She understood the significance of this auction well. The most coveted piece of land in the newly developed area was about to be auctioned off. Whoever secured it would gain a significant advantage. She did not want to see Xiao Zhang collaborating with Li Dong. Oh, Xiao Zhang replied casually. However, upon seeing this response, Xia Chuxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her tense nerves finally relaxed. At least this step had been taken. Xiao Zhang absent-mindedly tucked his phone away and stood to leave, but was halted by Lin Jiqing's voice. Could you focus a bit? We haven't finished our discussion. A flicker of displeasure crossed her beautiful eyes. As an acclaimed actress, it was her first encounter with a man who dared to disregard her so nonchalantly. Typically, her suitors treated her like a treasure gem. What is there to discuss? Xiao Zhang shrugged. You haven't agreed to my investment. Wait. Lin Jiqing grasped his sleeve. Biting her lip. I agree. Xiao Zhang turned back. Great, we'll sign the contract tomorrow. I'll invest 200 million for 20 equity. What? 200 million for 20? Lin Jiqing frowned. Given the current valuation of Lynching Media, this offer was decidedly low. It's not just low, it's exceedingly low. It's clearly opportunistic. She was about to retort when Xiao Zhang cut her off. See you tomorrow. He left without looking back, leaving Lin Jiqing seated alone, her expression increasingly complex as she watched his retreating figure. This scoundrel. She clenched the napkin in her hand, yet found herself at a loss for words to express her anger. Arrogance level 200. A Maserati pulled up at the entrance of the auction venue. And as Xia Chuxue prepared to alight, her phone rang. It was Chu Xian calling. Sister, you must be cautious of Xiao Zhang. Chu Xian's voice was urgent and serious. I just heard him say he plans to undermine you at the auction. This man is too dangerous. Xia Chuxue furrowed her brow. How did you overhear that? Chu Suan hesti da. Just be wary of him. He is definitely not as simple as he appears. After hanging up, Xia Chuxue felt an even greater sense of vigilance. She gracefully exited the car, her champagne-colored mermaid gown perfectly accentuating her curves, the hem swaying gently with her steps, instantly becoming the center of attention. Ms. Xia, what a coincidence! A tall man approached, striding confidently. I am Lu Wenwei from Huaxing Group. We met at the last business meeting. Xia Chuxue nodded politely, attempting to turn away. Lu Wenwei, however, persisted. I inquired and learned that you came alone tonight. Let me accompany you. There may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Apologies, but I already have a companion. A languid yet playful voice interjected. Xiao Zhang had appeared at Xia Chuxue's side, clad in a meticulously tailored suit that exuded elegance. Lu Wenwei's eyes flashed with disdain. Xiao Zhang, the scion who frequents nightclubs? Ms. Xia, your taste seems rather poor. Xia Chuxue contemplated clarifying that her relationship with Xiao Zhang was merely platonic, but upon seeing his half-smirking expression, an inexplicable emotion swelled within her, rendering her speechless. Yet, Xiao Zhang was not one to retreat. He glanced at Lu Wenwei and remarked, Mr. Lu, are you still frequenting the Zero-Degree Club? If I were you, I would avoid public appearances for a while. You. Lu Wenwei's expression shifted. Xiao Zhang's gaze bore into him meaningfully. That place has a notorious reputation. I suggest you visit a hospital soon for a checkup. Be cautious of potential poisoning. Lu Wenwei's face turned ashen, and he instinctively took a step back. He had indeed been feeling unwell for days, but had not mentioned it to anyone. How could this brat know? You're talking nonsense. He feigned composure. though his eyes began to betray him. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. I merely made a casual remark. Why the strong reaction, Mr. Liu? Could be true. I have matters to attend to. Lu Wenwei, flustered, turned and left, muttering to himself. How do you know I've been feeling unwell? I must make time to get checked out. Arrogance level 30. Xia Chuxue couldn't help but chuckle. How did you know? Xiao Zhang smiled mysteriously. I just said it casually. I didn't expect him to actually fall for it. In the original story, Lu Wenwei, despite being a minor character, was given a subplot that resulted in him contracting an illness. Xiao Chuxue recalled Xiao Zhang feeding the driver vitamin C and shot him a glare. I knew you were just deceiving him. As the auction commenced, a parade of exquisite items was displayed. Yet both Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chuxue found little interest in them, instead engaging in their own conversation. You and Jiqing. Xiao Chuxue began, her gaze betraying a hint of jealousy she herself was unaware of. Just as you see, Xiao Zhang responded playfully, a smirk gracing his lips. Xiao Chuxue recalled a scene she had witnessed at the gym and felt inexplicably unsettled. That night you. She paused and scoffed. You're such a scoundrel. Xiao Zhang turned to her, his expression earnest. I'm not a scoundrel. Then what are you? I merely wish to give every girl a home. Arrogance level 100, chapter 12. The auction Xiao Chuxue was momentarily taken aback, only to become infuriated and stomp her feet. You. Aren't you just a scoundrel? Shameless. At that moment, the auctioneer's deep voice resonated throughout the venue. Now, we present the highlight of tonight's auction. The development rights for a commercial plot in the core area of the newly opened district, starting bid at 1 billion. Xiao Chuxue instinctively focused her attention, only to find Xiao Zhang's gaze unabashedly fixed upon her face. That playful smile inexplicably quickened her heartbeat, causing her to miss the specific details of the land. I was only joking earlier, Xiao Zhang suddenly said with a serious tone. That day at the gym, I was merely rehearsing with Lin Jiqing. We were about to collaborate on a film. Xiao Chuxue was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. It was no wonder they appeared so intimate. It was merely a screen test. She silently breathed a sigh of relief, then found herself amused by her own reaction. Moreover, Xiao Zhang's gaze was teasing as he looked at her. Lin Jiqing's type is not my cup of tea. Oh, Xiao Chuxue's voice unconsciously softened. Then what type do you prefer? Xiao Zhang leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, distant yet close. Otherwise, why do you think I helped you fend off Lu Wenwei? Xiao Chuxue's heart skipped a beat, her ears subtly flushed with color. She wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. What was more alarming was her realization that she harbored a peculiar feeling for this once contemptible heir. This sentiment emerged inexplicably, yet felt entirely justified. Meanwhile, this ambiguous scene was not lost on Lu Wenwei, who was nearby. Envy ignited within him, gripping the stem of his wine glass until his knuckles turned white. That damn Xiao Zhang. Not only did he publicly accuse me of being diseased, but now he is flirting with Xiao Chuxue right in front of me. Mr. Liu, don't be anxious. Li Mingho, seated beside him, leaned in, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. I believe Xia is here for that land. This is a golden opportunity. Just imagine if we secure the land. Let us see if she still has the heart to flirt with that Xiao Zhang. Lu Wenwei nodded with interest, but his expression quickly soured. That land costs at least 3 billion. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. Li Mingho hurriedly poured him another glass of wine. Our Li family has everything arranged. This land will belong to us. As a junior member of the Li family, he had worked tirelessly to rise in status. Now, being sent to bid was a perfect opportunity to ingratiate himself with Lu Wenwei, and he was determined to use all his resources. All right, Lu Wenwei slammed the table, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Let us show that Xiao a thing or two. It must be said that a woman's intuition is rather acute. Xiao Chuxue sensed Lu Wenwei and Li Mingho's collusion immediately. I'm sorry, I should have used you against Lu Wenwei. She looked at Xiao Zhang with an apologetic expression. He is someone who never forgets a grudge, and now he probably holds a grudge against you. Xiao Zhang merely chuckled lightly. Yes, just a clown, hardly worth mentioning. Don't take it lightly, Xiao Chuxue said solemnly. He is backed by the Lu family. The influence of Huaxin Group in the capital is no less than that of your Xiao Group. Xiao Zhang remained unfazed. Even if he is a dragon, he must coil before me. Besides, he is merely a worm, a diseased worm at that. You. Xiao Chuxue was left speechless. Could he refrain from boasting for once? Just then, the auctioneer's booming voice announced, the commercial development rights for Plot A27 in the newly opened district are officially up for auction, starting at 1 billion. With each bid increment not less than 100 million. Let the bidding begin. Xiao Chuxue straightened her posture, her gaze sharp as she fixated on the auction stage. Her right hand steadily raising the paddle. 1 billion. 2 billion. The price escalated rapidly like a rolling snowball. 3 billion. 4 billion. 5 billion. At that moment, Li Mingho leisurely raised his paddle, nonchalantly stating 7 billion. The venue fell silent. All eyes turned to the real estate magnate, who clearly had come prepared, raising his bid by 200 million in one go. Other merchants exchanged glances, abandoning their bidding thoughts. Only Xiao Chuxue gritted her teeth and raised her paddle defiantly. 8 billion. Li Mingho's expression turned cold as he immediately countered 2 billion. The two major groups engaged in fierce competition, with the price soaring higher. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. As the price reached 5 billion, beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Chuxue's forehead. This amount was already nearing the financial limit of Tianxue Group. If they were to bid higher, it would inevitably cause severe cash flow issues for the group. 7 billion. Li Mingho's voice brimmed with arrogance. Xia, do you wish to continue? The entire room held its breath. Everyone understood that this price had already surpassed the actual value of the land. No one dared to bid further. All eyes focused on Xiao Chuxue. Xiao Chuxue's hand trembled slightly as she held the paddle, yet she hesitated to raise it. 3 billion. A voice suddenly rang out. Lu Wenwei stood up, impeccably dressed, his demeanor haughty. I bid on behalf of Xia. I will cover the amount exceeding 5 billion. Li Minshou Shukulat. This was a prearranged move. Lu Wenwei's appearance served two purposes. 1. To perform for Xiao Chuxue. 2. By securing the land. He could indirectly involve himself with Tianxue Group under the guise of joint development. Xiao Chuxue's complexion turned pale. She realized she had lost. This plot was crucial for Tianxue Group's future, but alas. Is there a higher bid? 3 billion first time. 3 billion second time. The auctioneer's voice echoed in the hall. Just as the gavel was about to fall, a languid voice interrupted 5 billion. 5 billion. This figure detonated like a bomb within the venue. Lu Wenwei's face turned ashen. Xiao Zhang, are you insane? This land isn't worth that price. Xiao Zhang reclined lazily in his seat. Whether it's worth that price isn't for you to judge. You. Lu Wenwei gritted his teeth. Who do you think you are? Just a what? Xiao Zhang interjected. Lu Wenwei, you are merely the heir of the Lu family, while I, Xiao Zhang, am the current chairman of the Xiao Group. This disparity in status should be abundantly clear to you. The hall erupted in astonishment. No one expected this notoriously flamboyant waste to speak with such authority. Lu Wenwei opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He truly was just an heir, while the other was the head of a large corporation. This chasm in identity left him speechless. 5 billion first time. 5 billion. Second time. 5 billion. Third time. Sold. Congratulations to Chairman Xiao of the Xiao Group for successfully bidding. As the gavel fell, Xiao Zhang stood up and extended his hand towards Xiao Chuxue. Let us go. Xiao Chuxue was still enveloped in shock, instinctively linking her arm with his. The two departed side by side. At that moment, Li Mingho suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lu, are you just going to let them leave? What does this mean? Lu Wenwei furrowed his brow. Li Mingho's expression was grim. If they returned empty-handed this time, not only would promotions and salary increases be out of the question, but it would also be uncertain whether they could retain their current positions. The chairman had issued a stern order. This land must be secured. Just think about it. In the presence of Xiao Chuxue, how could you hold your head high? If news of tonight's events were to leak, your reputation in the circle would be tarnished. These words struck Lu Wenwei at his most vulnerable point. Damn it! Lu Wenwei suddenly rose, positioning several bodyguards in front of Xiao Zhang. He could not abide being humiliated before his goddess. Xiao Zhang, our matter is far from over. Chapter 13 Xiao Zhang. This car cannot be driven recklessly. You are far too audacious, Lu Wenwei exclaimed, pointing directly at Xiao Zhang's nose. You, a mere wastrel, owe your current standing solely to the inheritance of your deceased father's assets. How dare you vie with me for land and jeopardize my plans? Do you comprehend the consequences of offending the Lu family? Half of the Xiao Corporation supply chain is reliant on Huaxing Group's vendors. With a mere word from me, I could sever your supply lines by tomorrow. Within a week, your factory would cease operations entirely. Xiao Zhang, you are still too inexperienced. In the commercial sphere of the imperial capital, wealth alone cannot grant you impunity. If you are wise, you will swiftly transfer the land to me, and I shall treat tonight's events as if they never occurred. Xiao Zhang smiled softly, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Here it comes, the fool's downfall. Just as anticipated. Lu, are you certain you wish to engage me in this manner? Huh, who do you think you are? Lu Wenwei sneered, his disdain palpable. We will clash for certain. It will be you who meets your demise. Oh, is that so? Xiao Zhang exhaled a plume of smoke. Ding! The future pearl activates. In an instant, Lu Wenwei felt a chill sweep over him, cold sweat pouring uncontrollably from his brow. You have offended Xiao Zhang, yet remain oblivious to the fact that he shares a highly secretive and significant transaction with your father, one that pertains to the survival of your family. Upon returning home, your father will learn of this matter and will punish you severely for 3 days and nights, forbidding you from leaving the house. Due to your severe injuries and the absence of timely medical treatment for your afflictions, you will ultimately be compelled to make a tearful sacrifice to save your life. What's the matter, Mr. Lu? You appear rather pale, Xiao Zhang remarked with a mocking expression. Lu Wenwei's lips quivered. He recalled eavesdropping on his father's phone conversation just days prior, discussing a business deal that could determine the fate of their family. At that moment, he had dismissed it, but now, in retrospect, and with that terrifying future looming, Lu Wenwei cowered, his arrogance evaporating instantaneously, replaced by unending panic. Xiao! Director Xiao, I apologize. It was my grievous oversight. He suddenly bowed deeply, his voice trembling. I was utterly disrespectful, and I deserve punishment. Xia Chuxue, contemplating her own escape, was taken aback by Lu Wenwei's abrupt change in demeanor, left frozen in place. Not only she, but the others present were equally bewildered. The heir of the Lu family, known for his ruthless demeanor, was now so subservient to Xiao Zhang. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Arrogance points 15. Arrogance points 10. Arrogance points 13. Suddenly, a sharp slap resonated throughout the hall. Xiao Zhang's hand struck Lu Wenwei's face with such force that he stumbled several steps back. Get lost. Lu Wenwei, clutching his swollen cheek, fled in disarray. The bodyguards exchanged glances, hastily following suit. Arrogance points 300 U. Xia Chuxue stared at Xiao Zhang in shock. He was a member of the Lu family, with formidable backing. A mere diseased dog dares to bark before me? Xiao Zhang scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Simultaneously, Li Minggao stood in stunned silence. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed his family. What? We absolutely cannot allow that piece of land to fall into the hands of outsiders. Do you understand the significance of a new district's development plan? That land is crucial to the future of the entertainment industry in our vicinity. Losing it would result in a loss of at least 10 billion. We must reclaim it at any cost. Li Mingho hung up, his expression dark as storm clouds. He signaled to the imposing figures beside him, who understood immediately and stealthily pursued Xiao Zhang and Xia Chuxue. In the dimly lit parking lot, night enveloped them. Get in my car, Xiao Zhang suddenly spoke. Why? Xia Chuxue queried, perplexed. I drove here myself. Xiao Zhang's gaze shifted slightly, his peripheral vision catching glimpses of the lurking figures behind them. Trust me. Xia Chuxue hesitated momentarily. Typically self-reliant, she rarely depended on others. Yet, for reasons unknown, confronted by Xiao Zhang's profound eyes, she found herself nodding in agreement. All right, arrogance points 200. The Maserati sped through the night, with Xiao Zhang occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to monitor their pursuers. Xia Chuxue, seated in the passenger seat, sensed something amiss. Someone is following us. Isn't there? Xiao Zhang remained silent, concentrating on the road ahead. System, check how many arrogance points remain. Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, Future Pearl, 2 5 times, Arrogance Points, 2325. Let us go for a tenfold draw system. Unleash it. Ding. Consumed 1600 Arrogance Points. Initiating tenfold draw. Nail Clipper 1, Toothbrush 1, Toilet Brush 1, Shoe Cloth 1. Congratulations on obtaining the purple item. World-class driving skills. World-class driving skills. Master the pinnacle of driving abilities, capable of operating any vehicle. Xiao Zhang frowned slightly. This description seems off. Shouldn't it be able to drive any mode of transportation? Please note, host, the term is mastery, not driving. Xiao Zhang, perplexed, inadvertently caught sight of Xia Chushue's exquisite profile. Moonlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her face and outlining her graceful features. Her delicate skin appeared even more radiant under the interplay of light and shadow. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang came to a realization. System, this car cannot be driven recklessly. Chapter 14. A show of respect, as Xiao Zhang pondered the profound implications of the shameless yet endearing demeanor of the woman before him. A sudden cacophony of engine roars erupted from behind. 3 heavily modified black SUVs emerged from the shadows, their formidable horsepower propelling their massive frames forward like predatory beasts. The blinding headlights enveloped the Maserati in a harsh glare, rendering the rearview mirror a mere canvas of searing white. Xia Chushue's complexion drained of color as she clutched the seatbelt tightly. Xiao Zhang, should we call the police? What's wrong? Your tone suggests a lack of confidence in my driving skills, he replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the imminent threat. I heard from Xiao Tian that you once crashed your car off the road while racing nearly. Xia Chushue's words were abruptly cut off by a piercing honk. The lead SUV had closed in on their rear, its menacing bumper almost kissing the Maserati's taillights. Brace yourself, Xiao Zhang's expression sharpened as he slammed the accelerator. The 350 horsepower surged forth, propelling the Maserati like an arrow from a bow, the speedometer's needle dancing wildly. They're catching up, Xia Chushue exclaimed in panic as she glanced back. A smirk played on Xiao Zhang's lips as he suddenly swerved the steering wheel. The Maserati drifted sideways, the tires tracing a graceful arc on the asphalt, nearly grazing the curb as it veered into a narrow alley. Ah! Xia Chushue screamed, instinctively grasping Xiao Zhang's arm. Inside the alley, the Maserati maneuvered like a nimble fish, maintaining its speed without faltering. The rearview mirror was perilously close to the weathered walls. A mere inch off would mean disaster. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed behind them. The first SUV attempted to squeeze into the alley, but became wedged, sparks flying as it scraped against the wall. The second vehicle, attempting to overtake, lost control at the corner and slammed into the wall. The last SUV was forced to decelerate, watching helplessly as its prey escaped. Yet, Xiao Zhang did not relent. He vigilantly monitored the rearview mirror while feigning a look of anxiety. For safety's sake, let us ascend the mountain and take refuge for a while. Xia Chushue nodded, oblivious to the cunning glint in Xiao Zhang's eyes. Her grip on his arm tightened, her fingertips trembling slightly. The vehicle wound its way upward, eventually halting at a scenic overlook with a panoramic view. The distant city lights twinkled like scattered stars. Xia Chushue still trembled slightly, and Xiao Zhang gently took her hand. Fear not, I am here, he reassured her. Xia Chushue looked up at his handsome, resolute profile, her heart racing unexpectedly. Thank you for saving me. For the second time, she said softly. Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a smile, his gaze tender as he replied, If I've rescued you twice, might I request a token of gratitude? A token of gratitude? Xia Chushue paused, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. What do you wish for? He raised a hand and lightly caressed her cheek. A kiss would not be too much to ask, would it? Xia Chushue shivered at his touch but did not withdraw. Her heart thundered in her chest, as if it might burst free. Actually, regarding the land development issue, I have an idea, Xiao Zhang continued, his eyes locked onto hers. Despite the Xiao Corporation's solid standing, embarking on such a grand project necessitated a formidable partner. Xia Chushue's eyes brightened momentarily before darkening with contemplation. As the astute woman she was, she quickly grasped the implications. You did this on purpose, didn't you? What do you mean by on purpose? He feigned innocence. You deliberately bid high to compel me into collaboration, but this might offend the Li and Lu families, rendering it a double-edged sword. Her voice trailed off. Xiao Chushua's heart skipped a beat as a bold thought surfaced. Could it be that he likes me? It is getting late. We should return, she suggested, attempting to escape the charged atmosphere. Yet Xiao Zhang firmly held her back. We cannot leave just yet. Those individuals may still be waiting at the foot of the mountain. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chushue settled back into her seat. A chill enveloped them, prompting Xiao Zhang to remove his jacket and gently drape it over her shoulders. The tailored suit still retained his warmth and a faint scent of his cologne. At that moment, Xiao Chushue's phone rang. Sister, are you all right? Chu Xian's anxious voice crackled through the speaker. I found out you and Xiao Zhang went to the auction. Is he trying to con you again? P.S. Utterly shameless. Xiao Chushue glanced at the man beside her, lowering her voice. Xiao Xian, you've misunderstood him. If it weren't for Xiao Zhang, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to bid. Where are you now? I'll come get you. Xiao Chushue bit her lip. I'm on the mountain, stargazing. Don't worry about me. After hanging up, Xiao Zhang sighed softly. You know, sometimes I truly envy you. Envy what? She inquired. At least your stepmother genuinely cares for you, and you have so many sisters looking out for you. His voice was low, tinged with a hint of melancholy. As for me, I lost my mother at a young age and my stepmother. Xiao Chushue's heart softened, and she felt a pang of guilt for Qin Muyun's favoritism. In the eyes of Qin Muyun, Qin Tian, and indeed, most of the capital's populace, Xiao Zhang was merely a reckless wastrel, spending his days in nightclubs and causing chaos, oblivious even to the direction the company's entrance faced. Yet, as she grew closer to him, she discovered that he was far from the caricature she had envisioned. Sharp-minded and endowed with remarkable business acumen, he exhibited decisiveness and composure in crises, entirely unlike the rumored fool. His skills were impressive, effortlessly dispatching the ruffians, and his driving prowess was equally commendable. Ahem. Xiao Chushue snapped back to reality, only to find Xiao Zhang had fallen asleep, seemingly chilled as he coughed lightly. A wave of guilt washed over her as she regarded his suit jacket. Cautiously, she leaned closer, intending to cover him once more. However, just then, Xiao Zhang suddenly opened his eyes and assertively captured her lips with his own. As she attempted to resist, her mind went blank. Ah, the mastery of driving. Truly impressive. Even the finest luxury vehicles are under my command, Xiao Zhang mused, activating his exploration mode while lamenting the inability to describe the on-screen display of the car system. I shall proceed with utmost respect. Chapter 15. The weather is so dry that I have a nosebleed as the dawn light gently illuminated Xiao Zhang's face through the car window. He opened his eyes to find that Xiao Chushue was no longer by his side, yet the faint scent of her perfume lingered on the seat. In a rearview mirror, he caught sight of a black Bentley parked not far away, where Xiao Chushue was engaged in a quiet conversation with an astute and capable female secretary. Not even a word before leaving, Xiao Zhang approached, his tone tinged with discontent. Xiao Chushue turned to face him, her eyes as cool and complex as moonlight. Xiao Zhang, I'm not a woman to be trifled with. Of course, I am aware, he replied, smiling as he shook the tissue in his hand, still stained with traces of blood. Look, the weather is so dry that I've even had a nosebleed. Upon hearing his shameless remark, Xiao Chushue felt both amused and exasperated, her finely arched brows knitting slightly. I'm not the type to willingly depend on a man. With that, she resolutely turned away, and the black Bentley quickly vanished into the morning mist. Arrogance leveled 200 as he watched the Bentley recede into the distance. A system notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully altered the fate of an important female character from the original story. The system is upgrading. System upgrade complete. The mall system is now open. You can directly purchase items with arrogance points, highest, purple. Purchasing purple items requires a lucky draw, while blue items can be purchased without restrictions. The system mall? Xiao Zhang's eyes brightened. With the mall, there was no need to rely on luck to draw prizes. Although the items were of lower quality than purple, they could still be targeted for practical purchases based on current circumstances. In the original narrative, the 7 female leads and other supporting characters were not only part of the protagonist's harem, but also his powerful allies. Now that I have rewritten one of their fates, he must be feeling quite troubled. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiao Zhang. Lin Jiqing's voice carried an unusual tone. Last night, were you with Chuxue? Detecting the hint of jealousy in her tone, Xiao Zhang chuckled. Yes, what of it? Nothing, she huffed, her voice dripping with acidity. By the way, you gone viral. What do you mean? Someone posted a video of you playing the piano and singing in the restaurant online. The song Blue and White Porcelain has exploded overnight. With over 1 billion views and widespread shares, netizens are all asking who this mysterious creator is. Even the kings and queens of the Chinese music scene are sharing and commenting, saying the song is simply stunning. Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a smile. Oh, that is quite good. Is that all you can say? Lin Jiqing couldn't help but retort. As your future partner, I suggest you secure the copyright for this song quickly. No rush, he interrupted. This song is the theme for my new movie. When it premieres, everything will fall into place. There was a brief silence on the other end. By the way, I have a close friend who is very interested in this song. She wants to cover it. Would you meet her? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. Which star is so discerning? Yang Sure. You must have heard of her? Although not a massive sensation, she has a decent reputation in the music industry. Yang Shishi? Xiao Zhang's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly searched his memory for information from the original text. This singer indeed shone brightly in the latter half of the story, becoming a queen of the music scene. Furthermore, she held a secret identity. She was the younger sister of the Dragon King. The Dragon King, one of the greatest antagonists in the original work, had hidden overseas for many years before returning to create chaos. And Yang Sure was the Dragon King's cherished white moonlight, having paid an unknown price to distance herself from strife. A younger sister, a white moonlight. The orthopedic doctor is the Dragon King. What a twisted plot point. One wonders how the original author conceived such ideas and how I managed to endure it without retching. Perhaps I did retch at some point? That's no issue at all. I would be delighted to meet her. Xiao Zhang replied calmly, already strategizing in his mind. That's wonderful. Lin Jiqing's voice brightened noticeably. To be honest, our Lynching media primarily focuses on film, and we indeed have limited resources in music. I feel we have wronged Sure for quite some time. Xiao Zhang detected the helplessness in her words. Although Lynching media was quite formidable in the film industry, it fell short compared to dedicated music companies when it came to promoting singers. This was also one of the reasons why Yang Sure remained lukewarm in the original narrative. When I return to the capital, let us have a meal together, the three of us, and discuss matters in person. Xiao Zhang said, by the way, regarding our cooperation agreement, the lawyer is already preparing it, and it can be signed at any time. Lin Jiqing replied promptly, then couldn't help but ask, what is going on between you and Xia Chuxue? Nothing. As the call ended, Xiao Zhang stood on the observation deck, gazing at the hazy outline of the city in the distance, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. System, what is my current arrogance level? Host, Xiao Zhang. Items, Future Pearl, 2-5 uses, arrogance level, 4,275. What treasures lie within the system mall? Blue items, Bulletproof Vest, 500 arrogance points. Custom Suit, 300 arrogance points. Agent Gear, 700 arrogance points. Master Level Traditional Chinese Medicine, 2,000 arrogance points. Master Level Chef, 2,000 arrogance points. Purple items, 10 Years of Hardship, 3,200 arrogance points. Xiao Zhang felt a twinge of disappointment. The items in the mall paled in comparison to those he could draw from the lottery. However, the prices were reasonable, and they might come in handy at crucial moments. System, purchase 10 Years of Hardship and use it. Beep. Using purple item 10 Years of Hardship, applying it to Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill. In an instant, Xiao Zhang felt as though he had been swept into a vortex of time. Countless images of cultivation flashed through his mind, and a decade's worth of training experiences surged into him like a tidal wave. The true energy within him swiftly coursed through his body, continuously accumulating, refining, and breaking through barriers. The Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill ascended from the peak of the first level directly to the early stage of the second level and swiftly climbed to the peak of the second level. He could feel every cell in his body rejoicing. His muscles, blood, and meridians grew increasingly resilient. If his previous strength was 5 times that of an ordinary person and his physical intensity twice as much, now it had at least doubled again. According to the skill's description, the second level not only significantly enhances strength and defense, but also sharpens the 5 senses, making perception more acute. It even grants an instinctual warning before danger approaches. Xiao Zhang swung his fist, and the air crackled as an invisible current erupted from between his knuckles. Fist wind? Impressive. In the original narrative, the protagonist's practice of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang skill was remarkably smooth, rapidly advancing through various encounters and opportunities. But now, with the assistance of the system, Xiao Zhang's cultivation speed far exceeded that of the original work. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 8 in the morning. The mountaintop, once shrouded in fog, now appeared refreshingly clear under the morning light. Xiao Zhang picked up his phone and scrolled through the trending topics. Indeed, the topic of blue and white porcelain had surged to the top of the trending list. Countless netizens were searching for this mysterious creator. Little did he know that the world-class musical mastery granted by the system would prove so effective, effortlessly propelling him to fame. However, this song was a classic masterpiece from his previous life, originally by Xiao Zhang. To bring it into this world was certainly to captivate all. 7 sisters, along with their stepmother Qin Muyun, should allow for 7 system upgrades, not to mention the other female characters. Xiao Zhang murmured to himself, his gaze becoming profound. In the original narrative, these 7 sisters shone like resplendent stars, encircling the protagonist Qin Tian, shielding him from storms and smoothing his path. Now, he has already eclipsed the brilliance of the star Xia Chuxue. Next, there remain 6 more. Chapter 16. Come to the Xiao family to find me. You may strike as you wish at the headquarters of the Xiao Corporation. Xiao Zhang returned to the Dihao building. Upon entering the lobby, he was immediately struck by the oppressive atmosphere. Employees hurried past, their faces etched with anxiety. As soon as the receptionist spotted Xiao Zhang, she rushed over. Chairman, the meeting room has been waiting for 2 hours. The situation is not looking good. Xiao Zhang nodded and made his way toward the elevator. Inside the conference room, the sounds of heated arguments seeped through the thick door. As Xiao Zhang pushed the door open, all voices fell silent. Seated at the conference table were the executives and major shareholders of the Xiao Corporation, their expressions a tapestry of relief, anger, and apprehension upon seeing him. What is happening? Why all the commotion so early in the day? Xiao Zhang asked, taking his seat at the head of the table and surveying the room. An elderly shareholder, his hair a mix of white and gray, slammed his hand on the table. Chairman Xiao, we are in serious trouble. The Liu and Li families have initiated a full-scale blockade against us. Indeed, the Li real estate has threatened to halt our projects in the East District, another chimed in. And the Liu family has severed 70 of our supply chain, cutting off materials, which puts our entire production line at risk. The shareholders spoke over one another, panic evident in their voices. Xiao Zhang felt a cold smirk form within. Lu Wenwei, that little insect, was quick to retaliate upon returning, uniting with the Li family. However, this turn of events presented a perfect opportunity to resolve both families' troubles once and for all. So what do you propose we do? Xiao Zhang inquired calmly. What else? We must withdraw our investments in the newly opened district. We need to appease the Li and Liu families and ask them to reconsider. Exactly. If this continues, the company will be dragged down. Someone else added, it's just a piece of land. We can abandon it and find another. Opposition erupted throughout the room. Xiao Zhang's gaze turned icy as he took in the scene. So, you believe we should beg for mercy from them? This isn't begging. It's a wise maneuver. Enough. Xiao Zhang slammed his palm onto the table, silencing the entire room. He stood, looking down at everyone. I, Xiao Zhang, declare that I will resolve the Li real estate and Huaxin Group's blockade within a month. Anyone who doubts me may leave the company now. A month? How can that be possible? However, remember this. If you choose to leave now and the company thrives later, do not come back regretting your decision. The room fell into a heavy silence as shareholders exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to be the first to voice their resolution. The meeting concluded. Those willing to stay would sign a new cooperation agreement in a week, while those wishing to exit could initiate their withdrawal procedures. With that, Xiao Zhang turned and left. leaving a room full of stunned executives and shareholders. In his office, Xiao Zhang perused the information on the Li family. In the original narrative, the Li family was indeed a formidable adversary. Qin Tian, with the assistance of his 7 sisters, took 3 years to finally subdue them. 3 years? I do not possess such patience. Since you have chosen to tread upon my dignity, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. He reviewed the profiles of the affluent circles in the capital, quickly identifying his targets. The 4 prominent families of the capital, the Huangfu family at the pinnacle, followed by the Li family, the Xiao family, and finally, the Lu family. The Huangfu family, notably, was the Li family's nemesis. Aligning with the Huangfu family would render the defeat of the Li and Lu families merely a matter of time. According to the data, Huangfu Zhang, the patriarch of the Huangfu family, was recently hospitalized due to a severe illness. This venerable figure was renowned in the business world and, most importantly, was known for his deep sense of loyalty and gratitude. Xiao Zhang recalled the master-level traditional Chinese medicine item available in the system shop and raised an eyebrow. An opportunity has presented itself. 30 minutes later, Xiao Zhang drove to the first hospital of the capital. He had previously inquired about Huangfu Zhang's hospital room, eager to forge a connection with this business magnate. However, as he entered the hospital parking lot, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Xiao Zhang slammed on the brakes, stopping just shy of half a meter from the person. It was a tall woman with ear-length hair, clad in a black leather jacket that accentuated her perfect curves. Even in the face of imminent danger, she remained composed, her gaze sharp as a blade. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing her. Sumo, the leader of the 7 sisters, and the one with the highest combat prowess. You're so eager to see me that you follow me to the parking lot? Xiao Zhang said, stepping out of the car with a light smile. Mo crossed her arms, her piercing gaze seemingly aiming to penetrate Xiao Zhang's feigned joviality. Xiao Zhang, I've heard you've changed quite a bit recently. Oh, did my stepmother send you to probe my depths? Xiao Zhang retorted with a raised brow. Unfazed, Mo suddenly darted forward, her body moving like a released arrow, launching a sweeping kick aimed directly at Xiao Zhang's face. Ordinary individuals would surely fall victim to such a strike. However, Xiao Zhang merely smirked, not flinching or dodging. At the moment, Mo's leg was about to make contact. Xiao Zhang's right hand shot up like lightning, firmly catching her full-force strike. Is this the strength of the Martial Arts Association's president? Not impressive, he remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Sumo's expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to retract her leg, only to find it firmly grasped by Xiao Zhang, rendering her immobile. He lightly squeezed her calf, teasingly commenting, quite toned muscle you have, but not as rigid as those who train martial arts full-time. Rather, it exhibits elasticity. I presume you have been practicing internal martial arts? Sumo's countenance changed. This arrogant scion had effortlessly neutralized her full-force attack, and even had the audacity to tease her. What shocked her further was his ability to discern her practice of internal martial arts at a glance. Arrogance value 200, let go, she demanded. Xiao Zhang released her, stepping back with a composed demeanor, secretly relieved that he had the foresight to elevate his dragon elephant 9-yang skill to the 2nd layer. Had he not done so, facing a master like Mo would have surely been disastrous. This woman's prowess exceeded his expectations. Mo, if this is all you can do. Do not waste my time, he stated. Sumo's expression grew grave as she took a deep breath to regain her composure, then unleashed another flurry of attacks without holding back. A rapid succession of punches and kicks came at him like a storm, each angle calculated to strike. Yet, regardless of her maneuvers, Xiao Zhang remained unfazed, countering her every assault. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Enough. Xiao Zhang suddenly retreated a step, raising a hand to halt Sumo's onslaught. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot afford to indulge in games. Arrogance value 200, breathless. Mo paused, her eyes wide with astonishment. Who exactly are you? I am Xiao Zhang. If you wish to continue this duel, come to the Xiao family in a few days. You may strike me as you wish. But for now, I must attend to a patient. Arrogance value 200, Chapter 17. A twist of fate Has the protagonist failed? Xiao Zhang adjusted his collar, disregarding Su Mo's dejected expression, and turned towards the elevator. Su Mo took a deep breath to suppress his fury, then quickly pulled out his phone to dial Qin Muyun. Godmutter, ive encontred Xiao Zhang. What happened? Qin Muyun inquired eagerly. He asked while hidden. Su Mo replied gravely. His martial arts skills are on par with mine, perhaps even superior. We have all underestimated him. On the other end of the line, Qin Muyun fell silent for a moment before her voice turned frantic. Mo, something serious has occurred. Xiao Tian has been attacked at the hospital. What? Su Mo clenched his phone tightly. Was it Xiao Zhang? Is that why he rushed to the hospital? I'm not sure, but you must hurry. Qin Muyun's voice was laced with desperation. Su Mo hung up and swiftly pursued Xiao Zhang. At that moment, Xiao Zhang had exited the elevator and collided with a group of aggressive men, led by Li Ming Hao, a distant relative of the Li family. Oh, isn't this Director Xiao? Li Ming Hao sneered, contempt gleaming in his eyes. Come to visit your useless brother? Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Li Ming Hao mocked. I just gave him a lesson, a reminder to the Xiao family of the consequences of opposing the Li family. This is merely a warning. Next time. Before he could finish, Xiao Zhang had already struck. A powerful punch landed squarely on Li Ming Hao's abdomen, bending him over in agony, his eyes nearly bulging out. Next time? Xiao Zhang scoffed. Do you really think I would allow you to live to see it? Li Ming Hao trembled, disbelief flooding his features. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Shun Ti, the newly appointed chairman of the Xiao group, first inquire politely about the situation. Then, they would adopt a high-handed stance, slowly articulating their demands to embarrass the opponent. But this man was not playing by the rules. The bodyguards nearby were equally astonished. In their perception, these wealthy scions were merely boastful in words. When it came to actual confrontation, it was always the hired hands who took action. Yet here was Director Xiao, taking matters into his own hands with unyielding resolve, an utterly incomprehensible turn of events. Arrogance points 18, arrogance points 21, arrogance points 20. You dare to hit me? Li Ming Hao gasped, clutching his belly in disbelief. Do you know who I am? Just a dog of the Li family. Do you think I, Xiao Zhang, need to consider the owner when dealing with a dog? Xiao Zhang delivered a swift kick to his knee, accompanied by a resounding crack, sending Li Ming Hao crashing to the ground. Kill him. With their master being pummeled, the bodyguards immediately surged forward, attempting to surround Xiao Zhang. But against Xiao Zhang, who had attained the second level of Longxiang Zhiyangong, they were nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. In mere moments, several lay sprawled on the floor. However, more bodyguards rushed in, and the situation began to tilt unfavorably for Xiao Zhang. Just then, a shadow darted to his side. Looks like I arrived just in time. Su Mo moved through the crowd like a specter, swiftly incapacitating a significant number of bodyguards. When they recognized her, their faces paled. It's Su Mo, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Retreat. This woman is a lunatic. In an instant, the bodyguards scattered, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Zhang glanced at Su Mo beside him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for your assistance. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to help you. Su Mo retorted with a cold snort. Xiao Zhang chuckled. I'm thanking you on behalf of them. If you hadn't arrived, they would have been in dire straits. Arrogance points 100. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, glaring at him. I'm here to see Xiao Tian. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What happened to Qin Tian? Su Mo shot him a surprised look. You don't know? Xiao Tian has been injured. He.S. in this hospital. Oh. Xiao Zhang's brow furrowed. I truly had no idea. I came to see old Master Huangfu. Su Mo's expression shifted slightly, her voice turning icy. Then go see your old Master Huangfu. I'll check on Xiao Tian. Xiao Zhang nodded, turning back towards the elevator. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Xiao Tian was attacked? That's an unexpected development. However, I must first secure the big fish Huangfu Zhang. In the hospital corridor, Su Mo anxiously awaited Qin Muyun's arrival. Shortly, hurried footsteps echoed, and Qin Muyun approached, her complexion pale. Montak, where's Xiao Tian? In the operating room, Su Mo pointed towards the end of the corridor. I just asked the nurse. The doctor is currently examining and treating him. The two hurried to the operating room's entrance, just in time to see the attending physician emerge. "Doctor, how is my son?" Qin Mu Yun asked nervously. The doctor's expression was grave. "His injuries are quite severe. In addition to a back injury, he has been struck in a vital area, resulting in serious internal damage." "What does that mean?" "Sumoprest." The doctor shook his head, his tone heavy. "The injury to the vital area is particularly severe. It may affect his future capabilities. To put it simply, he may not be able to father children in the future." "What?" Qin Mu Yun swayed, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Sumo was quick to support her. "Godmother, don't panic. Medical technology is advanced. There must be a way." Qin Mu Yun's face was ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Who could be so cruel to inflict such harm on a child? The doctor raised an eyebrow. "Child? Whose child is this grown-up?" Sumo replied solemnly. "It was the Li family's doing. But do not worry. Xiao Zhang has already avenged Xiao Tian." "Xiao Zhang?" Qin Mu Yun was taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. "You mean Xiao Zhang avenged Xiao Tian?" Sumo nodded. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. When Xiao Zhang encountered Li Minghao at the elevator, upon learning they had injured Xiao Tian, he immediately nearly beat Li Minghao to death. He single-handedly faced a group of Li family thugs. If I hadn't arrived in time, he might have been in danger." Qin Mu Yun's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, surprise mingled with a hint of gratitude. But then, suddenly, she recalled that Xiao Zhang had stationed people at the hospital. Why then had Xiao Tian been attacked? I had even considered sending someone to protect him, but Xiao Zhang insisted he had everything arranged. Just then, the operating room door swung open again, and medical staff wheeled Qin Tian out. Though he had received emergency treatment, his complexion remained pale, looking utterly weak. "Xiao Tian." Qin Mu Yun rushed forward, tears streaming as she grasped her son's hand. "How are you? What about those bodyguards? Why didn't they protect you?" Xiao Tian looked weakly at his mother, regret evident in his eyes. "Mom, I sent them away." "What?" Qin Mu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. "Why would you send them away?" I thought the people Xiao Zhang sent were here to monitor me." Xiao Tian struggled to explain. "I didn't believe he would genuinely protect me. So I." Chapter 18. A systemic masterpiece. Xiao Tian. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your error? Qin Mu Yun's voice emerged almost through clenched teeth. "Your brother sent someone to protect you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you drove them away? I thought he—" "You know nothing," Qin Mu Yun interrupted. "Xiao Zhang learned of your assault and rushed to the hospital to confront the Li family. He single-handedly faced a group of their thugs, incapacitating Li Minghao for life. Had it not been for Mo's timely arrival, he might have." Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible, Xiao Zhang." "It is true," Mo stated calmly. "I witnessed it firsthand. He confronted at least 20 thugs, and when Li Minghao provoked him, he acted without hesitation." A whirlwind of complex emotions flickered across Qin Tian's face. Confusion, shock, regret. After a moment of silence, his voice trembled. I am sorry for my brother. If I had not harbored prejudice against him, I wouldn't have ended up injured. Now you feel remorse?" Qin Mu Yun expressed exasperation. "Have you forgotten the principles I taught you? Did you not analyze the motives of others before acting?" I need some time alone." Qin Tian's emotions surged, imploring, "Please, leave me to gather my thoughts." "But, please," Qin Tian nearly shouted, appearing both fragile and stubborn upon the hospital bed. "I wish to be alone for a while." Qin Mu Yun opened his mouth to speak, but was halted by Mo grasping her arm. "Annie, let us step outside. Xiao Tian truly requires time to process this information, and his injuries also." Reluctantly, Qin Mu Yun nodded and followed Mo out of the room. In the corridor, Qin Mu Yun exhaled deeply. "Xiao Zhang, I truly find him incomprehensible." Mo pondered thoughtfully. Regardless, he did stand up for Xiao Tian this time. Mo, what is your perspective on this matter?" Mo contemplated for a moment before responding. "I have only just returned to the country and lack complete understanding of the situation. However, I observed that the fear in Li Minghao's eyes when he was defeated was genuine, indicating no collusion. Moreover, I sense that Xiao Zhang is shrouded in many mysteries. His martial prowess and conduct diverge significantly from the rumors. Do you think We may have misunderstood him in the past. Qin Mu Yun inquired softly. Suemo shook her head. It is premature to reach a conclusion. I must return to the Martial Arts Association to handle some matters, then thoroughly investigate Xiao Zhang's background. Very well, Qin Mu Yun nodded. I shall remain at the hospital to care for Xiao Tian. Inform me of any discoveries at once. Certainly, Sumoischurth, then turned to depart. Upon exiting the hospital, Su Mo gazed upward at the higher floors, deep in thought. The VIP section of the imperial capital's foremost hospital resided at the top. There, not only was Qin Tian, but also the elder of the Huangfu family. At this moment, Xiao Zhang should be there. Xiao Zhang stood at the entrance of Huangfu Zhang's hospital room, unaware of the extensive butterfly effect he had instigated. Had he not offended the Li and Lu families at the auction, Li Minghao would not have sought revenge at the hospital. Had Qin Tian not expelled the bodyguards sent to protect him, he would not have been assaulted. Had he not fortuitously come to the hospital to visit Huangfu Zhang, he would not have encountered Li Minghao, let alone incapacitate him. As fate would have it, his intentions were far from benevolent, resulting in a series of unforeseen events. Ironically, he was misinterpreted as a kind-hearted individual, a protective older brother for Qin Tian. Such is the unpredictability of life. Suddenly, a series of urgent coughs echoed from within the room, followed by the blaring of medical equipment alarms. The door to the room burst open, and a middle-aged man, his face pale, rushed out. Quickly called Dr. Wang. The elder is having an episode. A flurry of nurses and bodyguards scattered in disarray. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow and seized the opportunity to slip into the room. Huangfu Zhang lay on the hospital bed, his complexion a ghastly shade, breathing rapidly, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. The cacophony of alarms pierced the air. Host, how much arrogance value do I possess? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, future pearl, 25 times, arrogance value, 2215, purchase master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Purchase master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Consuming 2,000 arrogance value, master-level traditional Chinese medicine. The host acquires top-tier TCM skills, enabling diagnosis of various complex ailments and provision of treatment plans. Knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave, and Xiao Zhang instinctively moved forward. His hands darted like lightning, swiftly pressing on Huangfu Zhang's major acupoints. Palpitations, qi stagnation, phlegm obstruction. It was a heart attack caused by insufficient qi. Xiao Zhang tapped several key acupoints on Huangfu Zhang's chest while silently reciting their names. Danzhong, Tiantu, Qiai, Neiguan. With each point he pressed, Huangfu Zhang's breathing grew steadier. When Xiao Zhang's fingers found the Baihui acupoint on his forehead, Huangfu Zhang expelled a long breath, his complexion gradually regaining its color. Xiao Zhang quickly fetched a cup of warm water, expending 100 arrogance value to purchase a quick-acting, heart-saving pill. He dissolved it in the water and helped Huangfu Zhang drink it. Gradually, Huangfu Zhang's breathing stabilized, and his complexion returned to normal. The alarms ceased, and tranquility reclaimed the room. Just as Xiao Zhang intended to continue his examination, the door swung open violently. A robust man in his 30s stormed in. Dad! Upon seeing his father unharmed, he exhaled in relief. However, his gaze fell upon Xiao Zhang, and his expression darkened. Who are you? Why are you in my father's hospital room? Where are the bodyguards? What are you doing? As Xiao Zhang began to explain, several bodyguards surged in, menacingly advancing toward him. Young master, we're here. Seize this intruder. Huangfu Dao bellowed. Dare to lay hands on my father? You're seeking death. Xiao Zhang, feeling helpless, restrained one of the bodyguards rushing at him and forcefully pushed him against the wall. You've misunderstood. I am. Enough chatter. My father just had an episode, and the doctor hasn't arrived yet. Yet you lurk here suspiciously. Speak, which family sent you? As several bodyguards closed in, Xiao Zhang's expression turned cold, preparing to act. Just then, Qin Mu Yun peeked into the room, drawn by the commotion. Her eyes landed on Xiao Zhang, and she paused in surprise. Xiao Zhang, what are you doing here? Huangfu Dao frowned at Qin Mu Yun. Madam Qin, is this your person? Qin Mu Yun appeared perplexed. Xiao Zhang is my stepson. But why is he in Elder Huangfu's room? I was looking for Elder Huangfu to discuss matters, and then he suddenly fell ill, so I... Xiao Zhang offered a brief explanation. Huang Fu Dao scoffed. Discuss matters with my father? You're just a wet behind-the-ears kid. Someone, take him. Stop. A weak yet authoritative voice emanated from a bed. Everyone turned to see Huang Fu Zhang struggling to sit up. Dad! Huang Fu Dao rushed to support his father. You're awake? How do you feel? Huang Fu Zhang waved his hand, fixing his gaze on Xiao Zhang, a hint of surprise and scrutiny in his eyes. Young man, did you just use the Cloud 919 techniques? Xiao Zhang paused briefly, then respectfully nodded. Elder Huang Fu, you have keen eyesight. Indeed, it is the Cloud 919 techniques. Huang Fu Zhang's eyes sparkled with interest. This acupoint technique has been lost for over a century. Where did you learn it? A systemic masterpiece, undoubtedly. Although the blue prop did not appeal to him, it was nonetheless remarkably impressive. Xiao Zhang secretly chuckled to himself, yet he responded solemnly, saying, It is not appropriate to elaborate further. Chapter 19. I bet on your future. Huang Fu Zhang, upon hearing Xiao Zhang's response, nodded slightly. Suddenly, he turned to his son and delivered a resounding slap. With a dazed expression, Huang Fu Dao covered his cheek in disbelief as he looked at his father. Dad, what is the meaning of this? You ungrateful wretch, Huang Fu Zhang rebuked. If it weren't for this young man, I would have long since met my demise. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to capture others? You have brought shame upon the Huang Fu family. Realizing his grave mistake, Huang Fu Dao felt a mix of shame and embarrassment wash over him. Huang Fu Zhang then turned to Xiao Zhang, his countenance filled with regret. Young Xiao, I sincerely apologize. The old man has just regained consciousness, yet I am aware that it was you who saved me. My son has a brash temperament, but his heart is not malicious. Xiao Zhang offered a faint smile. You flatter me, Mr. Huang Fu. Your son is merely concerned for his father. Dao, do not delay in apologizing to Director Xiao. Huang Fu Zhang commanded sternly. Though reluctant, Huang Fu Dao bowed his proud head under the weight of his father's authority. Director Xiao, I am sorry for misunderstanding you. Thank you for saving my father. Your courtesy is appreciated, Xiao Zhang replied nonchalantly. Huang Fu Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Young man, I must repay this kindness. Throughout my life, I have valued loyalty above all else. Today you have given me a second chance at life. Xiao Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Saving lives is the essence of our profession as healers. There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Huang Fu. Arrogance value 20, arrogance value 18, arrogance value 21. The system notifications chimed repeatedly, and Xiao Zhang couldn't help but beam with delight. He then turned to Qin Muyun. Stepmother, what brings you to the hospital? Upon hearing this, Qin Muyun's eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Zhang, is it because of Xiao Tian? Did you keep it from me to spare me worry? What? What has happened to Xiao Tian? Xiao Zhang feigned surprise. He was attacked by the Li family. Qin Muyun sobbed, just a moment ago. Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes. Had his actions against Xia Chuxue caused such a significant blow to the original protagonist? According to the storyline, Qin Tian should have been rising steadily, yet now he was hospitalized. Huang Fu Zhang's eyes brightened with realization. So, young Xiao, you came to the hospital to seek vengeance for your brother? By sheer coincidence, you saved the old man's life? Before Xiao Zhang could respond, Huang Fu Zhang continued. No wonder there were rumors of a commotion outside. The one who was attacked was Li Mingho from the Li family, correct? Xiao Zhang could only nod. Indeed, it was I who struck him. Huang Fu Zhang burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. What a loyal young man. Mrs. Qin, you are fortunate to have such a stepson. I have long been aware of the circumstances surrounding the Xiao family and Xiao Yuanshan. When Xiao Yuanshan's first wife passed away, he was left with this child. And later, Huang Fu Zhang cast a significant glance at Qin Muyun. It was said that after marrying Xiao Yuanshan, she paid little attention to this child and favored her own son instead. Flushed with embarrassment, Qin Muyun could not bear to meet Xiao Zhang's gaze. She was taken aback by the realization that Xiao Zhang not only bore no resentment, but also displayed such magnanimity, even opposing the Li family for the sake of his brother. He had approached this old man, nearly causing a conflict with her son. Overwhelmed by guilt for her past treatment of Xiao Zhang, Qin Muyun felt a wave of shame wash over her. Observing her reaction, Xiao Zhang secretly chuckled. He had not intended anything benevolent, yet he had inadvertently become a dutiful stepson and a good brother. By the way, who assaulted your brother? Huangfu Zheng inquired, furrowing his brow. Qin Muyin clenched her fists, her voice trembling. It was Li Mingho from the Li family, accompanied by his men. Xiao Zhang understood now. His conflict with the Li family had inadvertently ensnared the foolish Ododo. Unable to retaliate against them directly, Li Mingho had unleashed his fury upon Qin Tian. It is not only the Li family. Xiao Zhang's expression darkened. The Lu family may also be involved. They have been colluding with the Li family recently, attempting to seize the land I acquired and resorting to such despicable means for revenge. Huangfu Zheng's expression grew contemplative. Helping one individual was one matter, but offending two prominent families was a different level of decision entirely. At that moment, a notification echoed in Xiao Zhang's mind. Use the future pearl? Feeling a surge of inspiration, Xiao Zhang immediately thought, use. Ding! The future pearl is activated. Huangfu Zheng trembled suddenly, his eyes glazing over. Within his consciousness, a vivid vision of the future began to unfold. The capital, 5 years hence. Xiao Zhang has ascended to become the nation's wealthiest individual, with the Xiao Group's valuation multiplied tenfold, ranking among Asia's largest enterprises. Meanwhile, the Huangfu family, having failed to support Xiao Zhang at the outset, missed countless opportunities, their power waning as they fell from the pinnacle of the 4 great families to the 4th position, even facing the threat of being supplanted by emerging families. 5 years later, Xiao Zhang's corporate empire spans the globe, while the Huangfu family has completely declined. The once magnificent Huangfu mansion has been renamed the Xiao Global Center, and you sit alone in a nursing home, watching Xiao Zhang receive accolades from global business leaders on television, tears streaming down your face. Returning to reality, Huangfu Zheng suddenly regained his senses, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gazed at Xiao Zhang, his eyes filled with disbelief. Mr. Huangfu, are you all right? Xiao Zhang inquired with concern. Huangfu Zheng took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Young Xiao, I have suddenly gained an intuitive sense. Your future is boundless. He turned to Huangfu Dao. Go, immediately notify all core family members of an emergency meeting in the small conference room at the hospital tonight. Just say. Huangfu Zheng fixed an intense gaze on Xiao Zhang. Say that from this day forth, the Huangfu family will forever stand by the Xiao family's side, regardless of whom we face. Huangfu Dao was left speechless. Dad, this is too sudden. The Xiao family is currently facing the combined pressure from the Li and Lu families. Silence. Huangfu Zheng scolded. Do you think I have lost my wits? It is precisely because I see further that I am making this decision. As long as young Master Xiao requires assistance, the Huangfu family will lend unwavering support. Gvin Muyun stood to be utterly astonished. Huangfu Zheng's decision effectively provided the Xiao family with a tremendous shield of protection in the business realm of the capital. Arrogance value 200. Xiao Zhang bowed respectfully to Huangfu Zheng. Thank you, Mr. Huangfu, for your trust. There is no need for such formality between us. Huangfu Zheng spoke meaningfully. Life is a series of grand wagers, and I wager on your future. Chapter 20. Maintaining one's persona. Perform the entire act after Xiao Zhang departed from the hospital room. Huangfu Zheng closed the door and turned to his father with urgency. Father, what is troubling you? Xiao Yuanshan is already deceased, and the Xiao Corporation's foundation in the capital is precarious. How could they possibly contend with the Lu and Li families? Why should our Huangfu family wade into this murky water? Huangfu Zheng gently caressed his chest, as though he could still sense the extraordinary sensation from Xiao Zhang's acupoint manipulation. Dower, you are still too young to perceive the true larger picture. He shook his head with a sigh. This young man, Xiao Zhang, was indeed remarkable. No matter how remarkable he may be, he is merely a second-generation heir who has just taken over the family business. Huangfu Dao retorted dismissively. Moreover, your ailment might not have been cured by him. It could have just been a coincidence. Silence. Huangfu Zheng interrupted sharply. Have your eyes been blinded? The technique he employed, the 19 techniques of cloud and sky, is a national medical secret lost for a century. I underwent consultations with top global experts for 6 months without results. Yet he revived me with just a few deft movements. Huang Fudao fell silent, intimidated by his father's imposing aura. Furthermore, how do you perceive his character? Huang Fuzheng's tone softened. For many years, Qin Mu Yun and Xiao Yuanshan have neglected him, focusing on nurturing his stepson, Qin Tian. Anyone would harbor resentment. Yet he not only bore no grudge, but was the first to step forward when his brother faced danger. His medical skills are extraordinary, his heart is magnanimous, and he possesses a keen business acumen. Such a young man is destined for achievements that will far surpass Xiao Yuanshan. Huang Fuzheng gazed out the window, his eyes filled with depth. Moreover, he saved my life today. In all my undertakings, I have always held the concept of righteousness paramount. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. But father, the Li and Lu families. Huang Fudao began. We're the Li and Lu families. Huang Fuzheng waved his hand dismissively. They are merely nouveau riche. When the critical moment arrives, a word from the Huang Fu family will compel them to bow down. Huang Fudao ceased to argue, yet doubts lingered in his mind. His father was always farsighted and would never make decisions based on impulse. What, indeed, made this young man, Xiao Zhang, so special that his father valued him so highly? Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang stood in the elevator, wearing a victorious smile. The future Pearl had once again accomplished a remarkable feat, instantly altering Huang Fuzheng's stance and aligning the Huang Fu family with his interests. With the Huang Fu family as his backing, what were the Li and Lu families to him? The elevator doors opened, and Xiao Zhang strode towards Qin Tian's hospital room, eager to ascertain the extent of his brother's injuries. After all, to others, he was now the commendable older brother standing up for his sibling. One must maintain one's persona and perform the entire act. Upon reaching the door of the hospital room, he gently knocked 3 times. There was no response. Frowning slightly, he pushed the door open. Qin Tian lay alone on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, as though his spirit had left his body. Hearing the noise, he slowly turned his head, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes upon seeing Xiao Zhang. Brother, how are you? Is the injury severe? Xiao Zhang approached the bedside, concern etched on his face. Qin Tian forced a bitter smile, tears welling in his eyes. The doctor said, his voice caught in his throat, I might never. Never what? Never be a man again. After uttering this, Qin Tian appeared utterly drained, his gaze vacant and his heart extinguished. Xiao Zhang feigned shock, clenching his fists, his voice trembling. How could this be? The Li family. At that moment, Qin Tian resembled a wretched soul, unable to live or die. The once confident, lofty protagonist was now akin to a stray dog, curled up in a hospital bed, having lost even the most basic sense of male dignity. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Tian suddenly spoke, tears streaming down his face. It's my fault. Xiao Zhang's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a fade of sorrow. Do not speak of it. Focus on your recovery. I will handle matters with the Li family. Arrogance value 300. Upon leaving the hospital room, Qin Mu Yun immediately approached. How is Xiao Tian? Xiao Zhang shook his head, sighing. His spirits are quite low. Qin Mu Yun's eyes reddened. It's all my fault. If only I had arranged for someone to protect him earlier. Little mother, let us return home. Xiao Zhang interrupted her. Do not worry. With the Huangfu family's assistance, I will manage the situation with the Li family. Qin Mu Yun nodded, touched, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Zhang, I truly thank you. I've already dispatched others to protect Xiao Tian, but the doctor said he will never be a normal man again. Xiao Zhang gently patted her shoulder, feigning comfort, while his heart remained indifferent to Qin Tian's fate. By the way, little mother, Xiao Zhang suddenly inquired, was Suemo sent by you to test me? Qin Mu Yun was taken aback, then lowered her head, guilt washing over her. Yes, I was concerned that you had changed unexpectedly, so I wanted to test me? Xiao Zhang chuckled coldly. If I were still the same as before, would you not have conspired with several shareholders to have me declared mentally unstable, stripping me of my inheritance rights? Perhaps even casting me out of the family? Qin Mu Yun turned pale, rendered speechless. Xiao Zhang's words echoed her original intentions. Had he remained the same ineffectual person, she indeed planned to unite with a few shareholders to revoke his rights as heir under the pretense of his unstable mental state. Arrogance value 200. The two returned to the Xiao family villa in silence. Xiao Zhang. Qin Muyun suddenly spoke. I wish to apologize for my attitude towards you over the years. Tonight, I will personally cook a good meal for you. Xiao Zhang looked at her in slight surprise and nodded. That sounds wonderful. In the kitchen, Qin Muyun donned a beige apron and rolled up her sleeves, busying herself. The delicate sweat on her forehead added to her allure. Xiao Zhang leaned against the doorframe, admiring this delightful scene. He had never anticipated that the often proud Qin Muyun could possess such a domestic side. During dinner, the two sat at the table. Qin Muyun served Xiao Zhang with elegance and ease. As Xiao Zhang accidentally dropped his chopsticks, he bent down to retrieve them, inadvertently catching her eye. A thought surged through his mind. This woman, who had once been so antagonistic, nearly causing him to lose everything, was now trying to appease him, even cooking for him. Perhaps it was time to collect some interest? Chapter 21. Are you not afraid of being seen by your stepmother? Xiao Zhang took a sip of wine, leisurely placing down his chopsticks, his gaze subtly drifting towards Qin Muyun. The fitted dress accentuated her curves, appearing particularly enchanting under the soft glow of the lights. Stepmother, why are you being so attentive tonight? Qin Muyun gently gathered her slightly disheveled hair, her eyes evasive, as she quietly explained, I genuinely wish to make amends. I was excessively harsh on you in the past. Make amends? Is cooking a few meals sufficient? Xiao Zhang's fingers lightly tapped the table. That depends on how much sincerity you are willing to invest. He deliberately emphasized the word invest, his voice low and laden with meaning. Qin Muyun discerned the implication in his words. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a faint blush rose to her delicate face. The mixture of shyness and a hint of fluster made her appear more like a coy woman than usual. What exactly do you want? Xiao Zhang rose at a leisurely pace, moving around to her side like a predator. Leaning down, he deliberately whispered in her ear, Stepmother, you have neglected your stepson all these years, and now suddenly you are so kind to me. Could it be that you fear me? His warm breath brushed against her, causing Qin Muyun to shiver as if struck by an electric shock. But do not worry, I'm not one to hold grudges. As long as you treat me better in the future. Qin Muyun bit her rosy lip, rendered speechless. She could distinctly feel the intense aura radiating from the young man behind her, an aggressive restlessness that made her instinctively hold her breath. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Zhang suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone shifting. Were you thinking, stepmother? I merely wish to say that you should prepare more delicious meals for me in the future. After saying this, he sauntered toward the bathroom, appearing utterly relaxed. Qin Muyun exhaled a sigh of relief, one hand steadying herself on the chair, the other pressed against her chest as she endeavored to calm her racing heart. The previous atmosphere, fraught with danger and ambiguity, had left her heart pounding like a drum. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, pulling Qin Muyun back to reality. She hurriedly tidied the dining table, attempting to immerse herself in tasks to divert her attention. Is he trying to intimidate me? Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, the bathroom door swung open. Xiao Zhang's figure appeared in the doorway, the steam swirling around him, a towel wrapped around his waist, exposing his robust physique to the air. Water dripped from his damp hair, tracing down his defined jawline, across his broad shoulders, and along his sculpted chest. Stepmother, could you help me retrieve my towel? I forgot to bring it. Oh, Qin Muyun gasped, nearly dropping the porcelain bowl, but she instinctively snatched it back. Her gaze inadvertently lingered on his youthful, muscular form for a few seconds before she hurriedly averted her eyes. Xiao Zhang regarded her with a knowing smile. What is the matter? Haven't you seen this many times before? When I was younger. You, stop talking nonsense. You were already quite grown when I arrived at the Xiao household. Oh, so I was already grown? A blush crept across Qin Muyun's cheeks as she quickly seized a clean towel from the rack and tossed it to him like it was a bomb. Hurry inside. Xiao Zhang caught the towel but did not rush back to the bathroom. Instead, he stretched lazily, his muscles accentuated in the light, drawing a startled glance from Qin Muyun. By the way, stepmother, tonight's dinner was splendid. You should cook like that more often. Qin Muyun nearly fled the dining room, leaving Xiao Zhang standing there, chuckling softly to himself. After finishing his shower, Xiao Zhang returned to his bedroom, drying his damp hair with a towel. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught something unusual. The red indicator light next to the webcam on his laptop was flickering subtly, almost imperceptibly. Here we go again. It seemed that Chu Xian, the top hacker, had not given up on monitoring him. After the last power outage, she evidently made more thorough preparations this time. Just as he was about to reach for the power switch, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. Chu Xian serves as a communicator among my stepmother and her companions. If I could reverse the surveillance on her, wouldn't I be able to keep track of their movements? Previously, when he discovered he was being monitored, he could only resort to primitive methods like cutting the power. However, now that the system had upgraded its marketplace features, perhaps he could purchase special skills to turn the tables? System, are there any hacking techniques available for purchase in the marketplace? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, Future Pearl, 5 times. Arrogance value, 2,315. Currently available for purchase in the marketplace. Master level hacking technique, 2,000 arrogance value. Master level hacking technique. Master elite hacking abilities. Capable of infiltrating most network systems, reverse tracking, and data tampering. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. Buy. Consuming 2,000 arrogance value. Purchase successful. In an instant, a flood of intricate programming knowledge, network security architectures, system vulnerability analyses, and offensive and defensive techniques surged into his mind. Xiao Zhang felt as though his thought processes had transformed, perceiving electronic devices from an entirely different perspective. He fixed his gaze on the flickering red dot, a knowing smile spreading across his lips. The roles of hunter and prey were about to be reversed. Meanwhile, in a secluded apartment on the outskirts of the city, Chu Xian reclined comfortably in her ergonomic chair, admiring her handiwork. The wall-mounted screens captured every corner of the Xiao family estate, particularly the clear view of Xiao Zhang's bedroom, as if she were present in person. This time it's foolproof, Chu Xian declared to herself, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard. It was worth my trip to the Xiao estate to set up several military-grade devices. Even in the event of a power outage, the backup power can sustain operations for at least 24 hours. Unfortunately, I can only monitor him at home. I still can't crack his phone. That kid carries it everywhere, and his security system is quite sophisticated. I can't find an opportunity to get close. Muttering to herself, she switched the main monitoring screen to Xiao Zhang's bedroom. Chu Xian gasped, nearly spilling her expensive coffee on the high-end keyboard. She instinctively shielded her eyes, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. What is this guy doing? Taking off his gear as soon as he gets home? How shameless. Doesn't he fear being seen by his stepmother? Chapter 22 soon. Everything will be mine. Xiao Zhang's fingers danced gracefully over the keyboard, crafting a complex sequence of code. His gaze was intense, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Although his opponent was a top-tier hacker from the original narrative, he felt no trepidation, bolstered by the master-level hacking skills bestowed upon him by the system. Fifth sister, since you are so fond of prying into my privacy, do not blame me for being impolite. He initiated a covert program, conducting a comprehensive scan of his network environment. It did not take long for him to uncover several military-grade surveillance devices lurking in the corners of the room. They had indeed invested heavily. Not only were there video monitors, but also specialized audio equipment, and even my network traffic was under scrutiny. Rather than hastily disabling all these devices, he chose to trace back the signal sources. The encryption of military-grade equipment was formidable, yet for Xiao Zhang, endowed with master-level hacking prowess, it was merely a matter of time. Found you. His eyes glimmered as he focused on an IP address displayed on the screen. He began drafting a special code, preparing to use Chu Xian's monitoring devices to launch a reverse intrusion into her system. However, at the moment he pressed the enter key, a warning window suddenly popped up on the screen. Intrusion detected. Anti-tracing system activated. Xiao Zhang frowned, discovered right after the intrusion, simultaneously within the apartment. Alarms blared throughout the space. What? Chu Xian straightened up abruptly, her fingers flying across the keyboard like lightning. Someone is intruding into my system? Her eyes fixated on the screen, pupils constricting. This method of intrusion. Could it be the Night Phantom? The Night Phantom was the alias of a mysterious hacker on the dark web, renowned for their unpredictable intrusion techniques. They had crossed paths with Chu Xian numerous times in the digital realm. Naturally, she would not suspect Xiao Zhang, considering him merely a frivolous second-generation heir incapable of such advanced hacking skills. Since you wish to play, then allow me to join the game. Chu Xian flexed her fingers, the keyboard crackling with activity. A fierce battle of offense and defense unfolded in the virtual realm. Xiao Zhang's attacks were akin to a sharp sword, precise and incisive, while Chu Xian's defenses resembled an impenetrable fortress, watertight. Yet, Xiao Zhang soon realized that despite his master-level hacking skills, he was still somewhat lacking when faced with the top hacker, Chu Xian. Not only was she technically adept, but her extensive experience equipped her with countermeasures for various tactics. Truly, the reputation of a top hacker was well-deserved. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Zhang adjusted his strategy. He abandoned a frontal assault and instead sought potential weaknesses within her system. After a thorough search, he discovered that Chu Xian's workstation was connected to a seldom-used laptop with relatively low security. An opportunity had presented itself. Xiao Zhang swiftly altered his attack direction, forsaking the main system to stealthily infiltrate the laptop. While Chu Xian remained fully concentrated on defending the main system, Xiao Zhang successfully implanted a discrete backdoor program on that laptop. This backdoor, inconspicuous, masqueraded as part of a system update file. Even the most seasoned hackers would struggle to detect it, especially since Chu Xian rarely utilized that laptop. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had completely sealed all entrances to the main system, successfully fending off the attack. Oomph! Night Phantom. Once again, I emerge victorious. Chu Xian gleefully tapped the keyboard, sending a taunting message. Wish to intrude into my system? Perhaps practice for another decade. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Zhang could not help but chuckle. He feigned annoyance, tapping the keyboard a few times to send a message of concession. Subsequently, he closed all programs, withdrawing from the confrontation. Your skills may indeed surpass mine, but it does not necessarily mean you have triumphed, Xiao Zhang muttered softly, activating the backdoor program implanted in the laptop. The laptop's camera quietly activated, capturing an awkward angle that revealed only a small portion of Chu Xian's workspace. Yet the audio was remarkably clear, although the visuals were limited. Being able to hear her movements and interactions with her sisters was already sufficient for him. After a brief observation, Xiao Zhang quickly lost interest. The camera's angle was too poor, only offering a glimpse of the workspace and the occasional sighting of Chu Xian. Forget it, time to take a break. Just as Xiao Zhang prepared to close the monitoring, he suddenly overheard Chu Xian making a phone call. Hello, Rui? Chu Xian's voice emanated from the speakers. Your movement patterns seem a bit unusual. Are you returning to the country? Xiao Zhang's eyes brightened instantly. Lu Rui, the protagonist's sixth sister, the deputy director of the first hospital in the capital, a genius in the medical field. A cool voice responded from the other end of the line. Yes, the research has reached a critical phase, and I need to return for clinical trials. That's fantastic. Chu Xian's excitement was palpable. Your godmother and the sisters have all been eager to see you. By the way, Xiao Tian has been hospitalized recently, injured quite badly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's expression hardened. Lu Rui was returning to the country, and it was for the clinical trials of an anti-cancer drug. In the original narrative, when Xiao Yuanshan was still alive, the Xiao group had collaborated with the first hospital to develop an anti-cancer drug. This was a project with immense profit potential. It had been intercepted by the Li family midway. If he could reclaim this project, not only would it strike a blow to the Li family, but it would also bring substantial profits to the Xiao group. Of course, that was easier said than done. Xiao Zhang was acutely aware that he had just spent 5 billion to acquire land in a newly opened district. The Xiao group's finances were already quite strained. Moreover, even if he had the funds, attracting the first hospital would likely be unrealistic. But Lu Rui was different. Xiao Zhang pondered. As the deputy director of the first hospital, she wielded a degree of influence. More importantly, she was the goddaughter of Qin Muyun. Perhaps I could leverage her to make a breakthrough. Just as Xiao Zhang contemplated how to approach Lu Rui, his phone suddenly chimed. Xiao Zhang, are you free tomorrow? Lin Jiqing's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Yang Shishir is very interested in Tsinghua CI and wants to meet you to discuss the cover. Xiao Zhang initially considered declining, as the development of the group was the priority. Yet suddenly, an idea struck him. Sure, but I'd like to invite one more person. Huh? Lin Jiqing paused for a moment, her tone taking on a teasing note. Isn't it enough that two beautiful ladies are accompanying you for dinner? Aren't you being a bit greedy? Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. I heard Lu Rui is returning to the country tomorrow. After such a long time, don't you want to see her? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. How? How do you know Rui is returning? Lin Jiqing's voice brimmed with astonishment. Even she had only just received the news. Arrogance value 100. Inviting her out guarantees an affirmative response. Lin Jiqing was momentarily speechless. Not just because of Xiao Zhang's remarkably wide network of information, but also due to the calm composure he exhibited. Despite being a playboy, he seemed to grasp everything with precision. This contrast was unsettling. Arrogance value 100. Well, I'll try to contact Rui. Lin Jiqing ultimately nodded in agreement. After hanging up, Xiao Zhang leaned back in his chair, a victorious smile tugging at his lips. Thanks to the backdoor planted on Chu Xian's end, this information proved to be quite significant. Lin Ziqing, Yang Shishi, Lin Qin Media, Lu Rui, the special drug project. Soon, they will all be mine. Chapter 23. The fiery heat. Xiao Zhang set aside his phone, feeling an unbearable heat enveloping his entire being. This was the masculine energy bestowed by the Longxiang Juyang Gong, exacerbated by his earlier playful teasing of Qin Muyun. The side effects of this technique were proving rather difficult to endure. He casually picked up his phone, only to find an overwhelming influx of messages. They were all from Xia Chuxue. As he unlocked the screen, a cascade of messages unfolded before his eyes. Xia Chuxue, given the events between us, I believe you deserve to know about my daily life. Xia Chuxue, I just finished my morning exercise and hurried to the office. Today, I arranged for a female driver to take me. Xia Chuxue. During the morning meeting, Director Zhang took the opportunity to approach my desk under the pretext of delivering documents. I made it clear in front of everyone that there are boundaries. Don't overthink. This is merely the professional demarcation of our workplace, and it has nothing to do with you. Xia Chuxue. At 10 o'clock, I signed a first batch of documents for the new district project. This marks the beginning of our collaboration, and there is an inexplicable sense of ceremony surrounding it. You likely won't pay it much mind, being preoccupied with your entourage of admirers. Xia Chuxue. During lunch, the leaders from the investment department and the planning office invited me to join them, but I declined them all. I fabricated an excuse about an important meeting, when in truth, I merely dined alone on a salad by the floor-to-ceiling window. Am I being overly sensitive? Xia Chuxue. In the evening, I overheard several female colleagues in the finance department enthusiastically discussing your recent transformation, remarking how much more handsome you've become. I said nothing, yet felt a wave of irritation wash over me. It's all quite baffling. Xia Chuxue. As night falls, I find myself thinking of you. Xiao Zhang read these messages, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. The formidable president of Tianshu Group, a powerhouse in the business realm, seemed almost like a lovesick maiden before him. The events that had transpired on the mountain had caused her to flee in embarrassment and indignation. Yet now she was the one reaching out with such fervor. Each message dripped with a palpable sense of possessiveness and jealousy. With a light chuckle, he tapped the screen. Send me your address. I shall come find you. Upon sending the message, he felt the heat within him intensify. The Longxiang Juyang Gong surged through his meridians like a raging fire. This sensation was even more potent than when he had been teasing Qin Muyun. He needed to find an outlet for this fervor. As he pondered this, his phone vibrated again. Xia Chuxue responded almost instantaneously. You, are you coming now? Is it inconvenient? Not. After a considerable pause, Xia Chuxue replied, Daijing Bei 2601. She quickly added, don't misunderstand. I just want to discuss matters regarding the new district. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but laugh at her transparent excuse. He grabbed his car keys, ready to leave, when he heard hurried footsteps from downstairs. It was Qin Muyun's voice. Xiao Zhang, are you heading out? He paused, leaning against the doorframe. What is this? Is my stepmother now monitoring my comings and goings? Qin Muyun stood at the stairwell, hesitating for words. After their earlier flirtatious interaction, she seemed somewhat flustered in his presence. I'm just worried about you. After all, the Li family and the Lu family are now. Xiao Zhang eyed her with amusement. Are you concerned for my safety, little mother? Qi Miyun bit her lip. Please be careful. After saying this, she turned to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Zhang. Little mother. She halted, her posture tense. In the future, there is no need to leave the door open for me. Xiao Zhang's words were meant to sound caring, yet they concealed a deeper implication. Qi Miyun grasped the meaning behind his statement, her cheeks flushing as she hastily departed. Arrogance level 100. Xiao Zhang settled into his car, turning on the air conditioning. Unfortunately, the cool air did little to alleviate the heat within. The overpowering masculine energy from the Longxiang Jiangong left him feeling restless. Glancing at his phone's navigation, he noted his destination, Daijing Bay, one of the most prestigious residential areas in the capital, and Xia Chushue's private residence. This alone signified the level of trust she placed in him, as such an address was not easily obtained by the average individual. As the night deepened, the car sped toward its destination. Xiao Zhang's phone continued to vibrate incessantly, as if Xia Chushue had unleashed a torrent of communication. Drive carefully. When you arrive, remember to enter through the underground parking. Avoid the main entrance. It's a bit of a distance. Oh, I've informed the property management. Just mention my name, and you'll be allowed in. I'm going to take a shower. Just come in when you arrive. I want to lock the door. Listening to her voice messages, Xiao Zhang's smile broadened. This formidable woman, so commanding in the boardroom, now resembled an eager young lady preparing for a date, nervous yet expectant, reserved yet bold. It was impossible not to desire to peel away her fade and glimpse her true self. Arrogance level 300. The car entered the underground garage of Daijing Bay. The opulent decor and private atmosphere enveloped him. Xiao Zhang took the elevator directly to the 26th floor. The hallway was so quiet that he could hear the sound of his own footsteps. Standing before door 2601, he was about to ring the bell when he suddenly recalled Xia Chushue's words about the door being unlocked. With a gentle push, the door swung open effortlessly. The living room was shrouded in dim light, with only the moonlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A subtle fragrance of perfume lingered in the air. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Xiao Zhang surveyed his surroundings. The home's decor was elegantly minimalistic, showcasing the owner's exquisite taste. He casually seated himself on the sofa, only to hear the water shut off in the bathroom. Moments later, Xia Chushue emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang, she momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. You arrived so quickly. Xiao Zhang's gaze fell upon her damp hair. Water droplets cascading down her fair neck and disappearing into the collar of her robe. After all, you invited me. I did not. Xia Chushue instinctively retorted. I merely wish to discuss matters regarding the new district. Xiao Zhang stood up, taking deliberate steps closer. Is that so? His voice was deep and resonant. So you intentionally bathed and dressed this way to discuss business with me? Xia Chushue unconsciously retreated, stammering I. Xiao Zhang now stood directly before her, towering over her. Chushue, I'm feeling rather heated right now. Chapter 24. Ambush moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading over Xia Chushue's hair, which flowed like a waterfall and accentuated her exquisite features. Her breathing was steady and calm, a contented smile lingering on her face. Xiao Zhang quietly rose, gazing at the slumbering woman in bed, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The formidable businesswoman appeared utterly defenseless at this moment, a stark contrast to her usual decisive demeanor. He picked up his phone and gently captured the roses and red wine that adorned the bedside table. This was meticulously prepared by Xia Chushue, although she insisted it was merely to create an atmosphere for a business meeting. Xiao Zhang opened his social media, edited the photograph, and accompanied it with a poignant caption. Beneath the city's neon lights, some laugh while others weep. Yet here I am, in the solitude of night, seeking a fleeting warmth. Amidst the flickering lights, I sip alone, reminiscing about the stars and oceans reflected in your eyes. He deliberately adjusted the privacy settings, placing Xia Chushue on the invisible list and then clicked post. After tidying his attire, Xiao Zhang cast one last glance at the peacefully sleeping Xia Chuxue before gently closing the door behind him. As the elevator descended slowly, he leaned against the wall, savoring the delightful moments he had just experienced. The restlessness from practicing the Longxiang Zhuyang Gong finally subsided, replaced by a comfortable weariness. Ding! The elevator doors opened. A girl dressed casually, wearing a baseball cap, stood at the entrance and widened her eyes upon seeing Xiao Zhang. Zhu Suan? Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow, questioning her late-night visit. I should be asking you the same thing. What brings you here at this hour after leaving my sister's house? Chu Xian glared at him, her gaze filled with hostility. Xiao Zhang adjusted his collar, walking into the elevator with an air of nonchalance. Project handover. There are some details that require face-to-face communication. That's nonsense, Chu Xian retorted, only to realize her outburst. Lowering her voice, she continued, My sister never brings men home, especially not at this hour. What exactly did you do to her? Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. It seems Miss Chu is quite familiar with your sister's habits. We are sisters. Zhu Suan asa fai soli. My sister doesn't even invite Xiao Tian over, let alone someone like you. What? Xiao Zhang regarded her with interest. What were you about to say? A spoiled rich kid? A playboy? Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then recollected past events. I know you saved my sister, but that doesn't give you the right to. To what? Xiao Zhang countered. We are all adults here. Can't we decide for ourselves whom to invite home? Chu Xian momentarily faltered, but quickly changed the topic. I just called my sister, wanting to arrange a gathering. She was evasive and hung up quickly. It seems this was your doing. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but smile inwardly, surprised by Chu Xian's perceptiveness. So, you rushed over here? Enough chatter. Chu Xian blocked his path. Regardless of what happened between you and my sister, I warn you, do not have any designs on her. Xiao Zhang smirked. Are you worried I might harm her, or are you concerned that we might truly become involved? Chu Xian was momentarily speechless before erupting in anger. You're ridiculous. Who you associate with is none of my business. Indeed, it is of no concern to you. The elevator doors slid open. Xiao Zhang sidestepped her and strode toward the parking lot. Stop. Chu Xian hurried after him. You can't just walk away. Ignoring her, he continued toward his car. Are you leaving? Let me give you a ride. No charge. Chu Xian scoffed. As if I need your ride. I want to confirm my sister is safe. She is asleep. Don't disturb her. Xiao Zhang replied casually. We'll connect tomorrow. What? Chu Xian's expression shifted dramatically. You. Xiao Zhang's arrogance increased by 200. Xiao Zhang seemed to realize he had let something slip, shrugged, and opened the car door. Chu Xian firmly grasped the door. If you claim it's just business, why is my sister asleep? What exactly did you do to her? Xiao Zhang watched her anxious demeanor and couldn't help but find it amusing. What do you think we did? Don't hackers see countless films? Is your mind conjuring scandalous images? Chu Xian froze. You know? Of course. Xiao Zhang replied nonchalantly. Did you think your little tricks could deceive me? Chu Xian's face turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. Xiao Zhang's arrogance increased by 300. As a hacker, nothing is more taboo than the exposure of one's identity. Xiao Zhang's casual revelation instilled an unprecedented sense of danger within her, just as they were locked in a standoff. The sound of revving engines echoed from the entrance of the parking lot. Several black SUVs roared in, their brakes screeching sharply. Xiao Zhang's expression hardened as he swiftly pulled Chu Xian behind him. Be careful. The doors swung open, and dozens of men in black swiftly exited, their weapons glinting ominously under the parking lot lights. Mr. Xiao, a short, stout man, emerged leisurely from the central SUV, the sound of his polished shoes echoing in the empty space. Li Dong? Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes, his tone unexpectedly calm. What brings you here at such an hour? Chu Xian, gripping Xiao Zhang's arm nervously, asked, Do you know him? The head of Li Real Estate, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Xiao Zhang explained softly. It seems he has come to settle score. Li Dong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sinister. Mr. Xiao, my nephew is still lying in the hospital, and you seem quite carefree, having wooed a beauty and planning your next escapade. Xiao Zhang sneered. Your nephew had it coming for harming my brother. Li Dong's expression darkened, and he waved his hand. The black-clad figures spread out, forming a semicircle around Xiao Zhang and Chu Xian. Chu Xian's palms grew clammy with sweat. Xiao Zhang, why did you provoke someone like him? It's not me who provoked him. He came looking for trouble. Xiao Zhang maintained an air of nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. Li Dong, you've brought so many men. Are you intending to commit violence in a public place? Aren't you afraid of consequences? Li Dong scoffed. Public place? At this hour? This underground garage? The surveillance has long been taken care of. Do you think you're someone? A newly minted heir dares to challenge me? He approached slowly. Transfer the land rights of the new district to me, and I may consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise what? Xiao Zhang provocatively inquired. Murdering and silencing witnesses? The Li family has quite the audacity. Chu Xian suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiao Zhang's calm demeanor in the face of such peril was unnaturally composed, as if he were aware of what was about to unfold. Li Dong, incensed by Xiao Zhang's attitude, waved his hand. Deal with him. The black-clad men raised their steel pipes and knives, advancing toward Xiao Zhang. Chu Xian instinctively assumed a fighting stance, prepared to battle to the death. Yet, Xiao Zhang merely glanced at his watch. 3, 2, 1. As his words fell, dazzling beams of light suddenly illuminated the parking lot from all directions, blinding everyone. The roar of engines erupted as dozens of luxury cars emerged from various corners, encircling Li Dong and his crew. What is happening? Li Dong spun around. Incredulity etched on his face. The doors swung open, and dozens of bodyguards in black suits disembarked in unison, each wielding a weapon, exuding an imposing aura. Finally, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided forward, halting before Xiao Zhang. The door opened. Mr. Xiao, as per your instructions, we have arrived on time. Chapter 25. Difficult? Then don't do it. Huang Fu Dao stood before the Rolls-Royce, his gaze imposing as it swept over Li Dong and his entourage. Li Dong's countenance instantly turned ashen. Is it possible that Director Li no longer recognizes me? Huang Fu Dao let out a cold laugh, suggesting, does Director Li believe that in the capital he can act without consequence? Chu Xian watched the scene before her in astonishment, unable to reconcile it with her previous impression of Xiao Zhang. How could this once dissolute youth, who frequented various nightclubs, have such deep ties with the Huangfu family? Xiao Zhang leisurely adjusted his cuffs, addressing Li Dong. I had already anticipated that you wouldn't let this matter rest. After suffering a setback in the hospital, do you intend to ambush me tonight? You. Li Dong's eyes burned red with fury. Xiao Zhang, do not be so arrogant. Even with the backing of the Huangfu family, you cannot compete with the Li family. Xiao Zhang unhurriedly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. As his words fell, the Huangfu family's men sprang into action, clashing with Li Dong's subordinates, and chaos ensued. Li Dong stepped back a few paces, his face darkening. Huang Fu Dao, with this, your family has declared war against the entire Li family. The foundation of the Li family, built over 50 years, is not something you can shake. Xiao Zhang advanced slowly, smoke swirling around him. Li Dong, I offer you a chance. Kneel and admit your mistake, then transfer your shares, and I may consider sparing you. You must be dreaming. Li Dong bellowed. I have navigated the business world of the capital for 20 years. What storms have I not weathered? You, a mere newcomer, dare to be so presumptuous before me? Huang Fu Dao stepped forward, his brow furrowed. Director Li, do not be obstinate. Let us settle this matter amicably and retreat a step. Xiao Zhang glanced at Huang Fu Dao, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. It seems the Huangfu family has its reservations and does not wish to completely sever ties with the Li family. This is understandable, as the four great families of the capital have maintained a delicate balance for years, and none wish to disrupt it lightly. Seeing Huang Fu Dao's attitude, Li Dong gained confidence. Huang Fu Dao, if you know what's good for you, withdraw your men. The Huangfu family should not meddle in my affairs with Xiao Zhang. Chu Xian anxiously observed the shifting dynamics within the venue, uncertain of what would transpire next. Just as everyone anticipated a peaceful resolution, Xiao Zhang made his move. He flicked his fingers, sending the cigarette accurately towards Li Dong's face. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The dragon elephant nine yang technique surged within him, filling his body with overwhelming power. "Watch out," one of the thugs shouted, raising a steel pipe to block Xiao Zhang's assault. Xiao Zhang smirked, his fist striking out like lightning, smashing directly into the center of the steel pipe. The impact deformed the pipe, and Xiao Zhang's fist continued unabated, crashing into the thug's chest. Bang! The sound echoed as the burly man flew backward like a kite with its string cut, colliding with 3 or 4 of his companions. "Everyone attack!" Li Dong shouted in terror. His dozen or so bodyguards lunged at Xiao Zhang simultaneously, blades gleaming with lethal intent. Xiao Zhang showed no fear, skillfully maneuvering through the crowd, delivering precise strikes with every move. Thud! A whip kick shattered one man's rib. Crack! A knife hand strike incapacitated another, who fell to the ground. Bang! A knee strike crushed a third man's nose, blood spraying everywhere. Chu Xian initially intended to retreat to the sidelines, but upon witnessing several individuals attempting to ambush Xiao Zhang from behind, her eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Unfair tactics, ambushing, she swept low, instantly toppling 2 burly men. Then with a nimble roll, she accurately kicked a third man under the chin. In no time, the two fought in seamless coordination, having incapacitated most of the thugs. Li Dong watched in stunned disbelief. Xiao Zhang's skills were evidently at a masterful level, each move imbued with terrifying power and precise control. Even more alarming was that despite taking down so many, he remained unflustered. Huang Fu Dao, equally astounded, instinctively restrained his men from intervening. "Do not move. Let us see just how formidable he truly is." In less than 3 minutes, dozens of thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Some had broken limbs. Others had lost consciousness, while others curled up, clutching their injuries. Xiao Zhang clapped his hands together, as if merely having completed a trivial task. He turned to Chu Xian, nodding slightly. "Not bad." Chu Xian, panting, her face filled with astonishment, asked, "How did you train?" "The opponent's skills were even superior to those of my sister, Su Mo." Xiao Zhang did not answer her. Instead, he turned toward the trembling Li Dong, advancing step by step. "Director Li, what now?" Li Dong's face was ashen, his legs trembling. Xiao Zhang, let us speak calmly." Xiao Zhang suddenly reached out, seizing Li Dong's neck with lightning speed. He lifted him effortlessly off the ground. Li Dong struggled desperately, his face swiftly turning a shade of purple. Xiao, enough." Huang Fu Dao stepped forward, saying, "Xiao Zhang, our aim is intimidation. There is no need to take his life." Xiao Zhang chuckled coldly. "Huang Fu, are you feeling soft-hearted? Or are you worried about the Li family's retaliation?" Huang Fu Dao's expression was complex. "Xiao Zhang, no one to stop. If Li Dong dies here, the Li family's patriarch, Li Jianan, will undoubtedly seek vengeance, making it difficult even for my father." "Difficult? Then do not do it." Xiao Zhang laughed coldly, snatching the dagger from a bodyguard's hand. "Xiao Zhang, I warn you, if you truly harm me tonight, it will mean war with the entire Li family. Are you truly prepared for that?" Li Dong suppressed his fear, his voice trembling. "Arrogance value 50. Xiao Zhang, stop." Huang Fu Dao was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Zhang to act so decisively. But alas, it was too late. The dagger glimmered ominously, plunging into Li Dong's chest in an instant. "Arrogance value 50. Li Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed from his chest. You dare? Why would I not dare?" Xiao Zhang apathetically withdrew the dagger, blood spurting forth. "Did the Li family not wish to kill me? What was that saying again? Ah, yes. Those who kill will ultimately be killed." Li Dong staggered backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Xiao Zhang, have you lost your mind?" Chu Xian screamed in terror. "Do you even realize what you have done? Murder? Xiao Zhang has actually committed murder? Arrogance value 500. Huang Fu Dao was equally shocked. "Xiao Zhang, this is too impulsive. Li Dong is a core figure of the Li family. If he dies, Li Jianan will not let this go easily." "Arrogance value 50. Xiao Zhang calmly wiped the blood from the dagger, saying to Huang Fu Dao, "It is too late for regrets now." He turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at Huang Fu Dao. "From the moment your father agreed to assist me, we have been in the same boat." "What do you mean?" Very simple, Xiao Zhang smiled. With Li Dong's death, the Li family will undoubtedly be enraged. Given Li Jinan's temperament, he will not only seek vengeance against me, but will also direct his wrath towards the Huangfu family. Now we have two paths before us. Either we wait for Li Jinan to come after us, or we join forces to completely annihilate the Li family. Huangfu Dao gasped in shock. Xiao Zhang, this is no trivial matter. The Li family has entrenched itself in the capital for many years. Its foundation is solid, and even the Huangfu family would not dare to engage in an all-out war lightly. Xiao Zhang remained unmoved, so let us inquire with Elder Huangfu. We shall discern whether he wishes to advance and retreat alongside the Xiao family or confront the wrath of the Li family alone. Huangfu Dao fell into silence for a moment before ultimately retrieving his mobile phone and dialing his father's number. Father, there has been an incident. He succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, and a prolonged silence ensued on the other end of the line. Finally, his father's steady voice resonated. Since matters have come to this, let us tread this path to the very end. The Huangfu family and the Xiao family shall advance and retreat together. Chapter 26. No Way for A. Huangfu Dao solemnly handed his phone to Xiao Zhang, his expression grave. Mr. Xiao, my father wishes to speak with you. Xiao Zhang accepted the phone, his tone composed. Old Master Huangfu, what wisdom do you impart? Xiao, given the current circumstances, there is no retreat. Huangfu Zhang's voice remained steady, yet carried a rare note of concern. However, I must remind you of one crucial matter. The special drug project in the hands of the Li family has official backing. Xiao Zhang furrowed his brow. Official backing? Indeed. Huangfu Zhang lowered his voice. This project not only possesses immense economic value, but also holds strategic significance. Should the Li family successfully realize this project, they will be effectively bound to the authorities. At that point, even our Huangfu family would find it challenging to intervene. I understand, Old Master Huangfu. Xiao Zhang smiled. Rest assured, this project will ultimately belong to the Xiao family. Oh, Huangfu Zhang was evidently taken aback by Xiao Zhang's confidence. You already have a plan? The plan is already in motion. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the still-shaken Chu Xian. You shall soon witness the results. After ending the call, Xiao Zhang returned the phone to Huangfu Dao and surveyed the surroundings. In the parking lot, the Li family's henchmen writhed on the ground in agony, while Li Dong's lifeless body lay quietly in a pool of blood, a harrowing sight. Huangfu, please have your people handle the scene, Xiao Zhang instructed calmly. Send Li Dong's body back to the Li family as a gift for me. Huangfu Dao swallowed hard. Isn't that a bit too audacious? Audacious? Xiao Zhang scoffed. They sent people to kill me. This is merely a return of courtesy. Huangfu Dao felt a chill run down his spine and turned to his bodyguard. Do as Mr. Xiao says. The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement and promptly began to arrange the aftermath. Chu Xian observed the scene before her legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. Despite witnessing countless grand spectacles throughout her life, she had never encountered such a bloody and direct scene. What astonished her more was Xiao Zhang's calm demeanor, as if he were merely dealing with a stray dog on the street. Who are you? Chu Xian stammered, her voice laced with fear and confusion. Xiao Zhang looked at her pale face and suddenly smiled. I am Xiao Zhang, the so-called good-for-nothing in your eyes. Chu Xian shook her head in silence. Arrogance value 300, Mr. Xiao. Huangfu Dao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Tonight's events may not conclude so easily. Li Jinan. He is a formidable character. Xiao Zhang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I am aware, this is merely the beginning. Li family manor. In the stillness of the night, what should have been a tranquil scene was instead illuminated by bright lights. The servants were silent as mice, fearful of making any noise. Old Master Li Jinan sat in the central armchair of the main hall, his expression grim. Before him lay a corpse on a stretcher, his eldest son, Li Dong. Beast! Scoundrel! Li Jinan suddenly erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the armrest with a thunderous sound. Xiao Zhang, I will tear you apart. The butler, mustering his courage, stepped forward to console him. Master, please calm down. According to the messenger, this was the doing of Xiao Zhang, but we have no evidence. Acting rashly might lead to evidence. You dare speak to me of evidence? Litzanan laf in rage. My son is dead. The body lies here, and you tell me there's no evidence? The butler bowed his head in silence, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Li Jianan forced himself to suppress his anger, contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Do you remember that person from years ago? The most capable dog of the Dragon King? The butler paused, then suddenly recalled something, his face paling. Master, you mean? Shadow Blade? Exactly, Li Jianan sneered. It is time to pay an old friend a visit. Even if the Huangfu family protects Xiao Zhang, once Shadow Blade is summoned, Xiao Zhang is as good as dead. But, Master, the butler expressed his concerns. Shadow Blade retired 10 years ago, and it is said he vowed never to spill blood again. Li Jianan Skufa. I will make him break that vow. He turned to gaze at his son's pale visage, tears welling in his eyes, only to be swiftly evaporated by the flames of vengeance. Xiao Zhang, no matter your allies, I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang noticed Chu Xian's unsteady gait. His gaze sharpened as he quickly approached her. What is wrong? Chu Xian bit her lip and shook her head. It's nothing. Don't worry about me. As she turned, Xiao Zhang keenly noticed the torn fabric at her right waist, a faint trace of blood visible. Evidently, she had been cut by a dagger during the chaos. You are injured. It's just a minor wound. I can handle myself. Chu Xian insisted stubbornly, yet she stumbled as she took a step. Xiao Zhang, without hesitation, swept her up in his arms. The strength bestowed by his dragon elephant nine-yang skill made the action effortless, as if lifting a feather. Put me down. Zhu Suan, Stuga Lao. Her cheeks flushed from anger and embarrassment. I told you I'm fine. Xiao Zhang fixed her with a cold gaze. Do you truly believe you can return safely alone? The Li family will not let us go so easily. Chu Xian froze, her struggles ceasing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhang carried her into the car, calmly instructing Huangfu Dao. You will handle tonight's matters. I will first take her home to treat her wound. Huangfu Dao nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao. Everything will be properly arranged. On the way back, Chu Xian leaned against the seat, her complexion pale. She occasionally stole glances at Xiao Zhang, her expression complex. This man had just taken a life. Yet now he drove as if nothing had happened, calmly navigating the road. Why are you taking me back to your house? I can go to the hospital. Going to the hospital at this hour? With a knife wound? Xiao Zhang scoffed. Do you wish for all of the capital to know what transpired tonight? Chu Xian fell silent, closing her eyes in an attempt to ignore the throbbing pain at her waist. Xiao Zhang drove into the Xiao family manor, assisting Chu Xian into the main house. Hearing the commotion, Qin Mu Yun emerged from her room, draped in a coat. Xiao Zhang, what is this? Xiao Zhang briefly explained, a friend is injured. I brought her back to tend to her wounds. Qin Mu Yun's gaze lingered on Chu Xian for a moment. Recognizing his goddaughter, a polite smile graced her face, yet a flicker of unusual emotion passed through her eyes. Do you need assistance? No need. Xiao Zhang shook his head. Please rest. I shall handle it. After carrying Chu Xian into the guest room, Xiao Zhang turned to fetch the medical kit. Qin Mu Yun stood quietly in the hallway, observing the scene. Bringing a girl home late at night, and it was his own goddaughter. She should have felt no particular way about it, yet a pang of bittersweetness rose within her. Are you still awake, mother? Xiao Zhang returned with the medical kit, noticing Qin Mu Yun still standing there. Qin Mu Yun forced a smile. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so close with Chu Xian. Just average, Xiao Zhang replied, casting her a meaningful glance. Rest assured, I will take good care of your goddaughter. Qin Mu Yun nodded and turned to return to her room. But just before closing the door, she heard Xiao Zhang's low voice add, just like I take care of you. Arrogance value 200 in the guest room. Chu Xian sat against the headboard, warily watching Xiao Zhang as he entered with the medical kit. Take off your clothes, Xiao Zhang commanded directly. Dream on. Chu Xian's eyes widened, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Zhang scoffed. Do not flatter yourself. I merely intend to tend to your wound. I'll handle it myself, she retorted. Can you even reach it? The injury is on your lower back. The two remained locked in a standoff for a moment until Chu Xian ultimately conceded. You. Turn around. Xiao Zhang rolled his eyes, but complied, turning his back. He could hear the rustling of fabric behind him, accompanied by her soft, stifled gasps. All right. It's fine now, Chu Xian murmured. When Xiao Zhang turned back, he found Chu Xian lying on her side on the bed. Her top was lifted to her waist, revealing an expanse of smooth skin and a wound approximately 10 centimeters long on her side. Although the cut was not deep, the flesh had been torn open and blood was seeping slowly from it. He said nothing further, retrieving alcohol and cotton balls to begin cleaning the wound. Chu Xian bit her lip, enduring the pain. You could have completely evaded that, Xiao Zhang remarked suddenly. With your skills, you shouldn't have been wounded by such a petty adversary. Chu Xian fell silent for a moment before responding softly. I saw someone attempting to ambush you. Xiao Zhang hesitated, his movements pausing momentarily before resuming. Thank you. I'm not doing this to save you. Chu Xian immediately retorted. I just couldn't stand by and let someone sneak attack. Xiao Zhang remained non-committal, focusing intently on cleaning the wound. After disinfecting it, he took out the suturing tools. You can stitch it up, right? Chu Xian asked nervously. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. Trust in my expertise. Swiftly, he sutured the wound and applied ointment and a bandage. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, executed with a professionalism that was astonishing. All right, put on your clothes and leave, Xiao Zhang said, packing away the medical kit with a cool demeanor. Chu Xian stared at him in disbelief, her anger flaring as she shot back. You jerk. You just thanked me. And now you want me to leave? Xiao Zhang stood up, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's the matter? Do you wish to stay the night? Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? She challenged. Not worth it. Chapter 27. The third layer of the Dragon and Elephant 9 Sun skill. You. Chu Xian's face flushed crimson with rage. Her hands flustered as she attempted to adjust her attire. You shameless rogue. Mutual sentiments, Xiao Zhang retorted. You, who have hacked in my computer to spy on me, dare to call me a rogue. Stunned, Chu Xian felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her body frozen in place. How do you know? Don't think your little tricks can deceive me. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. If you want to watch, just say so. I wouldn't mind giving you a full performance. Arrogance value 300, shame and fury intertwined within Chu Xian, nearly causing her to explode. Hastily, she seized her coat, preparing to flee this den of gossip. However, as she reached the door, Xiao Zhang's voice rang out again. Actually, I might be in big trouble tonight. Chu Xian halted, not turning back. What does that have to do with me? Li Dong is dead, and I've implicated myself. Xiao Zhang's tone shifted, laden with melancholy. I took a life. The Li family will not let me off easily. I might be going in tomorrow. Chu Xian turned to see Xiao Zhang, sitting despondently on the edge of the bed, his shoulders slightly slumped, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. The domineering and cold man from moments ago seemed to have vanished. So, he too possesses a vulnerable side? This is impossible. Furrowing her brow, Chu Xian asserted, the Huangfu family will help you, won't they? Xiao Zhang offered a bitter smile. Of course, the Huangfu family will try their best. But you know the power the Li family wields in the capital. Moreover, it's a matter of a life. Chu Xian bit her lip, her inner conflict raging. She should despise this man. He was arrogant, conceited, and rude. Even a killer. Yet now, she found herself incapable of harboring hatred. I'll take my leave. Ultimately, she chose to depart, declaring, as for your troubles, they're not my concern. Xiao Zhang made no attempt to retain her, simply murmuring, thank you for shielding me tonight. Arrogance value 100. Chu Xian practically fled from the Xiao family estate. Once nestled in the car arranged by Qin Muyun, her emotions remained tumultuous. That scoundrel, she muttered under her breath, recalling the scene of Xiao Zhang disposing of Li Dong. In that moment, he was calm, resolute, and unequivocal. The image shifted to Xiao Zhang, forlornly seated on the bed. In that instant, he appeared fragile, isolated, and adrift. Halfway through her journey, Chu Xian finally sighed, retrieving her phone to dial a number. Hello, fourth sister. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Her voice was low yet resolute. Could you do me a favor? On the other end was the protagonist's elder sister from the original narrative, a professor at the Capital University of Political Science and Law, a luminary in the legal field. I need some legal advice regarding cases of justifiable defense leading to death. On the balcony, Xiao Zhang leaned against the railing, the cigarette but in his hand flickering in the night. Through his listening device, he clearly heard Chu Xian's voice. She has taken the bait. Xiao Zhang murmured to himself, nodding in satisfaction. Chu Xian, this seemingly sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted top hacker, indeed matched the description in the original narrative. Though she was often harsh and reclusive before her computer, her heart was easily softened, especially towards those she deemed deserving of aid. Fourth sister, Hijaxin. Xiao Zhang mused softly, recognizing her as a legal prodigy, the youngest professor at the university and a crucial ally of the protagonist. Since direct contact was unfeasible, he would utilize Chu Xian to lure her into the fray. The plan was unfolding step by step. Li Dong's demise was merely the beginning. Next would be the project concerning the special effect medicine, the confrontation with the Li and Lu families and each of the seven sisters. He proceeded to the bathroom, shedding his blood-stained shirt. In the mirror, his gaze was sharp, his aura commanding. He was no longer the fool depicted in the original narrative. System, what is my current arrogance value? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, Future Pearl, 1 5 times. Arrogance value, 4215. Purchase 10 years of cultivation. And apply it to the Dragon and Elephant 9 Suns skill. Ding. Consumed 3,200 arrogance value. Purchase purple item for 10 years of arduous training. Used purple item for 10 years of arduous training. Applied to Dragon and Elephant 9 Suns skill. In an instant, Xiao Zhang felt his blood surging. A tide of cultivation experiences and insights flooding his mind. The true energy within him rapidly expanded, breaking through barriers and leaping to a higher realm. Time seemed to freeze and accelerate simultaneously as 10 years of understanding were absorbed in mere seconds. Dragon and Elephant 9 Suns skill advanced from the peak of the second layer to the initial stage of the third layer, swiftly reaching the mid-stage, and ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the third layer. The meridians within him glowed like luminous rivers, the true energy flowing with a faint rumble. Every cell vibrated with unprecedented vitality, radiating a joy unknown before. Xiao Zhang closed his eyes, attuning to the transformations within. The third layer of the Dragon and Elephant 9 Suns skill brought not only an elevation of power, but also a qualitative leap. The third layer. The dragon essence begins to manifest. He exhaled gently, the breath materializing into a visible white mist in the air, shimmering with a golden hue under the bathroom lights. Xiao Zhang stepped out of the bathroom, each stride light and powerful, as if walking on clouds. He approached the balcony railing, gazing at the distant nightscape, where every detail was strikingly clear to him. Even the architectural nuances a kilometer away were vividly discernible. The third layer of the Dragon and Elephant 9 Suns skill had comprehensively heightened his sensory acuity. His hearing was acute enough to catch the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings in the garden below. Let us test this power. Xiao Zhang casually picked up a coin and squeezed it gently. The metal deformed in his fingers like dough, ultimately crumbling into a pile of metallic powder. Impressive, he marveled. If his strength at the second layer was tenfold that of an average person, then at the third layer, it had at least doubled to 20-fold. More importantly, he could now wield this power with impeccable precision. The third layer of the Dragon and Elephant 9 Suns skill. When did Qin Tian from the original narrative reach this level? Xiao Zhang recalled the plot, unable to suppress a cold smile. It seemed he had to endure 7 life and death crises, acquire 3 rare treasures, and receive the full support of the 7 sisters just to barely attain it. Yet here I am, supported by the system, achieving it in the blink of an eye. Chapter 28. Unpleasant schemes knock, knock, knock. Just as Xiao Zhang was savoring the immense power coursing through him, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Xiao Zhang, are you asleep? It was the voice of Qin Muyan. Xiao Zhang quickly donned his robe, suppressing the aura of Longxiang Zhuyanggong, and opened the door with an unaffected expression. Little mother, is there something you need at this late hour? Qin Muyan stood outside, clad in a silk nightgown, appearing somewhat anxious. Her gaze flickered, as if she were contemplating how to broach the subject. Is Chu Xian all right? Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. Are you concerned about Chu Xian? Or perhaps about my relationship with her? Qin Muyan cleared her throat and averted her gaze slightly. Chu Xian is my goddaughter. I have a responsibility to care for her. I just did not expect you two to know each other. Not for long, but it is indeed special. Xiao Zhang replied ambiguously, leaving Qin Mu Yun to ponder. Special? She instinctively probed, then realized her faux pas. I mean, she's still a child, you mustn't. Child? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, leaning against the doorframe. The protagonist is already 20, and as for Chu Xian, she is a 22-year-old young woman. How can she still be a child? He continued, of course, if judged by standards of innocence, she might indeed still be considered one. Xiao Zhang teased, little mother, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Nonsense. Gvin Muyun's cheeks flushed. I'm merely worried about you. Worried about what? Xiao Zhang suddenly closed the distance between them. The imposing aura from the third level of Longxiang Zhuyang Gong, causing Qin Mu Yun to instinctively take a step back. Their breaths intertwined, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Xiao Zhang, you. Qin Mu Yun attempted to push him away, but found her arms devoid of strength. His presence enveloped her, and the subtle pressure made her heart race. Little mother, are you genuinely only concerned for Chu Xian? Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Zhang's lips met hers in a sudden and forceful kiss, leaving her no opportunity to react. The energy from the third level of Longxiang Zhuyang Gong coursed through him, seemingly influencing Qin Mu Yun, drawing her deeper into a state of surrender. Though she should have resisted this shameless stepson, she found her body responding uncontrollably. Their connection deepened, on the verge of crossing the final boundary. Just as the moment reached its precipice, Qin Mu Yun's phone rang abruptly. The jarring ringtone was like a splash of cold water, bringing her back to reality. I must take this call. Qin Mu Yun pushed Xiao Zhang away, her voice trembling as she quickly grabbed her phone. On the other end was the hospital, and her complexion gradually paled. What? Are you certain? Is there truly no other option? After hanging up, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Tears instantly blurred her vision. What is it? Xiao Zhang feigned concern. It's a hospital. Xiao Tian's injuries. The doctor said there's no hope. Qin Mu Yun's voice broke. He will never be a complete man in this lifetime. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Zhang outwardly feigned shock and sympathy, while inwardly reveling in delight. The original protagonist, Qin Tian, once charming and favored by fate, had now fallen from grace. How could a mere commoner ascend to become the protagonist of an urban novel? How could he possess 7 beautiful women surrounding him? How could he inherit such opportunities? This plot twist was nothing short of splendid. Xiao Zhang mused that this was not merely the butterfly effect of his arrival, but rather a rewriting of the original narrative. It seemed that the deeper the affection of the 7 sisters for him, the more Qin Tian's fortune would wane. And now, with Qin Tian rendered a useless husk, he was no longer a contender for women or opportunities. Xiao Zhang's resolve sharpened. He must act swiftly to secure the remaining sisters and definitively crush Qin Tian. Summer Chu Xue had already been won over. Su Mo had left a favorable impression. His upcoming meetings with Lin Jiqing, Yang Shi, and Lu Rui would be crucial steps forward. Furthermore, Chu Xian had begun facilitating his contact with Qi Jiasen. Calculating, it appeared that 6 of the 7 sisters were already ensnared in his scheme. Soon, all would become his allies, alongside the female characters from the original story. Meanwhile, the true protagonist, Qin Tian, could only cling to his worthless fate. Watching helplessly as everything was snatched away, he gently patted Qin Mu Yun's back, wearing a comforting expression, while internally plotting his next move. Little mother, do not fret too much. I will avenge Xiao Tian. The Li family dared to inflict such harm upon my brother. I shall not let them go unpunished. Qin Mu Yun lifted her tear-streaked eyes, gazing at Xiao Zhang with some surprise. You truly feel this way? Of course, Xiao Zhang nodded earnestly, no matter what. Xiao Tian is my brother. For your sake, I will ensure this vengeance is fulfilled. Qin Mu Yun wiped her tears, studying Xiao Zhang's eyes as if searching for something within them. Although her expression remained sorrowful, a flicker of vigilance began to surface. Thank you, Xiao Zhang. She finally spoke softly, her tone tinged with caution. But I'm a bit confused about your past with Xiao Tian. Let bygones be bygones. Xiao Zhang interjected calmly, waving his hand. Since our father has passed, we are all that remains. We should support each other. Qin Mu Yun slowly nodded. Yet the suspicion in her eyes lingered. Xiao Zhang's sudden transformation, combined with his bringing Chu Xian home tonight, had instilled a sense of unease within her. This stepson seemed entirely different from the one she had previously known. The old Xiao Zhang had always avoided Qin Tian. Now, however, he sought revenge for his brother. The former Xiao Zhang had shown disdain for her goddaughters, yet now he had developed a special relationship with Chu Xian. What did all these changes signify? Noticing the shift in Qin Mu Yun's demeanor, Xiao Zhang recognized the need to redirect the conversation. By the way, little mother, he feigned a sudden recollection. I heard that Lu Rui has a cancer drug project. Qin Muyun paused in surprise. How do you know about this? I heard it from old master Huangfu. Xiao Zhang concocted a plausible excuse. He mentioned that the Li family is attempting to seize this project, which has governmental backing. I was contemplating how significant this project could be for the future of the Xiao family. Qin Muyun hesitated momentarily. Indeed, Rui was working on this project, but it was her academic research, something she valued greatly. For the sake of family, little mother, could you not assist me in securing it? Xiao Zhang coaxed. If this project falls into the hands of the Li family, it would pose a tremendous threat to us. Qin Mu Yin shook her head gently. Xiao Zhang, the cancer drug project concerns life. It is not merely a matter of commercial rivalry. Moreover, Rui has her own principles when it comes to her work. I cannot make decisions on her behalf. I see. Xiao Zhang feigned disappointment. Then I shall speak with her personally tomorrow. She should be visiting the first hospital in the capital to check on Xiao Tian, correct? She likely will. Qin Yun nodded slightly, yet the vigilance in her eyes became increasingly evident. However, Xiao Zhang, Rui is a rather stubborn child. Do not press her too hard. This was a warning. Xiao Zhang smirked internally, though he outwardly appeared exceedingly compliant. I understand, dear stepmother. I shall respect her decisions. That is good. Qin Muyun forced a smile, wiping away her tears. It is getting late. I will return to my room to rest. Tomorrow morning, I must visit Xiao Tian at the hospital. Please take care of yourself. Dear stepmother, Xiao Zhang said gently. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As he watched Qin Muyun depart, he closed the door behind her. The warmth in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling calculation. This woman is truly perceptive. Her physical defenses could be easily breached, yet when it comes to Qin Tian's interests, she is not so easily manipulated. Chapter 29. A wager early the next morning, in the hospital ward, Lu Rui rushed to the hospital to visit the injured Qin Tian immediately after disembarking from her flight. Xiao Tian, how are you feeling? Qin Tian lay weakly on the bed, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with despair. Sixth sister, I'm finished. Lu Rui examined the medical report, her expression shifting dramatically. How could this be possible? Qin Muyun, seated nearby, had tears brimming in her eyes. Rui, is there any way to cure Xiao Tian? After a moment of silence, Lu Rui ultimately shook her head. Such an injury. Modern medicine has yet to develop a fully effective treatment. However, I will exert every effort in research. Perhaps a breakthrough can be found. Qin Tian closed his eyes, tears silently streaming down his face. It's all my fault. If I had listened to my brother and not dismissed the bodyguards, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Rui was taken aback. Xiao Zhang, he sent someone to protect you? Qin Muyun quickly clarified, yes. Xiao Zhang arranged for personnel to safeguard Xiao Tian, but he misunderstood his intentions and sent them away. As a result, the Li family seized the opportunity. Wait, Lu Rui frowned. The Li family? Why would they target Xiao Tian? The Li family has always eyed the Xiao family covetously. Qin Muyun sighed. With Xiao Zhang's assistance, Chu Xue acquired land in the newly opened district, which offended both the Li and Lu families. They injured Xiao Tian as an act of revenge. Lu Rui pondered for a moment. What is Xiao Zhang's current situation? I have heard he has changed drastically. Indeed, he has transformed into an entirely different person. Qin Muyun responded, her tone laced with complex emotions. Not only has he taken over the company, but he has also secured significant projects. And even the Huangfu family stands by his side. Lu Rui's gaze sharpened. The Huangfu family? That is rather unusual. After a brief hesitation, Qin Muyun decided to divulge more. The patriarch of the Huangfu family suffered a heart attack a few days ago, and it was Xiao Zhang who saved him using an extraordinary acupressure technique. Even the doctors stated that this technique has been lost for a century. Lu Rui's eyes brightened. Acupressure to save lives? A long-lost medical art? As a rising star in the medical field, she had always harbored a keen interest in such unconventional treatment methods, particularly ancient and mysterious Chinese medical techniques. Qi Miyun continued, "It was because of this that the Huangfu patriarch decided to support Xiao Zhang. Strangely enough, Xiao Zhang had never shown any interest in medicine before, but now, Lu Rui wore a contemplative expression, a lost acupressure technique that could treat heart attacks. If we could thoroughly understand the principles behind it, it might offer modern medicine some enlightening insights." And Qi Miyun recalled something. Xiao Zhang mentioned he wanted to discuss the special drug project with you. Lu Rui frowned slightly. The special drug project? How does he know about this? He said he heard it from the Huangfu patriarch. I see. Lu Rui nodded. He wants me to transfer the special drug project back to the Xiao group to counter the Li family. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, Godmother, what do you think of Xiao Zhang as a person? Qin Muyun was taken aback, instinctively wanting to jest as she used to. However, recalling the events of the previous night, she spoke truthfully. He has indeed changed. The former Xiao Zhang. To put it simply, he was a spoiled rich kid. But now, he is not only capable, but seems to harbor many talents we are unaware of. Such as that lost acupressure technique? Exactly. And he is willing to offend the Li family to protect Chu Xue. He even sent someone to safeguard Xiao Tian and seeks revenge for him. As she spoke, Qin Miyun's eyes reddened again. Lu Rui sighed softly. If he truly understands those lost medical arts, it would indeed be worth a conversation. After all, no matter how advanced modern medicine is, it inevitably has its limitations. Perhaps ancient medical practices can provide us with fresh perspectives. So, you intend to meet him? Qin Muyun asked tentatively. Yes. Lu Rui nodded, but not for the purpose of project collaboration. I'm more interested in his medical skills. If he has indeed mastered some lost treatment methods, it could assist my research. Qin Muyun regarded Lu Rui thoughtfully. This usually meticulous and unyielding goddaughter had developed an interest in Xiao Zhang. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? She couldn't help but recall Xiao Zhang's meaningful smile from the previous night, a flicker of unease rising in her heart. Is he really that remarkable? Meanwhile, Yang Shishir sat in the passenger seat of Lin Jiqing's Porsche, touching up her makeup while inquiring. Lin Jiqing recalled the scene from the restaurant when Xiao Zhang played blue and white porcelain, her expression becoming complex. It's not a question of good or bad. He is unique, entirely different from my previous impressions. I watched the video. Yang Shishir set down her makeup mirror. That song was indeed stunning. However, I am more curious as to why you suddenly seem so invested in him. Lin Jiqing tightened her grip on the steering wheel slightly. What do you mean? Jiqing, we've known each other for years. Yang Shishir replied with a knowing tone. You have never taken the initiative to connect with a man, especially one with a spoiled, rich kid reputation. Lin Jiqing fell silent for a moment before softly saying, perhaps it's the contrast. He appears to be a useless, spoiled, rich kid. Yet he understands music and business. It sounds like you are somewhat captivated by him. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Jiqing instinctively retorted. I merely believe he is worth collaborating with. Moreover, Lin Qin Media genuinely needs to expand its musical horizons. Yang Shishir couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't say anything more. However, I heard your sister Chu Xue seems to have an interest in him as well. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Jiqing's phone suddenly rang, interrupting Yang Shishir. Hello, Rui? She answered the call. I was just about to call you. I have a meeting set up with. I know, you're meeting Xiao Zhang. Lu Rui interjected. Please tell me the location. I shall join as well. Lin Jiqing was taken aback, nearly pressing the wrong pedal. You also want to see him? Although she had initially planned to invite Lu Rui along, the distinction between being passive and active was entirely different. Yes, Lu Rui's tone remained as calm as ever. He seems to have mastered some lost medical techniques, and I wish to learn more personally. Lin Jiqing felt a bit dazed. What are you talking about? Xiao Zhang can practice medicine? Let us discuss the specifics in person. After hanging up, Lin Jiqing looked at Yang Shishir in shock. My sick sister Rui wants to meet Xiao Zhang, and she mentioned he possesses some lost medical arts. Wow, Yang Shishir's eyes lit up. Now, this is getting interesting. Lu Rui is renowned for her high standards, even dismissing professors from Harvard Medical School. Now, she actively seeks out a spoiled rich kid. So, Lin Jiqing pondered, how many secrets does Xiao Zhang still conceal? Yang Shishi replied enthusiastically, a man who excels in music and medicine, capable of making you sisters see him in a new light. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Lin Jiqing shot her a glare. Are you perhaps interested in him as well? What? Are you jealous? Nonsense. Lin Jiqing's cheeks flushed slightly. I merely think he is too enigmatic. Then why not place a bet? Yang Shishi suddenly flashed a chuning smile, wondering who would be the first to uncover the true identity of this mysterious man. Chapter 30. The Unattainable. Forever Restless Host. Xiao Zhang. Item. Future Pearl. 1.5 usage. Arrogance value. 3,415. As Xiao Zhang listened to the incessant notifications from the system, he had a pretty good idea of who was behind it, filling his heart with joy. Considering that he didn't need to directly purchase blue items to tackle the current crisis, he decided to proceed. Ding. Consumed 1,600 arrogance value for a 10-fold draw. Nail clipper 1, toothbrush 1, tactical flashlight 1, P5 submachine gun 1. Congratulations on acquiring a purple item. World-class firearm technology. World-class firearm technology. Mastery of top-tier firearm knowledge and usage skills, including various firearms performance, modifications, maintenance, and shooting techniques. It also endows one with strong tactical awareness and on-the-spot responsibilities. Not bad, although having the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill rendered it somewhat less useful. He still couldn't withstand large-caliber bullets for now, and having more skills was never a burden. Xiao Zhang nodded inwardly. System continue. Ding. Consumed 1,600 arrogance value for a 10-fold draw. Shampoo 1, toothbrush 1, mini camera 1, signal jammer 1. Congratulations on acquiring a golden item. World-class directing technique. World-class directing technique. Mastery of premier directing skills, encompassing screenplay creation, shot coordination, actor guidance, post-production, and comprehensive abilities. Includes classic movie scripts and complete storyboards that have yet to appear in the current world, along with a process manual, which can save 50 of production costs when followed. Now, this is genuinely a treasure. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. Not only did it include directing skills, but it also came with the ability to work with world-class actors. Most importantly, those future classic movie scripts and production processes were invaluable. No wonder it was golden. It truly was worth it. He was about to collaborate with Lin Jiqing on a film, and this golden item came at the perfect time. Those box office legends from his past life would now belong to him. Just then, Lin Jiqing sent a message. Yang Shishir and Lu Rui have made arrangements. You decide the time and place. Xiao Zhang smiled as he replied, and just as he put down his phone, a message arrived from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Xiao, I am Shui Bing from Feiyang Real Estate. I would like to discuss a collaboration on a new district project. Xiao Zhang's eyes brightened. Shui Bing, another significant character from the original text. Although not one of the Seven Sisters, her strength was by no means inferior. Not only was she successful in her career, but her personal charm was also exceptional. Later, she even stood shoulder to shoulder with the Seven Sisters, helping the protagonist establish a commercial empire. Moreover, this woman had a characteristic. The more challenging the situation, the more eager she became. Ms. Shui, I apologize, but I already have a partner for the new district project. Feiyang Real Estate, although a dominant force in the capital, was still a notch below Zhao's group and Tianxue group. With the land for the new district already secured by him and Xia Chuxue, Shui Bing was unable to sit idly. You must be referring to Tianxue group, right? Shui Bing persisted, but you lack experience and resources in real estate development. Why not combine our strengths? No, thank you. Xiao Zhang declined again. Xia and I work very well together. After sending the message, a smile crept onto his lips. The unattainable is forever restless. Let her be restless for now. At the headquarters of Feiyang Real Estate, Shui Bing glared at her phone, furious as she slammed it down on her desk. This Xiao Zhang was too arrogant. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling streets of the capital. At 27, Shui Bing had taken over Feiyang Real Estate from her father only 2 years ago and had already doubled the company's market value. She had always believed that with her talent and beauty, no man could refuse her. But today, a dandy dared to disregard her? Xiaoya, she called her assistant. Find out everything about Xiao Zhang. I want to know all his secrets. The assistant quickly complied and left. Shui Bing stood by the window, biting her red lip. She despised being underestimated and couldn't tolerate anyone daring to reject her. She was determined to confront this Xiao Zhang. Arrogance value 100. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang had already driven to the agreed-upon location. This was one of the most renowned French restaurants in the capital, boasting an elegant ambience and top-notch service. Most importantly, it provided excellent privacy, making it ideal for discussions. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he saw two distinctively charming ladies engaged in conversation. Lin Jiqing wore a meticulously tailored black suit, her long legs elegantly crossed. Her shoulders were slightly exposed, and her makeup was exquisite yet not overly flamboyant. Opposite her, Yang Shishir donned a fresh white dress, appearing pure and elegant. Her shoulder-length hair framed her delicate face, and her eyes sparkled with life. Each woman's beauty was unique. One was an elegant rose under neon lights, while the other was a pure white lotus in the morning dew. "Mr. Xiao, please take a seat." Lin Jiqing gestured for him to sit. "Rui just called to say there are some matters to attend to regarding the special effects project. Let's eat first." Xiao Zhang smiled knowingly. Is she avoiding me because she knows I'm here? Lin Jiqing's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Yang Shishir, a rising singer in the industry. She loves your song, Blue and White Porcelain." "Too kind," Xiao Zhang nodded, turning his gaze to Yang Shishir. "I heard Miss Yang also writes songs?" Yang Shishir's face showed a hint of sadness. "I do, but they haven't been very successful. Would you sing Blue and White Porcelain for me?" She looked at Xiao Zhang with anticipation. "I truly love that song." However, Xiao Zhang shook his head. "Sorry, I don't plan to let anyone else perform this song for the time being." "Why not?" Yang Shishir asked, disappointment mingling with confusion. Xiao Zhang met her gaze directly. "Because you can't sing it well." "Xiao Zhang." Lin Jiqing frowned, not expecting him to be so blunt. Yang Shishir's face flushed instantly, her eyes welling with tears. "How do you know I can't sing it well?" "Arrogance value 100. Your performance speaks for itself." Xiao Zhang replied calmly. "You have talent, but you lack emotion. This isn't a technical issue. It's because you've never truly invested yourself." "I have invested," Yang Shishir retorted, her voice trembling. "Because you have never experienced genuine love." Xiao Zhang interrupted. "Your understanding of emotions remains in the realm of imagination. Coupled with your ongoing struggles, it fills you with self-doubt. Under such circumstances, how could you possibly sing a love song well?" Yang Shishir suddenly stood up, tears brimming in her eyes. You're too much." With that, she turned and dashed out of the private room. "Arrogance value 200. How could you say that to her?" Lin Jiqing admonished. "She is." "I know." Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. "A highly talented singer, but she simply lacks proper guidance." "Then why still?" "Because I intend to craft a bespoke album for her." Xiao Zhang replied with ease. "All original compositions, each perfectly tailored to her vocal range and character." Lin Jiqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Then why didn't you tell her directly, just now?" Xiao Zhang gazed intently at her. "Because I wanted to create an opportunity for us to be alone together." Lin Jiqing paused, then turned her face away, a faint blush creeping on her ears. Arrogance value 200. Chapter 31. Cultivating understanding people merely regard you as a partner. Lin Jiqing murmured. "Let us define what a partner truly is." Xiao Zhang suddenly leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Is it a bond of profound affection, or merely a commercial relationship?" "You." Lin Jiqing instinctively recoiled. "Please refrain from this." "Refrain from what?" Xiao Zhang feigned innocence. "Are we not discussing collaboration? Directors and actors must cultivate synergy." "Who is cultivating synergy with you?" Lin Jiqing retorted, her voice laced with indignation. "Moreover, you are not with Xiachu Xue." "Oh." Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. "It seems the esteemed actress is quite attentive to my private life." Caught off guard, Lin Jiqing's cheeks flushed as she stammered, I merely heard others mention it." "Heard from whom?" "Xiao Zhang, Ples, Zhu Suan, or Suemo. Your seventh sister indeed enjoys discussing me." "Who has discussed you?" Lin Jiqing hastily denied. "Furthermore, did you not claim to care for every girl?" "That depends on whether the other party wishes to be cared for." Xiao Zhang replied with a mischievous smile. Esteemed actress, do you wish to? You. Lin Jiqing's eyes widened. Do not speak nonsense. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang reached out and gently brushed away a speck of moisture from the corner of her lips. See, this is a matter requiring care. You are so careless even while dining. Lin Jiqing stiffened, her breath quickening. At that moment, her phone rang, providing a timely distraction. It's Rui calling. She fumbled to retrieve her phone. Xiao Zhang watched her flustered demeanor with keen interest. The dignified actress now resembled a flustered schoolgirl. He leaned in closer. No need to rush. We are still cultivating our understanding. Go away. Lin Jiqing pushed him away, hastily answering the call. Hello, Rui. Her voice trembled, betraying her usual poise. Xiao Zhang reclined back in his chair, amused by her flustered state. The esteemed actress was not so formidable after all. Rui? You're at the hospital? Lin Jiqing kept her voice steady. All right, I understand. You must be starving. I will bring you something to eat. After hanging up, she glanced at Xiao Zhang, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Rui says she is hungry. I shall accompany you, Xiao Zhang declared, rising to meet this esteemed director Rui. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Lin Jiqing prepared to exit the vehicle with her takeout, but then remembered something. Oh, about the new film, The Wandering Earth, Xiao Zhang replied directly. What? A science fiction film, he explained with a smile. It tells the story of humanity constructing colossal engines on the Earth's surface to escape the impending disaster of the sun consuming our planet. Lin Jiqing's eyes widened in surprise. A science fiction film? Are you serious? Quite serious. But, Lin Jiqing hesitated. China's science fiction films have always struggled, compared to those grand productions abroad. They are merely. That is precisely why we must undertake this project, Xiao Zhang asserted confidently. I believe this film will alter the landscape of Chinese science fiction cinema. Moreover, he gazed meaningfully at Lin Jiqing. I hope for you to be the leading actress. Me? Lin Jiqing was taken aback, but then recalled, didn't you say the film contains many passionate scenes? Let Marilyn take the role. Who says science fiction cannot include romance? Xiao Zhang leaned in closer. Shall we rehearse a scene? This is a hospital. Lin Jiqing instinctively recoiled. However, Xiao Zhang had already grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. It is vital for a director and actor to cultivate synergy, he murmured. As the director and producer, I must assess your acting skills. Before Lin Jiqing could react, his kiss descended upon her lips. Lin Jiqing wished to struggle, but soon succumbed to the depth of the kiss. Xiao Zhang's kissing technique was unparalleled, leaving her weak at the knees. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Lin Jiqing gasped, her cheeks aflame. You are taking advantage of me. No, this is merely cultivating feelings, Xiao Zhang replied earnestly. When it comes time to shoot, you will find such practice quite beneficial. Lin Jiqing felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet a sweet sensation bubbled within her. Flattering words are mere attempts to take advantage. Then why not take advantage back? Xiao Zhang teased. That way, it won't count as me taking advantage. Before he finished speaking, he leaned in once more. Lin Jiqing instinctively closed her eyes, her heart racing. Just as they were about to kiss again, a cool voice interrupted. Third sister. Startled, Lin Jiqing pushed Xiao Zhang away, spotting Lu Rui standing nearby. Her gaze shifting between the two of them. Rui. Lin Jiqing hurriedly adjusted her hair, exiting the vehicle. Why did you come down? I waited for ages without seeing you. Worried something had happened, Lu Rui approached, her expression icy as she regarded Xiao Zhang. So, you were with Mr. Xiao, cultivating feelings? The words cultivating feelings dripped with sarcasm. Lin Jiqing's face turned crimson, unable to articulate a response. However, Xiao Zhang remained composed, smiling as he addressed Lu Rui. Ah, Dr. Lu, you have finally arrived. Oh, Lu Rui raised an eyebrow. Mr. Xiao is so eager to meet me? Of course, Xiao Zhang readily admitted. I find Dr. Lu quite intriguing. Lu Rui scoffed. Just as you're intrigued by my third sister? Rui. Lin Jiqing quickly interjected, attempting to halt Lu Rui's words. Xiao Zhang, unfazed, replied, is different. My interest in Dr. Lu is merely academic, while for Jiqing. He cast a significant glance at Lin Jiqing. That is an entirely different kind of interest. Lu Rui's gaze sharpened, evaluating Xiao Zhang in her mind. This Xiao Zhang was far more interesting than rumor suggested. He showed no shame in his actions, boldly acknowledging them. This level of frankness and confidence piqued her curiosity. And all of this was part of Xiao Zhang's grand design. With the third level of Dragon Elephant Nine Yanggong, he had sensed Lu Rui's presence above. His intention to cultivate understanding with Lin Jiqing was deliberately orchestrated for Lu Rui to witness, a calculated display to assert his dominance. Chapter 32. You are a healer with a compassionate heart, and so am I. Observing the current situation, it appears that director Xiao has taken a greater interest in my sister. Lu Rui spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Jiqing quickly intervened. Rui, the Xiao group indeed possesses substantial strength in the pharmaceutical field. Why don't you discuss potential project collaboration? Collaboration? Lu Rui scoffed. Allowing someone who has turned Xiao Tian into a eunuch to interfere with my research? That is but a dream. Her gaze was sharp as she fixed it on Xiao Zhang. Given Xiao Tian's condition, you cannot deny your involvement. Moreover, the Li family has already established cooperation with the authorities, fully supporting the project. Why should I choose you? Xiao Zhang, unfazed, adjusted his cuffs. Dr. Lu, perhaps you will soon reconsider your stance. In the original narrative, this sixth sister, though formidable in the medical field, was particularly filial towards Qin Muyun, often seeking her godmother's opinion on various matters. If I can persuade Qin Muyun, I can gradually erode and corrupt her resistance. This project will ultimately belong to me. We shall wait and see at that moment. Lu Rui's phone rang unexpectedly. What? A congenital heart defect? Her expression turned serious instantly. All right, I'll head over right away. Hanging up, Lu Rui dashed towards the hospital without a backward glance. Sister, I'm sorry. There's an emergency. She lamented. Having not even eaten, Lin Jiqing looked helplessly at the takeout box in her hand, then turned to Xiao Zhang to explain, Rui doesn't mean to target you. She has no fondness for the Li family. She is just particularly stubborn when it comes to medical research. If you truly wish to collaborate, perhaps a sincere discussion would alleviate her concerns. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow at Lin Jiqing. Oh, aren't you sisters? Already speaking on my behalf. Quite the swift elbow turn. Lin Jiqing's cheeks flushed. You let us go. Xiao Zhang chuckled as he took the takeout box from her hands, moving to accompany her. Who knows, we might cultivate some tacit understanding. Could you not be so frivolous? Arrogance value 100. Outside the emergency room, a crowd had gathered, with several doctors reporting the situation to Lu Rui. The patient was a 6-year-old boy suffering from congenital heart disease with mitral valve insufficiency. The head of the cardiology department had just performed an emergency procedure, but the child's condition was dire. Immediate surgery was imperative. No, a middle-aged man angrily blocked Lu Rui's path. You look so young, and even that old fool couldn't handle it. How can you? Exactly, a woman beside him shrieked. That old man said surgery just to swindle money. It's been delayed so long. The child is nearly gone. Lu Rui maintained her composure, explaining. The condition is indeed critical. Without surgery, there is a genuine risk to his life. Furthermore, you are the ones who have delayed the process. Nonsense. The man suddenly lost control, shoving Lu Rui aside. Your hospital is just wasting time with my son. Lu Rui stumbled back, struggling to regain her footing when a figure stepped in front of her. Xiao Zhang's icy gaze fixed on the man. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? His few words bore a suffocating sense of pressure. The man faltered, instinctively stepping back. Who are you? Who I am is unimportant, Xiao Zhang replied coolly. What matters is that you now have two choices. Either step aside and allow the doctor to save your son, or continue this commotion and await your son's demise. The gravity of his words resonated, awakening those present. The man's expression shifted, and ultimately he relented, but not without a bitter threat. If my son doesn't survive, I will make you pay. Lu Rui hurried into the ward. The child exhibited signs of cyanosis and cold limbs. His condition was critical. She expertly maneuvered various medical devices while instructing the nurses on medication administration. Administer 0.3 milligrams of adrenaline immediately. Heart rate continues to decline. The nurse reported anxiously. Lu Rui quickly performed chest compressions on the child, yet the effect was minimal. Blood oxygen saturation continued to plummet, and the ECG readings grew increasingly faint. "What are you doing?" The man outside shouted. "Are you going to use my son for experiments? Call the police. These quack doctors are endangering lives." The woman's voice grew shriller. The incessant clamor made beads of sweat form on Lu Rui's forehead. Aware that time was of the essence, yet conventional methods yielded little success. She gritted her teeth and continued her efforts as the blood oxygen levels fell further. At that moment, Xiao Zhang's voice broke through the chaos. "Use the Union 19 techniques." Lu Rui paused momentarily, but did not halt her actions. "What?" "First, press the Baihui acupoint, starting with the Zhongchong acupoint, and complement it with the Xinshu acupoint." Xiao Zhang's voice was steady and authoritative. "Remember, the pressure must be balanced, with a rhythm of speed and slowness." "What nonsense are you spouting?" A doctor protested. "This is an emergency room, not a traditional medicine clinic." But Lu Rui suddenly recalled something, her eyes brightening. She swiftly adjusted her technique, commencing the steps as Xiao Zhang instructed. Baihui acupointer fingers gently tapped atop the child's head. "Yes, just like that." Xiao Zhang continued to guide her, pressing the Xinshu acupoint with his palm while lightly tapping the Zhongchong with his fingertips. Lu Rui executed Xiao Zhang's instructions precisely. As her fingers moved, the data on the instruments began to shift. Blood oxygen levels were rising. The nurse exclaimed with delight, "The heart rate has stabilized." Minutes later, the child's vital signs began to stabilize. Arrogance value 300, arrogance value 20, arrogance value 21. "Hurry." Lu Rui called to the director. "Prepare for surgery immediately." Once the child was on his way, she turned to Xiao Zhang. "Thank you. Regarding the special drug project, no need to mention it," Xiao Zhang interrupted. "You are a healer with a compassionate heart, and so am I." He turned to the group of parents, his eyes icy. "I hope you remember today's lesson. If you dare to lay a hand on a doctor again, the consequences will be yours to bear." With that, he departed, leaving Lu Rui, who was still in shock. Arrogance value 200 Jiqing. Lu Rui regained her composure and looked at Lin Jiqing. "Who exactly is he? What is your relationship?" Lin Jiqing awkwardly waved her hand. "It's just a normal working relationship. What you saw earlier, that was a misunderstanding." She hesitated, her tone becoming somewhat perplexed. "As for who he is, I'm not entirely sure now. But at the very least, he isn't as bad as the rumors suggest. Not only is he not bad, but he is also quite handsome, of course." She only murmured the last part in her heart. Arrogance value 100. Lu Rui contemplated, observing Xiao Zhang's retreating figure. The Union 19 techniques were an ancient medical practice, and even she, a top-tier medical genius, had only heard of it in passing. Yet Xiao Zhang not only knew it, but also demonstrated a masterful understanding of each acupoint applications. "This man is far more enigmatic than I had anticipated." "Dr. Lu." A nurse hurried over. The parents of that child wished to apologize. They were merely concerned and acted out of desperation. There is no need for apologies. "I should check on the operating room," Lu Rui replied, quickly making her way toward the surgical suite. "Rui," Lin Jiqing called after her. "You've been so busy you haven't even eaten. Remember to have something after the surgery." "Understood." Chapter 33, Brother. I apologize as Xiao Zhang stepped out of the hospital. His phone rang. "Miss me?" He answered playfully. "Xiao Zhang." Sumo's voice was icy. "Last time wasn't enough. How about you practice with me this time?" "So eager?" "Give me a moment to change the bed sheets." "You." Sumo was enraged by his attitude. "Come to the Qing Tian Martial Arts Hall now." Xiao Zhang chuckled. "I'm ready to accompany you at any time. But when it comes to sparring, you better dress a little more provocatively. It'll be more entertaining." "You bastard." Arrogance level 100. Xiao Zhang had no desire to hear her insults, promptly ending the call and starting his car. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed several suspicious vehicles tailing him. Li Zhenan, this old fool, has sent someone for revenge already? Perfect, let the furious Su Mo handle it. Qin Muyun sat on the sofa in the VIP room, having just hung up the phone. The news still reverberated in her mind. Li Dong, the core figure of the Li family, had been killed by Xiao Zhang himself. She closed her eyes, recalling Xiao Zhang's words from yesterday. "I will avenge Xiao Tian." At the time, she thought it was merely a comforting platitude. After all, the Li family was deeply entrenched in the capital. Who dared to touch their people? Yet Xiao Zhang not only spoke, but acted, and in the most direct and domineering manner. Qin Muyun's hand trembled slightly as she held her teacup. The transformation of this stepson caught her off guard. Once, Xiao Zhang was merely a wayward youth in her eyes, a spendthrift who had no idea which way the company's doors faced. But now he exhibited astonishing prowess in the business realm, and even his attitude toward Qin Tian had undergone a dramatic shift, evolving from sending protectors to exacting vengeance in blood. Was this truly the same Xiao Zhang? Her gaze fell on a family photo on the coffee table, where a youthful Xiao Zhang stood beside his father, his eyes filled with rebellion and disdain. Now, however, his gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding a disquieting aura in every movement. More shocking was the implication of Xiao Zhang's actions. He was not merely avenging Qin Tian, but declaring war on the entire capital's business world. The Li family would not rest easily. Xiao Zhang was using the most extreme method to convey to everyone that he was no longer the weakling to be bullied. This child Qin Muyun sighed, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt both gratified by his transformation and anxious about his recklessness. Yet more than anything, there was an indescribable complexity to her feelings. Observing her once indifferent stepson, now willing to oppose the Li family for Qin Tian, a wave of guilt surged within her. He avenged Xiao Tian. Perhaps it was time for me to repay him. Arrogance level 200. Outside the operating room, Lu Ru stood before the glass window, intently observing the surgery's progress. The child had temporarily escaped danger, yet her mind was tumultuous. The profundities of Yun Zhong's 19 forces astonished even her as a medical genius. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. It was Qin Muyun calling. You must give the special drug project to Xiao Zhang. Qin Muyun was straightforward. What? Lu Ru momentarily failed to comprehend. And this project is my life's work, into which I have poured countless efforts. The Li family even promised the most favorable conditions to secure the agency rights. And now you want me to hand it over to Xiao Zhang? There's nothing more to discuss. This is my decision. Qin Muyun's tone was unyielding, imbued with an unprecedented firmness. The call ended, leaving Lu Ru staring blankly at her phone screen. Qin Muyun had never interfered with her medical research before. What had changed today? Rui. Lin Jiqing approached with milk tea, noticing her troubled expression. Don't be too distressed. Actually, Xiao Zhang isn't so bad. Sister, don't you find it strange? Liu Rui froned. Why is Aunt so suddenly supportive of him? Just a few days ago. Her words were cut short as her gaze landed on the operating room. The lead surgeon was employing a technique she had just learned, a skill taught to her by Xiao Zhang himself. How could a playboy possess such profound medical knowledge? Furthermore, that reverence for life and composed demeanor did not seem feigned. With a sigh, Lu Ru conceded, Fine, I wanted to speak with him anyway. Sister, please help me arrange a meeting. Oh, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Lin Jiqing's eyes. Changing your mind so quickly? Xiao Zhang truly is quite charming. Don't misunderstand. Lu Ru quickly refuted. I merely wished to inquire where he learned such medical skills. If he could assist my research. All right, I'll help you arrange it. Lin Jiqing interrupted with a smile, a hint of cunning in her gaze. But I think you should also ask him how he managed to change Aunt's attitude. After all, Aunt has never so forcefully interfered in your decisions. Lu Ru was momentarily speechless. Indeed, why was Aunt behaving this way? What methods had Xiao Zhang employed? Arrogance level 200, arrogance level 100. The ward was enveloped in silence. Qin Tian lay on the hospital bed, his gaze hollow as he stared at the ceiling. The nurse had just finished changing his dressings, and the antiseptic scent lingered in the air. Waves of pain radiated from his wounds. But compared to the despair of losing his masculinity forever, this physical suffering was trivial. His world had seemingly collapsed in an instant. A top student from a prestigious university, the heir to a prominent family, a once promising prodigy, now reduced to a mere shell of a man. Each recollection of that kick filled him with a desire to annihilate the Li family. Yet now, he lacked even the qualification to seek revenge. Xiao Tian. The door creaked open gently as Qin Muyun entered, her eyes red from recent tears. Mom. Qin Tian's voice was weak and hoarse. Your brother has avenged you. Qin Mu Yun's voice trembled as she wiped her tears. Li Dong is dead, and the one who attacked you, Li Ming Hao, is paralyzed for life, exiled by the Li family to Cambodia. Qin Tian's body shuddered, disbelief coursing through him. Really? It was your brother who acted personally. Qin Mu Yun grasped her son's hand. He promised to avenge you, and he has done so. Xiao Zhang at this point, Qin Mu Yun's voice faltered, her emotions overwhelming her. The stepson she had once looked down upon now stood as a formidable adversary against the Li family for Qin Tian's sake. Qin Tian stared blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. How many years had it been? After moving to the Xiao family with his mother, he had always looked down on his stepbrother, deeming him uneducated, a frivolous wastrel unworthy of the Xiao family's legacy. Yet now, it was this scorned brother who not only sent protectors, but personally avenged him. Reflecting on the past misunderstandings and disdain, Qin Tian felt a surge of guilt, especially recalling how he had sent away the people Xiao Zhang sent to protect him, only to suffer the consequences of his own actions. Brother, he muttered, tears blurring his vision. E.M. Sore. Arrogance level 1000. Qin Mu Yun tenderly caressed her son's face, whispering, your brother cares deeply for you. In the past, it was my fault for never giving him a chance. Qin Tian pressed his lips together, fighting back tears. The once promising protagonist's halo of success had now completely vanished. His future, his hopes, have all turned to dust. Yet at the very least, he has a brother who is willing to stand up for him. Chapter 34. Beware of misfire. Astonishment coursed through Xiao Zhang as he beheld the remarkable contribution he had just received. Who could have triggered such an extraordinary event? However, this question was soon eclipsed by the breathtaking scene before him. In the spacious training ground, Su Mo stood proudly clad in a sleek black training outfit. Each of her movements radiated strength and elegance, reminiscent of a poised black panther ready to pounce. The president of the Martial Arts Association was far more captivating than the rumor suggested. Have you arrived? Sumo's voice was icy. Last time you took advantage of me. Today, you must repay it. Xiao Zhang teased. Are you referring to that incident when I touched your leg? Shall we repeat it? This time, I could be even more reckless. You're seeking death. Sumo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she let out an indignant retort. Like a bolt of lightning, she executed a sweeping kick. Her long, graceful leg sliced through the air, creating an enchanting arc. Xiao Zhang, unfazed, activated his dragon elephant nine yang technique and effortlessly caught her resilient leg, feeling the warm and delicate touch of her skin. Release me, Su Mo demanded, delivering a fierce kick with her other leg. Yet, Xiao Zhang expertly pulled her closer, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. Their youthful bodies pressed together, heartbeats racing in unison. Your skills seem to have regressed, President, Xiao Zhang whispered teasingly in her ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive earlobe. Or perhaps you genuinely enjoy this contact, deliberately falling into my arms? A jolt of electricity surged through Su Mo, rendering her weak. Struggling to suppress her unusual feelings, she summoned her strength to break free, executing a backflip to create distance. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and shock. Xiao Zhang's strength had more than doubled since their last encounter. What was even more alarming was the ease with which he wielded his power, leaving her with a sense of complete submission. Just as the tension between them reached its zenith, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted. Dozens of shadowy figures burst into the dojo, each brandishing gleaming weapons. Members of the Li family? Xiao Zhang sneered. Su Mo, you should leave. They are after me. What a joke. Su Mo retorted, I invited you here. If something happens to you, I would become an accomplice. With that, she charged toward the group of assassins, moving like a butterfly through a thicket, each strike precise and effective. In no time, she had incapacitated half of them. Xiao Zhang marveled at her agility, but his attention was soon diverted by another figure. Cloaked in a black robe, this individual emanated a repressed yet dangerously intimidating aura. Shadowblade, Xiao Zhang thought, recognizing this top-tier assassin, a former elite of the Dragon King's retinue. His blade techniques were supernatural, complemented by a bewildering agility. In an instant, the two clashed. Shadow Blade's movements were ghostly, his strikes vicious and lightning fast, leaving a trail of cold glimmers in the air. Even with the protection of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang technique, Xiao Zhang could sense the chilling intent to kill. Indeed, this was no ordinary adversary. Xiao Zhang pondered, if this was merely an underling's power, how formidable must the Dragon King be? No wonder the protagonist in the original story had to exert immense effort. With a smirk, he feigned weakness, intentionally exposing a vulnerability. Shadowblade, falling for the ruse, struck him in the chest. Using the momentum, Xiao Zhang propelled himself backward, extracting an MP5 submachine gun from his system midair. No matter how skilled one may be, they still fear a cleaver, much less a submachine gun. The rapid gunfire resounded throughout the dojo. Caught off guard by the close-range assault, Shadowblade had no time to react. A volley of bullets tore through his body, blood splattering. This once feared assassin collapsed in a pitiful heap. "Brother, times have changed," Xiao Zhang remarked, blowing the smoke from the gun's muzzle. "Did Li Zhennan send you? Where did you pull that gun from?" Shadowblade, though aware that even the most skilled martial artist feared firearms, was perplexed by the source of such a large weapon. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. "I'm asking you, not the other way around." Shadowblade clutched his wound. "Li Dong, you killed him. Li Zhennan wants your life." Then sent a message to Li Zhennan, informing him that I am already dead. Xiao Zhang aimed the gun at his head, demanding he personally come to collect the body. Shadowblade attempted to resist, but Xiao Zhang swiftly broke his arm with a kick. Trembling, he complied and sent the message. Xiao Zhang observed him send the message, then, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A single shot rang out. Su Mo regarded Xiao Zhang warily. "Where did you get that gun?" Xiao Zhang straightened, his expression meaningful. "I brought it in just like this. Would you like to inspect it personally?" "You." Sumo's face turned crimson, glaring at him fiercely. "At a time like this, you dare to make such jokes. I have already contacted my sister, Qi Jiaxian. She is the best lawyer in the capital, especially adept at cases of self-defense. As for this gun, we will say these people brought it." "Wait." Xiao Zhang suddenly grasped her wrist. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. There are bigger fish yet to catch." With that, he pulled Su Mo into the cramped changing room at the back of the dojo. In the confined space, their bodies inevitably pressed together. Su Mo could acutely feel the warmth radiating from Xiao Zhang, along with his potent masculine aura. "With so many lockers, why must you squeeze in with me?" She grumbled, her voice low as she struggled to restrain her inner turmoil. Xiao Zhang feigned innocence, shrugging. "I'm not a member of your dojo. I was out to know if the other lockers could conceal anyone. Besides, this is for our safety, is it not?" His words rang hollow, yet he chuckled inwardly. Su Mo, feeling uncomfortable, attempted to wriggle free, but suddenly felt something pressing against her navel. Her body froze in place. "You, how did you bring the gun in here?" Her voice trembled, laced with uncertainty. "Be careful not to misfire," Xiao Zhang chuckled softly, his breath warm against her ear. "If you move again, it might just go off." In an instant, Su Mo understood. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face flushed crimson, almost as if it could bleed. She dared not move again. Chapter 35. Kill him with a borrowed knife. Is he dead? Li Zhennan entered the martial arts hall with a dark expression, his gaze sweeping across the gruesome scene of his subordinates strewn about, his face twisting into a snarl. "Useless fools. You couldn't even handle a second-generation heir from the Xiao family. Are you referring to me?" Xiao Zhang's voice rang out leisurely as he stepped from the shadows, followed closely by the solemn-faced Su Mo. The moonlight filtered through the glass, illuminating his face, the enigmatic smile playing on his lips, making him inscrutable. "Old Li, at your age, you still come to bid me farewell." Xiao Zhang elegantly adjusted his cuffs, an undertone of mockery laced in his words. "I truly feel flattered." "Xiao Zhang." Li Zhennan ground his teeth, icy fury igniting in his eyes. "You killed my son. Today you shall pay with your life." "Oh." Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. "Are you speaking of that useless Li Dong? I assumed you wouldn't acknowledge him as your son." "Seeking death." Li Zhennan roared, and dozens of black-clad thugs surged forth, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Wait, Xiao Zhang suddenly raised his MP5, tossing the weapon lightly towards Li Jianan amidst the wary gazes of the crowd. Li Jianan instinctively caught the submachine gun. Confusion etched on his face. "What are you playing at?" "Nothing much. Merely thought it would be more entertaining this way." Xiao Zhang spread his arms, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Go on, shoot. Avenge your son with your own hands. Wouldn't that be satisfying?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. "Is he insane?" At that moment, Xiao Zhang keenly caught the distant sound of police sirens. A smile crept across his face as he suddenly lunged toward Li Jianan's men. "Seeking death." Li Jianan sneered, raising his MP5. Xiao Zhang wove through the throng, seemingly engaged in fierce combat, while subtly creating openings. Finally, at a crucial moment, he deliberately fell before Li Jianan. "Xiao Zhang, remember in your next life, do not provoke those you shouldn't." Li Jianan aimed his gun. Bang! A sharp gunshot split the night. A gaping wound appeared on Li Jianan's forehead, and his body fell rigidly to the ground. "You are surrounded. Drop your weapons." A commanding female voice resonated from the entrance. Han Ing, the deputy director of the Capital Security Bureau, stood at the door, her smoking handgun raised. Clad in a crisp uniform that accentuated her athletic figure, her short hair framed a face imbued with determination. This formidable woman was a legendary figure in the original narrative. A close friend of Qi Jiasin, her personality was bold and forthright, yet she possessed an unexpectedly tender side when it came to her feelings. Harboring secret affections for a friend deep within her heart, never revealing them even after the protagonist, Qin Tian, took her into his harem. Soon, the scene was cleared. An officer hastened to Han Ying's side, lowering his voice. "Director, the submachine gun was unloaded. It was a prop." Han Ying and Su Mo exchanged a glance, both eyes reflecting shock. "This Xiao Zhang managed to toy with us using an empty gun? Take him back to the bureau." Han Ying's voice held a rare edge of anger. In the interrogation room, the harsh white light illuminated the space. The renowned lawyer, Qi Jiasin, sat at the table organizing documents, while Han Ying stood nearby, arms crossed, her gaze intense. Su Mo sat on the iron chair opposite, her expression calm, incongruous for someone who had just endured a gunfight. "Big sister, I need you to recount the events once more." Qi Jiasin's tone was gentle, akin to a casual conversation among friends, devoid of apprehension. "I've already stated that I chose to stay and assist Xiao Zhang." Su Mo met Qi Jiasin's gaze unwaveringly. "He insisted I leave first, claiming he could handle them alone. But I was uneasy, so I remained." "Are you certain he did not threaten you?" Han Ying interjected, brow furrowed. As the director, she had witnessed too many victims too frightened to speak the truth after being coerced. "He certainly has his faults, but he is not that kind of person." Su Mo shook her head gently, her tone resolute. "Li Jianan came to kill him. He acted purely in self-defense. But the gun was unloaded." Qi Jiasin sighed. "He was manipulating us, using us all." However, Xiao Xian did call me, stating that Li Dong had first sent someone to assassinate Xiao Zhang, who acted in self-defense. Yet, your unwavering support for him strikes me as peculiar. He must have employed some means to deceive you." Su Mo frowned slightly, her voice tinged with helplessness. "Fourth sister, you are overly suspicious. Some matters are not as complex as you perceive." "Big sister," Qi Jiasin was about to respond when Han Ying interrupted. "Let your sister go first. We shall interrogate Xiao Zhang now." Han Ying watched as Su Mo exited the interrogation room, adjusting the badge on her uniform. Subsequently, Han Ying and Qi Jiasin approached the adjacent interrogation room. Just as they were about to push the door open, they heard a series of flirtatious giggles from within. "Mr. Xiao, you're truly humorous. Your joke is simply delightful." The playful tone bore no hint of seriousness. Bang! Han Ying kicked the door open forcefully. Inside, the recently assigned female officer, Xiao Zhang, was leaning over the interrogation table, gazing at Xiao Zhang with unmistakable infatuation. "Director Han, Lawyer Qi," Xiao Zhang nodded gracefully. "You two seem quite close, always inseparable. However, being around the security bureau all day, won't that affect your impartiality, lawyer?" Qi Jiasin's cheeks flushed. "This is a matter of duty." "Xiao Zhang, please step outside," Han Ying commanded coldly. Director. The female officer stood up abruptly, hastily straightening her uniform, her face as red as a ripe apple as she hurriedly left the interrogation room. Quite impressive. Han Ying sat down opposite Xiao Zhang, a cold smile gracing her lips. You effortlessly ensnared my subordinate. No wonder Jessen's friends are all enchanted by you. Jessen frowned, an inexplicable discomfort settling within her. Xiao Zhang glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems Lawyer Qi is a tad jealous. Fear not. We shall have a private chat shortly. You. Jessen's face flushed with anger. Enough. Han Ying slammed the table. To orchestrate such a grand scheme with an empty gun for the sake of killing with a borrowed knife. Do you dare continue your slick tongue here? Xiao Zhang remained unfazed. Director Han, you misunderstand. I merely wish to expose Li Jinan's true colors. Sometimes, without granting a criminal a taste of sweetness. How can they be lured into a trap? As his words settled, the interrogation room was pierced by the urgent ringing of a mobile phone. Jessen quickly stepped outside to answer the call. Xiao Zhang's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Director Han, you harbor a secret in your heart, do you not? What secret? Han Ying knitted her brows. One concerning Jessen. Xiao Zhang lowered his voice. A secret you dare not speak of, cannot speak of, yet it torments you ceaselessly. Han Ying's pupils constricted sharply, but quickly returned to normal. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak no lies. Xiao Zhang locked eyes with her. Every time Jessen approaches you, that suppressed longing in your eyes is all too evident to me. The anguish of longing to draw near, yet being compelled to distance oneself. The torment of harboring deep affection while relegated to the role of a confidant. Silence. Han Ying abruptly rose, her chair toppling with a resounding crash. If you continue to spout such nonsense, I shall have you arrested for obstructing justice. This evasion will not resolve the matter. Xiao Zhang remained unperturbed. If you're willing to trust me, I can assist you. Assist me? Han Ying scoffed. Who do you think you are? A deity? No. Xiao Zhang slowly stood, leaning closer to Han Ying's ear. I am merely someone who can make miracles happen. Arrogance level 500, chapter 36. Han Ying, what nonsense are you spouting? Jessen and I have been inseparable friends since childhood. Do not meddle in our affairs. Han Ying fixed her gaze upon Xiao Zhang, suppressing the shock within her. Say what you will, Xiao Zhang replied with a light chuckle, adjusting his cuffs. To be candid, I have little interest in trivial romantic entanglements. My primary concern lies with the prospects of Director Han's career. Do you not aspire to become the youngest head of the Public Security Bureau in the history of the capital? Han Ying's pupils constricted. What do you know? Arrogance level 100. You've faced considerable oppression over the years. Xiao Zhang languidly reclined in his chair, reminiscing about the events from the original text. 3 years ago, you spearheaded the investigation into that interprovincial human trafficking case. Yet the accolades were snatched away. Last year's operation, we led the charge to dismantle the hideout at great personal risk, also ended with you being overshadowed. He recounted each incident with clarity, every detail precise. Han Ying's hands trembled slightly beneath the table. These matters had never been disclosed to outsiders. Not even Jessen was aware. Who on earth is this man? Arrogance level 100. What are you trying to convey? Her voice quivered slightly. I can assist you, Xiao Zhang stated nonchalantly, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. I possess a piece of damning evidence against Director Jiang that could lead to his downfall and disgrace. What evidence? Han Ying instinctively inquired, then grew wary. Do not attempt any tricks. Xiao Zhang smirked, just as Jessen entered the room. Jia, Jessen stated seriously. Although we currently lack evidence to directly implicate Xiao Zhang in Li Jinan's death, we require his cooperation for a 24-hour investigation. No need, Han Ying interjected suddenly. Let him go. What? Jessen looked incredulously at her friend. Wasn't this our plan to unveil his true nature? You don't understand. The higher-ups are conducting inspections, and our caseload is overwhelming. We cannot afford the time. Han Ying calmly glanced at Xiao Zhang. Furthermore, there are numerous eyewitnesses at the scene, so there shouldn't be any issues. Jessen appeared perplexed, but her professional demeanor quickly regained composure. Very well, she said, turning her sharp gaze toward Xiao Zhang. However, I warn you, Do not harbor any ulterior motives towards my sisters, Xiao Tian, or my godmother. Otherwise, I will employ every ounce of my knowledge to ensure you spend your life in prison. Xiao Zhang shrugged, recalling the events from the original story. Lawyer Qi. Such grandiose claims. That sort of thing will not occur again. After all, things have changed. He surveyed the room with a smile. There are far too many bureaucratic constraints. If you find your work unsatisfactory, the positions of security director and legal director at the Xiao Corporation remain vacant. Would you both consider a change of environment? I assure you the compensation will be satisfactory. You. Qi Jiasen was about to retort. Allow me to escort Mr. Xiao out. Han Ying suddenly stood up. Jia? Qi Jiasen was utterly bewildered. The usually decisive and unyielding Han Ying seemed uncharacteristically out of sorts today. As Xiao Zhang followed Han Ying out of the interrogation room, he leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. Lawyer Qi, sometimes the closest individuals conceal the most difficult secrets to articulate. Wouldn't you agree? Qi Jiasen was left in a daze, but the rigid demeanor of Han Ying sparked a sense of unease within her. Arrogance, level 100. At the end of the corridor, Han Ying finally lowered her voice, asking, "How do you plan to assist me?" "There is no rush," Xiao Zhang replied calmly. "I will contact you once the time is right." However, prior to that, he cast a meaningful glance at the interrogation room. "I suggest you resolve your own emotional entanglements. Suppressed feelings inevitably resurface, and when they do, the aftermath may be difficult to manage." Han Ying's expression darkened. "Do not speak nonsense." Xiao Zhang shrugged. "Think as you will. However, Director Han, you should be aware that evasion is not a solution to certain matters." With that, he turned and departed, his nonchalant figure vanishing at the corridor's end. Arrogance level 200. Jia. Qi Jiasen hastened to catch up. "What is going on with you today? Do we not agree to thoroughly investigate Xiao Zhang's background?" "It is nothing." Han Ying maintained her composure. "There are too many cases at hand. We simply lack the energy." She averted her gaze from her friend's concerned eyes. Those clear, bright pupils seemed to reflect her innermost secrets. But Qi Jiasen pressed for more. Han Ying abruptly shifted the topic. "Why are you not overseeing the busy courtyard? Let us discuss this another day." With that, she strode away. Upon exiting the Public Security Bureau building, Xiao Zhang retrieved his phone, noticing a flurry of unread messages. "Lin Jiqing, Rui wishes to meet you. She is quite interested in your medical skills. If you have time." Xiao Zhang scoffed at the message. After having so decisively refused, she now sought to draw closer? How absurd. He tucked his phone back into his pocket, deciding to let it be for the moment. "Are you out?" A cool voice interrupted him. Su Mo leaned against a streetlight, her graceful figure illuminated by the moonlight. Arrogance level 100. "Oh, has President Su been waiting for me?" Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow in jest. "Such concern for my well-being? Do not flatter yourself. Sumulchaf. I merely wish to engage in another spar with you." Xiao Zhang shook his head. "I lack the inclination for that at present. As you have seen, I was just targeted for assassination, and I need to secure some bodyguards. Otherwise, if another attempt occurs, I may not be so fortunate next time. I happen to have a few excellent candidates in mind," Su Mo casually remarked. "Oh." Xiao Zhang's interest piqued. "President Su, are you offering to assist me? Surely you are not worried that I might perish and leave you without a worthy opponent?" "You." Sumo's cheeks flushed. "Whether I care or not is irrelevant. Of course I want your help," Xiao Zhang grinned. "But before that, I am genuinely curious why the esteemed president of the Martial Arts Association is so eager to aid me." Sumo turned her face away. "As you said, it's merely to avoid losing a contender." Arrogance level 100. The system's hint betrayed her intentions. "Very well then, lead the way." Xiao Zhang shrugged, eager to see if the Martial Arts Association harbored any capable individuals apart from her. "Are you underestimating our Martial Arts Association?" Sumo spun around, glaring at him. "I would never." Xiao Zhang laughed, raising his hands in surrender. "I was merely curious. After all." He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "There must be something special about the individuals who catch President Su's attention." Su Mo abruptly pushed him away. "Do not stand so close. Follow me." Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a smile. Arrogance level 100. His phone vibrated again, revealing a message from Lu Rui. I wish to discuss the Cloud 919 techniques with you. Xiao Zhang glanced at it and chose to ignore it, thinking how amusing these women were, lowering themselves to plead when in need. Once he acquiesced, they would likely revert to their haughty demeanor. Do hurry and catch up. Sumo's voice echoed from ahead. Coming. Xiao Zhang hastily caught up, but President Su, to be honest, your eagerness to assist me makes one wonder if you have ulterior motives. Shut your mouth. If you continue to babble nonsense, I shall strike you down. Well, that's acceptable. A little scuffle in the car will suffice. Do you have any shame? Xiao Zhang burst into hearty laughter as he followed Su Mo into the vehicle. Chapter 37. I Want to Fight 10. Sumo's sports car came to a halt before a grand edifice, where classical and modern styles harmoniously intertwined above the imposing entrance emblazoned with the 4 characters of the Martial Arts Association. This place is not only the pinnacle of martial arts sanctuaries in the capital, but also a revered temple in the hearts of numerous martial arts enthusiasts. Here we are. Follow me, Su Mo declared as she stepped out of the car and strode directly towards the entrance. The square, paved with blue stones, showcased an ancient architectural style while seamlessly incorporating modern amenities. Within the spacious hall, dozens of martial artists engaged in various forms of training, some practicing Tai Chi push hands, others striking sandbags, while yet more were rehearsing diverse martial arts routines. Each individual was intensely focused, their sweat soaking through their training attire. The Martial Arts Association in the capital is quite impressive, Xiao Zhang remarked, raising an eyebrow. Su Mo nodded, a hint of pride in her voice. This place gathers the finest martial artists in the capital. I brought you here today to select a few exceptional experts as your bodyguards. Leading Xiao Zhang through the hall, she arrived at an independent training area where several uniformed, formidable martial artists were engaged in sparring. Upon noticing Su Mo's arrival, they promptly ceased their actions and respectfully bowed. President, they greeted. Su Mo inclined her head slightly, then introduced them. These are elite members of our Martial Arts Association, each with their own specialties. Brother Zhao excels in grappling combat. Brother Chun possesses exceptional agility, and Sister Wang is skilled in hidden weapons. As Su Mo spoke, the martial artist's gazes converged on Xiao Zhang, their eyes filled with scrutiny and disdain. This is the young Master Xiao? Brother Zhao stepped forward, his tone laced with palpable contempt. I hear from the president that you require bodyguards. It's not that I am seeking them. It is your president who insists on introducing me to you. Xiao Zhang replied languidly. Our members possess extraordinary skills, primarily protecting dignitaries and tycoons, Brother Chen sneered. It would be utterly disgraceful to serve as a bodyguard for an uneducated dandy. Sister Wang also scoffed. President, why must we undertake such trivial matters? A few peripheral members would suffice. Su Mo furrowed her brow. I brought Xiao Zhang here for my own reasons. However, before she could finish, Xiao Zhang interjected with a disdainful laugh. A bunch of useless layabouts, putting on airs? If you were to protect me, I would end up babysitting you instead. What did you say? The atmosphere darkened among the onlookers. Xiao Zhang scanned the area, his gaze suddenly landing on a robust young man in the corner, who was being alternately attacked by several individuals. The lad, honest and unassuming, silently endured the barrage of assaults. Though he staggered back under the blows, he never fell, maintaining a simple grin as if relishing the experience. You there, come here, Xiao Zhang suddenly called out. All eyes turned toward the corner. The young man hesitated, uncertain as he pointed to his own sturdy chest. Me? Did the young master call for me? He exclaimed in a loud voice tinged with a strong rural accent. Yes, you, Xiao Zhang affirmed. Young man, I see remarkable potential in you. You possess the rare traits of a martial arts prodigy. Protecting world peace will depend on you. The young man beamed, displaying a broad smile that revealed a set of large white teeth as he clumsily approached. His strides were heavy, each step echoing with a thud. His robust arms swung rhythmically, reminiscent of 2 hefty hammers. The young master has a sense of humor. I'm just a country bumpkin. What martial arts prodigy am I? I can merely take a beating, he said, dressed in ordinary work pants and a faded gray t-shirt, a stark contrast to the uniformed members of the association. President, this is Ironhead. He is not an official member, but merely a worker here, Brother Zhao clarified, primarily responsible for odd jobs and as a sparring partner. He is simple-minded and often takes hits without dodging. Sumo looked bewildered. Xiao Zhang. What kind of joke are you making? Iron Head? What a fitting name. Xiao Zhang remarked, his eyes lighting up as he approached the young man. How old are you? In response to the young master, I just turned 18, Iron Head replied, rubbing his nose and wiping his large hands on his pants. My grandfather said I have a hard head, no matter how many times I fell as a child. My head was always fine, so they call me Iron Head. How long have you been training in martial arts? I haven't formally trained, Iron Head answered honestly, scratching his head and smiling. I'm poor and can't afford tuition, so I work here and watch them train. I just follow along with my eyes. But I don't understand those fancy moves. Xiao Zhang nodded, seemingly already aware of the answer. Have you hunted before? Iron Head's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, you are truly remarkable. My hometown is indeed deep in the mountains. Show me your hands, Xiao Zhang instructed, gesturing toward Iron Head's rough palms. Calloused from years of wielding bows and axes, Iron Head grinned broadly, extending his calloused hands. Of course, I've been hunting with my grandfather since I was 7. I've seen wolves and bears, and I've even fought with tigers. He gestured animatedly, unashamed and rather proud. 5 years ago, when my grandfather passed away, I was left to care for my sister. A few years ago, when the game ran low in the mountains, I brought her down to earn a living. After much wandering, I finally arrived at the Martial Arts Association. The pay isn't high, but it covers my sister's tuition, and they provide meals. As long as she can learn, and I can eat well, that's enough for me. At this moment, the other martial artists could not help but laugh aloud. The young master is truly humorous. This rural monkey has never even trained in formal martial arts. Who could he possibly protect? He probably can't even write his own name correctly. All he does is take hits. How can he protect anyone? Perhaps he could carry bags? Iron Head merely chuckled at their remarks, unperturbed. That's right, I'm just a simpleton. I can barely recognize a few characters. How can I compare to these masters? Xiao Zhang shot a cold glare at them. Since you all look down upon him so much, why not have a match? A match? How do we compete? Brother Zhao laughed heartily. Are we really going to spar with a kid who has never trained in martial arts? That would be utterly embarrassing. Since young master Xiao thinks so highly of this worker, then let him give it a try. Brother Chen mocked. I am curious to see what remarkable potential looks like. Sumo frowned, about to intervene and prevent this farce, but Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement. All right, since you've agreed, let us see what happens. Iron Head scratched his head. Grinning, is the young master joking? I can't do that. I'm just a worker. Being able to take a beating is already a feat. How long have you been here? Xiao Zhang asked leisurely. Over 2 years, Iron Head counted on his thick fingers, recalling when he came down after the snow when he was 16. In these 2 years, what have you observed in their training? Iron Head smiled widely. I've seen a little bit of everything, but I'm quite slow-witted. I can't remember those flashy techniques. He scratched his head and chuckled. My grandfather often said that besides being hard-headed, I'm nothing special. But these hands and my physique have certainly proven useful in the mountains. The surrounding martial artists scoffed even more, some already starting to jeer. Now we have a good show to watch. A country bumpkin wants to compete with our elite brothers and sisters? It's simply laughable. Iron Head chuckled heartily, speaking candidly. It is indeed quite funny. I also think I'm not capable. Xiao Zhang remained unmoved and addressed Tai Tu, stating, utilize what you have observed and combine it with your hunting experience in the mountains to engage them in battle. I place my faith in you. The final 4 words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing a glimmer of light to flicker in Tai Tu's eyes. Do you truly believe in me? Young master? Tai Tu scratched his head, unable to comprehend. I am merely a lackey. Before he could finish, a robust warrior emerged from the crowd. One of those who had previously besieged Tai Tu. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to demonstrate to young Master Xiao what true martial arts entail. Xiao Zhang shook his head. No, you're not capable. Not capable? Are you jesting? A hint of amusement danced across Xiao Zhang's face. Tai Tu will face 10. The audience erupted in uproar, with Sumo gazing at Xiao Zhang in astonishment, perplexed by his intentions. Arrogance value 100. Arrogance value 18. Arrogance value 20. Arrogance value 19. Xiao Zhang, have you lost your mind? Sumo whispered, Tai Tu is merely an untrained lad. Pitting him against 10 martial experts. Aren't you putting him in jeopardy? Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. I said, trust him. Each calloused hand bore untold stories. Tai Tu stood silently, eyes wide open. Xiao Zhang patted Tai Tu's shoulder and whispered a few words into his ear. Initially shocked, Tai Tu's expression shifted to one of realization, culminating in a broad smile and a vigorous nod. All right then, I accept the challenge. His voice resonated with a straightforward bravado. I shall face 10. Chapter 38. Left and right arms, seizing the opportunity. All eyes converged upon Tai Tu, some filled with disdain, others with mockery, while many simply reveled in the anticipation of a spectacle. Brother Xiao scoffed derisively and stepped forward. Since young master Xiao holds you in such high regard, allow me to experience your prowess firsthand and see what this so-called martial arts prodigy from the mountains is truly capable of. Scratching his head sheepishly, Tai Tu replied, Master Xiao, you usually give me the harshest beatings, so please go easy on me. This elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Very well. I promise not to be too rough, Xiao said, flexing his wrists, determined to demonstrate to young Master Xiao what true martial arts entailed. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao lunged at Tai Tu like an arrow released from a bow, executing a white crane spreads its wings maneuver, the gust from his palm howling as it aimed for Tai Tu's face. Everyone anticipated that Tai Tu would be knocked down by this blow, given that he had often stumbled during practice. However, to their astonishment, Tai Tu remained utterly still, not even blinking. Just as Xiao's palm was about to connect, Tai Tu subtly shifted his body, his rough hand shooting out like lightning to deftly grasp Xiao's wrist. Master Xiao, I've seen this move countless times, Tai Tu chuckled, his simple smile still adorning his face. When hunting in the mountains, if one is this slow, they would have starved long ago. With that, he twisted Xiao's wrist and effortlessly lifted him off the ground, then gently tossed him aside. Xiao flew more than 3 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Xiao struggled to rise, but discovered that his right arm had lost all sensation, his face paling instantly. Brother Xiao. Several martial artists rushed forward to assist him. Brother Chun, with a dark expression, pointed an accusatory finger at Tai Tu and bellowed, What despicable trickery is this? With a bewildered expression, Tai Tu replied, I didn't employ any tricks. It's merely how I catch rabbits when hunting. Besides, I was rather gentle. Had I used my full strength from the mountains, he would have been finished. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd at the comparison of Xiao to a rabbit. Very well. Since you are so formidable, prepare to receive my next blow. With that, Brother Chun launched himself at Tai Tu, moving with astonishing speed. A renowned swift-footed warrior of the Martial Arts Association. However, to the amazement of all, Tai Tu was even faster, with a powerful push from his legs. Tai Tu propelled himself like a cannonball, his massive frame surprisingly agile in the air, akin to a fierce tiger. I've chased leopards in the mountains. Your speed is nothing. With a dull thud, before Chun could react, Tai Tu's heavy fist struck his abdomen, the seemingly clumsy blow infused with colossal force. Brother Chun was sent flying, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Brother Chun, the remaining 8 could no longer remain passive. One shouted, Let us all attack together. Teach this arrogant country bumpkin a lesson. In unison, they surged forward, unleashing a plethora of techniques, fists, palms, and legs converging upon Tai Tu. In that moment, the jovial smile vanished from Tai Tu's face, replaced by a chilling focus. In the mountains, I once faced 7 wolves alone, he murmured to himself. You 8 collectively should be weaker than those wolves. What unfolded next was nothing short of extraordinary. Every movement Tai Tu executed was simple and straightforward, devoid of any embellishments, yet embodying pure strength and speed. His form seemed to have been born for battle. Each motion, grasping, throwing, colliding, sweeping, rooted in the life and death struggles of the wilderness, exuding primal ferocity. Within 2 minutes, all 8 adversaries lay sprawled on the ground, some unconscious, others groaning in pain. Tai Tu stood at the center, breathing steadily, as if the fierce combat had merely been a warm-up. He scratched his head, the simple smile returning to his face. I didn't use much force. They should be fine. The Martial Arts Association was enveloped in a profound silence, all eyes fixed in shock upon the scene. Who could have imagined that a mere errand boy, often bullied, harbored such terrifying power? Sumo's pupils narrowed as disbelief tinged her voice. You can actually discern his talent. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. It is not that I discern it. Rather, his talent is too conspicuous, merely obscured by dust. He approached Taitu, gently patting his shoulder. Taitu, tell me honestly, just how strong are you? With an earnest scratch of his head, Taitu replied, I'm not entirely sure. In the mountains, my grandfather said I possessed innate strength. At 8, I could kill wild boars with my bare hands, and at 12, I even killed a tiger, saving the entire village. He rubbed his rough hands together. Before he passed, my grandfather said that if I received true guidance, I might achieve great things. Unfortunately, I am poor and lack resources. A flicker of unusual light crossed Xiao Zhang's eyes, recognizing the veracity in Taitu's words. In the original narrative, Taitu faced numerous adversities early on, but later transformed into an extraordinary powerhouse. By chance, he was discovered by Qin Tian and introduced to the Tiangong sect for training. Due to his pure and simple disposition, coupled with his unparalleled martial arts talent, he learned everything with remarkable speed. Within a few years, he ascended to become the foremost martial artist in the Tiangong sect over a millennium. Now, Xiao Zhang had preemptively seized his potential ally. Taitu, let us depart. At this moment, Sumo finally regained her composure and stepped forward. Wait, Taitu, though you're merely a worker in our martial arts association, you are still part of our dojo. If you intend to leave, formal procedures must be followed. A hint of regret flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that such an extraordinary talent lay hidden within her association, overlooked for 2 long years. If only she could keep him. But Xiao Zhang shook his head with a smile. President Su, Taitu is merely a temporary worker here, not a formal member. He hasn't signed a contract. His departure is entirely his own choice. Furthermore, you all have treated him like a beast of burden, using him as a punching bag while mocking him as a country monkey. Sumo's expression faltered, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, the dojo members had consistently looked down upon Taitu, treating him as a laughingstock and a target for venting frustrations. In retrospect, it was rather excessive. Xiao Zhang turned to Taitu. From now on, you shall heed only my commands. Can you abide by this? Taitu readily nodded. No problem. Young master is the first person to truly appreciate me. I shall henceforth be at your service. If young master bids me to go east, I shall not venture west. Xiao Zhang smiled with satisfaction. Good. Gather your belongings. We shall leave at once. Sumo's expression shifted, realizing that while the words were directed at Taitu, they were intentionally meant for her ears. 2 minutes later, Taitu emerged, carrying a tattered bag that seemed to contain only a few simple garments. Young master, I'm ready. Xiao Zhang nodded, then turned to Sumo. Thank you for introducing such a remarkable talent. Sumohaf softly, clearly still vexed by the lost opportunity to nurture such an unparalleled martial arts genius. Let us go. I will show you the true wonders of this world. Xiao Zhang patted Taitu on the shoulder. As the two were on the verge of exiting the door, Sumo suddenly called out to them. Xiao Zhang, what exactly did you say to Taitu to make him so utterly devoted to you? Xiao Zhang turned around, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded Sumo. What is the matter? I'm merely curious. Sumo's tone was composed, yet the unwillingness in her gaze was unmistakable. Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a smirk. By the way, I must extend my gratitude to President Su. Thank you? Sumo invited, had deepening. Had it not been for you bringing me to the Martial Arts Association, I would never have discovered Taitu, this unrefined gem. You weren't actually seeking a bodyguard, were you? From the moment I suggested you come to the Martial Arts Association, your sole objective was him. Xiao Zhang chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. Sumo furuit herburoth. You still haven't answer my question. What did you tell Taitu? Nothing particularly special, Xiao Zhang shrugged. I merely informed him that if he follows me, I would not only provide him with the finest martial arts guidance, but also grant his sister the opportunity to become as remarkable as President Su. Suemo was taken aback. As me? Indeed, he replied, calm, rational, beautiful, capable, and of high standing. You see in Tai Tu's eyes, you're truly a benchmark in life. Tai Tu, with his simple-mindedness, nodded earnestly. Yes, if my sister could possess even half of President Su's prowess, my life would be worth it. Suemo was completely unprepared for such a response and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Let us go, Xiao Zhang said to Tai Tu. Once you're settled, we shall pay a visit to your sister. All right, Tai Tu responded eagerly, following Xiao Zhang out of the Martial Arts Association's grand entrance. Watching the two retreating figures, Suemo stood still, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She sensed that Tai Tu's departure might herald a shift in the future landscape of the martial arts world. And Xiao Zhang, this reputed wastrel, was far more enigmatic than she or anyone else could ever have imagined. Chapter 39. Making the most of resources, setting the pieces after departing from the Martial Arts Association. Xiao Zhang led Tai Tu towards the parking lot. The mountain-dwelling giant was filled with curiosity about the city, his wide-eyed wonder akin to that of a child as he gazed around. His rough hands gingerly touched the Maserati sculptures and embellishments, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This is the first time I've ever ridden in such a fine vehicle. Tai Tu timidly settled into the passenger seat, his large frame tense, hands resting nervously on his knees, fearing he might inadvertently damage something. Young master, you are truly generous. This car is more impressive than the tractor at our village chief's home. Xiao Zhang chuckled, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Relax, get accustomed to it. In the future, you shall ride an even better. He paused, adding, and please, refrain from calling me young master. It feels rather distant. Then, what should I call you? Tai Tu scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. Just as Xiao Zhang was about to respond, his phone rang, revealing a call from Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, where are you? Her voice, laced with urgency, cut through the cacophony of what seemed to be a meeting. Just left the Martial Arts Association. What's the matter? The news of Li Jinan's death has swept through the entire business community of the capital. Xiao Zhang lowered her voice. Everyone is speculating about who did it. There are rumors pointing to you, but no evidence. However, it's already circulating in the community that you personally resolved the matter at the Qingtian Martial Arts Hall. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. And then, Xiao Zhang sounded taken aback by his calmness. The business landscape in the capital is in utter turmoil. The Li family has lost its backbone, and internal power struggles have already commenced. Strangely, the stock price of the Xiao Corporation has risen rather than fallen, increasing by 6% today. The market is in a frenzy to buy Xiao Corporation's shares, as if the fall of the Li family heralds the rise of the Xiao Corporation. That's quite normal. Xiao Zhang replied nonchalantly, with the Li family's downfall, the growth potential for the Xiao Corporation naturally expands. People are always inclined to pursue the center of power. Xiao Zhang fell silent for a moment, her tone becoming more cautious. But the Liu family is intensifying their efforts to block our supply chain. The new district project requires a significant amount of building materials. Yet our primary steel supplier has withdrawn their contracts, and the cement factory is delaying shipments under various pretexts. Given the current situation, advancing as planned will be exceedingly difficult. Any suggestions? Shui Bing from Feiyang Real Estate. Xiao Zhang provided a straightforward answer. She possesses the finest material supplier resources and has land in the new district. If we can collaborate with her, the supply chain issue will be easily resolved. A knowing smile crept across Xiao Zhang's lips. She has already reached out to me. And what then? Did you agree? This collaboration would be immensely beneficial for us. Her material supply chain could perfectly complement our shortcomings. I declined. What? Xiao Zhang's voice rose an octave in surprise. Xiao Zhang, do you realize how much we need these resources right now? The Liu family's blockade is escalating daily. If this drags on, we won't even be able to purchase concrete. There's no rush, Xiao Zhang said with confidence, lightly tapping the steering wheel. Let her come to us again. Shui Bing is currently in a more precarious situation than we are. Since her father's retirement, Feiyang Real Estate's standing in the capital has been waning. If she misses out on the new district project, her position will be irretrievably lost. She needs this collaboration more than we do. Are you sure? Doubt tinged Xia Chushua's voice. Shui being ISN, T an easy opponent. She is ruthless in business and never shows weakness. Of course. Since you've made that decision, I'll see how things unfold on my end, while I continue to advance as planned. Well, having discussed business matters, perhaps we should converse about other topics? I'll be waiting for you tonight at Daijing Bay. Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. Just as he ended the call, his phone illuminated once more, displaying an unknown number. Mr. Xiao, this is Shui Bing. Regarding our previously mentioned collaboration proposal, I believe we should meet to discuss it in person. I have several specific suggestions I would like to go over with you. Her tone had noticeably softened, even carrying a hint of earnestness. Feiyang Real Estate also has plans in the new district. A strong alliance with the Xiao Corporation would be mutually beneficial. We could share resources and collectively face the challenges posed by the Liu family. Xiao Zhang remained silent, abruptly hanging up the call. Tai Tu, having witnessed the entire exchange, scratched his head. Young master, was that an important call? That lady seemed rather anxious. Not particularly. Xiao Zhang started the car. Next time she calls, her attitude will surely be more favorable. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Whoever shows weakness first will lose. Young master, you are truly remarkable. Tai Tu gave him a thumbs up, admiration evident on his face. You are like the wolf king of the mountains, unhurried and patient, waiting for prey to come to your mouth. Xiao Zhang shook his head with a smile. Haven't I mentioned? Please refrain from calling me young master. It sounds awkward. Then, what should I call you? Tai Tu inquired again, sincerity etched on his face. Xiao Zhang pondered for a moment. When you were at the martial arts hall, didn't you refer to others as master or senior brother-sister? Tai Tu nodded. Indeed. Although they didn't consider me a brother, I still had to maintain decorum. Then call me elder brother, Xiao Zhang smiled. From today onward, you are my brother. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu's simple smile faltered momentarily, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Elder brother? Can I truly call you that? Of course. We are brothers, not master and servant. Tai Tu's large hand rubbed against his pants, seemingly unsure how to convey his overwhelming emotions. Elder brother, I have been an orphan since childhood, raised by my grandfather. Aside from him and my younger sister, no one has ever regarded me as a brother. Today, I, Tai Tu, have finally found a true elder brother. Xiao Zhang gently patted his shoulder, moved by this display of heartfelt emotion. To share fortune and face adversity together, that is what it means to be brothers. Upon returning to the Xiao family estate, Xiao Zhang led Tai Tu directly to a special room. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons and training equipment. The floor was covered with specially designed soft mats, and a small waterfall accompanied a meditation area on one side. This space had originally been a private training room crafted by Qin Muyun for Qin Tian. Now that Qin Tian had no further use for it, Xiao Zhang felt no hesitation in claiming it. What is this place? Tai Tu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's even more impressive than our martial arts hall's training ground. From this day forth, this shall be your training ground. Xiao Zhang contemplated the plans ahead. Unlike Qin Tian in the original narrative, he held unwavering trust in Tai Tu. It was not out of kindness, but rather an understanding of the plot. He recognized Tai Tu's innate loyalty and simplicity. Once he pledged allegiance, he would follow faithfully. In the original story, while Qin Tian admired Tai Tu's talent, he always viewed him as a subordinate, treading carefully to avoid being overshadowed. Xiao Zhang, however, understood the principle of utilizing resources effectively. Ensuring that every piece on the board reaches its maximum potential is the true path to success. Being hands-on in every matter not only exhausts energy, but also diminishes one's value. Moreover, he had devised an even grander scheme, strengthening Tai Tu and then seeking an opportunity to send him into the Tianji sect. By doing so, it would be equivalent to embedding a piece within the internal structure of the Tianji sect, allowing for swift control over this premier martial arts force in Huagua from within. Chapter 40. The future Empire Tai Tu, I am about to impart to you an unparalleled martial art, the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang technique. This is a premier skill that commands respect across the martial realm. When mastered to its zenith, it possesses the power to move mountains and drain seas. Dragon Elephant 9 Yang Technique. Tai Tu's eyes widened, shimmering with excitement, quickly overshadowed by concern. Brother, can I truly learn this? It sounds exceedingly formidable, and I fear I may not grasp it. My mind is rather dull. I worry I might squander your goodwill. Xiao Zhang shook his head. Do not fret. Your innate talent is exceptional, and you will undoubtedly succeed. However, prior to that, we must address a certain issue. What issue? Tai Tu inquired. Your meridian condition. Xiao Zhang stated gravely, gently tapping Tai Tu's chest with his finger. Although you are a martial prodigy seldom seen in a century, your meridians have solidified after maturation, akin to obstructed riverways, thus unsuitable for the direct cultivation of advanced techniques. It necessitates the efforts of several martial masters to reshape your meridians, much like unblocking and renovating those riverways to accommodate a greater torrent. This was a revelation of a prominent figure from the Tianji sect in the original narrative. Tai Tu scratched his head. I don't quite understand all this, but whatever you say, brother, as long as I can learn genuine skills, I am willing to do anything. Xiao Zhang pondered for a moment, silently invoking. Tongzi, is there a method to assist Tai Tu in reshaping his meridians? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, Future Pearl, 1 5 times. Arrogance value, 8,862. System prompt. Tai Tu's meridians are severely solidified, and conventional methods are unlikely to affect change. It is recommended to purchase washing marrow pill in conjunction with master-level transmission skill for meridian reshaping. Both are blue items and require a consumption of 4,000 arrogance value. Purchase. Xiao Zhang declared without hesitation. Consuming 4,000 arrogance value. Purchase successful. Master-level transmission skill. This method still requires the host to guide the true energy into the body, carrying a risk of backlash, which may result in minor internal injuries. Before Xiao Zhang appeared a crimson pill, and within his mind, a detailed set of incantations materialized. The pill, dark red with a faint medicinal aroma, was adorned with 9 spiral patterns resembling small dragons entwined. Tai Tu, consume this pill and follow my instructions. It will be painful, but you must endure. Tai Tu accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his complexion turned a fiery red, as if engulfed in flames of torment. Sweat poured from his brow, and the sinews in his robust arms bulged, his entire being nearly curling into a ball from the agony. Brother, I feel dreadful. It's as if countless ants are crawling within me. Tai Tu gritted his teeth, yet refrained from uttering a single moan. Do not worry, brother, I can endure. I will hold on. Xiao Zhang immediately activated the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang technique, placing his hands upon Tai Tu's back. Breathe as I instruct, synchronize with my rhythm. Xiao Zhang began guiding the true energy into Tai Tu's body, endeavoring to clear the obstructions within his meridians. Streams of pure 9 Yang true energy slithered like serpents into Tai Tu, seeking out the blockages within. The golden energy circulated within him, emitting a faint humming sound, reminiscent of a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl. As the true energy delved deeper, Xiao Zhang felt a wave of backlash. Tai Tu's meridians resembled a stubborn fortress, resisting the incursion of external forces. With each advancement, he bore the brunt of tenfold resistance. Just hold on a little longer. Your meridians are being reshaped. Sweat beaded on Xiao Zhang's forehead, his complexion gradually paling, yet his gaze remained resolute. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resonated from within Tai Tu, as if some shackles had been shattered. Though the sound was subtle, it reverberated in their hearts like a thunderclap. In quick succession, Xiao Zhang felt a powerful backlash surge back through the true energy channel, akin to an unstoppable flood breaching a dam. Poof! Xiao Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his garments, his complexion turning as pale as a specter. Brother! Tai Tu gasped in horror, grasping Xiao Zhang's swaying form. Are you all right? Have I caused you trouble? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have attempted such profound techniques. Xiao Zhang wiped the blood from his lips, shaking his head. It's nothing. This is a normal occurrence. For my brother, I would gladly bear wounds, and this is but a minor sacrifice. How do you feel? Arrogance value, 200, Tai Tu paused, then astonishingly sensed the changes within him. I feel light all over, as if I have boundless energy. I always felt something was blocking me. Now everything is clear. It's like the snow in the mountains has melted, and the riverways are suddenly flowing freely. Excellent. Let us commence the formal study of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang technique. Xiao Zhang inhaled deeply, imparting the technique's incantation to Tai Tu. Remember, this technique emphasizes the accumulation and eruption of yang energy, adhering to the rhythms of the sun and moon. For the ensuing hours, Tai Tu diligently practiced under Xiao Zhang's guidance. His gaze was focused, his movements earnest, striving for perfection in every detail. Those hands, once merely accustomed to brute strength, now adeptly formed seals to channel energy, showcasing astonishing talent. To Xiao Zhang's astonishment, Tai Tu's learning speed exceeded all expectations. The intricate incantations he could recite flawlessly after a single hearing. The complex postures he could replicate with remarkable precision after just one glance. In a mere 3 hours, Tai Tu had grasped the foundational essence of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang technique. The true energy within him began to flow along designated pathways. With each cycle, he felt a surge of power. Once more, this time, conceal your breath entirely, leaving no trace. Xiao Zhang commanded, his eyes shimmering with pride. Tai Tu, without complaint, once again channeled his true energy in accordance with the incantation. This time, his movements were even more fluid, and the energy flowed seamlessly, radiating a powerful yet restrained aura. Beneath the rugged exterior of a mountain dweller lay the semblance of a martial master. Xiao Zhang's gaze brimmed with admiration. In a single day, he had mastered the first layer's essence. Such talent was truly remarkable. Tai Tu, with an earnest grin, shared, "Grandfather once said, I'm not very bright, but I learned fighting exceptionally fast. As a child, I watched an eagle catch a rabbit once and learned it instantly. Later, I saw a monkey climb a tree. I could mimic it with just a glance. This, brother, is far more challenging. Continue." Xiao Zhang commanded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. By midnight, as moonlight bathed the estate, Tai Tu had fully mastered the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang technique and began to approach the threshold of the second layer. He stood in the center of the training room, hands forming seals, radiating a faint golden glow, exuding an aura entirely distinct from that of an ordinary martial artist. "That will suffice for today." Xiao Zhang stretched, fatigued yet fulfilled. "Your talent surpasses my expectations. At this rate, within 3 months, you shall cultivate to the second layer. By then, dealing with Sumo will be akin to child's play." Suddenly, Tai Tu dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. He repeatedly bowed thrice, each bow executed with fervor, blood soon seeping from his forehead, yet he paid it no mind. "Brother, your kindness is something I can never repay in this lifetime. I, Tai Tu, vow to remain loyal to you alone. Whether facing fire or sword, I shall not flinch. You are my father and mother, my everything." Blood trickled down his forehead, dampening his brows, cascading down his cheeks to the ground. Yet it did not diminish the unwavering determination and gratitude shining in his eyes. With a swaggering confidence, Xiao Zhang assisted Tai Tu to his feet, feeling the tremor that coursed through his robust arms. "Rise, my brother. There is no need for such displays. From now on, walk beside me, and together we shall share in the fortunes that life bestows." Tears shimmered in Tai Tu's large eyes as he bowed once more. "Brother, my life now belongs to you. From this day forth, my existence is your own. If you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to live, I shall thrive. And if you decree my death, I shall not flinch." With newfound resolve, Xiao Zhang helped him up. "Very well. It is late. You should rest. Practice on your own from now on and acquire other life skills. For now, drive me." After watching Tai Tu depart, Xiao Zhang's phone vibrated with a message from Xue Bing. "Mr. Xiao, regarding our collaboration, I am willing to relinquish 20 of the project as profits, as a gesture of goodwill and provide full support for the material supply chain. Please give our proposal your earnest consideration." Xiao Zhang chose to disregard it. "Impatient, are we? Wait a little longer. when you're ready to offer yourself, we shall see how matters unfold. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like water upon the manor's lawn. The night breeze whispered through the trees, casting dancing shadows. Rising to gaze into the distance, Xiao Zhang's eyes were as profound as a tranquil pond. In the far-off horizon, lights twinkled like stars. There lay the foundation of his future empire. Chapter 41. He performed after settling Ironhead. Xiao Zhang returned to the main house, preparing to change his clothes before heading out for an appointment. Xia Chuxue sent a message indicating that dinner was ready and urged him to hurry. Before he could open the door, he overheard a conversation in the living room. Godmother, I reviewed Xiao Tian's examination report today. Although there is currently no miracle drug that can completely restore his functions, at least his condition can be improved. Lu Rui's voice was clear and her tone professional and calm. Rui, I truly appreciate your coming to see Xiao Tian as soon as you return to the country. Qin Muyun's voice carried a hint of emotion. Lu Rui gently responded, this is what I ought to do. After all, Xiao Tian is my brother, and I will certainly do my utmost to help him. Xiao Zhang pushed the door open, deliberately making his footsteps heavier. The conversation between the two immediately ceased, and they both looked up at him. Lu Rui was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, clean and unadorned, yet accentuated her ethereal beauty. Her demeanor exuded a blend of professionalism and rationality, tempered by a feminine grace. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang, her eyes flickered with emotion, her heart in turmoil. Last time at the hospital, the medical skills displayed by this man had astonished her. Yet now, she feigned indifference, maintaining a stoic expression as she nodded faintly and resumed perusing the medical records in her hands. Xiao Zhang, you're back. Qin Muyun stood up, a smile gracing her face. Come, let me introduce you. This is Rui, the deputy director of the first hospital of the imperial capital. Rui, this is Xiao Zhang. You should have heard of him. What's with the grandstanding? Xiao Zhang cast a casual glance at Lu Rui, his expression aloof. Oh, I've met him, she replied, then turned to Qin Muyun. Xiao Ma, I have an appointment and need to change my clothes to go out. Qin Muyun's smile faltered. Going out at such a late hour? I have a date with a beautiful woman. I can't be late, Xiao Zhang replied nonchalantly, turning to ascend stairs. Lu Rui clenched the medical records tightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. As a rising star in the medical field of the imperial capital, she was accustomed to being admired and pursued, the center of attention wherever she went, especially among the men who revered her. Yet now, this man seemed utterly oblivious to her presence, showing no interest even a glance her way. Xiao Zhang, Lu Rui suddenly spoke, her voice cold. I would like to discuss the matter of the miracle drug project with you. Xiao Zhang halted his steps, not bothering to turn around. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm in a hurry. Qin Muyun looked awkwardly at Lu Rui. Rui, don't take it to heart. Xiao Zhang is straightforward. He means no harm. Lu Rui forced a smile. It's all right, Xiao Ma. Since I'm here, I believe I should discuss work matters with him. You should rest. I'll have a quick chat with him and then leave. With that, she set down the medical records and ascended the stairs. Lu Rui gently approached Xiao Zhang's door, poised to knock, only to find it slightly ajar. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against knocking, instead peering through the crack. She saw Xiao Zhang changing clothes, his upper body bare, revealing strong, fluid muscles. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to him, only to notice a bruise across his chest, with traces of blood on the collar of his shirt draped over a chair. How could he be injured? Lu Rui furrowed her brow in thought. He had appeared unscathed downstairs. As a doctor, she keenly observed that the injury did not seem to be an external one. Rather, it resembled an internal injury causing a rush of blood, akin to the internal wounds described in martial arts novels. Xiao Zhang, of course, was already aware of Lu Rui's presence and even knew she was peeking. He had deliberately placed the bloodied shirt in a conspicuous spot for her to discover. Then, feigning nonchalance, he dropped a bottle of pills, letting them scatter across the floor. He bent down to pick them up, pretending that pain in his chest prevented him from retrieving them, performing with the finesse of a world-class actor. Lu Rui felt a pang of concern. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pushed the door open. I'm here to help you. Xiao Zhang feigned surprise, hastily grabbing a jacket to cover his upper body. How did you get in? The door wasn't closed. Lu Rui replied coolly, striding over to the bedside, bending to gather the pills while glancing at the label on the bottle. Qi Shuidan, this is for treating internal injuries. She handed him the pills, her professional gaze sweeping over his injuries. Why didn't you say you were hurt? Xiao Zhang quickly glanced at the door outside. Could you close the door? Lu Rui raised an eyebrow, but complied, shutting the door. What? Are you afraid Xiao I'll find out you're injured? Xiao Zhang shook his head in silence. Lu Rui pulled a chair closer and sat down, her professional instincts kicking in. How did you sustain this injury? After a brief pause, Xiao Zhang spoke in a low voice. It wasn't for Xiao Tian's revenge. There was a conflict with the Li family. Li Jinan hired a skilled fighter to kill me, and I sustained some internal injuries during the confrontation. He hesitated, then seemed to realize something. Wait, were you eavesdropping on me outside? Lu Rui recalled the news she had heard from Su Mo last night. Li Jinan had died at the Qingtian martial arts school, and it was Xiao Zhang who had brought about his end. Su Mo had described the entire scenario, detailing Xiao Zhang's battle with a mysterious expert whose skills were so uncanny that even she had felt a chill. Ultimately, Xiao Zhang had to resort to firearms to conclude the fight. No wonder he sustained internal injuries. Surviving under the hand of someone even the eldest sister feared was nothing short of miraculous. What astonished her further was that when Xiao Zhang had been downstairs earlier, he had maintained such composure, his expression unchanged. No one could have guessed he bore such a severe injury. As all the pieces came together, her perception of the man before her shifted entirely. I merely wished to discuss the agency rights for the miracle drug. I didn't expect you to be injured. Lu Rui's tone softened as she inquired again. You appeared so composed downstairs, completely concealing your injury. Xiao Zhang chuckled bitterly, suddenly grimacing and clutching his chest, as if the movement had aggravated his injury. I didn't want Xiao Ma to worry. After my father passed away, Xiao Ma and Xiao Tian became my only family. Xiao Tian is already suffering enough. I didn't want to add to her burdens. You enduring this will only exacerbate your condition. Lu Rui frowned, her medical instincts taking precedence. Let me help you. Chapter 42. Another sister, soon to join the camp crouching down, she picked up a bottle of medicine, poured out a brown pill, and filled a glass with water before walking over to Xiao Zhang's side. As he opened his mouth obediently, Lu Rui placed the pill into it and then offered him the cup of water. The scene was intensely intimate. It was only after completing the action that Lu Rui realized the impropriety, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. Thank you, Xiao Zhang murmured softly. Lu Rui felt a slight softening in her heart, unable to resist sitting beside him on the bed. You are seriously injured. You must rest more in the coming days and avoid strenuous activities. She paused, hesitantly asking, why risk so much for Xiao Tian? Your relationship was not good before. Xiao Zhang fell silent for a moment, then replied, They say my stepmother and Xiao Tian will oust me and seize control of the Xiao group, but regardless, they are my family. My father has passed away, and I must take responsibility for them. The Li family has been too overbearing. If I did not stand up for myself, who will? Lu Rui gazed at the man before her, deeply questioning her previous misconceptions about him. In her memory, Xiao Zhang had been a reckless, undisciplined scion. Yet, the person standing before her now was willing to risk everything for his brother's vengeance, possessed knowledge of extraordinary medical techniques, and demonstrated remarkable composure even in dire circumstances to protect his stepmother from harm. The contrast was striking. Observing the subtle changes in Lu Rui's expression, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He had deliberately orchestrated this situation, and his performance exceeded his expectations. Indeed, a healer's benevolent heart often elicits sympathy for the weak, especially among fellow medical practitioners. Lu Rui was already beginning to alter her perception of him. Speaking of the special medicine project, Xiao Zhang took the initiative to mention, I heard the Li family is offering a 15% profit share? Lu Rui nodded. Yes, that percentage is quite sincere within the industry. After a pause, she casually inquired, so, what percentage is the Xiao group prepared to offer if we collaborate? Xiao Zhang inhaled deeply and, with utmost seriousness, replied, not a single cent. What? Lu Rui gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Not a single cent? Then why do you want the rights to this project? Because I only wish to benefit the patients. Xiao Zhang locked eyes with her, his voice resolute. Dr. Liu, do you know how many cancer patients abandon treatment due to the high cost of medication? How many families have been ruined by a single cancer diagnosis? Over the years, I have witnessed too many helpless patients and the tragedies of families torn apart. If this special medicine can genuinely reduce treatment costs and benefit more patients, that holds more significance than any profit. Lu Rui was taken aback. She had never known this side of Xiao Zhang. As a doctor, she understood all too well how exorbitant cancer treatment costs ensnared families in despair. However, to a businessman, medicine is ultimately a commodity, and the pursuit of profit maximization is expected. Xiao Zhang, are you serious? Absolutely, he affirmed gravely. My father often said that wealth is derived from society and should be returned to society. I inherited the Xiao group to fulfill his wishes. He paused, his voice lowering. Moreover, my mother died of cancer. If such a special medicine had existed back then, perhaps I could have spent a few more years with her. Lu Rui was utterly astonished. She had never considered that the man everyone regarded as a wastrel might harbor such noble ideals deep within. So, what do you seek? If you don't want profits, she asked cautiously. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly. As long as the medicine can enter the market at a reasonable price and benefit more patients, that is enough. Of course, if I could seize this opportunity to join the National Medical Association and contribute to the development of traditional Chinese medicine, that would be even better. The National Medical Association? Lu Rui was even more surprised. You want to join the National Medical Association? It is the most authoritative medical organization in the country, and only the top talents who pass rigorous assessments are eligible to join. In the global medical community, the National Medical Association holds significant influence and authority. Xiao Zhang nodded. Indeed, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for many years and have always hoped to contribute to its inheritance and development. Although the Special Medicine Project falls within the realm of Western medicine, if I could enter the National Medical Association through this project and explore new pathways for the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, why not? Lu Rui was completely taken aback by this statement. Where had the reckless youth she remembered gone? The Xiao Zhang before her was entirely transformed into a young man with ideals, passions, and even a touch of idealism. Xiao Zhang, however, chuckled coldly within. The National Medical Association was indeed his goal, but not for any lofty ideals. In the original narrative, the association possessed an abundance of precious ancient medical texts and prescriptions, serving as an excellent channel to acquire more resources and power. The protagonist, Qin Tian, had obtained several rare materials after gaining entry, which he used to rapidly enhance his skills. Of course, Xiao Zhang did not require such things. What he needed was the backing of the National Medical Association, official support. Once he established a connection, he could gradually infiltrate and seize control. Thus, the rights to the anti-cancer special medicine were merely a pawn in his game. A stepping stone. His true ambitions extended far beyond this. I will consider it seriously, Lu Rui finally said, her gaze filled with complexity. Your thoughts are truly admirable. Xiao Zhang displayed a grateful smile, as if a burden had been lifted. I have never shared these thoughts with anyone. I hope they remain a secret between us. I have an appointment and must take my leave. Lu Rui stood up. Wait, you've sustained such serious injuries and you're still going out? It's just a dinner with friends. Nothing too strenuous, he assured her. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Rui retrieved a small bottle from her bag. This is a special painkiller I brought back from abroad. It works wonders and has minimal side effects. If the pain worsens, just dissolve one in your mouth. As Xiao Zhang took the small bottle, he inadvertently brushed against her slender fingers. Thank you, he said. Lu Rui recoiled, as if jolted by electricity, retreating slightly in a flustered manner. Another sister was soon to join the camp. Watching Lu Rui's departing figure, Xiao Zhang instantly relaxed, moving about as if he bore no injuries at all, though he had indeed sustained some internal damage. It was already healed for someone at the third level of the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang technique. As Lu Rui descended the stairs, she found Qin Mu Yun still waiting in the living room, holding a cup of hot tea, evidently anticipating her news. Have you finished your conversation? What did he say? Lu Rui seated herself beside Qin Mu Yun, contemplating how to phrase her thoughts. She did not want to betray her promise to Xiao Zhang, yet could not entirely conceal matters from her stepmother. To be honest, stepmother, my perception of him has changed. Lu Rui spoke slowly, her voice gentle. He is not as we previously imagined. Is that so? In what way? Qin Muyin appeared curious. Lu Rui's gaze flickered. He has a unique perspective on the special medicine project, and his medical knowledge is indeed impressive. Initially, I thought the incident at the hospital was mere coincidence, but now it seems he possesses genuine skills. And what about the project? I need to think it over, but I will lean towards a favorable outcome. Lu Rui expressed delicately, then hesitated before deciding to reveal more. Stepmother, there is something I believe you ought to know. Xiao Zhang was injured. What? Qin Muyun suddenly stood up, alarmed. What happened? He didn't even mention anything? Lu Rui shook her head, expressing his desire not to cause you concern. I noticed something amiss when he coughed just now. My instincts as a doctor alerted me to it. It appears to be an internal injury, possibly stemming from the altercation with the Li family a couple of days ago. This child, why didn't he speak up sooner? Qin Muyun said with genuine concern. I shall go and check on him. Please do not exhibit too much concern. He wishes to spare you from worry, Lu Rui advised, glancing at her watch. Godmother, I must take my leave now. I still have some project materials to organize this evening. Qin Muyun nodded and accompanied Lu Rui to the door. Thank you, Rui. Lu Rui smiled as she bid farewell to Qin Muyun, and before departing, she reminded her, do not show excessive care for Xiao Zhang. He is stronger than we can imagine. Chapter 43. The stepmother is coming as Lu Rui departed. Qin Muyun sighed softly and turned to ascend the stairs. Over the years, her concern for Xiao Zhang had waned, driven by a fear that he would usurp her son. Yet, with the recent turn of events and news of his injury, an inexplicable wave of worry washed over her. Approaching Xiao Zhang's door, she gently knocked. Come in. The door is unlocked, came Xiao Zhang's voice from within. Qin Muyun pushed the door open and found him donning a coat. Rui mentioned you were injured? She inquired tentatively, her gaze scanning him for signs of injury. Xiao Zhang paused, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. She told you? She is a doctor. She could tell, Qin Muyun replied, stepping closer, her voice laced with concern. Is it serious? Do you need to go to the hospital? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. No need to worry. He deliberately moved his body, feigning discomfort, and slightly furrowed his brow. Seeing this, Qin Muyun's worry intensified. Perhaps you shouldn't go out tonight? You should rest. I've already made plans. It wouldn't be polite to cancel, Xiao Zhang said, fastening the last button of his coat, deliberately taking his time as if genuinely struggling. Unable to resist, Qin Muyun stepped forward. Let me help you. She reached out, standing before him, assisting in fastening his coat. The proximity between them closed, allowing them to sense each other's breath. Xiao Zhang gazed at her, his eyes smoldering. You are truly beautiful, he murmured, his voice deep and magnetic. Qin Muyun's fingers trembled slightly as she met his gaze, momentarily entranced by the depth of his look, forgetting her actions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhang grasped her wrist. I have something I've longed to tell you. What is it? Qin Muyun's voice quivered. Xiao Zhang leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing her ear. Actually, Her heart raced, a blush blooming on her cheeks as she awaited his next words, both anxious and hopeful. I really enjoy your noodle soup. Could you wait for me to return to make supper? Xiao Zhang abruptly changed his tone, a playful smile gracing his lips. Qin Muyun, jolted from her reverie, stammered I will wait for you. With that, she nearly fled the room in embarrassment. Arrogance value 200 once the door closed. A smug smile curled at the corners of Xiao Zhang's lips. He could distinctly perceive the fluctuation in Qin Muyun's heartbeat and breath, her tension and anticipation revealing her wavering feelings. Qin Muyun, you cannot escape my grasp. After a final check of his appearance in a mirror, confident he looked impeccable, Xiao Zhang exited the room. As he passed the kitchen downstairs, he intentionally slowed his pace, noticing Qin Muyun with her back to the door, a knife in hand, seemingly lost in thought. With a soft chuckle, he slipped away, although he was to meet Xia Chuxue that evening. He knew that a captivated Qin Muyun awaited his return home. The plans of his 7 sisters were progressing smoothly, and even the stepmother was gradually aligning with him. Xiao Zhang felt elated. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward of the Imperial Capital's Central Hospital, Qin Tian leaned against the headboard, his expression void as he stared out at the night skyline. The side effects of the medication induced waves of dizziness, yet the torment of his spirit outweighed the physical pain. At that moment, the door creaked open. A stunning woman in a flowing white gown entered quietly. The moonlight enveloped her, casting a halo of purity around her. "Who are you?" Qin Tian asked warily, reaching for the call button beside the bed. The woman glided forward, her demeanor solemn and dignified. "Young Master Qin, you need not be alarmed. I am Murong Xiao from the Heavenly Machine Sect, sent by my master to assist you." Qin Tian furrowed his brow. "Heavenly Machine Sect? I have not heard of it. Which department are you from?" Murong Xiao smiled faintly, her expression soothing like a gentle breeze. "The Heavenly Machine Sect is no ordinary place. It is a sacred ground of martial arts, hidden from the world. Every decade marks an era, and each era births a destined leader who embodies the world's fortune. Our mission is to assist this leader in upholding righteousness." Qin Tian's frown deepened. "What do you mean by destined leader? Did you escape from the psychiatric ward?" Unfazed, Murong Xiao continued. "My master calculated and determined that the current destined leader is none other than you, young Master Qin. I have journeyed from afar to aid you in achieving great deeds." Wait. Qin Tian interrupted, raising a hand. "Are you implying that I am some chosen one?" "Precisely," Murong Xiao affirmed solemnly. "You possess unimaginable fortune, destined for a glorious future, yet now face great adversity. Someone must be secretly undermining your fortune." She paused, her gaze intense as she fixed it upon Qin Tian. "Young Master Qin, the person you despise most, is it not your half-brother, Xiao Zhang?" Qin Tian was taken aback, then shook his head with a laugh. "You mean my brother? You must be mistaken. He treats me well. How could he be the one I despise?" "Arrogance value 100 what?" Murong Xiao exclaimed, astonished by his response. "No, it can't be. The destined trajectory indicates." "Destined trajectory?" Qin Tian scoffed. "Enough with your mystical nonsense. I have indeed faced misfortune, but that was due to the Li family, not my brother. In fact, he stepped forward to avenge me in my time of need." Murong Xiao was utterly confounded, disbelief etched on her face. This is impossible. The Heavenly Machine Sect's predictions cannot be wrong. Xiao Zhang must be the key figure sabotaging your fortune." Qin Tian sighed, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for her. She was so beautiful, yet seemed to lack common sense. "My brother risked his own safety to avenge me. I previously held some prejudice against him and even wronged him. But now I understand that he is the only true family who cares for me." Murong Xiao, upon hearing this, fell into deep confusion. "No, something must be wrong. My master's predictions are infallible. Xiao Zhang must harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps this is all a trap he has orchestrated." "Arrogance value 100 a trap?" Qin Tian's gaze turned icy. "Are you suggesting my brother orchestrated everything, even calling the Li family to harm me?" "Very likely," Murong Xiao insisted. "The destined predictions indicate that Xiao Zhang will ruin your fortune and obstruct your path. He undoubtedly has ulterior motives." Qin Tian chuckled coldly. "Now I understand. You are here to sow discord between my brother and me. I even felt sorry for you, but it seems that a pitiable person must have something despicable about them." "You do not understand," Murong Xiao said urgently. "Xiao Zhang is cunning. He appears benevolent, yet secretly seeks to seize everything that rightfully belongs to you." "Enough," Qin Tian interrupted sharply. "At that moment, my brother was nearly harmed by Li Mingho. Had it not been for my eldest sister, Su Mo, arriving in time, he would have been in danger. These are facts, not the fabrications of a delusional mind." Furiously, Qin Tian pointed toward the door. "And you coming here uninvited at night is already suspicious. Get out. Do not attempt to drive a wedge between us." Seeing Qin Tian's wrath, Murong Xiao realized she could not persuade him tonight. With grace, she performed a slight bow. "Young Master Qin, please do not take offense. Murong Xiao harbors no intention of instigation. She is merely devoted to the mission of the Heavenly Mechanism Sect. If you remain skeptical, I shall take my leave, but I urge you to exercise caution." With that, she turned to depart. Her flowing white gown shimmered like a stream under the moonlight. Upon exiting the hospital, Xiao stood in the biting wind, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Her master's predictions had never been erroneous. Why then did this situation starkly contrast with the forecasts? Who exactly was Xiao Zhang? There was something amiss. Until I ascertain the truth, I must refrain from hasty actions. I shall personally investigate this Xiao Zhang to discern his true identity and how he possesses the power to alter the course of fate. She gazed up at the star-studded night sky, her heart brimming with confusion and unease. If Xiao Zhang truly has the capacity to reverse destiny, then the delicate balance of the entire Huan nation may be irrevocably disrupted. Chapter 44. The Art of Playing Cards in the Resplendent Empire Bay, 2601. The sound of cards being shuffled echoed through the room. Xiao Zhang and Xia Chuxue sat on the floor, several playing cards scattered before them. Xia Chuxue's cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue as she fixated intently on the cards in her hand. Alas, you've won again. This is the 10th round, and my mouth is sore, she pouted in complaint. Just then, Xiao Zhang's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Xiao Tian. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xia Chuxue's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she attempted to rise. Xiao Zhang swiftly pulled her back. What is this? Are you denying your defeat? You surely don't want Xiao Tian to know we are playing cards, do you? Xia Chuxue bit her lip and nodded gently. She was reluctant to publicly acknowledge a relationship with Xiao Zhang in front of Qin Tian, especially considering Qin Tian's unique circumstances at present. Thus, she obediently buried her head into the game. Xiao Zhang answered the call, his tone warm. Xiao Tian, what brings you to call me so late? Brother, I wanted to remind you. Just now, a lunatic came looking for me, claiming to be from the Heavenly Machine sect. Her words were veiled threats directed towards you. Be cautious, Qin Tian's voice warned. Xiao Zhang's gaze hardened. It appeared that a master from the Heavenly Machine sect had indeed come down the mountain. In the original tale, Xiao was Qin Tian's mentor, possessing unparalleled martial skills and an ethereal presence that set her apart from her 7 sisters. He and T expected her arrival to be so swift. Don't worry, I have ways to deal with her, Xiao Zhang replied calmly. By the way, how is your injury? Much better. Brother, I wish to apologize. Qin Tian's voice trembled slightly. I was immature in the past. I'm truly sorry. Once I recover, I will assist you diligently in expanding the Xiao Corporation. I look forward to your return. Thank you, brother. Truly, thank you. Qin Tian could not suppress a sob. Xiao Zhang offered a few words of comfort before hanging up, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shall we continue? The game? Xia Chuxue lifted her head, playfully huffing. You are truly wicked. Xiao Zhang leaned closer with a mischievous smile. Then let us change the rules. As night deepened, the lights of Empire Bay remained bright. 3 hours later, in the bathroom, Xia Chuxue vigorously brushed her teeth, evidently venting her frustrations. The reflection in the mirror showcased Xiao Zhang's smug expression, further igniting her ire. Xiao Zhang relished the sight before him, finding joy in the fact that the formidable businesswoman was utterly defenseless against him. His reverie was interrupted by the vibration of his phone. A message from Schweb Bing appeared. Mr. Xiao, regarding the new district planning materials, I have prepared a comprehensive proposal and hope to present it to you in person. Our Feiyang Real Estate may offer some solutions to the supply chain challenges your company currently faces. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly. This tenacious female president of Feiyang Real Estate was relentless. However, he had no time to entertain her now and decided to leave her hanging. Turning, he noticed Xia Chuxue glaring at him with a look of reproach. Approaching her, he gently grasped her delicate chin. I apologize, but your card-playing skills have improved significantly. I simply lost control. Xia Chuxue turned her face away, her voice tinged with a hint of softness. Tonight, we shall return. At the entrance of Empire Bay, a massive phoenix tree stood tall, where Xiao silently perched among the branches. Dressed in a gown as white as snow, the moonlight cascaded upon her, accentuating her otherworldly beauty. She gazed up at the brightly lit 26th floor, her jade fingers deftly calculating. In an instant, a flicker of astonishment flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes. Arrogance value 100 impossible. This person possesses an extraordinary fortune, even more potent than that of the destined sovereign. Could it be that my Master S celestial calculations are flawed? Something felt amiss. She resolved to remain hidden and investigate further. The security guard at the gate stifled a yawn, suddenly noticing a white figure floating in the tree. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but when he looked again, the figure had vanished. I see a ghost. The next morning, Xiao Zhang stepped out of Empire Bay, feeling invigorated. He entered his car and dialed his assistant. Please visit Tianxue Group and inform them that Ms. Xia is feeling unwell today and will be resting for the day. Handle the project matters for now, particularly the supply chain issues. Delay negotiations with the Liu family. There's no rush. His phone buzzed with a message from Liu Rui. How is your injury? Should I come to the hospital and conduct a full examination? Xiao Zhang chuckled softly, replying, It's nothing. Resting for a night has done wonders. Thank you for your concern. Just as he was about to put his phone away, a call from Lin Jiqing came in. Xiao Zhang, the contract is ready. A 200 million yuan, 20 equity transfer agreement. Shall I send a driver to pick you up? No need to trouble yourself. Xiao Zhang replied leisurely. I'm nearby and will arrive in 3 minutes. After hanging up, Lin Jiqing sat in the office of Lin Qin Media, her brow slightly furrowed. Nearby, she mused, her long fingers lightly tapping on the wooden desk. The Xiao family estate was at least a 30-minute drive away, and the Xiao Corporation's Empire building was also over 20 minutes distant. She opened her phone's map, scrutinizing the landmarks within a 3-kilometer radius of the company. Suddenly, her gaze landed on one location, Empire Bay, sister's residence. Lin Jiqing's finger hovered in the air, her expression growing complicated. Arrogance value 100. Simultaneously, in the top-tier recording studio of Lin Qin Media, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses passionately instructed Yang Shishir. This song's emotional expression needs enhancement. You must understand the story behind the lyrics and invest genuine feelings into it, just as I have taught many top stars. Wu Shimin, a renowned producer in the industry, had propelled numerous first-line singers to fame. Almost every song he produced reached the top of major music charts. Understood, Teacher Wu. Yang Shishir nodded obediently, though a hint of stubbornness shone in her eyes. Ever since Xiao Zhang had openly dismissed her during their last meeting, she had been working doubly hard. Inviting Wu Shimin for guidance was her way of proving her true capabilities. Once more, Wu Shimin said, adjusting his glasses as his gaze lingered on Yang Shishir's innocent face for a few seconds. This time, infuse every note with emotion. Lin Jiqing stood outside the glass window, observing Yang Shishir practice earnestly. She gestured quietly. Xiao Zhang will arrive shortly. Yang Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perfect. Let him witness my abilities. Wu Shimin scoffed dismissively. Is that the second-generation heir who gained fame through a song titled Blue and White Porcelain? Clearly, he must have paid someone to write it. True music creation is not so simple. He secretly glanced at Yang Shishir, captivated by her charm since their first meeting. If he could take her under his wing and cultivate her talent, it would not only propel his career, but perhaps foster personal feelings as well. Wu Shimin plotted quietly, planning to showcase his skills in front of her, letting that second-generation heir understand what it means to be a top-notch producer. Chapter 45. An Unwanted Visitor? Time to show off again as Xiao Zhang stepped through the doors of Lin Qin Media. A wave of commotion erupted. The aura he exuded was simply overwhelming. Mr. Xiao is incredibly handsome, far more so than in the photos. Is he merely a wealthy heir? I would argue he is more akin to a rising business magnate. Have you heard? Just a few days ago at the Qingtian Martial Arts Hall. Shoo, don't spread rumors. The murmurs grew louder, yet Xiao Zhang remained composed. The energy of the third level of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang Gong, though subdued, emanated an indescribable presence with every gesture. The receptionist hurried to greet him. Mr. Xiao, President Lin is waiting for you in her office. Xiao Zhang made his way directly to Lin Jiqing's office. Along the corridor, numerous employees turned their heads, with a few girls even discreetly taking photos. Lin Jiqing had already prepared the contract, and at the sight of Xiao Zhang, her heart inexplicably raced. I had the legal department review the contract thoroughly, she stated, presenting the document, an investment of 200 million for 20 equity, all as previously discussed. Xiao Zhang casually glanced over it and swiftly signed his name with fluid strokes. At that moment, Faint music drifted in from the adjacent recording studio. Initially, it seemed like sound checks, but as Yang Shirshir began to sing, the volume gradually rose, filling the office with her melodious voice, a true celestial melody. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow in jest. The soundproofing here leaves much to be desired. It seems you are not particularly keen on developing a music career. Lin Jiqing shot him a helpless glance, about to speak when Yang Shirshir entered. Dressed in a simple white dress paired with a denim jacket, she exuded a fresh and innocent charm. Jiqing, I apologize for forgetting to close the door. I hope I didn't disturb you. Yang Shirshir deliberately sidestepped Xiao Zhang, as if he were merely air. I was just wondering your thoughts on the song I just performed. I plan to make it the title track for my new album. What do you think? Lin Jiqing felt a hint of awkwardness. She knew her friend too well. This was clearly a challenge directed at Xiao Zhang. It's quite good. But, she hesitated, glancing at Xiao Zhang. Perhaps we should hear Mr. Xiao's opinion? Xiao Zhang suppressed a smile. The performance felt overly contrived, as if staged in advance to showcase talent. With the keen intuition of a world-class music maestro, he discerned the song's quality. In terms of arrangement and production, it barely met the standards of a mediocre artist from his past life, yet it was passable in this world. The voice was commendable, and the expression was adequate. However, Xiao Zhang remarked nonchalantly, the design of the key change in the climax feels rather forced. A cold laugh echoed from the doorway. Wu Shimin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze laced with blatant disdain. Mr. Xiao, forgive my candor, but aside from blue and white porcelain, what other works have you created? He said mockingly. To be honest, the true authorship of that song is a matter of much debate in the industry. Genuine musicians understand that great works are not born from mere financial backing. They require years of accumulation and depth. This is not something a privileged heir can casually engage in. Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he encountered someone so audacious before him. A mere music producer attempting to act superior? The singing was indeed enchanting. Due to the lack of deep emotions to convey, the execution was adequately proficient. However, at this point, Xiao Zhang locked eyes with Wu Shimin. Such a wretched composition cannot be salvaged by even the most divine of voices. Wu Shimin's face flushed red instantly. What did you say? I said. Xiao Zhang rose, his tone dripping with disdain. The lyrics and composition you penned are nothing but trash. The atmosphere in the office became instantly tense. Not only Lin Jiqing and Yang Shirshir, but even those outside the office exchanged incredulous glances. No one anticipated Xiao Zhang's forthrightness. How would this situation resolve? Arrogant. Wu Shimin's forehead pulsed with veins. Since you assert such, why not point out exactly what is wrong with the song? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling with amusement. For an opponent of this caliber, he could hardly be bothered to engage seriously. Are you sure you want me to elaborate? You should. What are you afraid of? Xiao Zhang adjusted his cuffs, surveying the expressions of everyone present. It seemed they were all eager for him to continue, so he relented. Very well, I shall graciously offer my insights. Mr. Zhao's confidence is astounding. Insights? What a joke. Mr. Wu is a top producer in the industry. Half of the stars across the land owe their fame to him. Indeed, how can one be so audacious after just one song? Blue and white porcelain? Music is inherently subjective. Lin Jiqing, sensing the situation deteriorating, prepared to mediate. Yang Shirshir, realizing she had stirred trouble, initially intended to demonstrate her worth, only to find the situation had become so fraught. Both of you are incredibly talented. Perhaps we could. But Wu Shimin interrupted her, his mockery unyielding. Mr. Xiao says we lack emotional depth. So why not conduct a live demonstration for the audience to judge who is truly speaking nonsense? The crowd outside the office erupted in excitement, pulling out their phones to record. If this were to reach the internet, it would certainly cause a stir. Lin Jiqing frowned, intent on preventing the spectacle. As the owner of Lin Qin Media, she did not wish for her company to be embroiled in such chaos. But Xiao Zhang had already risen, his demeanor unfazed. Since you are so eager for a lesson, I shall oblige. First, your arrangement is overly ostentatious, showcasing skill for its own sake without considering the singer's vocal characteristics. This practice is colloquially known in the industry as self-indulgence. Second, The harmonization in the verse is chaotic. Focusing solely on layering effects diminishes the impact of the melody. This indicates a fundamental misunderstanding of music's emotional expression. Third, the design of the key change in the climax blatantly violates the principles of vocal physiology. Are you trying to ruin the singer's voice? As a producer, you should at least grasp the basics of vocal anatomy. With each point made, Wu Shimin's complexion shifted, from rosy to crimson, then to a sickly hue, eventually culminating in an ashen tone. Shall I continue with the remaining 70 or 80 issues? Xiao Zhang mused, his gaze fixed on Wu Shimin. I fear that by the end, you might never dare to approach music again. Oomph. Wu Shimin clung to his last semblance of defiance. What good is merely speaking? If you have the ability, compose a piece on the spot and show us what true emotion looks like. Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. This is the first time I've encountered someone so fervently intent on sabotaging their own career. Chapter 46. My apologies. Allow me to impress you again. Xiao Zhang stood up and glanced at Lin Jiqing. Would you mind if I used the recording studio? Lin Jiqing shook her head, then nodded, her eyes shimmering with barely concealed anticipation. She was profoundly curious about this man, who had continuously surprised her, and wondered just how many hidden talents he truly possessed. The recording studio was equipped with an array of high-end instruments, a piano, guitar, drum set, and synthesizer, each boasting substantial value. The staff parted to make way, yet their expressions were rife with skepticism and concern. Are we seriously letting him in? What if he damages the equipment? Indeed, this is top-tier gear, easily worth hundreds of thousands. Shoo, let's observe first. Xiao Zhang paid no heed to the murmurs around him, walking with an air of nonchalance to the synthesizer. His slender fingers glided over the keys, as if reuniting with an old friend. This Yamaha Montage 8 is impressive. However, the sound library needs an update, he remarked. Wu Shimin's lips curled into a smirk, revealing clear derision. Oh, so our director Xiao is knowledgeable about professional equipment? How surprising. Xiao Zhang disregarded him, moving gracefully towards the other instruments, expertly inspecting each one. This guitar is slightly out of tune by 0.3 semitones. The high E string is a bit loose. The hi-hat screw on the drum set needs tightening or will produce unwanted noise. As he spoke, he adjusted each instrument with astonishing expertise, his fluid motions leaving all the audio engineers in awe. Yang Shishir stood nearby, her beautiful eyes glinting with surprise and admiration. Isn't he a rich air? How can he be so proficient? Indeed, his keen eye and remarkable skills are astounding. I've been in this field for a decade, yet I've never seen anyone as adept as he is. Don't just fiddle with the equipment, Wu Shimin finally interjected, his impatience evident. Instead of wasting time, why not showcase your true talent? After all, music isn't merely about manipulating a few devices. Xiao Zhang turned, his gaze calm and profound. He strolled towards the synthesizer, gracefully taking a seat. Everyone present instinctively held their breath. His long fingers caressed the keys, and the notes flowed like a gentle stream, each one striking a chord within the hearts of the listeners. When his rich, resonant voice melded with the melody, the entire recording studio seemed to be enveloped in a magical stillness. Tears taste a bit salty, a bit sweet. As the first line of lyrics fell, the audience's eyes began to glaze over. Some instinctively covered their mouths, fearing that a sound might disrupt this enchanting moment. My chest kisses your profile. The song continued, emotions gradually unfurling. Yang Shishir unconsciously inched closer, as if drawn by an invisible force. Her eyes remained fixated on Xiao Zhang, terrified of missing any detail. A glance lasts a millennium. A love everlasting, transcending countless lifetimes. As the song reached its crescendo, the studio fell into utter silence. Wu Shimin, once arrogant, now stood frozen in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly. His former scorn and confidence were replaced by shock and incredulity. Lin Jiqing had unknowingly leaned against the wall, silent tears tracing down her cheeks. The song seemed to strike at the very core of their souls, perfectly encapsulating the sentiments of love that had faded without resolution. Several female assistants had quietly retrieved tissues to wipe their tears, while male staff members wore solemn expressions, their eyes filled with nostalgia. Yang Shishir was utterly entranced, her eyes glistening with tears, her pale hands clasped tightly over her heart, as if praying for this moment to last forever. After enduring the harsh winds and cold rains, spring warmth lies ahead. Xiao Zhang's fingers brushed lightly, the final note fluttering through the air like a butterfly. The recording studio remained enveloped in a long silence, as everyone remained lost in the story woven by the music. What is the name of this song? Yang Shishir finally broke the silence, her voice trembling with emotion after 5 long minutes. A glance lasts a millennium, Xiao Zhang replied calmly, a tale of love and waiting. It could be sung as a solo or as a duet. He paused, his gaze softening as it met Yang Shishir's. Technique is not paramount. What matters is to feel deeply and express passionately. I want to give it a try, Yang Shishir eagerly implored, afraid to miss this opportunity. Xiao Zhang nodded and began to play the introduction once more, employing world-class directing techniques to guide her. Close your eyes and envision a scene. You stand at the end of the river of time, reflecting on the figure that made your heart stir. That fateful glance transcended millennia. Feel the ache of longing, the anticipation of waiting. In that fleeting moment of turning away, what did you see? Regret or acceptance? Let those emotions flow into your voice. Yang Shishir gradually immersed herself in the moment, her originally clear voice evolving into a heart-wrenchingly beautiful sound. When their voices intertwined, the room erupted in astonishment. The synergy they shared suggested years of collaboration rather than a first duet. My goodness, this is simply perfection. This is what true music sounds like. I got goosebumps the moment they started. I'm on the verge of tears. Yang Shishir, already an excellent singer, had transformed into something extraordinary, akin to a celestial being. The staff could no longer maintain their professional composure, erupting in praise. Some had even begun to surreptitiously upload the recording online. Lin Jiqing stood by, observing Xiao Zhang as he tenderly guided Yang Shishir, an inexplicable pang of jealousy swelling within her. The intimacy of their interaction far exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, Wu Shimin sat slumped in his chair, his face ashen, staring blankly at his phone screen. In just a few minutes, the video uploaded by someone had amassed over 100,000 views and was rapidly climbing. The titles were a kaleidoscope of sensationalism. The king of producers crashes live. Musical genius Xiao Zhang creates another masterpiece. Wu Shimin's true colors revealed. Can you really question a genius? Is Yang Shishir meeting her true love? Stunning duet with Xiao Zhang astounds everyone. The deluge of comments and titles signaled the onset of a catastrophic blow to his career. As for Xiao Zhang, the orchestrator of this chaos, he remained unfazed, sitting calmly at the synthesizer, as if the breathtaking performance had been merely a commonplace occurrence in his life. My apologies. Allow me to impress you again. Chapter 47. Jealousy? I shall take my leave first. Wu Shimin's face turned pale as he hurriedly gathered his equipment. A microphone clattered to the ground, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Mr. Wu, may I assist you with the equipment? Indeed, there's no need to rush. We shall help you tidy up. At that moment, Wu Shimin's phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID, and his complexion drained of color. President Zhang. I can explain. A furious roar echoed from the other end of the line. Shut your mouth. It's all over the internet. Do you have any idea the damage this does to the company's image? Enough of your excuses. Get back to the company now. Wu Shimin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, juggling the phone call while stumbling toward the exit. What happened to Mr. Wu? It seems like a call from the company. I hope he is not in too much trouble. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, reflecting on the downfall of their once proud and esteemed producer, filled with mixed emotions. Xiao Zhang, uninterested in the antics of this clown, shifted his focus to the two lovely ladies. This transition needs to be subtle, he advised as he stood behind Yang Shishir, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. Relax. Follow my rhythm. Yang Shishir's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. The warm breath brushing against her ear made her feel weak all over. Just like this. Infuse your emotions into it. Xiao Zhang's deep voice resonated like a hypnotic incantation. Lin Jiqing observed the escalating tension between them, feeling a surge of jealousy. Ahem, it's getting late, she interjected, stepping between them. Sure, we should discuss the new album. Xiao Zhang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Is President Lin in a hurry? How about you join us for a trio? I cannot sing. Lin Jiqing stammered, panic evident in her expression. No worries, I shall teach you. Xiao Zhang naturally grasped her hand, leading her to the piano. Just go with the flow. Thus, they practiced the song repeatedly. Xiao Zhang alternated between closely guiding Yang Shi and teaching Lin Jiqing the keys step by step. Both women, aware of his flirtation, found themselves unable to resist. Gradually, they became accustomed to it, even interrupting him when he called upon the other. Yang Shi exclaimed, I can never hit this note. Lin Jiqing quickly countered, I also require special guidance for this melody. Xiao Zhang navigated effortlessly between them, relishing this delicate balance. No need to rush, one at a time. We have all the time in the world to practice. The recording studio was awash with springtime warmth, the atmosphere among the three growing increasingly intoxicating. Even the staff outside felt too bashful to continue watching. Xiao Dong is quite the charmer. Isn't his emotional intelligence is remarkable, effortlessly winning over both ladies. Shoo, don't say that. Be careful or you might lose your job. At the Xiao Manor, under the moonlight, Tai Tu was practicing the second layer of the Dragon Elephant Nine Suns technique. The internal energy flowed within him, emitting a faint golden glow, shrouding him in a misty aura. Suddenly, his body tensed, a chill racing up his spine. Years of hunting in the mountains had honed his instincts. Danger was near. Tai Tu immediately suppressed his aura, feigning continuation of his practice. Sure enough, a shadow shifted within the darkness of the manor. A white figure darted through the moonlight, swiftly arriving at the balcony outside Xiao Zhang's bedroom. Their movements were as quick as lightning, light as a feather. Had it not been for Tai Tu's heightened senses, he would have been oblivious to their presence. I knew someone would have ill intentions toward my brother, he stealthily pursued, waiting for the figure to approach the balcony before making his move. Channeling the Dragon Elephant Nine Suns technique, a surge of immense power coursed from his dantian to his arm. Tai Tu's powerful hands, seasoned by battles with fierce beasts, glimmered with golden light as he unleashed a formidable strike aimed at the intruder's back. How swift! Murong Qiu gasped, her white attire flowing as she gracefully flipped backward. However, even after evading the blow, she was forced back 3 steps by the overwhelming force. Is this Nine Suns' true chi? Murong Qiu's hands trembled, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could this long-lost martial art appear in the hands of a seemingly honest young man? Even more surprising was the purity of Tai Tu's cultivation, which surpassed that of some elders in the Tianji sect. Under the moonlight, the two clashed. Tai Tu's movements were bold and unrestrained, reminiscent of the wilds, while Murong Qiu's were elegant and intricate, akin to a graceful dance. The air crackled with energy as she skillfully suppressed him, but her confusion only deepened. Who exactly was Xiao Zhang? Not only had he disrupted the celestial order, but his subordinate also wielded a long-forgotten supreme technique. Intriguing indeed, it seemed prudent to investigate further. After forcing Tai Tu back, she departed gracefully, her white figure dissipating like snowflakes in the moonlight. Tai Tu wiped the sweat from his brow, his fighting spirit ignited. Though defeated, he felt exhilarated. Just you wait. Once I master the 3rd layer, it will be your turn to face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the singing video of Xiao Zhang and Yang Shi created a sensation online. Within mere hours, the topic on social media garnered over 100 million views, rivaling top-tier celebrities. Major music platforms vied to share it, and even international music forums ignited discussions. The comments section exploded with excitement. The chemistry between Xiao Zhang and Yang Shi is astounding. They are a match made in heaven. Wow, I didn't expect the creator of the hit song Blue and White Porcelain to not be a one-hit wonder. A glimpse of eternity is even more impressive. Ladies, are you shipping this couple? This is too sweet. Yang Shi, already pure and captivating, paired with Xiao Zhang's magnetic voice. Ah, what a perfect combination. As night fell, The charged atmosphere in the recording studio remained unabated. Lin Jiqing, not being a musician, found herself increasingly sidelined as discussions deepened. Watching the growing intimacy between Xiao Zhang and Yang Shishir left her feeling envious. Yet, in a moment of clarity, she realized how unusual her behavior had been today. The president of Linqin Media, an esteemed actress adored by many, was competing for attention over a man with her own close friend and artist. Was she truly consumed by jealousy? What had clouded her judgment? Mr. Xiao, how should I handle this segment? Yang Shishir's voice was sweet and inviting. Xiao Zhang placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Relax, take a deep breath. That's enough. Lin Jiqing could no longer contain herself, but upon realizing her outburst, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It's getting late. Let us go have dinner. Xiao Zhang regarded her with a teasing smile. Is President Lin hungry? However, Shishir is currently in a great state. Perhaps we should practice a little longer? Yes. I feel fantastic. Yang Shishir eagerly chimed in. Lin Jiqing watched the enthusiastic Yang Shishir, then caught a glimpse of the playful glint in Xiao Zhang's eyes, her heart fluttering. This man was doing this on purpose. He simply wished to witness her anxious yet helpless demeanor. You may take your time to practice. I shall make the restaurant reservation first. She found herself at a loss for words, forced to rise with an air of feigned elegance. No rush, Xiao Zhang suddenly interjected. I have already secured a table. At the Imperial Palace, 7 o'clock this evening. Lin Jiqing was momentarily taken aback. The Imperial Palace was renowned as the most difficult high-end Chinese restaurant to reserve in the capital, and securing a last-minute booking was utterly impossible. This man had accurately anticipated that she would suggest dining out? Arrogance level 100, Jiqing. Could you wait a moment longer? Shall we practice once more? Yang Shishir was entirely absorbed in the music, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling between the two. Lin Jiqing took a deep breath and returned to her seat. She vowed that this would be the final instance of being led around by this insufferable man. Observing her fade of composure, Xiao Zhang's smile deepened. Chapter 48. The dairy cow. The crystal chandelier of the imperial residence radiated a soft glow, diffused by the mist. Inside the private room, 3 individuals were indulging in dessert after their meal. Mr. Xiao, I truly apologize for last time, Yang Shishir said, putting down her spoon, regret lacing her tone. I promised to treat you to dinner, but before I could. Mr. Xiao waved his hand with a gentle smile. It's a trivial matter. In fact, I have prepared a gift for you that day. He retrieved a delicate USB drive from the inner pocket of his suit. It contains 7 songs, including blue and white porcelain in a glimpse across eternity. Each piece has been meticulously tailored to suit your vocal range and singing style. Yang Shishir accepted it with both hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Is this truly a gift for me? Mr. Xiao, you are too kind. Lin Jiqing observed Yang Shishir's elation, a mixture of emotions swirling within her. 7 songs right off the bat, undoubtedly destined to be hits. Was this a means to seize control over Yang Shishir's future? Mr. Xiao chuckled inwardly. These songs were classics from his past life, well known to him. Purchasing lyrics and melodies directly from the system would typically cost at least 1,000 flamboyance points per piece. However, he provided the lyrics and melodies himself, thus only spending 350 points to have the system process them and load them onto a 150-point USB drive. A veritable bargain. The meal was filled with joy, and Yang Shishir, who typically abstained from alcohol, had partaken quite a bit. Lin Jiqing arranged for a driver to take her home, while she opted to accompany Mr. Xiao. In the elevator, as the numbers ascended, Lin Jiqing pondered aloud. Mr. Xiao, you arrived here remarkably quickly today. The normal travel time from the Xiao residence to the company is half an hour, yet you took only 3 minutes. Are you investigating my whereabouts, Ms. Lin? Mr. Xiao replied playfully. Your sister resides at Imperial Scenic Bay. Lin Jiqing fixed her gaze on him. The journey from there to the company is precisely 3 minutes. So, what is it that you wish to convey? I intend to say that you and your sister may have progressed to an unknown point, and now you have also enchanted Yang Shishir, which may not be ideal. Before she could finish her thought, Mr. Xiao pulled her into his embrace. Before she could react, a heated kiss descended upon her, forceful yet tender, laced with a hint of mischief. As As she struggled to push him away, he only tightened his hold. The familiar masculine scent enveloped her, rendering her entirely weak. After a long moment, Mr. Xiao released her, observing the flush on her cheeks. Ms. Lin, given your familiarity with my life, could it be that this is more than mere play acting? Lin Jiqing, utterly embarrassed, turned to flee. Ms. Lin, Mr. Xiao called from behind. Your kissing skills are rather ordinary, lacking the emotion found in young Shirshers. Perhaps we should dedicate some time to practice together? Lin Jiqing hastened her steps, her heart now a cacophony of disarray. As soon as he settled into his car, Mr. Xiao received a phone call from Taitu, informing him of Murong Qiu's incursion into the estate. His expression hardened as the plot of the original story flashed through his mind. The emergence of Murong Qiu heralded the rise of an even more perilous organization, the Dawn Organization, comprised of the Yingwen Ninja Alliance. In the original narrative, this organization employed brutal tactics, shrouded in secrecy. Their target this time was the newly opened district, which Yingwa intended to transform into a clandestine research base. The leader of the Dawn Organization was known as Senbin Zakura, a femme fatale skilled in poisons. Seducing, poisoning, setting traps, and deploying hidden weapons, she would resort to any means necessary to achieve her goals. Countless lives had succumbed beneath her colorful garments. Intriguing. Mr. Zhao's gaze turned icy. Now that he held the rights to the land's use, with Xia Zhang managing operations, he had undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Dawn Organization. After a brief contemplation, he promptly issued orders. Taitu, proceed to Imperial Scenic Bay immediately to ensure Xia Zhang's safety. Remember, they are top-tier ninjas from Yingwa. Exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, I will give my all to protect my sister-in-law. Mr. Xiao chided him lightly. Hurry along. He then dialed Huang Fu Dao's number. Brother Huang Fu, regarding the security of a new district. Mr. Xiao, Huang Fu Dao interrupted in surprise. I was just about to call you regarding this matter. My father has just received news that the Dawn Organization. I am aware they are targeting the new district. Mr. Xiao replied calmly. I would appreciate it if the Huangfu family could bolster their personnel for rigorous defense. And do be cautious. Their leader, Senbin Zakura, is a poison expert characterized by. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. After a moment, Huangfu Dao hesitantly spoke. Mr. Xiao, how did you come to know this? Even the details of Senbin Zakura's appearance were information we spent a fortune to uncover. Business is akin to warfare. Without some level of prowess, one cannot establish a foothold, Mr. Xiao replied nonchalantly. After hanging up, Huangfu Dao entered his father's study. Father, Mr. Zhao's intelligence network is terrifying, he exclaimed as soon as he entered. He knew not only about the Dawn Organization, but also about Senbin Zakura. What about her? Huangfu Zhang inquired with keen interest. He described her appearance in great detail, Huangfu Dao stammered. Ha ha ha, Huangfu Zhang laughed. You're a grown man, yet you cannot articulate it? The crux is... Huangfu Dao's expression turned grave. This information was amassed by our Huangfu family over decades, at the expense of countless resources and personnel. Yet he is merely in his 20s and was previously known as... Was he known for? A debauched youth who only frequented nightclubs. Huangfu Dao blurted out. Do you recall? 3 months ago, he got drunk at the drunken Immortal Pavilion and ran around in just his underwear shouting, Miss, I love you. 2 months ago, he nearly had his legs broken during a conflict at the Golden Splendor, which was resolved only by Xiao Yuanshan's intervention. And half a month ago, he was racing on the second ring, nearly killing himself. Huangfu Zhang waved his hand dismissively. So what? Do you believe that a young man whose only skills lie in revelry can undergo a transformation overnight, becoming a new magnate of the business world after his father's demise? Consider it again, Huangfu Zhang advised patiently. Could a fool suddenly exhibit such remarkable medical skills and possess formidable prowess? Can a debauched youth command such an extensive intelligence network? Are you implying he's been playing the fool to deceive everyone? Huangfu Zhang sighed. All these years, he has feigned ignorance to lower everyone's guard. Now that the time is ripe, he begins to reveal his true self. I wondered why he seemed like a different person all of a sudden. Huangfu Dao realized. Whether it was his swift rise to the chairmanship, his extravagant purchase of the new district land, or the elimination of the Li Jinan father-son duo, he orchestrated it all, striking at the critical moment. Now do you understand why I chose to support him? Huangfu Zheng said meaningfully. A figure like this, if not courted early on, may leave our Huangfu family bereft of qualifications once he truly grows in stature. Go on, Huangfu Zheng waved his hand. From now on, matters assigned by young Xiao need not be reported to me. Simply execute his directives. I'm growing old, and it is time for you to shoulder the burden of the Huangfu family. Chapter 49. Invulnerable Xiao Zhang started the car, and his phone vibrated once more. It was a message from Bing. Mr. Xiao, after careful consideration, I am willing to cede 30 of the project profits and provide all major construction material supply channels, including steel and cement. You are aware of the resources we have at Feiyang Real Estate. If you're willing to meet, we can discuss everything in detail. Xiao Zhang regarded this unexpected proposition with a wry smile. The female president of Feiyang Real Estate had finally succumbed to the pressure. Given this, he decided to keep her waiting a little longer, knowing that her urgency would yield even better terms. Just as he was about to put away his phone, a message from an unfamiliar number popped up. Stay away from Yang Shishir, or bear the consequences. He scoffed at the message, a glint of mockery in his eyes. The tone and phrasing were unmistakably from the Dragon King. Shaking his head lightly, he tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. This individual was rather stingy, demanding he distance himself from Yang Shishir without even offering a price. 300 million for you to leave my sister alone. Now, that would be the standard approach. Is he not familiar with melodramatic idol dramas? No wonder he struggles to connect with Yang Shishir. Choosing to ignore the message, Xiao Zhang deleted it without a second thought. System, how much arrogance value do I possess? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, Future Pearl, 1-5 usages. Arrogance value, 10781. His arrogance value had surpassed 10,000. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Xiao Zhang's eyes. His efforts over the past days had not been in vain. Each act of defiance, every emotional fluctuation he caused in others, contributed to the accumulation of this precious resource. However, the thought of the enemies he was about to face caused his expression to turn somber. Whether it was the Dragon King, a titan of the underworld, or a top assassin like Senbin Zakura, they were not to be trifled with. These figures had made life difficult for Qin Tian, the protagonist in the original story. Now, he had to prepare thoroughly. System, purchase 3 decades of arduous training, consuming 9,600 arrogance value. Purchasing 3 decades of arduous training to apply to Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill. As the notification chimed, Xiao Zhang felt an explosive surge of energy within him, akin to a river breaching its dam. Waves of intense energy surged through his meridians, breaking through barriers and enveloping his entire being. The power coursing through his veins was astonishing, with every pore seemingly radiating light and warmth. His internal energy became pure, akin to a blazing sun rising in his dantian. He could distinctly sense his senses sharpening, his perception of the surrounding environment expanding manifold. The 4th level not only propelled his strength to new heights, but also elevated his awareness of danger to an unprecedented level. To his delight, in addition to the increase in power and perception, the 4th level of the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill granted him a new ability, immunity to all poisons. Just as he relished the invigorating boost in strength, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Xia Chuxue. The project launch meeting for the new district will officially convene tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the International Convention Center in the capital. I will come to pick you up. Immediately after, she retracted the message and sent another. There are some issues I need you to address in person for the new district project launch meeting tomorrow. A smile tugged at Xiao Zhang's lips. What pressing matters required his personal attention? Xia Chuxue, just come. Without delay, Xiao Zhang departed for the Imperial View Bay. Simultaneously, a call from Tai Tu came through. Brother, I spotted some suspicious figures lurking around the outskirts of Imperial View Bay. Their aura feels off, resembling professional assassins. After trailing them for a while, I noticed they dispersed, with some heading towards the Xiao family estate. Stay put. I am heading to Imperial View Bay now. Additionally, inform Huang Fudao to increase security personnel. The safety of tomorrow's launch meeting must be ensured. At Imperial View Bay 2601, Xiao Zhang, donned in a silk robe with damp hair, languidly reclined on the sofa. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang enter, a glimmer of surprise sparked in her beautiful eyes. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Xiao Zhang placed his coat aside and sat beside her. "I sense your urgency." "Don't flatter yourself," Xiao Zhang playfully retorted. "I only called you to confirm the agenda for tomorrow." Suddenly, Xiao Zhang leaned closer, gently pushing her bangs aside. "Does a simple agenda require a bath while waiting for me?" Xiao Zhang's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not resist. Instead, she leaned in closer. "What? Does the new business magnate, Mr. Xiao, find it troublesome?" "For you, I never find it troublesome." Xiao Zhang pulled her into his embrace, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Xiao Zhang closed her eyes, lost in the tenderness and assertiveness of the kiss. "Arrogance value 100, by the way. Tomorrow there will be merchants from Ingwa attending the launch meeting, including a representative from Lantian Corporation, Senbenzakura." Xiao Zhang suddenly recalled something and broke free from a kiss. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. "Senbenzakura? The prominent investor?" Xiao Zhang interrupted him, shooting him a reproachful glance. "She is quite renowned internationally, with assets exceeding trillions of in coins. However, I've heard she has a rather unique approach to business." "Unique?" "She can be overly enthusiastic, especially towards handsome men." Xiao Zhang cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Zhang. "You should be cautious tomorrow." Xiao Zhang laughed heartily. "What? Has she done nothing, and you're already feeling jealous?" "Who is jealous?" Xiao Zhang playfully smacked his chest. "I'm merely warning you. This woman is not simple. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Rest assured, my gaze is fixed solely upon you." Xiao Zhang spoke casually, yet his mind was already devising ways to outwit the leader of the Akatsuki organization. "Sounds so convincing." Xiao Zhang rolled her eyes. "Lin Jiqing, Yang Shishir, Chu Xian, and even my sister Suemo. I am aware of everything regarding your affairs with them." Arrogance value 100. With the garden's blossoms untouched, Xiao Zhang swept her up in his arms and headed toward the bedroom. "Since you know, then tonight I shall make amends. I need to recharge before facing Senbenzakura tomorrow." "You rogue." Xiao Zhang struggled, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Chapter 50, Stinky Tofu. Just a change of flavor, the International Exhibition Center in the capital bustled with activity. The launch conference for the new district project attracted hundreds of enterprises from both domestic and international spheres. As the core area for the capital's development over the next 2 decades, this precious piece of land drew the keen interest of countless investors. "Mr. Xiao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Mr. Xia, your company's vision is truly remarkable." Prominent figures in the business world approached one after another, and Xiao Zhang handled their greetings with ease. Just over a month ago, he was derided as a frivolous young man, but now he had transformed into a sought-after newcomer in the business realm. "She has arrived," Xiao Zhang suddenly whispered a reminder. At the entrance, a stunning woman walked in with a captivating presence. Qianbin Gangzhou donned a form-fitting purple qipao, its daring slit height bordering on scandalous. Each step she took resonated with a seductive rhythm, as if silently enticing every man present. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her features exquisite, and her enchanting gaze swept across the room, eventually landing on Xiao Zhang, a faint smile gracing her lips. Most striking of all were her ample curves, which swayed enticingly with her movements, leaving the men in attendance spellbound. "Chairman Xiao, it is an honor to meet you." Qianbin Gangzhou approached Xiao Zhang, deliberately lowering her voice, imbued with a rich foreign accent that inexplicably added to her allure. "Bluefield Corporation holds your company's growth potential in high regard." Xiao Zhang politely shook her hand. "Ms. Qianbin, welcome to our launch conference." "Please, just call me Gangzhou," she replied with a light laugh, her grip lingering beyond the bounds of customary etiquette, her fingers deliberately grazing his palm. "We in Ingwa prefer more familiar terms." Xiao Zhang, sensing the overly intimate gesture, interjected with a hint of displeasure. "Ms. Qianbin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Zhang, CEO of Tianxue Group." Only then did Qianbin Gangzhou reluctantly release Xiao Zhang's hand, shaking Xiao Zhang's with a noticeable reduction in warmth. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Xia. It is a pleasure to finally meet such a beauty among beauties. As the launch conference commenced, Xiao Zhang, as the primary speaker, delivered a brief address. Behind him, the grand screen showcased the planning maps of a new district, captivating the audience. Qianbin Gangzhou sat in the front row, her intense gaze fixed on Xiao Zhang, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. During a break, she moved closer to Xiao Zhang while pouring coffee. Chairman Xiao, you are truly impressive. This project is planned so perfectly that even someone as unversed as I can discern its immense value. Perhaps we could find a quiet place to discuss the investment details in depth. Xia Chuxue happened to witness this exchange, setting aside her folder and hurrying over, but was momentarily detained by a group of investors with questions. Xiao Zhang feigned being flattered, appearing surprised by the attention. Of course, I have always been intrigued by Bluefield Corporation. Qianbin Gang's host stifled a laugh. That is wonderful. Tonight at 7, in the private suite of Crystal Building, we can have a thorough discussion. She emphasized the phrase thorough discussion with a significant look. I'm looking forward to it. Xiao Zhang's voice carried both excitement and a hint of foolishness, akin to a young man intoxicated by beauty. Xia Chuxue finally extricated herself from the investors and approached just in time to overhear Xiao Zhang's acceptance. She frowned slightly, about to speak, when Qianbin Gang's host swiftly handed Xiao Zhang a purple business card. Chairman Xiao, this is the room key. I look forward to your guidance tonight. After speaking, she swayed her alluring figure and departed, leaving behind a lingering scent of ambiguity. Are you truly planning to go? Xia Chuxue asked in a hushed tone, her displeasure evident. Xiao Zhang gently grasped her hand, reassuringly. Do not worry. I am aware of the situation. This woman is not benign. It would be wise to play along and see what her intentions are. Before Xia Chuxue could respond, an assistant hurried over, interrupting them. Mr. Xia, several foreign investors wish to speak with you. They have been looking for you. Go ahead. Do not fret, Xiao Zhang advised Xia Chuxue. Remember, regardless of what happens tonight, do not act rashly. I have my plans. In the private suite on the top floor of the Crystal Building, Qianbin Gangzhou had changed into an even more provocative outfit, the deep-V neckline daringly low. She approached Xiao Zhang, holding 2 glasses of a deep red wine. Chairman Xiao, do try our specially crafted cherry blossom wine from Ingwa. It is said to uplift one's spirits and enhance certain sensory experiences. Xiao Zhang feigned nonchalance as he accepted the glass and drank it down. Delicious. He exaggerated his enthusiasm. Ms. Gangzhou, you are truly warm-hearted. A gleam of satisfaction flickered in Qianbin Gangzhou's eyes as she observed his reaction. This wine contained a special substance designed to weaken one's will, making them more susceptible to suggestion and control. Most individuals would feel flushed and disoriented within 5 minutes of consumption. However, Xiao Zhang, fortified by his internal protection, negated the effects almost instantly. Yet, he continued to pretend, reddening his face and adopting a dazed expression. So warm. Xiao Zhang loosened his tie and stood unsteadily. Ms. Gangzhou, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Qianbin Gangzhou smiled with satisfaction, drawing closer and wrapping her arm around his. Chairman Xiao seems uncomfortable. Would you like me to help you relax? Sure, Xiao Zhang replied, grinning foolishly as she guided him to the sofa. Qianbin Gangzhou leaned in closer, employing her most skilled seduction techniques. Her gaze became increasingly alluring, her fingers dancing across Xiao Zhang's body, each caress sending electric thrills through him. While ordinary men would be utterly entranced in such a situation, Xiao Zhang remained vigilant, keenly aware of her every move. Chairman Xiao, I am genuinely interested in the new district, Qianbin Gangzhou said softly, her voice laden with temptation. If we collaborate, Bluefield Corporation is willing to invest 10 billion, fully supporting your project. Her hand reached for Xiao Zhang's chest, beginning to unbutton his shirt. Of course, this necessitates us establishing a more intimate relationship. Feigning intoxication, Xiao Zhang seized her hand, reversing their roles and boldly flirting back. Qianbin Gangzhou was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her praise assertiveness, but quickly regained her composure. Perhaps just a more pronounced effect of a drug, she thought, suppressing her disgust and responding with feigned resistance. At this juncture, Xiao Zhang kindly reminds all readers, when inspecting a vehicle, first check for any exterior or interior damage, ensure the engine is free of oil leaks, and verify that all components are functioning properly. Then inspect the underside for rust and the suspension for integrity. Finally, take it for a test drive to assess acceleration, braking, steering, and other functionalities, ensuring the vehicle is in good condition. 10 minutes later, the vehicle was stable, but the road obstacles were too numerous, forcing Xiao Zhang to cancel the test drive. Qianbin Gangsho, your tricks are rather juvenile. Qianbin Gangsho felt as if struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, soon replaced by an icy glare. You were pretending? How dare you toy with me and take advantage? Xiao Zhang cast a disdainful glance, remarking, You, a foul-smelling tofu that anyone could sample, are merely a change of taste for me. Arrogance level 50 stinky tofu? How dare you liken me to such a thing? You claim to be changing your palate, yet you relished it moments ago. Tsunade trembled with rage, though she dared not act out in this moment. Xiao Zhang reveled inwardly, aware that Tsunade harbored a severe cleanliness obsession, employing illusions solely to accomplish her tasks. She would never permit any man to touch her. The mere thought of physical contact repulsed and infuriated her. His earlier advances had nearly pushed her over the edge of disgust. Miss Tsunade, I advise you to hastily retreat back to the land of the sea, he declared, rising to tower over her. Your schemes will falter before me. Tsunade inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her anger. Xiao Zhang, you are clever, yet exceedingly foolish. She slowly retreated toward the door, stating, The power of Lantian far exceeds your imagination. What transpired tonight is merely a prelude. Before exiting, Tsunade cast a cold glance back at Xiao Zhang, warning, Our next encounter will not be so straightforward. Arrogance level 50. Once the door closed, Xiao Zhang immediately retrieved his phone. First, he called Taitu, ensure the safety of Imperial Bay and the Xiao family estate. Members of the Akatsuki may seek revenge. Don't worry, big brother. I've been keeping watch downstairs at General Xia's building all night and spotted several suspicious individuals loitering nearby, but I scare them off. Next, he contacted Huangfu Dao. Brother Huangfu, please dispatch additional personnel to protect the core members of the newly established district project team. The Akatsuki can no longer contain themselves. Finally, he dialed Han Ying's number. Director Han, there are issues behind Lantian Corporation. I suggest you investigate. This may be an excellent opportunity for your promotion. On the other end, Han Ying fell silent for a moment. Are you certain? Believe it or not. Arrogance level 100. After hanging up, Xiao Zhang gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the distant city skyline. Unbeknownst to him, atop a faraway skyscraper, Murong Qiu observed the entire meeting between him and Tsunade through a specially designed telescope. The distance rendered her unable to hear their conversation, but she could see their movements. She witnessed Xiao Zhang approach Tsunade and their intimate exchanges, even noting his adept advances. Indeed, this Xiao Zhang is colluding with the people of the land of the sea. No wonder he could disrupt the heavenly mandate. Murong Qiu furrowed her brow, contemplating, more shameless than I had anticipated. Arrogance level 100, Chapter 51. The surge of mergers and acquisitions in the conference room of the Xiao Group headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Over 20 directors and senior executives sat around the table, engaged in hushed conversations, their brows furrowed in concern. The electronic screen flickered with a series of glaring red data. Xiao Zhang entered slowly, and the room fell into complete silence. With an air of composure, he took his seat at the head of the table and surveyed the gathering. Please proceed with the report, he commanded. The executive in charge of the supply chain stood, his voice tinged with anxiety. Mr. Xiao, the Liu family has intensified their blockade. Key construction materials such as rebar, cement, and precast panels. Most major suppliers have withdrawn their contracts. Our existing inventory can sustain operations for no more than 2 weeks. Moreover, the financial director interjected, the banks have started imposing obstacles as well. The previously agreed loan disbursements are now significantly delayed. At this rate, within a month, our cash flow will face severe issues. A chorus of murmurs filled the room. Xia Chuxue pursed her lips, fixing her gaze on Xiao Zhang. I suggest we reach out to Xue Bing again. Feiyang Real Estate possesses the most comprehensive supply network for building materials, which could swiftly resolve our urgent predicament. Several directors nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Xiao, Ms. Xue has extended goodwill multiple times, and her terms have only become more favorable. Xue Bing truly has strength in the building material supply chain. Perhaps we should lower our guard. Xiao Zhang raised a hand gently, halting the discussion. There is no need for that at this moment. The attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, the secretary entered, holding an exquisite folder. Mr. Xiao, Lantian Corporation has just sent over a letter of intent for investment, personally signed by Chairman Qianben Gangzhou. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xiao Zhang's eyes. The contents of the document were soon projected onto the screen, capturing everyone's attention. The proposal was straightforward yet enticing. Lantian Corporation was willing to provide $20 billion in funding to resolve all supply chain issues and even introduce the finest materials from Ingwa, ensuring the smooth progress of a new district project. The sole condition? To relinquish 30% of project control. This is akin to a timely aid in the midst of adversity. The materials from Ingwa are indeed exceptional and would greatly benefit us. Furthermore, the funds offered would cover all our current challenges. The executives expressed their enthusiasm, their eyes shining with excitement. Who wouldn't be overjoyed at the prospect of resolving the looming crisis? Xiao Zhang listened quietly to the discussions, a faint smile playing on his lips. He extended a finger, gently tapping the table to regain everyone's attention. Bring forth the shredder. The room erupted in astonishment. Xiao Zhang stood, leisurely placing the letter of intent into the shredder, reducing it to confetti before the eyes of all present. Mr. Xiao, this is too impulsive. Several senior directors sprang to their feet, shock etched on their faces. You are toying with the company's future. The financial director could no longer contain himself. We are in a precarious situation. Lantian Corporation's investment is crucial for us. Indeed, Mr. Xiao, we are all working for the good of the company. You cannot allow personal feelings to interfere. Arrogance level 20, arrogance level 18, arrogance level 19, Lantian Corporation? Xiao Zhang scoffed. So eager to sell ourselves to the Ingwa people? Have you all forgotten the shameful history? Meanwhile, at the Feiyang Real Estate headquarters in the upper office, Xue Bing stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the cityscape. Dressed in a meticulously tailored white suit that exuded both authority and femininity, she commanded attention. Her assistant gently knocked before entering. Miss Xue, we just received news that Mr. Xiao has rejected Lantian Corporation's investment proposal. Xue Bing turned abruptly, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Are you certain? Qianben Gangzhou's terms are exceedingly generous. Even we find them hard to match. Confirmed. In a dramatic turn, Mr. Xiao discarded the letter of intent into the shredder in front of all the directors and executives. A flicker of surprise crossed Xue Bing's face, quickly replaced by deep contemplation. Approaching her desk, she picked up a thick folder, gently brushing her fingers across the cover. An opportunity has arisen. Prepare the car. I must speak with Xiao Zhang in person. The assistant hesitated. Ms. Xue, since you were rebuffed last time, you've attempted to reach out multiple times without success. He is clearly intent on ignoring us, and going now could be akin to walking into a lioness den. Given the circumstances, we cannot afford to wait any longer, Xue Bing insisted, shaking her head. Qianben Gangzhou has made her move. We must act swiftly. Prepare to depart immediately. After the assistant left, Xue Bing picked up the folder from her desk, reconfirming the contents. Lantian Corporation investigation report. This was classified intelligence she had acquired at great expense from international networks. It documented Lantian Corporation's secret dealings with the Ingwa military, as well as Qianben Gangzhou's involvement in multiple international corporate espionage cases. Xiao Zhang, I hope you can discern the gravity of the situation this time. Back in the Xiao Group conference room, the atmosphere remained oppressive. Executives whispered amongst themselves. Mr. Xiao has rejected Lantian's proposal, yet hasn't he reached out to Feiyang Real Estate? Is he driving us to the brink? Perhaps he has other plans? The Huangfu family has already aligned with us, hasn't he it? Though the Huangfu family is strong, their influence in the building materials sector is limited. I've always said he is too young and inexperienced. Their murmurs were abruptly silenced as the conference room door was flung open. Shui Bing strode in, flanked by two assistants. "Good day, everyone." Shui Bing nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across all present. "I apologize for the unexpected visit, but I have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Xiao." Directors and executives rose quickly. Ms. Shui's presence is an honor. Xiao Zhang and Shui Bing locked eyes, neither speaking for a moment. Shui Bing broke the silence first. "I've heard that Mr. Xiao has declined Qianbin Gang's investment." "Indeed. May I ask why?" "Because the money from Ingwa is tainted." Surprise flickered in Shui Bing's eyes, followed by a push of the folder toward Xiao Zhang. "It seems Mr. Xiao possesses even greater foresight than I anticipated." Xiao Zhang opened the folder, quickly scanning its contents, his expression remaining unperturbed. "It took me 3 months to gather this information," Shui Bing noted. "On the surface, Lantian Corporation appears to be a commercial giant from Ingwa, but in reality, it serves as a tool for economic infiltration by the Ingwa military. Qianbin Gangzhou is a notorious spy, having engaged in economic infiltration activities in at least 7 countries. She paused, continuing, "Should she gain 30 control of the new district, the consequences would be dire. That area will be the core of the capital S development for the next 20 years. Xiao Zhang closed the folder, gazing deeply at Shui Bing. "Your patriotism is commendable, Ms. Shui. However, what can Feiyang Real Estate offer?" Shui Bing smiled confidently. "First, we can immediately resolve all supply chain issues, including steel and cement. All materials will be back in supply within 3 days. Second, we can invest an additional 5 billion. While this is 15 billion less than what Lantian is offering, we only require 5 of project control, significantly lower than Lantian's demands." Xiao Zhang appeared contemplative. "The terms are indeed enticing. Moreover," Shui Bing continued with determination, "Feiyang Real Estate is willing to fully cooperate with the Xiao Group to counter the joint blockade from the Liu and Li families. All our resources and connections in the capital are at your disposal." Upon hearing this, a genuine spark of interest ignited in Xiao Zhang's eyes. He slowly rose and moved beside Shui Bing. "Ms. Shui is certainly bold. You are willing to oppose 2 major families for this project? The development rights of the newly opened district are a strategic priority for Feiyang Real Estate, and no cost is too great to achieve this goal. Moreover, with allies like Director Xiao and the Huangfu family, what do I have to fear?" Xiao Zhang circled around her slowly and suddenly stated, "I'm not interested in the conditions you proposed." Shui Bing's expression changed. "What does Director Xiao mean by that?" "What I mean is, I have a better proposal," Xiao Zhang replied, gazing directly into her eyes. "Feiyang Real Estate is open to acquisition, and the Xiao Group will invest 3 billion, holding a 51 stake. Chapter 52, The Enemy Becomes the Benefactor. How absurd. Shui Bing's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the proposal. It struck her like a bolt from the blue, completely unexpected. An acquisition? 51? Mr. Xiao, are you jesting? Feiyang Real Estate is a family business founded by my father, valued at over 10 billion. How could we relinquish control for merely 3 billion? The conference room erupted in murmurs, executives exchanging astonished glances, unprepared for such a radical suggestion from Xiao Zhang. Calmly, Xiao Zhang returned to his seat, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. "Ms. Shui, I am aware of your predicament. Ever since your father's retirement, Feiyang Real Estate's standing in the capital has been in decline. Internal factional struggles are fierce, and your position as president is precarious." Shui Bing's pupils constricted slightly, as if Xiao Zhang could see through her very soul. "The new district project is your last chance to prove yourself to the board," he continued. "Without it, you will soon find yourself marginalized or even expelled from Feiyang Real Estate. Am I correct?" Shui Bing's hands trembled slightly as she fought to maintain her composure. "Mr. Xiao, you are quite well informed. However, even so, Feiyang Real Estate will not be acquired so easily. 3 billion is merely the down payment. Coupled with assuming nearly 8 billion in debts, the actual acquisition price exceeds 11 billion, with a 20% premium." Xiao Zhang spoke lightly. "More importantly, I will not interfere with the daily operations of Feiyang Real Estate. You will remain the CEO, though the final decision-making authority will rest with me. I understand your pride, But sometimes, a degree of humility is necessary to safeguard the future. Consider this. With the backing of the Xiao Group and the Huangfu family, Feiyang Real Estate could enjoy unprecedented developmental opportunities. Shui Bing fell into contemplation, her gaze complex. After a moment, she took a deep breath. I need time to consider and to discuss with the board. Of course, I grant you 3 days, Xiao Zhang nodded. But remember, this proposal is only valid for 3 days. After that, the price will be reassessed. After Shui Bing left, the executives in the conference room remained in a state of shock. Xiao Chushu leaned closer to Xiao Zhang and whispered, "You've made a very bold move. Feiyang Real Estate is an old relic in the capital South real estate sector. The board is unlikely to agree." Xiao Zhang smiled faintly. "Whether they agree or not is not our concern. Shui Bing will make her own choice." The moonlight was ethereal. Mu Ronqiu, clad in white like freshly fallen snow, exuded an aura of chill. He took out his phone and sent a video. Faces of several elderly men appeared on the screen, their eyes deep as pools, seemingly able to see through the fabric of the world. "Master, esteemed elders," Mu Rongqiu said respectfully. "I, Mu Rongqiu, urgently report a significant change regarding the one destined by fate." "What have you discovered?" "Master, I witnessed Xiao Zhang in a secret meeting with a female merchant from Ingwa. Their demeanor was intimate, clearly indicating collusion. Xiao Zhang not only disrupts the destined trajectory, but also conspires with foreign forces, his intentions exceedingly sinister." The elder frowned deeply and spoke in a grave tone. "Do you have concrete evidence?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Mu Rongqiu asserted confidently. Xiao Zhang conversed merrily with that woman, even engaging in intimate contact. Her identity is peculiar, her aura frigid. She is no ordinary merchant. I suspect she is a master from the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki. The elder's gaze sharpened. This name had surfaced repeatedly in recent years. Known for its close ties to the upper echelons of Ingwa, focusing on intelligence, gathering, and economic infiltration. If Xiao Zhang truly colludes with them, this young man possesses the ability to alter the course of fate. He must be extraordinary. Another elder interjected. Either he has encountered some fortuitous event, or he is being supported by foreign forces. Even more concerning is, Mu Rongqiu continued, Xiao Zhang has a bodyguard named Tai Tu, who possesses the 9-yang true qi. How could a frivolous heir be accompanied by such a formidable figure? 9-yang true qi? The elder's expressions shifted in unison. This legendary skill had been lost for a century, yet it appeared under Xiao Zhang's command. The situation was far more intricate than anticipated. We need more intelligence. The elder spoke solemnly. What the one destined by fate? Qin Tian appears to be deceived by him, expressing gratitude and completely disregarding my warnings. Mu Rongqiu's voice bore a hint of confusion. Master, the predictions of the Destiny Gate have always been precise. Why do they so starkly contrast with reality? Who exactly is this Xiao Zhang to disrupt the destined trajectory? The elder pondered for a moment. The secrets of destiny must not be overly revealed. Yet I can tell you this. Xiao Zhang has never appeared in the predictions of the Destiny Gate, as if he materialized from thin air. This in itself is a significant anomaly. What should I do? Continue to observe Qin Tian and Xiao Zhang, particularly their connection with Ingwa's thousand-handed sonate. If necessary, you may intervene appropriately. Remember, maintaining the destined trajectory is the mission of the Destiny Gate. But countering the incursions of other forces in Huagua is also our duty and obligation. Understood, Master. Mu Rongqiu put away his phone. It seemed necessary to approach Qin Tian once more to find a breakthrough. Resolving to act swiftly, Mu Rongqiu soon arrived at the hospital. However, the situation on the floor where Qin Tian's ward was located was markedly different from the last time. The corridor was lined with imposing bodyguards, each bulging with weapons. At the entrance to the ward stood 4 calm and collected martial artists, clearly skilled practitioners. To prevent me? But how could Xiao Zhang know I saw Qin Tian? Mu Rongqiu frowned slightly, preparing to leave when he heard a familiar voice. Rui, does Xiao Tian need to stay hospitalized for at least 2 more weeks? Is it that severe? It was Qin Muyun's voice, conversing with Lu Rui. Mu Rongxiu immediately concealed himself in the shadows of the stairwell, listening intently. Don't worry, godmother. I've invited the best rehabilitation specialists in the capital. Even if Xiao Tian can't recover in that regard, he will at least be able to walk and live normally. It's all my fault. If I had spoken with him sooner, he wouldn't have misunderstood Xiao Zhang's good intentions and sent the bodyguard away. Lu Rui sighed softly. It's no use saying that now. Fortunately, Xiao Zhang acted promptly and avenged Xiao Tian. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xiao Zhang has changed immensely. As their voices faded into the distance, Mu Rongxiu stood rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. According to the predictions of destiny, Xiao Zhang should be Qin Tian's greatest adversary. How had he become his savior and protector in reality? This is utterly unreasonable. Mu Rongxiu murmured through clenched teeth. It seems I must investigate further on Xiao Zhang's end. Chapter 53. The Painful Strategy, Moral Coercion Night, 10 o'clock. At the headquarters of the Xiao Group, in the parking lot of the Dihao building, Xue Bing leaned against a luxurious car, gazing intently at the entrance. The night breeze tousled her meticulously styled hair, yet could not diminish the resolve evident in her eyes. Mr. Xiao, after 10 hours of effort, I can secure a maximum of 20 voting rights from the board. Combined with my own 25, that totals to 45. This is the limit. I hope you can understand. Since sending this message, she had received no reply. Finally, a familiar figure entered the parking lot, prompting Xue Bing to straighten her posture. Xiao Zhang spotted her from a distance, a playful smile gracing his face. Miss Xue, still waiting here so late? Taking a deep breath, Xue Bing replied, Mr. Xiao, have you seen my message regarding the acquisition? I have, but my condition is 51. Mr. Xiao, you must understand that the stubborn members of the board will never accept the reality of being acquired. I have done my utmost. 45 is nearly tantamount to relinquishing control. Xiao Zhang took a few steps closer, meeting her gaze. I am aware of the effort you have exerted to persuade the board. However, Ms. Xue, business is business, and 51 is my bottom line. Xue Bing bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Is that 6 truly so crucial? Of course, Xiao Zhang replied calmly. The difference in control is paramount. At 45, you risk being sidelined at any moment. At 51, your position remains unassailable, and you will not be so easily maneuvered as you are now. Just as the two stood in a stalemate, a faint whoosh of air suddenly approached from a distance. Xiao Zhang's expression sharpened, his heightened senses detecting imminent danger. Be careful. He lunged toward Xue Bing, pushing her to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. 3 poison darts whizzed past, embedding themselves in a concrete pillar, producing a piercing sound. What? Xue Bing gasped, but Xiao Zhang pressed her firmly to the ground. Don't move, he warned, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. In the darkness, several figures approached stealthily, clad in black ninja attire. They wielded sharp weapons, moving with eerie grace. Xiao Zhang's gaze turned fierce, his energy circulating within him. Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. Before he could finish, the ninjas launched their assault, shurikens raining down like a storm. Xiao Zhang snorted coldly, unleashing a barrier of energy that repelled all incoming projectiles. Each dart that neared his 3-foot radius was deflected, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Is that all? With a swift motion, he charged forward, dispatching 4 ninjas with a series of clean strikes. The remaining 5, sensing defeat, turned to flee but were swiftly apprehended by Xiao Zhang. The entire encounter lasted mere minutes, and Xiao Zhang expended little effort. He dusted off his hands and turned back to the astonished Xue Bing. All taken care of. Just then, a soft applause echoed from the shadows. Impressive. A striking figure emerged, her smile alluring. Mr. Xiao, I find myself increasingly appreciative of you. You are indeed a man who piques my interest. Xiao Zhang narrowed his eyes. So, you finally decided to show yourself. With a playful laugh, the woman continued, of course, I came to share some good news. I have sent someone to Jingbei. That lovely Ms. Xia should be in my grasp by now. Oh, is that so? Xiao Zhang's calm demeanor surprised her. Yet her gaze shifted to Xue Bing, and understanding dawned. Mr. Xiao, you truly are heartless. Have you no concern for your former love now that you have a new one? If you comply with my cooperation, I could keep this beauty under my care. She would make for quite an interesting plaything. However, should you refuse? She made a slicing motion across her throat, her smile becoming more seductive. Then she might just meet an unfortunate fate. Qianbin, cleverness can often be one's downfall. The one who is at risk here is you. Xiao Zhang scoffed, suddenly feigning pain, clutching his chest, and dropping to one knee. Shui Bing gasped, Mr. Xiao, what's wrong? It seems I may have overexerted myself, causing an old injury to flare up. Xiao Zhang's voice was weak as he gestured discreetly to Shui Bing. You must leave. She aims for me. No, I cannot abandon you. Your presence here is a liability. Even if I manage to escape, I would have to consider you. Xiao Zhang's tone turned sharp. Do not jeopardize me. Qianbin watched the scene with interest. Oh, how touching. But I am more curious about your sudden injury. You appeared so vigorous just moments ago. Shui Bing clenched her teeth, nodding resolutely. You must be careful. I will find someone to rescue you. With that, she turned and hurried toward the parking lot's exit. Qianbin made no effort to stop her, merely observing Xiao Zhang's actions with keen interest. Once Shui Bing had successfully departed, Xiao Zhang slowly rose, the pained expression vanishing from his face, replaced by a smirk of mockery. Good acting, wasn't he it? Qianbin's eyes widened in realization. You were feigning? Otherwise? Xiao Zhang chuckled coldly. Did you think I would be so easily injured? You were playing the pity card? Recalling Shui Bing's departing gaze, Qianbin trembled with rage. What do you take me for? A mere tool for your romantic escapades. Xiao Zhang, disinterested in her outburst, frowned and suddenly shifted his gaze past her. Qianbin turned to see a figure in white gliding from the shadows, resembling a delicate snow lotus. Moronqi, clad in white as snow, exuded an ethereal chill, her jade hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Her icy gaze swept between Xiao Zhang and Qianbin. Ninjutsu from Ingwa, truly shameless. Qianbin's brows furrowed. Tianji sect? I didn't expect Mr. Xiao to have connections with them. Xiao Zhang feigned surprise. Tianji sect? Isn't that the legendary sanctuary of martial arts? How could their people be here? Stop pretending, Xiao Zhang, Moronqi stated coldly. I have seen through your ruse. You conspire with this Ingwa woman to disrupt the celestial mandate, harboring ulterior motives. Conspire? Xiao Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. My dear lady, do you not see that this woman seeks to take my life? Is that so? Moronqi's gaze turned skeptical. Then why did I witness your intimate conversation? A flicker of understanding crossed Xiao Zhang's eyes, followed by a resigned sigh. I see. Since you are a master of the Tianji sect, can you not discern that I was merely deceiving her, planning to ensnare her entirely? Now, with Qianbin having sent people to abduct my girlfriend and committing acts of violence in public, if you stand idly by while she harms your compatriots, what becomes of the righteous name of the Tianji sect? Chapter 54. Cooling down with cold water, a series of moral strikes landed heavily. Moronqi furrowed her brow, her heart wavering. Seeing this, Senbenzakura smirked. Ah, Xiao Zhang, your words are as smooth as silk. However, today, none of you shall leave alive. With that, she abruptly flung several senbons from her sleeve. Simultaneously, she leaped into action, a sharp short knife appearing in her hand, aimed directly at Xiao Zhang's throat. Moronqi was taken aback and instinctively drew her sword to assist, exclaiming, Despicable! The long sword arced through the air like a startled swan, tracing a silver line. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhang sidestepped, channeling the dragon elephant nine-yang technique, striking towards Senbenzakura's back. In an instant, the three were engulfed in fierce combat. Senbenzakura's ninjutsu was unpredictable and varied, while Moronqi's swordplay flowed like water. Xiao Zhang's fists were forceful and domineering. The parking lot was filled with the sounds of rushing winds and the clashing of metal. What was happening? Moronqi was filled with uncertainty. Xiao Zhang's martial prowess was astonishing, with every strike lethal and unyielding. Could it be he truly was not colluding with the people of Ingwa? As the battle raged on, Senbenzakura gradually found herself at a disadvantage, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. You Huagua people always resort to overwhelming numbers. She spat, infuriated. Xiao Zhang retorted with a cold laugh. When you sent so many ninjas to kill me, Did you ever mention overwhelming numbers? Arrogance value 50. Taking advantage of Senbenzakura's momentary distraction, Xiao Zhang suddenly accelerated, appearing behind her in a flash, a hidden blade in his hand, and slashed forward. Ah! Senbenzakura let out a pained scream, covering her back. Her once taut skirt now bore a large tear, revealing a gaping wound oozing blood. You dared to injure me? Senbenzakura was both shocked and furious. Arrogance value 50. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. Apologies, the headlights were too dazzling. I could only rear-end you. Seeking death. Senbenzakura was enraged, pulling out a small vial from her bosom and smashing it onto the ground. Be careful, both Xiao Zhang and Murong Qiu exclaimed in unison. A strange cloud of powder quickly spread, revealing an eerie purplish-red hue. Thanks to his mastery of the fourth layer of the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang technique, Xiao Zhang felt only a slight discomfort before returning to normal. Unfortunately, Murong Qiu was not as fortunate. Despite her quick attempt to hold her breath, she inhaled some of the dust, instantly feeling dizzy and her vision darkening. Xiao Zhang, this is Cha Zianhong. Murong Qiu managed to warn, before staggering backward. Xiao Zhang swiftly stepped forward, catching her in his arms, while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. However, Senbenzakura had already seized the chance to flee. He chose not to pursue her, instead taking out his phone to contact Huangfu Dao. Huangfu, Senbenzakura attacked me and Shuebing. She just escaped. Please be cautious. He then dialed Director Han. Director Han, there was an attempted kidnapping by Senbenzakura, intent on murder. Immediate action is required. A citywide manhunt is necessary. After arranging everything, Xiao Zhang turned his attention to Murong Qiu, the holy maiden of the Tianji sect. Today, she was unexpectedly in his care. Come, I shall take you to a safe place to detoxify. Half an hour later, in the presidential suite of a luxury hotel, Xiao Zhang had just placed Murong Qiu on the bed when his phone lit up. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Shuebing, and he hung up without hesitation. A few seconds later, his phone vibrated again, still the same number. He resolutely pressed decline once more. Then came a flurry of text message alerts. Mr. Xiao, are you all right? I have already called the police. Mr. Xiao, please reply to confirm you are safe. The situation was too dangerous. Mr. Xiao, you must contact me. I'm truly worried for your safety. Shuebing, the formidable Iron Lady of the capital's business world, now resembled a distressed young girl, sending messages in a frenzy. Xiao Zhang turned off his phone and tossed it aside on the sofa. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He approached the bed slowly, scrutinizing the unconscious Murong Qiu. At this moment, she was devoid of her usual aloof demeanor. Her fair face flushed, brows knitted tightly, breathing rapid. Her long skirt disheveled from her struggles. The holy maiden of the Tianji sect, though possessing extraordinary martial skills, had ultimately been too naive to be ensnared so easily by Senbenzakura. Xiao Zhang sat quietly on the chair beside the bed, patiently awaiting Murong Qiu's awakening. After the effects of Cha Zianhong manifest, individuals typically faint for a while before regaining consciousness due to the toxicity. Before long, Murong Qiu indeed began to stir, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her hazy eyes. Beside her, Xiao Zhang appeared disheveled, his complexion flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Blood splattered across him. Looking quite disheveled. Did he also fall victim to the poison? Murong Qiu struggled to prop herself up, her heart trembling at the sight of Xiao Zhang's agony. He too had succumbed to Cha Zianhong, yet he fought desperately to rescue her. Had she truly misunderstood him? Arrogance value 200. Feigning unconsciousness, Xiao Zhang secretly chuckled. He had not been poisoned. The blood was from Senbenzakura. Channeling the yang-imbued and domineering 9 yang true qi, his current demeanor required little acting. Suddenly, Murong Qiu recalled something and began to frantically search her pockets. Bingpodan. The Bingpodan I carry can detoxify. Half a pill is sufficient for one. She searched her entire being in desperation, but found nothing. Gone? How could it be gone? Did I lose it during the fight? Xiao Zhang squinted, secretly glancing at her, a smirk playing on his lips. In the original narrative, Murong Qiu had relied on this Bingpodan to escape Qin Tian's clutches multiple times. allowing the author to drag out the plot for several hundred chapters before she was finally captured. He would not allow such a glitch to unfold. So, long before Murong Xiao lost consciousness, he had already thoroughly searched her, flushing a pile of pills down the toilet. Watching her in a panic drenched in sweat, Xiao Zhang decided it was time to awaken. He suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a pained groan. "You're awake?" Murong Xiao rushed closer, yet instinctively kept her distance. Xiao Zhang feigned unbearable agony, weakly asking, "Did that woman from Ingwa escape?" "Yes," Murong Xiao nodded. We have both been poisoned by Xiao. "I see." Xiao Zhang rasped. "I have heard of this poison. If not resolved promptly, it could be life-threatening." Murong Xiao's face grew even paler. "The antidote I carried is missing." Suddenly, Xiao Zhang staggered to his feet. "I must leave this place." "Where are you going?" "Cold water." "I need cold water to cool down." Xiao Zhang stumbled toward the bathroom. "Ew, you should also find a way to calm down." With that, he turned on a shower, cold water cascading down. Murong Xiao listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, her heat intensifying. Cooling down was merely a temporary relief. Xiao was a secret poison of the Xiao organization. If not resolved through specific means, it would ultimately lead to death. She channeled her true qi, attempting to suppress the poison, only to find it had already permeated her meridians, rendering her efforts futile. Was it truly going to end like this? Murong Xiao's fair face flushed and paled in succession, her mind battling within. According to sect rules, if the holy maiden of the Tianji sect were to inadvertently lose her purity, she must yield to the one destined by fate. With this thought, Murong Xiao hastily pulled out her phone and dialed Qin Tian's number. "Hello, Qin Gongzi. This is Murong Xiao. I am in danger and need your help." "It's you again, you lunatic? Stop spouting nonsense. My brother is the one who truly cares for me." Murong Xiao stared at her phone, finally losing hope. It was hopeless. She too needed cold water to cool down. Chapter 55, reluctantly proceeding after a moment's hesitation, Murong Xiao gritted her teeth and walked toward the bathroom. Gently pushing the door open, she found Xiao Zhang lying in the bathtub, the cold water cascading over him. His shirt clung to his torso, accentuating his muscular physique, while his handsome face contorted in agony. "You, how did you get in here?" Xiao Zhang feigned surprise as he turned to her. Murong Xiao bit her crimson lip. We are both poisoned. If we do not resolve this promptly, we may not survive the night." Though tortured by the poison, Xiao Zhang remained composed, his gaze fixed on her without flinching. "What is wrong?" Murong Xiao asked, puzzled. Xiao Zhang slowly shook his head. "I'm not that kind of man." "What?" "Even to antidote the poison, I would not take advantage of someone in distress." He feigned a righteous demeanor, asserting that any such actions should stem from genuine feelings, not coercion. Murong Xiao was taken aback. "You would rather die then?" "I would rather perish than engage in any impropriety with someone devoid of emotion." Arrogance value 500 at his words. Murong Xiao was utterly stunned. The man she regarded as an adversary, despite being gravely poisoned, maintained an astonishing level of rationality and dignity, entirely contradicting the impression of colluding with external foes to disrupt destiny. "But we are on the brink of death." Murong Xiao finally spoke up, her tone laced with helplessness. "Once the poison reaches its peak, we will both perish." Xiao Zhang pretended to struggle for a moment before sighing. "If there truly is no other way, then we should attempt alternative methods first. I have heard that cold water immersion and specific breathing techniques can mitigate the onset of the poison." Murong Xiao exhaled in relief. "Is that true?" "It's worth a try." Xiao Zhang spoke gently. "First, we cool down with cold water, and then I will teach you a special breathing technique that may help us gain more time to find an antidote." Murong Xiao nodded, immediately following his guidance. In that moment, she ceased to view Xiao Zhang as an enemy, instead feeling a flicker of respect for him. "Xiao Zhang, I may have truly misunderstood you. Oh, you could have taken advantage of me, yet you maintained your dignity and restraint. Such actions are not characteristic of a villain." Murong Xiao sincerely expressed, her faith in her sect's judgment beginning to waver. Xiao Zhang chuckled inwardly, feigning being moved by her words. He softly replied, "I have never sought to be at odds with anyone. I merely protect my family and my endeavors. If given a chance, I would hope to collaborate with the Tianji sect to jointly counteract external threats. Murong Qiu looked up at him, her wariness considerably diminished. Is that true? Of course. Xiao Zhang spoke tenderly. Perhaps tonight's misfortune is a divine opportunity for us to set aside our biases and confront the true enemy together. Arrogance value 200. A flicker of uncertainty passed through Murong Qiu's eyes. Yet before she could respond, the poison suddenly intensified, causing her to curl in pain. No. The breathing technique is ineffective. The poison is worsening. Xiao Zhang feigned concern as he supported her. What should we do? Murong Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment, but she understood that life and death were at stake now, and there was no retreat. Merely relying on this method is insufficient. We need Xiao Zhang. Despite the absence of feelings between us, I hope you can set aside any grudges for the sake of an unrealized future. Xiao Zhang grinned, pretending to be torn and reluctant. All right, since you have said so, I will begrudgingly acquiesce, but only this once. The night was tranquil and profound. In the hotel suite, Murong Qiu gently rose. Although the poison had been neutralized, a hint of redness still adorned her cheeks. She quietly observed the sleeping Xiao Zhang, her expression enigmatic. I was actually saved by this man. The ways of the world are truly unpredictable. Murong Qiu's fingers twitched slightly, a glint of cold light appearing. The tip of her sword slowly pressed against Xiao Zhang's throat, just an inch further, and she could seal his fate with a single stroke. Yet, her hand trembled slightly, her gaze conflicted. Visions of Xiao Zhang's conduct throughout the night flashed in her mind. Despite being in peril, he remained concerned for his friend's safety. Although he could have taken advantage of her, he chose dignity over cowardice. Even deeply poisoned, he retained his rationality and restraint. Could such a person truly be the enemy of destiny? No matter how accurate the Tianji predictions may be, they cannot compare to first-hand experience and sentiment. After a long while, Murong Qiu sighed deeply. Xiao Zhang, the Tianji sect has no enmity with you. If you walk the righteous path, we would naturally coexist without conflict. But if you, I will verify the truth before making a final decision. With that, her figure flickered and vanished into the night like a wisp of smoke. Arrogance value 300, confirming that Murong Qiu had indeed departed. Xiao Zhang finally opened his eyes, gently wiping the blood from his neck. This saintess of the Tianji sect is indeed soft-hearted. Had it been me, I would never have let such an opportunity slip away. He had anticipated that Murong Qiu would not truly strike. After all, tonight's performance had already caused her judgment to waver. However, even if she truly intended to attack, with the protection of the 4th level of the Dragon Elephant Nine Suns technique, her meager skills posed no threat to him. Xiao Zhang stretched his muscles and suddenly recalled something, asking system, should Murong Qiu not be another key character in my Destiny's narrative? Why haven't you leveled up? Host, Xiao Zhang. Items, Future Pearl, 5 times. Arrogance value, 8,631. System prompt. Murong Qiu's fate trajectory has not yet been completely altered. She is currently in a state of uncertainty. It is necessary for her to wholly abandon the light and sincerely submit to trigger the leveling conditions. I see. Xiao Zhang nodded, realizing that she was indeed a formidable character in the original narrative, making her difficult to handle. Nonetheless, it is what it is. There is no point in complaining now. At the very least, the rewards have been plentiful, paving the way for future endeavors against the Tianji sect. System, provide me with 5 tenfold draws. Ding. Consumed 8,000 arrogance value, performing 50 consecutive draws. Tactical Dagger 1, Bulletproof Vest 1, Tear Gas 1. Congratulations on obtaining Purple Item, World-Class Poisoning Technique. Master the world's top poison skills, including the preparation, usage, and antidoting of various poisons. Congratulations on obtaining Purple Item, World-Class Tracking Technique. Master the world's top tracking abilities, capable of following targets in any environment, whether urban jungle or snowy mountains. Congratulations on obtaining Purple Item, Ferrari LaFerrari Concept Edition, a concept car of which only 3 units exist globally, featuring a hybrid power system, a top speed of 420 km/h, and an acceleration of 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.4 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining purple item, Imperial Bay Seaview Villa. Located in the most upscale villa district of the capital, a 1,200 square meter standalone Seaview Villa, complete with a private pool, cinema, gym, and underground garage. Congratulations on obtaining golden item, detailed economic plan for the capital in the next 3 years. Includes economic development strategies for various areas of the capital over the next 3 years. Key project investment plans, directions for industrial restructuring, real estate market trends, and critical policy issuance timelines. A golden item. This is truly a treasure. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up as he swiftly scanned the information that appeared in his mind. According to the economic plan for the next 3 years, the southwest district of the capital would become a new hub for the technology industry, with the government investing $200 billion to support high-tech enterprises. The northeast region is poised for the revitalization of its old districts, with property prices anticipated to surge by over 30%. The newly established area, designated as a key development zone, will attract premier international commercial complexes, with property values expected to double within 2 years. Xiao Zhang felt increasingly exhilarated. With 5 consecutive victories and 3 highly beneficial ones, particularly the Golden Legend, the next 3 years of commercial strategy became entirely clear. He discerned precisely where to invest and where to divest. It was akin to a bag brimming with money. Just as he reveled in his joy, his phone rang abruptly. It was Tai Tu. Brother, I've dealt with those petty nuisances. They didn't even manage to extract 3% of my strength. Sister-in-law is unharmed. I've safeguarded her throughout, and those ninjas couldn't even catch a glimpse of her. Well done, Tai Tu, Xiao Zhang commended. Continue to maintain vigilance there. As soon as he ended the call, an unfamiliar number rang in. Xiao Zhang squinted and pressed the answer button. Mr. Xiao, it's nothing serious. It seems that the individual from a Ming Gate has matters to discuss tomorrow. Chapter 56. The cow has other uses. A soft laugh, tinged with a hint of allure and mockery, emanated from the other end of the line. It was Tsunade Senju. I never imagined that President Xiao was so charming. With President Tian Shui, President Feiyang, the holy maiden of Heaven's machine, and now a skilled hacker. Such expertise to navigate through a myriad of flowers, leaving its marks on every leaf, truly commands my admiration. Xiao Zhang furrowed his brow. A skilled hacker? How did Chu Xian become involved? Oh, you mean that little hacker? We've merely crossed paths a few times, and yet she clings on, but I have no interest in those $30,000 headlights, he replied nonchalantly. I advise you not to waste your time on her. Merely a few encounters? Uninterested? Tsunade scoffed. Then why would she go to such lengths to track my movements? And how did my subordinates manage to trace and capture her? Your words, President Xiao, seem rather irresponsible. Xiao Zhang's eyes turned icy. Speak plainly and spare me your nonsense. Very simple. Sign the contract and relinquish the land use rights for the new district. Tsunade's voice suddenly chilled, taking on a commercial tone. Otherwise, this delightful little hacker will experience the unique water prison of my homeland. Huh. The people of your nation, despite their glossy facade, are inherently despicable, Xiao Zhang retorted dismissively. Resorting to such underhanded tactics for things you cannot achieve openly, does that truly reflect the brilliance of those headlights? This is called business strategy, Tsunade said, her irritation palpable. Moreover, it was you who initially rejected my goodwill, forcing me to this extreme. Your goodwill? Xiao Zhang scoffed. That childish trick might fool a 3-year-old. How dare you present it as something respectable? I cannot tell if you overestimate yourself or underestimate me. Xiao Zhang, Tsunade exclaimed, furious. You think your petty cleverness grants you the right to act so arrogantly? I warn you, at warehouse number 7 of the Donghai dock, if you do not arrive within an hour, you shall never see your little hacker again. With that, the call abruptly ended. Xiao Zhang lowered his phone with a cold smile. He certainly would not abandon Chu Xian. Though she was merely an A-class character, she was still a female lead, contributing to his experience points for system upgrades. If he truly intended to ignore her, he would not have engaged Tsunade in this manner. In fact, from the very beginning, Xiao Zhang had been buying time. The moment Tsunade's voice appeared, he had already extracted world-class tracking technology, capturing every minute detail from their conversation. The slight echo in her voice indicated she was in a spacious environment, likely a metallic structure. The almost inaudible sounds of a ship's engine and waves lapping against metal, along with distant, indistinct bird calls, filled the background. Xiao Zhang closed his eyes, focusing intently, as if standing in Tsunade's location. Despite the sound of waves, it was not the Donghai dock. He muttered to himself, opening his phone's map to swiftly analyze the terrain surrounding the capital. Han must have dispatched additional personnel to surveil several key ports and warehouse districts, and with no updates, Tsunade had avoided these locations, opting for a more concealed spot. After ruling out all conventional sites, his gaze landed on a region in the northwest corner of the map, an abandoned shipyard. His eyes lit up. It had been deserted for years, scarcely visited, yet possessed ample warehouses and facilities to temporarily detain hostages. Moreover, it was close to the sea route for quick evacuation. This location differed from Tsunade's claimed Donghai dock by at least 20 kilometers, a complete divergence. Xiao Zhang chuckled coldly. This woman is truly wary of me. She has no intention of meeting. She likely plans to take Chu Xian back to her homeland as leverage for ongoing threats. For Tsunade, the value of Chu Xian's life is paramount. Thus, she will not harm her, at least not until she has fulfilled her purpose. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly called Han Ying. As soon as the call connected, Han Ying eagerly spoke up. Xiao Zhang, we have yet to make any breakthroughs. Despite employing the most advanced tracking technology and facial recognition systems, we still have no trace of Tsunade. I have mobilized all available personnel to seal off all exits of the capital. There's no need for such complexity, Xiao Zhang calmly interrupted. Go to warehouse No. 7 at the Donghai dock. A clear pause ensued on the other end. What? How do you know? Don't concern yourself with how I know, Xiao Zhang replied casually. You may want to check it out. If you manage to catch someone, the credit will be significant. I don't understand, Han Ying said, puzzled. With so many professionals and equipment, we cannot locate her. Why would we? Director Han, it's time to be wise, Xiao Zhang interjected meaningfully. Don't let your colleagues steal your thunder. It will be best if you brought your friend along for some advice. You. A slight gasp was heard from the other end. Xiao Zhang hung up, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Qi Jiaxin's legal expertise would undoubtedly prove invaluable in this scenario. Moreover, he intended to bind them together, killing two birds with one stone, fostering their relationship while serving his own ends. The little mouse would be left to Han Ying, while Tsunade, the great cow, still had other uses for him. Chapter 57. Obstacles abound deep within the forsaken shipyard. In a rusted metal warehouse, Chu Xian was bound to an iron chair, her pallid face displaying a defiant glare at Qianben Gangzhou before her. Little hacker, cease your struggles, Qianben Gangzhou remarked, elegantly crossing her legs, her blood-red nails tapping rhythmically against the armrest of the chair. Your hacking skills are commendable, yet your rudimentary prowess hardly qualifies you to track my movements. Zhu Xuan, sculpt. I was merely passing by. Who said I was tracking you? Huh, still feigning innocence? Qianben Gangzhou stood, her high heels clacking sharply against the metal floor as she approached Chu Xian. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your connection to Xiao Zhang? Although he appears disinterested in the A-tablet, it is evident you share a deeper bond. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xian's face, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no relationship with him. Oh, Qianben Gangzhou raised an eyebrow, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Then why would you risk your life to follow me? It seems you are quite concerned about him being lured away, aren't you? Ridiculous. Chu Xian turned her face away. He can pursue whomever he wishes. It is of no consequence to me. If you seek him, go directly to him. Capturing me is no feat indeed. She had been tracking Qianben Gangzhou, but not for Xiao Zhang. Her true motive was to uncover the plans for the newly launched project in Xiachushua's district, particularly concerning Lan Tian. Qianben Gangzhou chuckled softly, lifting Chu Xian's chin with her fingertip, forcing her to meet her gaze. What is it they say in your country? Love and hate intertwined? You pretend not to care, yet your heart is clearly invested. I understand. Women are often like that. I certainly do not. Chu Xian's retort was cut short as Qianben Gangzhou's phone rang abruptly. It seems there is a response from the other side. She answered the call, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Xiao Dong's decision is. As the information transmitted through the call reached her ears, her expression shifted from arrogance to shock, ultimately culminating in incredulous fury. What? Calling the police? She sprang to her feet. Xiao Zhang isn't coming to rescue you. And he reported you to the authorities? Stunned, Chu Xian's eyes glimmered with hurt, though her resolve returned swiftly. I told you, I have no ties to him. Do you believe it now? Pack your things. We are retreating to Ingwa. Bring this woman along. She may still serve a purpose. Qianbin Gang's Ho glared at Chu Xian, her anger palpable. Do you see? Your man does not care about your well-being. Poor little hacker, used by others while foolishly investing your heart. Outwardly unfazed, Chu Xian's heart ached with bitterness. I have always known. How could he risk himself for me? Yet why does it hurt so much? Arrogance level 200. Just as Qianbin Gongshou's subordinates prepared to strike, the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. The metal door warped and screeched in protest. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Not even waiting for me? A familiar voice echoed through the warehouse as Xiao Zhang entered, a calm smile gracing his face. Though the lighting in the warehouse was dim, everyone could distinctly see the cold, sharp glint in his eyes. Xiao Zhang, Zhu Suan Gapet. A flicker of fear crossed Qianbin Gongshou's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. With a mocking snap of her fingers, a dozen ninjas emerged from the shadows, surrounding Xiao Zhang. Xiao Dong is indeed clever. He anticipated my trap. However, now that you are here, do not expect to leave alive. Her fingers brushed against the back of her hand. I have not forgotten the blood debt from that previous encounter. Arrogance level 50. Then another blow wouldn't be out of the question. Xiao Zhang replied nonchalantly, surveying the multitude of ambushers. You seem quite fearful of me. Do you truly believe a mere insect can posture before me? Arrogance level 50. Qianbin Gangzhou, furious to the point of laughter, retorted, Xiao Zhang, you are utterly arrogant. Yin Yang Illusion. She formed hand signs, and an eerie aura began to permeate the warehouse. The scene before Xiao Zhang warped and twisted. The warehouse faded, replaced by a fantastical realm. Dozens of scantily clad beauties approached him from all directions, swaying gracefully, their intoxicating fragrance enveloping the air. Xiao Dong, come play with us. Xiao Dong, we are so lonely. Xiao Dong, what type do you prefer? As the alluring women whispered, they slowly loosened their garments, revealing enticing figures. Is this all you have? Xiao Zhang scoffed, channeling the full power of his dragon elephant nine yang technique, shattering the illusion with a surge of true energy. Just a trivial trick. His gaze sharpened, precisely locating Qianbin Gangzhou as he darted forth like a bolt of lightning. Qianbin Gongshou's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated her illusion would be rendered completely ineffective. Hastily drawing her ninja blade, she realized Xiao Zhang's speed was beyond her capacity to defend. With a resounding crack, Xiao Zhang seized her arms, forcefully breaking them. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the warehouse as the ninjas charged in unison, yet Xiao Zhang paid them no heed. The true energy from the dragon elephant nine yang technique surged forth, sending all approaching ninjas crashing against the walls, meeting their demise. You, how is this possible? Qianbin Gangzhou knelt in agony. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed up at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang looked down upon her. You think I would surrender simply because you took a woman hostage? At last, Qianbin Gangzhou realized she had gravely misjudged her opponent. If that is the case, grant me a swift end. Xiao Zhang chuckled coldly. Dream on. Dying would be too easy. I cannot bear to let you go so soon. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice icy. I spare your life to draw out that figure behind you. Amaterasu. I do not comprehend what you are implying. Xiao Zhang smirked. Play the fool all you wish. Your organization is merely a pawn of Empress Amaterasu. In the dark underbelly of Ingwa Amaterasu. In the dark underworld of Huagua, the Dragon King. The three titans of the early narrative. Qin Tian of the Seven Sisters atop Tian Shan Mountain. How could he be unaware? A glimmer of shock flickered in Qianbin Gongshou's eyes, but she swiftly regained her composure. Knowing all this, you should comprehend the consequences of offending Her Majesty. A mere trash from Ingwa dares to wreak havoc in my Huagua? Xiao Zhang scoffed, his gaze falling upon the inner lining of Qianbin Gongshou's ninja attire. Produce the poison you have hidden. Qianbin Gongshuo's face contorted with pain. Ipushas no puizun. Reluctant to move? Allow me to assist. Xiao Zhang shook his head, chuckling as he began to rummage through her belongings. After a prolonged search, he finally retrieved a small vial with great difficulty. Ah, I did not expect it to be so elusive. There are obstacles everywhere. Qianbin Gangsho gritted her teeth in frustration, yet found herself powerless to resist. Arrogance Level 50, Chapter 58. 7-Day Death Pill. Xiao Zhang opened the small vial, pouring out the dark green powder within, his eyes filled with disdain. Such paltry material dares to call itself poison? He extracted several auxiliary ingredients from the system, blending them together, and additionally spent 2,000 arrogance points to purchase a formula. Under the astonished gaze of Tsunade Senju, the various components swiftly merged, forming a dark green pill the size of a fist. Behold, this is true poison, the 7-Day Death Pill. Xiao Zhang held the pill before Tsunade. Consume it, and your life and death shall rest in my hands. An antidote must be taken every 7 days, or else the poison will manifest, leading to a painful demise. Tsunade shook her head in terror. You must be joking. Such a large pill is poison? It's a dumpling. I'd choke before the poison even takes effect. Is that so? Xiao Zhang's gaze turned icy, and as he activated the Dragon Elephant 9-Yang technique, a formidable aura enveloped Tsunade. You now have 2 choices. Either take the medicine, or I shall kill you. Cold sweat beaded on Tsunade's forehead as she realized her lack of options. I will take it. Xiao Zhang nodded in satisfaction, forcing the pill into her mouth. As anticipated, the pill was too large, and Tsunade nearly choked. Her face flushed red as she struggled to swallow, finally managing to do so after several desperate attempts. Coughing violently, Tsunade's complexion shifted from red to purple, and then to a ghastly pale. Suddenly, an extraordinary warmth erupted from her stomach, coursing through her veins and meridians like molten lava. This sensation was neither excruciating pain nor terrifying numbness, but an unprecedented feeling of being restrained, as if invisible hands were growing from within her, firmly gripping her organs, tendons, and bones, even controlling her breath and heartbeat. When the warmth finally subsided, Tsunade collapsed onto the ground, her clothes drenched in sweat. Her once exquisite makeup was now a disheveled mess, leaving no trace of her former alluring and commanding presence. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to lower her proud head, her voice hoarse yet deliberately humble. I understand. From now on, I am willing to serve Director Xiao. She bit her lip, as if uttering the next phrase was more painful than swallowing the pill. No, to serve, my master. Your commands are my destiny. Xiao Zhang observed the flicker of cunning and reluctance in her eyes, suppressing a chuckle. A woman's eyes can speak volumes, especially one accustomed to power. Even when forced to bow, her inherent pride and scheming nature were hard to conceal. Of course, he was fully aware of her intentions. She merely wished to return to the land of Ing to seek aid from Empress Amaterasu, hoping to find an antidote. Perhaps she even envisioned returning with an army to reclaim her dignity from today's humiliation. Yet, he harbored no concerns. The formula he had purchased at the hefty price of 2,000 arrogance points was undoubtedly invaluable, blending the essence of a millennium of Huagua's medical wisdom with modern pharmacology, incorporating the essence of dozens of rare medicinal materials with a complexity that was staggering. Could she really hope to find a remedy with the meager medical skills she had pilfered from Huagua? Dream on. Very well, Xiao Zhang nodded. His tone as calm as if discussing the weather. I now require you to return to Inghua and continue serving Amaterasu. Tsunade's eyes widened, momentarily questioning her hearing. What? What did you say? You heard correctly. Xiao Zhang offered a cryptic smile. I want you to return and serve Amaterasu, to act as my pawn. Your position in Inghua holds far more value to me than confining you here. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Aren't you afraid I'll inform Her Majesty Amaterasu? She might send stronger forces to eliminate you. Xiao Zhang scoffed, the Dragon Elephant 9-Yang technique quietly circulating, a terrifying aura instantly filling the warehouse. As if an invisible dragon coiled around him. One comes, one dies. Two come, two die. If Amaterasu dares to enter Huagua, I shall ensure she never returns. The sudden onslaught of his presence left Tsunade dazed, a wave of dizziness washing over her. She had to admit, this man possessed a mysterious and terrifying power that was far beyond her comprehension. Just as she prepared to leave with a heavy heart, Xiao Zhang called out to her. Wait, there's one final matter before you depart. Tsunade turned back warily. What is it? Xiao Zhang's gaze drifted to the distant figure of Chu Xian, still bound to a chair, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Put on a performance for my little hacker. A performance? Tsunade's brow furrowed, then realization dawned upon her. A flicker of understanding in her eyes. You want me to? Xiao Zhang leisurely approached her, leaning in to whisper a few words. His voice so soft she could barely hear. After absorbing his words, Tsunade forced a strained smile. Such wicked humor, master. As night fell, Chu Xian, bound to her chair, could not see what transpired, but could hear the distant murmurs of conversation. She struggled against the ropes, but to no avail, anxiously waiting. Suddenly, a sharp female cry pierced the silence. Xiao Zhang, you've been poisoned. Prepare to die. Following this was a cacophony of hurried footsteps and the sound of objects crashing to the ground. Chu Xian's heart raced as she nervously peered toward the source of the commotion. Minutes passed, and the staggered footsteps drew nearer. A familiar figure stumbled into the dim light. Xiao Zhang. Chu Xian gasped, seeing him disheveled and covered in blood. Xiao Zhang swayed as he approached her, beginning to untie her restraints. Are you all right? I'm fine. What about Tsunade? Chu Xian asked urgently. She fled, Xiao Zhang replied, his breath uneven, his voice hoarse. She hit me and took off when things looked grim. As Chu Xian finally broke free from her bonds, she hurried to support the wavering Xiao Zhang. She just said you were poisoned? Suddenly, Xiao Zhang's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. It's the Cha Zi Yin Hong. What? Chu Xian knelt beside him, frantically assessing his condition. What poison is that? How do we counter it? Xiao Zhang painfully shut his eyes, unwilling to respond. Seeing his face grow redder, with slight convulsions beginning, desperation clawed at Chu Xian, nearly bringing her to tears. Xiao Zhang, hold on. We need to get to a hospital. She attempted to lift him, but he was too heavy for her to move. My phone, it's gone. Surveying the desolate shipyard with no one around, she realized she couldn't even make a call for help. As Xiao Zhang's condition worsened, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her breath quickening, even blood trickling from her nostrils. Jia Zhan Hong. Suddenly, she recalled some information she had come across while hacking in a Lantian's database. The name sparked a vague memory in her mind. It was a special, seductive poison. Her complexion flushed as she understood the antidote. Biting her lip, she looked at Xiao Zhang, who was nearly unconscious, her heart torn. There was no time to waste. Chapter 59. The Return of the Dragon King. The rhythm of the waves resembled the very breath of nature, at times turbulent and at others gentle. The surf crashed against the rusted dock piles, emitting a muffled and hollow sound. For a full 3 hours, the cadence of the sea altered 7 times. It began with a soft caress, like the whispered affections of a lover. Gradually, it intensified, akin to a fierce argument. It then settled once more, as if releasing a weary sigh. Finally, it erupted again, assaulting the shore with a furious onslaught. The sea breeze, laden with a briny essence, swept through the weathered cracks of the warehouse walls, infusing the quiet space with its distinctive maritime scent. Xiao Zhang exhaled deeply, feigning a return to consciousness. Master, are we not upgrading yet? Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, future pearl, 1 5 times. Arrogance value, 8,631. System prompt. Chu Xian's fate trajectory has yet to be fully altered and currently remains in a state of fluctuation. It is necessary for her to completely surrender her emotions to the host before the upgrade conditions can be triggered. Are you feeling better? Chu Suan inquit sopti. Her voice tinged with shyness and concern. Xiao Zhang nodded with difficulty, pretending to be weak. Thank you. Had it not been for you. Amada, don't say that. Chu Xian interrupted hastily, her cheeks flushed. I merely did not wish to see anyone perish for my sake. That is all. Xiao Zhang feigned a remorseful expression as he slowly sat up. I am sorry for placing you in such a predicament. However, I want you to know that I will take responsibility for you. Responsibility? Chu Xian paused, then shook her head. There is nothing between us. This was merely a desperate act under special circumstances. But Chu Xian, Xiao Zhang gazed at her earnestly. I'm not one to act frivolously. Since this has happened, I should enough. Chu Xian interjected, her eyes flickering. You and my sister. Your relationship is already complicated enough. I do not want to complicate matters further. Upon hearing her mention Xia Chuxue, Xiao Zhang deliberately adopted a more stubborn demeanor. We share a partnership. Whereas you are different, Chu Xian appeared somewhat swayed, but persisted. Xiao Zhang, I do not wish to hear this. Our priority is to leave here as soon as possible, understanding that haste could lead to folly. Xiao Zhang temporarily set aside the topic. By the way, how could someone of your caliber be traced back? That shouldn't happen. At this mention, Chu Xian became indignant. It was the Night Phantom. That adversary from the dark web has been opposing me. Somehow, he managed to grasp my movements, or else how could I have been tracked? The Night Phantom? Xiao Zhang feigned disinterest, yet he silently noted the name. Unlike Murong Xiao, Chu Xian did not seem to have her mind clouded by her sect. If he could find an opportune moment to eliminate the Night Phantom, he could likely resolve matters with Chu Xian. As they conversed, the distant sound of urgent sirens grew closer, piercing the night's tranquility. Xiao Zhang supported Chu Xian as they rose to their feet, moving towards the warehouse exit. Someone is coming, Chu Xian exclaimed anxiously. Xiao Zhang quickly assessed the situation and concluded that the newcomers were not foes. They should be from the Public Security Bureau. Indeed, moments later, a fully armed team of law enforcement personnel burst into the warehouse, followed not by Han Ying, but by Qi Jiasen. Dressed in a sharp business suit, she exuded an air of authority, her brow furrowing as she observed the state of Xiao Zhang and Chu Xian. Are you both all right? Xiao Zhang scanned the surroundings, puzzled. Where is Director Han? Why hasn't Tishi come? Qi Jiasen explained. Sister Ying was assigned an urgent task, so I was sent to handle this matter. Ah, I see. Leaning weakly against the wall, Xiao Zhang feigned exhaustion. What a pity. Senbin Sakura has escaped. I had intended to eliminate this scourge for Huagua, yet she slipped away. Have you lost your mind? Kijaksin reprimanded sternly. Do you realize how many international relations are entangled with Lantian Corporation? Your impulsiveness could lead to a diplomatic incident in international relations? Xiao Zhang scoffed. She is a core member of the Yingwen Ninja Organization, specializing in commercial infiltration and resource theft within our nation. I would risk my life to capture her, yet she still evaded me. Qi Jiasen initially intended to continue her admonishment, but upon seeing Xiao Zhang's pale countenance and the bloodstains on his clothing, she swallowed her words. To risk oneself for national interests, such courage and responsibility are not qualities found in the ordinary. Moreover, Xiao Zhang was rumored to be a wayward son. You are seriously injured. We must take you to the hospital. Kijaksine don softened. Rui is on duty tonight. We should get you checked by her. Thank you. Xiao Zhang nodded, pretending to faint. Chu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to support him, whispering, Stop acting. Aren't you fine now? Shu. Xiao Zhang leaned closer to her ear. Do you wish for the sisters to know how we neutralized the poison? Chu Xian's face flushed crimson, and she turned away, falling silent. At the first hospital of the imperial capital, Lu Rui meticulously examined Xiao Zhang's condition, her expression growing more perplexed. You say you were poisoned? Xiao Zhang nodded slightly. Feigning weakness. Senbin Sakura mentioned it before leaving Lu Rui's brow furrowed. Strange ordinarily, such toxins should manifest clear physiological responses, yet I observe almost no symptoms on you. Qi Jiasen interjected. Perhaps the toxicity has diminished? Your fifth sister mentioned they had been there for several hours. Lu Rui pondered for a moment. Perhaps, but Xiao Zhang's physical resilience is indeed extraordinary, his resistance remarkable. She set down the stethoscope and softly suggested, I recommend you stay in hospital tonight for observation to guard against any delayed reactions from the toxin. Then I must trouble you. Xiao Zhang leaned feebly against the headboard, his gaze subtly fixed upon Lu Rui's face. Actually, I wish to discuss the special medication project. Lu Rui, who had been recording the medical history, paused momentarily at his words. Your current state is not conducive to discussing work. There may not be another opportunity, Xiao Zhang whispered. Tonight, I nearly lost my life at the hands of that Ingwa woman in the face of life and death. I have come to understand what is truly important. Those interests and calculations pale in significance compared to saving lives. Qi Jiasen glanced at him, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. You have become unexpectedly sentimental. It is rather disconcerting. Experiencing life and death alters one. Xiao Zhang replied with a bitter smile. I find myself contemplating how many people could avoid my predicament tonight if the special medication project were expedited. How many families could be spared from the torment of illness? Lu Rui's gaze shifted, poised to respond, when Qi Jiasen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Sister Ing? Qi Jiasen answered, her expression turning grave. I understand, no. I will be there immediately. After ending the call, Qi Jiasen's countenance was serious. I must take my leave. A distinguished guest is returning, and the Public Security Bureau and the Prosecutor's office are mobilizing everyone. Lu Rui asked with concern, Sister, what has happened? Why such a commotion? A prominent figure is back, Qi Jiasen replied quietly. Sister Ing and several key leaders from the city have gone to the airport to greet them. Xiao Zhang's gaze flickered, and an understanding dawned within him. The Dragon King has returned. According to the original storyline, the Dragon King had been abroad handling affairs. It was not until the protagonist, Qin Tian, rose to prominence that he returned to confront them, becoming a mere stepping stone. Now, their premature return to the homeland can only signify one thing. They have inadvertently provoked certain matters that should have remained untouched. Yang Shi. Chapter 60. The manipulative Lu Rui. After Qi Jiasen hurriedly departed, the hospital room was left with only Xiao Zhang and Lu Rui. A subtle scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, and the splendid night view of the capital outside added a hint of ambiguity to the intimate space. Do you truly wish to discuss the special drug project? Lu Rui inquired, setting aside the medical records and drawing the curtains at the window. In your current condition? Xiao Zhang leaned against the headboard, observing Lu Rui's silhouette. Clad in a white coat, her elongated figure gracefully outlined a perfect curve, her long hair neatly pinned up, revealing a snow-white nape that exuded intelligence and elegance. At times, one's clearest moments arise in the depths of vulnerability. Xiao Zhang murmured, Tonight's experience has taught me something profound. Life is so fragile. Every decision we make can alter the fates of countless individuals. Lu Rui turned, her deep-set eyes glimmering brightly under the light. It's rather surprising to hear such words from you. Did you always presume I was merely a debauched scion? Xiao Zhang chuckled self-deprecatingly, feigning discomfort and gently coughing. Noticing his condition, Lu Rui rushed to check. Are you all right? Fine. Xiao Zhang grasped her hand, feeling a pang of sorrow for those patients who despaired due to their inability to afford medication. So many people are struggling with illness, while we are preoccupied with calculating profits and losses. Lu Rui's hand trembled slightly in his grasp, yet she did not withdraw. So, you have changed your mind? Xiao Zhang gazed steadily at her. I have never wavered in my stance. I merely wish to lead the project, ensuring the medication is accessible at a reasonable price for the common folk, rather than becoming a cash cow for a select few. A flicker of emotion passed through Lu Rui's eyes, though she maintained her professional composure. You are aware of the arduous nature of special drug development and the immense effort it requires. Of course I am aware. Xiao Zhang gently tightened his grip on her hand. Precisely because I understand, I am more determined for it to be effective and not under the control of those who prioritize profit above all else. You should be more cognizant of their intentions than I. Lu Rui fell silent. She indeed understood the commercial strategies, patent monopolies, exorbitant drug prices, disregard for patient welfare. Xiao Zhang sighed. You know, my mother succumbed to cancer. Had such a special drug existed then, she might have lived a few more years. As he spoke, tears glimmered in his eyes, his voice thick with emotion. I was only 10 at that time, powerless to do anything but watch her wither away day by day, until she could no longer even muster the strength to speak. Lu Rui was taken aback by this sudden emotional revelation, her compassionate instincts compelling her to grip Xiao Zhang's hand tighter. It's all right, it's all in the past, Xiao Zhang whispered. But I do not wish for other children to endure the same suffering. That is my reason for such insistence. Lu Rui's defenses crumbled entirely, replaced by profound resonance and understanding. As a physician, saving lives was her calling, and Xiao Zhang's words struck a chord deep within her heart. I will urge the higher-ups to reconsider the collaboration on this project, she murmured, almost as if to herself, resembling a vow made to Xiao Zhang. Observing her hesitant expression, Xiao Zhang knew the moment had come. You need not make a decision right now. I merely hope you can see my true intentions. Even if you ultimately choose another partner, I will respect your decision. His words were akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the depths of Lu Rui's heart. He not only respected her professional judgment, but was also willing to relinquish his claim. This breadth of spirit and vision deeply moved her. Just as Lu Rui was about to speak, the hospital door was suddenly thrust open with force, interrupting the tender moment. Director, you are here. Professor Tian from the National Medical Association is looking for you. A tall, imposing middle-aged man stood at the doorway, casting a piercing glance at the entwined hands of the two, a cold smile curling at his lips. So this is where you've been, indulging in sweet nothings while ignoring your phone. Professor Tian, Lu Rui exclaimed, retracting her hand and swiftly regaining her professional demeanor. Is there something urgent? Indeed, a matter of great importance. Tian Yong snorted disdainfully. A representative from Merck Pharmaceuticals is waiting for you at the National Medical Association. They have prepared the terms for the special drug collaboration, awaiting your signature as the project leader. I hadn't anticipated you would be so leisurely, chatting with a patient. His words dripped with sarcasm, his gaze openly deriding Xiao Zhang. I have not consented to collaborate with Merck. Lu Rui's expression shifted, but her tone remained resolute. Tian Yong pressed on relentlessly. The National Medical Association has made a decision. Your opinion is inconsequential. This project pertains to international cooperation beyond the influence of an individual. As he spoke, he approached the bedside and casually flipped through the medical records. Oh, the second scion of the Xiao family? I've heard your group has been quite active lately. Do you intend to meddle in the pharmaceutical field? Xiao Zhang lounged against the headboard, his gaze shifting from warmth to icy sharpness. Professor Tian, is it? Kindly remove your hand from my medical records. You have no right to examine them. Tian Yong was momentarily taken aback, then laughed in anger. Such audacity. Do you know who I am? Chairman of the Pharmacology Expert Committee at the National Medical Association, Ph.D., recipient of a National Science and Technology Progress Award. And you, Amir. Tian Yong, Lu Rui interrupted sharply. This is my patient, for whom I am responsible. You have no authority to peruse the medical records at will. Tian Yong chuckled coldly. Vice Director Lu, do not forget that this special drug project is a key initiative supported by the National Medical Association. With the Li family gone, the conditions offered by Merck are exceedingly generous. If this collaboration falls through, you will be the first to be held accountable by the National Medical Association. Now that negotiations have reached a critical juncture, you choose to dally here, exchanging glances with a debauched scion. How do you think the senior experts would perceive this? The implication of his threat was unmistakable. Professor Tian, are you threatening me? Lu Rui's eyes flashed with anger. Tian Yong smirked triumphantly. I am merely offering a well-meaning reminder. The project is nearing its conclusion, and Merck is willing to provide comprehensive support, including international market promotion. All it takes is your nod and this credit. Oh, Xiao Zhang interjected abruptly, his voice cold. So you are merely a sycophant for foreign pharmaceutical companies. No wonder you are so eager to facilitate the collaboration on the special drug project with Merck. Tian Yong's facade crumbled, his face paling. What business is it of yours? This is an internal affair of the National Medical Association. Chapter 61. Am I not a person of my word? Xiao Zhang spoke slowly. Vice Dean Lu, do you know how long Professor Tian has been in contact with the Merck Group? Lu Rui furrowed her brow and shook her head. At least 6 months. Xiao Zhang produced his phone, the screen displaying a dense array of emails and transfer records. These are all the communications between Professor Tian and the executives of the Merck Group, including evidence of his private disclosure of research data in exchange for consulting fees. I believe this is sufficient for him to lose his position in the National Medical Association and even face a national security investigation. Tian Yong's face turned ashen. How? How do you have these? How do I have them? Xiao Zhang scoffed. While you so-called experts are busy betraying national interests, there are always those who silently protect them. He turned to Lu Rui, his tone softening slightly. I can hand over this evidence to you, and you may choose how to handle it. However, I suggest that individuals like Professor Tian are not fit to remain in the field of medical research. Lu Rui took the phone, quickly scanning its contents, her expression growing increasingly grave. The emails and records clearly indicated that Tian Yong not only leaked research data, but also accepted private payments from Merck executives, amounting to millions of dollars. Tian Yong, this is an act of treason. Lu Rui's voice was as cold as ice. I will submit these evidences to the National Medical Association and relevant authorities. Your life, as you know it, ends here. Lu Rui, how dare you? Tian Yong exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Zhang in a fit of rage. You've been bewitched by this playboy. Do you believe his words? What qualifications does he have to meddle in national medical research? Xiao Zhang languidly stood up, flicking his finger lightly, releasing an invisible force that pushed Tian Yong back repeatedly. Professor Tian, you have a woeful understanding of what it means to possess a physician's benevolence. Xiao Zhang's tone was flat, yet exuded undeniable authority. Those you have betrayed are the hopes and lives of countless patients. Why do you have to call yourself a medical worker? Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for millennia, and Chinese medicine has historically led the world. Now that we have finally achieved groundbreaking results, you wish to hand them over to foreign pharmaceutical companies? This is a desecration of the diligent work of Dr. Liu and others, and a sin against future generations. Tian Yong was momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught of Xiao Zhang's imposing aura, rendered speechless. Return and await your demise, Xiao Zhang said dismissively. Do not make me repeat myself. Tian Yong fled the ward like a dog with its tail between its legs. Lu Rui stared blankly at the scene, struggling to believe that the man radiating such an aura was the notorious playboy she had heard about. Xiao Zhang, you. Xiao Zhang's gentle smile returned. I apologize for making you witness this. I simply detest individuals like him who betray national interests and trample upon medical ethics. Lu Rui took a deep breath, her gaze complex as it rested upon him. You've investigated Tian Yong long ago, haven't you? Indeed, Xiao Zhang admitted. I have always been concerned about drug safety, which prompted me to conduct some background investigations. Upon discovering Tian Yong's improper dealings with Merck, I began collecting evidence. Lu Rui fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Who exactly are you? Xiao Zhang gazed out the window, the myriad lights of the city reflecting into the ward. Just a Chinese person. I hope the special drug can be released soon to benefit patients. For this project, I seek no share, only to lead the pricing strategy to ensure it remains affordable for ordinary families. We must not allow it to become a tool for foreign pharmaceutical companies to profit. Would you consider such terms? Lu Rui's perception of Xiao Zhang shifted as the brilliant lights of the capital seemed to cast a mysterious glow upon him. In that moment, she realized that she had never truly understood this man. I need time to persuade those in power. Of course, Xiao Zhang smiled, his gaze imbued with a tender warmth that sent a shiver down her spine. I will await your favorable news. After Lu Rui left the ward, Xiao Zhang's sickly expression vanished, replaced by a chilling smile. He rose effortlessly from the bed and approached the window, gazing down at the city lights. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Xiao Zhang glanced at the caller ID, a smirk forming on his lips. Mr. Xiao, I've done as you instructed. Tian Yong's voice came through, laced with evident flattery and anxiety. Those threats I hurled were rather harsh, weren't they? Lu Rui has completely bought it. She must now view you with sympathy and admiration. Well acted, Xiao Zhang replied flatly. Especially that line about being bewitched by a playboy. It felt very genuine. Of course, I used to be in a drama club, so I have some acting skills. Tian Yong chuckled awkwardly, the sound of packing belongings audible on the other end. Mr. Xiao, I'm ready to leave the capital as per our agreement, and the 100 million has already been transferred to your account. Xiao Zhang replied leisurely. Why don't you check if it has arrived? After a flurry of keyboard sounds, Tian Yong exclaimed, It's here. It's really here. You're quite the generous man. Once the dust settles, I'll return. Professor Tian, do you know why I had you perform this charade? Xiao Zhang suddenly interrupted. Oh, I suppose it was to impress Lu Rui and secure the collaboration rights for the special drug? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. That is one reason, but more importantly, your background is just too fitting. An expert from a National Medical Association with genuine ties to the Merck Group, along with a history of data leaks. The line fell silent. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean by that? Tianyang's voice trembled, panic creeping in. Those data leaks were supposed to be fabricated for the performance, weren't they? The act was false, but the facts are real, Xiao Zhang replied coldly. I've investigated you thoroughly, and the emails and payments involving the Merck Group are no fabrication. That's impossible. Tianyang stammered, panic evident in his voice. How could you have those? Who do you think has been watching you all along? Xiao Zhang's tone turned frosty. Do you know the true purpose of having you cooperate in this performance? It was not merely to impress Lu Rui, but to ensure that you would nail yourself to the pillar of shame. Mr. Xiao, you promised me. Tianyang's voice was filled with terror and despair. You said it was just a performance, and then you would pay me to lay low. I have never claimed to be a person of my word. Xiao Zhang's laughter sent chills down the spine. But you deserve to die, Xiao Zhang interrupted coldly. Leaking vital medical research data to the Merck Group for personal gain. Shouldn't that warrant death? The sound of chaotic footsteps and objects crashing echoed through the phone. You can't do this. We had an agreement. An agreement? Xiao Zhang scoffed. I indeed offered you 100 million, but that was not a runaway fee. It was evidence. I suspect law enforcement is knocking at your door right about now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, urgent knocking and shouting filled the line. Tianyang, Special Operations Team of the Public Security Bureau. Open the door. You, how could you? Tianyang's voice had warped, filled with despair. Don't worry, I have fulfilled my promise. I gave you 100 million, but it was merely to serve as irrefutable evidence of your acceptance of bribes from foreign enterprises. TSK, to betray national interests and still hope to escape unscathed? How naive you are. The phone line crackled with a cacophony of noise and the sound of a door being slammed, followed by Tianyang's terrified screams and the clattering of objects being knocked over. Finally, there was only the unsettling hum of a busy signal. Chapter 62. Welcoming the return of the Dragon King, Xiao Zhang nonchalantly hung up the phone and reclined back on the hospital bed, reflecting on the performance with Lu Rui and Tianyang. This act not only allowed him to establish a flawless image in Lu Rui's eyes, but also conveniently resolved a pesky issue. A true two-for-one achievement. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, alerting him to an encrypted message. Upon opening it, he was met with a brief text. Chairman, the Dragon King has returned to the capital. The complete video has been sent. Xiao Zhang's eyes brightened, and he swiftly accessed the accompanying video file. This footage had been secretly recorded by his family personnel. Unbeknownst to Huangfu, the video displayed a somewhat shaky image, evidently captured from a concealed distance. Outside the VIP passage of the Imperial Capital International Airport, a row of black luxury vehicles stood in silent formation. Several middle-aged men in suits, among them prominent figures from both the business and political realms, bowed respectfully. At least 200 bodyguards clad in black formed a human barrier, isolating the surrounding area entirely. Such a spectacle, Xiao Zhang murmured to himself, continuing to gaze at the screen. In the footage, a private jet descended gracefully, its door opening to reveal a tall young man descending the staircase. He appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in a finely tailored jet black suit, his unadorned features exuding a chilling aura. Most striking were his eyes, jet black and serene, seemingly imbued with an ability to perceive the world's intricacies. The Dragon King. Xiao Zhang whispered the name, his expression turning grave. The video revealed an even more astonishing scene. Those who usually held power bowed their heads in unison, proclaiming, "Welcome back, Dragon King." Others immediately knelt, echoing the chant. "Welcome back, Dragon King." At this point, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Are they filming a short drama? The absurdity was palpable. He shook his head, baffled as to why such feudal remnants could persist in modern society. However, this did affirm the original text's depiction of the Dragon King's influence, spanning both political and commercial spheres, with few daring to provoke him. Stretching lazily, He began to contemplate the implications of the Dragon King's return, recognizing that a grand performance was soon to unfold, yet his current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. In his moment of ennui, he recalled the mention of the Night Phantom by Chu Xian. The Night Phantom, a globally renowned hacker organization, reputedly capable of infiltrating even military systems in the United States. How audacious of Chu Xian to challenge them. With this thought, a smile crept onto Xiao Zhang's lips. This girl, seemingly delicate, possessed a remarkable audacity. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe her endeavors. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhang seized his phone and activated a hidden program, one he had discreetly installed as a backdoor on the laptop in Chu Xian's studio. The screen displayed a glimpse of her workspace. Chu Xian, instead of resting, was donned with headphones, intently focused on the screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Xiao Zhang shifted his gaze to her monitor, which flickered with intricate codes and data streams. This girl had just escaped from the clutches of the Thousand Books Master and was already pursuing the Night Phantom. He shook his head, unable to suppress his admiration for her unyielding resolve. Through the screen, it was evident that Chu Xian had pinpointed a node of the Night Phantom and was attempting to delve deeper into their core network. Intriguing, yet exceedingly perilous. The Night Phantom was no foe to be trifled with, should they trace her back. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Zhang resolved to lend covert assistance. He silently tapped into Chu Xian's attack line, providing support from the shadows. Chu Xian quickly sensed an anomaly, mistakenly believing it to be a counterattack from the Night Phantom, prompting her to exercise greater caution. Watching her anxious demeanor, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. He remained concealed, allowing Chu Xian to lead while he discreetly neutralized defenses she could not handle. After more than an hour, Chu Xian finally breached the outer firewall of the Night Phantom, ready to infiltrate the core database. Just then, Xiao Zhang noticed the Night Phantom's main system had initiated a counterattack mode, an exceedingly dangerous automated counter-tracking mechanism that, once it locked onto a target, would unleash devastating repercussions. No, if this continued, her system would be obliterated, and her identity could be compromised. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhang opened the system menu. Consume 2,000 arrogance points to purchase Advanced Data Bomb. Purchase Successful Data Bomb, an advanced network attack tool capable of incapacitating target systems instantly and erasing all traces of the attack without a moment's pause. Xiao Zhang launched the data bomb at the Night Phantom's main system. On the screen, a torrent of complex code surged into the Night Phantom's network like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, their counter-tracking system descended into chaos, alarms blaring incessantly. Chu Xian widened her eyes in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A message abruptly appeared on her screen. Rookie, next time, don't recklessly track such high-level targets. Shortly thereafter, the Night Phantom's system began to collapse, leading to the exposure of a trove of confidential data. Chu Xian swiftly saved the valuable intelligence while attempting to trace her mysterious benefactor. Who could it be? She typed furiously on the keyboard. Xiao Zhang, observing her urgency, chuckled softly and replied, a kind passerby. With that, he severed the connection entirely, erasing all traces of his presence. With a flick of his wrist, he concealed his achievements, choosing to remain anonymous. On the other side of the screen, Chu Xian stared at the vanishing text, lost in thought. This method, so precise and efficient, reminiscent of the last encounter. She pulled up previous records, comparing the characteristics of this attack with all known hacker techniques. No matches. This was a brand new attack style, not belonging to any known hacker organization. With her arms crossed, she leaned back in her chair, the image of Xiao Zhang flashing in her mind. Could it be Xiao Zhang? The mere thought prompted her to shake her head. Impossible. Although he differed from the rumors, being far more complex than her stepmother suggested, could he truly possess such capabilities? Yet, as she recalled how he had identified her and intervened at a critical moment, her resolve began to waver. Driven by curiosity, Chu Xian decided to follow this lead. She activated a clandestine program, seeking the traces left by this mysterious figure. If it truly was Xiao Zhang, who exactly was he? Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang turned off his phone and approached the window, admiring the nightscape of the capital. He knew Chu Xian was likely striving to uncover his identity. Although he had erased almost all traces, he had deliberately left a few breadcrumbs. Once Chu Xian discovered it was him, her full attention would be devoted to the pursuit. The Dragon King's return heralded the imminent unfolding of many pivotal plot lines from the original narrative. This legendary ruler of the Dark World had caused the protagonist Qin Tian no small amount of trouble. Yet now, Xiao Zhang had seized the initiative, preparing himself in advance. Chapter 63. Film preparation. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the hospital room. Xiao Zhang was already awake, leisurely browsing financial news on his phone. The door was gently pushed open, and Lu Rui entered with graceful strides. Beneath her neatly pressed white coat, a fitted dress subtly revealed her refined and competent demeanor. "Awake so early? How do you feel?" she inquired, picking up the medical record beside the bed and professionally examining the various indicators. Xiao Zhang set down his phone, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Thanks to Dr. Liu, I'm feeling much better. However, I am more curious why you've come to make rounds personally today. Doesn't the vice president have more pressing matters to attend to?" Lu Rui cast him a sidelong glance, her expression slightly ambiguous. "Don't be ridiculous. It's merely a routine checkup." She placed the medical record down, her demeanor momentarily hesitant. "Regarding last night's events, Tianyong has already been taken away for investigation. The evidence is conclusive. He has divulged numerous details regarding the conspiracy with the Merc Group." "Oh, so soon?" Xiao Zhang feigned surprise. "Yes, Director Han personally led the team, stating it pertains to national security and has activated emergency protocols," Lu Rui replied softly. "But I am curious. How did you obtain that evidence?" Xiao Zhang smiled mysteriously. "In this world, there are always matters that remain undisclosed. What truly matters is that your special drug project will not fall into the hands of foreign consortiums, correct? Do you know?" A flicker of complexity passed through Lu Rui's eyes. "I'm beginning to believe in what you said, regarding the commitment to make the medication accessible to ordinary people." Xiao Zhang rose with a fluid motion, showing no signs of injury. "I never speak empty words. By the way, I must hurry to deal with matters in the development zone. Are you in such a rush to be discharged?" Lu Rui frowned. "At least stay for another day of observation." "Not necessary," Xiao Zhang replied while putting on his jacket. "I tend to recover quickly. Moreover, the development zone project is at a crucial stage. Any delay would be inadvisable." Lu Rui seemed to hesitate, ultimately letting out a sigh. "Very well. Remember to change your dressings on time. If you feel unwell, contact me at any time." "What? Are you worried about me?" Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. "I am a doctor, and you are a patient. That is all," Lu Rui replied, seemingly trying to conceal something as she turned her face away. "I cannot see you off. I have a surgery to attend to." Watching her slightly flustered figure retreat, Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Zhang did not head to the development zone, but instead made a beeline for Linqin Media. It was not an urgent matter concerning the development zone, but rather a plea for help sent by Lin Jiqing late at night. The audition for the Wandering Earth had encountered difficulties, and she hoped he could provide some professional insights. Xiao Zhang was quite intrigued. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the film's sensational impact in his previous life. Now, with an opportunity to participate, he could also win Lin Jiqing's favor. Why not seize the chance? At the entrance of Linqin Media, Lin Jiqing awaited him personally, clad in a sharp business outfit. She could not quite hide the fatigue etched on her brow. "You arrived so quickly?" she remarked, surprised at Xiao Zhang's swift pace. "I heard you were hospitalized." "Just a minor injury. Nothing compared to the importance of your new film," Xiao Zhang teased. "What, does the esteemed producer occasionally need saving?" Lin Jiqing rarely revealed a hint of helplessness. "Please don't mock me. This is Huagua's first truly significant sci-fi production, and we lack experience. The biggest issue currently is casting, especially for the leading lady." "Isn't the acclaimed actress you have sufficient?" Xiao Zhang inquired. "I am playing Lu Peiqiang's daughter, whose age is set to be younger, and most of my scenes are in the first half. There are also two equally important female roles," Lin Jiqing explained, guiding Xiao Zhang toward her vehicle. "In any case, let us head to the set, and you'll see what the issues are." During the drive to the set, Lin Jiqing briefly outlined the film's preparation status. According to the script and storyboard you provided, we have assembled the technical team. The special effects budget has exceeded our estimates by 40, but it's worth it. The main problem lies with the actors. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. What? Is no one willing to star in a sci-fi film? Not exactly, Lin Jiqing replied with exasperation. A big name has come in, complicating matters. The set was located in a vast studio on the outskirts of the capital, its size astonishing. Upon entering, one could feel the tense and bustling atmosphere. A multitude of staff moved about, and various high-tech equipment were conspicuously present. The moment Lin Jiqing appeared, an assistant rushed up to her. Lin, she has made new demands, saying the emotional scenes in the script are too conservative and requires enhancement. She? Xiao Zhang asked curiously. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted within the studio. A tall woman strode out with the poise of a model, surrounded by at least 10 staff members. Her long, chestnut hair and exquisite features embodied a captivating blend of Eastern and Western beauty, and a form-fitting red dress accentuated her graceful figure. The confidence and commanding aura she exuded made her particularly striking amidst the crowd. Marilyn? Xiao Zhang murmured under his breath, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. This international film star had carved out a niche for herself in Hollywood, garnering nominations for numerous prestigious awards, including the Oscars. Though her stage name sounded exotic, she was, in fact, a native of Huagua. What brings her to the audition? Xiao Zhang quietly inquired of Lin Jiqing. I invited her, Lin Jiqing replied with a wry smile. After all, this is an international big production that requires a weighty cast. I just didn't anticipate her demands would be so numerous. Marilyn noticed Lin Jiqing and approached with an amused smile on her striking face. Lin, I've reviewed the script again, and the emotional scenes in the third act are far too conservative, she stated bluntly, her tone imbued with undeniable confidence. International audiences require more impactful emotional expressions, especially for the role I am to portray, which should have a more profound emotional outburst. Lin Jiqing struggled to suppress her displeasure. Marilyn, we previously agreed that this film focuses on sci-fi and national sentiment. That was before I read it thoroughly. Marilyn shrugged, her gaze suddenly landing on Xiao Zhang, a glimmer of interest in her eyes. And who might this be? The new male actor? Just as Lin Jiqing was about to explain, Marilyn had already extended her hand. Hello, I am Marilyn. You look rather unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer? Xiao Zhang smiled and shook her hand. I am Xiao Zhang. Oh. Marilyn regarded him with keen interest. Lin, you have an eye for talent. He is quite a handsome actor. What role does he play? The lead? He is not an actor, Lin Jiqing finally interjected. He is our investor and script consultant. Chapter 64. The audition. Marilyn raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this the person who penned The Wandering Earth? No wonder. She reassessed Xiao Zhang, her curiosity intensifying. It is indeed rare to encounter someone so young with such profound expertise in science fiction. Xiao Zhang humbly smiled. You flatter me. I've heard the leading actress has some reservations about the script. Please do share. Primarily, the emotional scenes are too conservative, Marilyn stated candidly, particularly regarding the romantic subplot between the astronaut I portray and the head of the ground control center. It is overly subtle and lacks tension. Hollywood science fiction typically includes at least one scene of emotional eruption. Lin Jiqing's expression soured. We are not producing a Hollywood romance. This is a science fiction film with social responsibility. Art knows no borders, Marilyn countered, then turned to Xiao Zhang, her tone softening considerably. Mr. Xiao, as the screenwriter. What's your perspective? Xiao Zhang did not respond immediately, but pondered thoughtfully. How about we practically explore different performance styles and see how it unfolds? Marilyn's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. It's a perfect opportunity to test the chemistry between us. Mr. Xiao, you shall portray the male supervisor of the ground control center. Let's rehearse that bed scene. Bed scene? Lin Jiqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. That scene does not exist in the script. I propose we add one, Marilyn said calmly. Before the crisis strikes, the astronaut and the head of the ground control center should have a moment of emotional entanglement. This would heighten the emotional impact during the subsequent disaster scenes. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity. And how exactly shall we proceed? Marilyn smiled slightly. Utilize the makeshift cabin set. Let us treat it as a dormitory. Simple physical interactions, tender dialogues, nothing too excessive. Unless Mr. Xiao wishes to delve deeper? Arrogance value 100. Lin Jiqing's expression shifted, ready to object. But Xiao Zhang nodded casually. We can give it a try, but could we first review the set design? Of course, Marilyn replied with a satisfied grin. Turning to lead the way, let us visit Studio B. Lin Jiqing grasped Xiao Zhang's arm. Lowering her voice, are you out of your mind? She is clearly trying to stir trouble. If this strays from your original intent, do not blame anyone else. Xiao Zhang whispered back, fear not, I am well aware. If she wishes to play, then let us indulge her. The makeshift cabin was smaller than anticipated, arranged like a basic dormitory, with a single bed draped in white sheets at its center. The lighting technician had already adjusted the soft illumination, creating an intimate ambience. Marilyn changed into simple casual attire, appearing more approachable, yet her star quality remained unmistakable. The scene was set, Earth was on the brink of catastrophe, and the astronaut shared a final personal moment with the head of the ground control center. A straightforward act, primarily to gauge our rapport. Xiao Zhang nodded, glancing at Lin Jiqing, who stood in the corner, her face clouded with discontent. Let us begin, the director called out. Marilyn swiftly immersed herself in her role, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Tomorrow, we embark, perhaps never to return. Xiao Zhang approached her, gently taking her hand. I will return. Do not lie. Marilyn's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. We both understand the peril of this mission. If Earth is indeed struck, even if you survive in space, you may never return home. Xiao Zhang pulled her into his embrace, his touch gentle yet filled with strength. Then let us make tonight our eternity. The atmosphere between them grew palpably intimate. Marilyn's hand rested lightly on Xiao Zhang's chest as she gazed up at him, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Xiao Zhang cupped her face, ready to lean down, when Lin Jiqing's icy voice interrupted cut. Everyone froze in shock. The director looked awkwardly at Lin Jiqing. Lin, the scene isn't finished. I believe this direction is entirely misguided, Lin Jiqing asserted, stepping forward with a calm, yet resolute tone. The Wandering Earth is an epic about humanity's shared fate, and it should not be reduced to mere personal entanglements. Marilyn raised an eyebrow. Any grand narrative requires personal emotion as its foundation. This is Hollywood's successful formula. We are not making a Hollywood-style science fiction film, Lin Jiqing countered, then turned to Xiao Zhang, adding, furthermore, if we are to explore such a scene, it should be demonstrated by experienced professionals, not just anyone thrown into the mix. Mr. Zhao's performance is quite professional, Marilyn smiled. In fact, I am surprised he is not an actor. Perhaps he should consider a career change? I could recommend him to Hollywood. Lin Jiqing bit her lip, suddenly stating, for such scenes, I believe they should be demonstrated by professionals. Everyone gazed at her in astonishment, not expecting the esteemed Lin Jiqing, top actress of Huagua, to step into the fray herself. Jiqing, you need not. Xiao Zhang murmured gently. No, I must, Lin Jiqing declared resolutely, as the producer. It is my responsibility to ensure each scene aligns with the overall style. She turned to Marilyn. If you insist on such a scene, at least allow me to demonstrate what is appropriate. A flicker of displeasure crossed Marilyn's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a professional smile. Very well. I look forward to the leading actress's performance. Arrogance value 200. Lin Jiqing did not change outfits, but simply unbuttoned her suit jacket, revealing a silk blouse underneath. She approached the bed and signaled to Xiao Zhang. Shall we start from the top? Xiao Zhang inquired. Lin Jiqing nodded, inhaling deeply, swiftly entering her character. Tomorrow marks the final moment. Her voice was gentle and serene, a stark contrast to Marilyn's portrayal, yet equally moving. Xiao Zhang moved to her side, refraining from immediate contact, standing an arm's length away. I do not know if I can complete the mission, nor if I can return. You know how much I wish to keep you here, but I must go. Xiao Zhang's eyes shone with unwavering determination, tinged with profound reluctance. This is my mission, and our shared responsibility. Lin Jiqing gradually stepped closer, gently grasping his hand. I only seek one promise. No matter what occurs, strive to survive, strive to return. Tears welled in Xiao Zhang's eyes as he nodded softly. I will. For Earth, for humanity, and for you. The distance between them diminished. Xiao Zhang cradled her face, his gaze filled with intricate emotions. Lin Jiqing slightly closed her eyes, her entire being seeming to tremble. As Xiao Zhang's lips brushed against her forehead, she opened her eyes, surprise glimmering momentarily before deep emotion took hold. I shall return. Xiao Zhang's voice was low and hoarse, as if laden with unspoken words. Lin Jiqing could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She rose on her tiptoes, gently kissing Xiao Zhang's lips. This kiss was pure and tender, yet imbued with boundless affection. When they parted, the entire studio fell into silence, everyone profoundly moved by their performance. Arrogance Value 300, Chapter 65. The technique lies not in novelty, but in effectiveness. Cut. The director exclaimed with palpable excitement. Wonderful. This is precisely the sensation we require. The crew erupted into applause, some members discreetly wiping away tears. Compared to Marilyn's previous performance, Lin Jiqing's portrayal was more subtle, yet imbued with greater power, perfectly capturing the restrained emotional expression characteristic of the East. Standing aside, Marilyn's eyes glinted with a mix of jealousy and discontent. She had not anticipated Lin Jiqing's direct involvement, nor the astonishing chemistry that had blossomed between them. Quite a performance. She managed to force a smile. However, I still believe that international audiences will yearn for a more direct mode of expression. Lin Jiqing adjusted her collar, regaining her professional composure. Each culture possesses its own mode of expression. The Wandering Earth is a Chinese science fiction narrative. It ought to reflect our unique emotional articulation. Marilyn shrugged. It seems we harbor differing interpretations of artistic expression. Perhaps I should reconsider my suitability for this project. You have your prerogative, Lin Jiqing replied calmly, a glimmer of victory in her gaze. We shall respect everyone's decisions. Xiao Zhang, observing the undercurrents between the two leading actresses, secretly chuckled. Lin Jiqing's impromptu performance not only effectively countered Marilyn's challenge, but also underscored her determination and stature as a producer. What astonished him further was that the emotions Lin Jiqing conveyed during the scene seemed to transcend mere acting. That kiss, infused with a semblance of genuine sentiment, warmed his heart ever so slightly. Shall we do it again? Xiao Zhang teased. I believe the angle of that kiss could use some adjustment. Lin Jiqing shot him a glare, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't push your luck. Marilyn, observing their interaction, suddenly grasped something. It appears I was mistaken, Producer Lin. Your choice of actors is indeed commendable, but it's not about selecting male actors. It's about choosing a man. Lin Jiqing whirled around, perplexed. What do you mean? Nothing. Marilyn replied with a knowing smile. I wish you both a fruitful collaboration. With that, she turned on her heel, her high heels striking the ground with a crisp finality. Xiao Zhang leaned closer to Lin Jiqing and whispered, You've successfully driven away your competitor. She is not my rival, Lin Jiqing countered softly, avoiding Xiao Zhang's gaze. It's merely a difference in cinematic philosophy. So that kiss was part of the cinematic philosophy as well? Xiao Zhang inquired provocatively. Lin Jiqing's face turned crimson. That was merely acting, a professional necessity. Xiao Zhang chuckled, nodding in agreement. Very well, a professional necessity. However, I must say, your skills in on-screen kissing are indeed top-notch. Shall we practice more privately? You. Lin Jiqing felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, yet a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Don't think you can take advantage of me that easily. Arrogance Value 200. Lin Jiqing received an urgent call and had to leave the set to attend to company matters. I have an important meeting to attend. You may either explore here or wait for me in the lounge. I should return in about an hour. She hurriedly instructed Xiao Zhang, her eyes still reflecting the complex emotions from the audition. Xiao Zhang nodded with a smile. Go ahead, don't worry. I will wait for you here. After Lin Jiqing departed, Xiao Zhang surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, then stealthily approached a row of luxurious trailers parked outside the set. The last trailer's curtain was slightly drawn, then quickly closed, evidently awaiting his arrival. Xiao Zhang knocked thrice, and the door swung open. Marilyn stood elegantly at the entrance, her previous haughtiness replaced by a professional smile. "Come in, Mr. Xiao." As he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the opulent decor, resembling a miniature suite. Marilyn gestured for him to take a seat while she gracefully settled onto the opposite sofa. "How was the performance, Mr. Xiao? Are you satisfied?" A hint of mockery danced on her lips. "Did I provoke you sufficiently?" Leaning back languidly, Xiao Zhang nodded in approval. "Very professional, adhering completely to the script we discussed." The proposal for the intimate scene was particularly brilliant. It certainly riled Lin Jiqing. "That was spontaneous on my part," Marilyn said, her smile radiating triumph, her expression almost predatory. Xiao Zhang retrieved his phone, tapping a few buttons before looking up. 10 million has been transferred to your designated account. That's 2 million more than originally agreed upon. A bonus for your improvisation. Mr. Xiao, you are indeed generous. Marilyn took out her phone to confirm the transfer, her smile brightening. "I never expected my years of training in Hollywood would yield such rewards. Earning 10 million for a single scene is far more lucrative than filming a movie." Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. "Your value extends beyond mere acting. The name Marilyn and the title of International Film Queen are paramount. Without your standing, Lin Jiqing would not be so invested." "True enough," Marilyn mused, her gaze turning sultry. "But Mr. Xiao, I have always been curious about why you so meticulously orchestrated the situation to ensnare Lin Jiqing." Xiao Zhang maintained his composure. "Business secrets, I'm afraid I cannot disclose." Marilyn leaned forward, her silk blouse revealing a hint of allure. "Actually, if Mr. Xiao is interested, our collaboration could extend beyond mere acting. 10 million is indeed tempting, but I value a man who can provide me with long-term benefits even more." Her slender fingers traced the edge of the sofa, her voice low and enticing. "Many Hollywood projects require investment, and you evidently possess keen business acumen and ample funds." Xiao Zhang's eyes glinted with intrigue. "Are you attempting to sell me something? A stepping stone to Hollywood? Or perhaps something more personal?" "Both options are available," Marilyn said, inching closer, nearly sitting beside him. "You seem like a man who knows how to indulge, and I happen to be the same." Xiao Zhang chuckled softly and abruptly stood, creating distance between them. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no interest in secondhand goods." Marilyn's expression froze, a flicker of anger crossing her features. "What do you mean by that?" "Literally," Xiao Zhang replied coolly. "I have heard whispers about your rise to fame. You know full well what you exchanged for your first leading role." Marilyn's face turned ashen, her anger barely contained. "Mr. Xiao, that remark is rather ungracious." "Truth is often ungracious," Xiao Zhang said, moving toward the door. He glanced back at her. "Nonetheless, I remain grateful for your professional performance. This transaction is fair. We each gain what we seek. As for other matters, I apologize, but my tastes are not quite so internationalized." Arrogance value 50. Marilyn took a deep breath, re-establishing her professional smile. "Mr. Xiao is correct. We are engaged in a fair exchange. However, I must admit, you are more ruthless and astute than I had anticipated. A woman like Lin Jiqing falling into your trap may spell disaster for her." "Flattery will get you nowhere," Xiao Zhang said calmly. "Take care, Miss Marilyn. I wish you smooth sailing on your Hollywood journey." Chapter 66. The protagonist's brief hospitalization. Upon leaving the RV, Xiao Zhang strolled around the film set, engaging with the crew intermittently to grasp the intricacies of the film production. A blend of pride and anticipation welled within him as the plans unfolded as expected. An hour later, Lin Jiqing returned to the set, spotting Xiao Zhang in discussion with the special effects team from a distance. She stood still, her gaze complex, fixed on his spirited figure. Sensing her presence, Xiao Zhang turned, their eyes meeting in the air. Lin Jiqing quickly averted her gaze. Yet that fleeting exchange of looks was sufficient for Xiao Zhang to discern the shifts within her heart. It was no longer a mere glance shared between business partners, but rather an amalgamation of shyness, curiosity, and a hint of expectation. Xiao Zhang approached her with a perfectly timed smile. "Has the meeting concluded?" "Yes," Lin Jiqing replied, her voice noticeably lower than usual. "Everything has been taken care of." "That's good to hear," Xiao Zhang inquired deliberately. "By the way, where is Marilyn?" Lin Jiqing's expression stiffened, a flicker of barely perceptible wariness crossing her eyes. She seems to have left already. My assistant mentioned she received a call and hurried off. Oh, Xiao Zhang finit surprise. So sudden? I had hoped to discuss the international market for science fiction films with her. Lin Jiqing's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Do you admire her? Xiao Zhang shrugged. As an actress, she certainly possesses talent. However, he suddenly leaned closer to Lin Jiqing, his tone low and suggestive. I find myself appreciating your earlier performance far more. That kiss felt incredibly genuine. Lin Jiqing's face flushed instantly, and she hastily stepped back. I told you, that was merely acting. Don't overthink it. Is that so? A glint of mischief sparkled in Xiao Zhang's eyes. What a pity for to me. It was far more than just acting. Lin Jiqing looked up in astonishment, meeting Xiao Zhang's intense gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Let's proceed. It is time to discuss the subsequent scenes, Xiao Zhang declared, shifting into a professional demeanor. I have some new ideas regarding the cosmic rescue in Act 4. Relieved, Lin Jiqing nodded gratefully as they walked side by side toward the conference room. Yet, the glances she cast toward Xiao Zhang betrayed an unmistakable sense of reliance and closeness. Xiao Zhang chuckled inwardly, well aware that his approach had not only deepened Lin Jiqing's feelings for him, but had also successfully eliminated a potential obstacle. Both Marilyn and Tianyong were merely pawns in his grand scheme. Who would be next? Only he knew. Upon entering the conference room, Xiao Zhang's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Xia Chuxue. You must take this call, he told Lin Jiqing before stepping aside to answer. Hello, what is the matter? Xiao Zhang. Xia Chuxue's voice was tinged with evident concern. I heard you were in danger. Did someone from Qianbin Gang's Ho attack you? Where are you now? Are you all right? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. News travels swiftly. I am fine. In fact, it is my assailants who suffered greatly. That is a relief, Xia Chuxue sighed. I have been extremely worried. Should I come over to keep you company? Unfortunately, that won't be possible. I am currently on set. Handling matters related to the Wandering Earth, Xiao Zhang replied, glancing at Lin Jiqing nearby. Moreover, I must continue investigating Qianbin Gangsho's movements to ensure she does not meddle again. Isn't Chu Xian with you? Let her accompany you, Xia Chuxue suggested. That is precisely the issue. Xia Chuxue's voice dropped conspiratorially. She has been acting strangely today, lost in thought, grinning at her computer, and occasionally talking to herself. Do you think she might be in love? Xiao Zhang smiled slyly. Perhaps. Do you know who her boyfriend is? Xia Chuxue inquired curiously. I have asked her several times, but she refuses to tell me, only blushing. I do not know. But as the saying goes, a girl must not be held back. I suggest you let her be. All right, take care of yourself. Contact me when you're done. I miss you. After ending the call, another call came through, this time from Qin Muyun. Hello, Xiao Zhang, she said, urgency and anger palpable in her voice. Something has happened. Xiao Tian has just been discharged and had an accident on the way home. Xiao Zhang's brow furrowed. What happened? We encountered a convoy of luxury cars. Seemingly coming from the airport, Qin Muyun explained rapidly. They blocked the road, and Xiao Tian insisted on getting out to see what was happening. Then, he apparently said something he shouldn't have and was beaten by their bodyguards. Xiao Zhang understood immediately. The convoy must belong to Long Wang. The video of the kneeling ceremony had already struck him as absurd, and now they were physically assaulting the outspoken protagonist, proving their tyrannical nature. What is Xiao Tian's condition now? He has been sent back to the hospital. Qin Muyun's voice cracked with emotion. He was just discharged, and now he is in this state. The doctors say he might have a concussion and need to be observed for a few days. Xiao Zhang barely contained a grimace. The poor child had completely lost his protagonist halo. Originally destined to be with his fifth sister, Chu Xian, he now found himself in dire straits, colliding with Long Wang right after his release. Such misfortune was truly unprecedented. Stay with Xiao Tian at the hospital. I will handle this matter, Xiao Zhang instructed. Xiao Zhang. Qin Muyun's tone softened, gratitude lacing her words. Thank you so much. Ever since your father passed, I never imagined you would care for us like this. No need for such formalities, Xiao Zhang replied, his voice deepening. If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps you could offer something more substantial? A pause lingered on the other end of the line. You. Are you suggesting? Qin Miyun's voice held a hint of hesitation and embarrassment. Xiao Zhang allowed the tension to build. I've been traveling a lot lately, feeling a bit under the weather. Would it be possible for you to? Qin Miyun's breath quickened, her tone lowering. If you truly need it, I can, but let us wait until Xiao Tian's condition stabilizes. That would be greatly appreciated. Xiao Zhang's satisfaction was evident as he smiled. When I return home tonight, could you prepare some soothing soup and perhaps do a pair for me? My throat is quite hoarse. Huh? Soup? Qin Miyun paused, then quickly realized, her voice filled with embarrassment. Oh, soup. Of course, no problem. After hanging up, Qin Miyun leaned against the hospital corridor wall, her face alternating between shades of red and white. What on earth was I just thinking? He merely wanted soup. I am being utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang, having set down his phone, wore a triumphant grin. He returned to Lin Jiqing, feigning a look of remorse. I have some matters to attend to at home. Lin Jiqing nodded. It's all right. We can postpone our discussion. Today's audition has yielded fruitful results. Indeed, it has been quite rewarding, Xiao Zhang remarked meaningfully, his gaze lingering on Lin Jiqing's lips, provoking another blush from her. Chapter 67. First encounter with the Dragon King Yang Wei stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the resplendent nightscape of the imperial capital. As the Dragon King of the clandestine world of Huagua, he was accustomed to surveying everything from a lofty vantage point. Yet this time, his emotions were more intricate than ever before. How is the investigation progressing? He inquired, his voice calm as water, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, without turning to face the man behind him. The man bowed his head respectfully, clutching a thick stack of documents in his hands. Dragon King, the investigation results regarding Xiao Zhang have been compiled. Speak. Xiao Zhang, the chairman of the Xiao Corporation, once a debauched scion, had undergone a remarkable transformation within a mere 2 months since the passing of his father, Xiao Yuanshan. The man flipped through the documents and continued his report. He took control of the company, secured new land in the developing area, collaborated with Tianxue Group, eliminated the Li family, and forced Xue Bing of Feiyang Real Estate to retreat. Yang Wei furrowed his brow. These are merely superficial details. I seek something deeper. Indeed, the man nodded, turning to the next page. Xiao Zhang's rise is nothing short of miraculous. According to intelligence analysis, he must have experienced some mysterious event 2 months ago. Previously, he was merely a wastrel, indulging in decadence, and now, in the business arena, it is as if he is invincible. His medical skills are exceptional. He revived the ailing Lord Huangfu. His combat abilities are formidable, capable of contending with the likes of Qianben Gangzhou. He is even adept in music composition, with his Songqinghua CI achieving widespread acclaim across the internet. Yang Wei's gaze sharpened as he turned to face his subordinate. You mean to say he has acquired these skills in such a short time? Yes, Dragon King. Moreover, there is something even more concerning. The man hesitated, cautiously adding, he seems to be closely involved with the young lady. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, as if the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. Yang Wei strolled to the desk and picked up a photograph. In it, Xiao Zhang and Yang Shishir were in a recording studio, their proximity suggesting a discussion about music, yet there lingered an inexplicable intimacy. Continue. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiao Zhang has composed several songs for the young lady. The known titles include Qinghua, Hian Wanyan. He even publicly dismissed Wu Shimen's production, directly seizing the rights to Yang Shishir's album. And the young lady's attitude towards him? According to various sources, she exhibits obvious affection and admiration for Xiao Zhang. Particularly in music, she almost regards him as a guiding light. Yang Wei's expression grew increasingly frigid as his fingertips instinctively tapped lightly on the desk. And one more thing, Dragon King. The man took a deep breath and spoke softly. Xiao Zhang seems to be pursuing multiple women simultaneously, including Miss Yang Shishir. We have identified at least 5 targets. 5? Yang Wei's voice rose abruptly. Yes. Xia Chuxue, Lin Jiqing, Lu Rui, Chu Xian, and Miss Yang Shishir. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yang Wei's eyes. What does he take Shishir for? A mere plaything? Dragon King, please calm your wrath. The man hurriedly lowered his head. What manner of person is this Xiao Zhang? Yang Wei interrupted, his tone laced with impatience and anger. We have yet to ascertain that. All we know is that he is far from the simplistic facade he presents. I understand. Yang Wei nodded sleekly. Dragon King, are you suggesting? Make arrangements. Tomorrow, I shall visit Lin Qin Media in the guise of an ordinary person, to see my sister and, coincidentally, meet this miracle. At Lin Qin Media's recording studio, the atmosphere was harmonious and vibrant. Yang Shishir, adorned with headphones, sang earnestly the new song tailored for her by Xiao Zhang. Her voice was clear and captivating, yet slightly unsteady in certain high notes. Pause. Xiao Zhang gently pressed the stop button and stepped into the recording booth. Let's try that transition again. Pay attention to your breath control. Yang Shishi nodded, her bright smile reflecting her trust and admiration for Xiao Zhang. Is that correct? She sang a brief segment, her eyes sparkling as she sought affirmation from him. Your breath control still needs work. Xiao Zhang approached her from behind, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders. Relax, follow my breathing. His voice was deep and magnetic, his lips almost brushing against Yang Shishir's ear. Instinctively, she held her breath, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't be nervous. Xiao Zhang's voice dropped further, his hand gently sliding down to her waist. Singing requires power from here, not from your throat. Feel it. Yang Shishir's gaze became slightly dazed as she acutely sensed the warmth and breath of the man behind her. This intimate method of guidance filled her with both tension and excitement. Give it a try, Xiao Zhang whispered, still not releasing her. Yang Shishir took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to sing again. This time, her voice flowed much more smoothly, her emotions richer. Excellent, just like that, Xiao Zhang praised, his arm unconsciously encircling her waist. Your progress is truly swift. Yang Shishir turned around, her excitement from success evident in her smile. Really? It's all thanks to your guidance. The distance between them had narrowed to mere inches, and the atmosphere became charged with ambiguity. Xiao Zhang slowly lowered his head, and Yang Shishir half closed her eyes, seemingly anticipating the imminent moment. Just then, the door to the recording studio was flung open. Shishir, a low male voice shattered the intimate ambience within. Yang Shishir jolted back to reality, hastily extricating herself from Xiao Zhang's embrace, her face reddening like a ripe apple. She looked toward the entrance, her expression shifting from embarrassment to shock and delight. Who are you, brother? At the door stood a tall man clad in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, exceedingly plain attire. Yet, his upright posture and profound gaze exuded an extraordinary aura. Xiao Zhang squinted, quickly realizing the newcomer was none other than the Dragon King, Yang Wei. Although he deliberately suppressed his imposing presence, the innate authority was still hard to conceal. The orthopedic doctor has finally arrived. Yang Wei's gaze flitted between the two, ultimately resting on Yang Shishir's flushed cheeks, his eyes filled with vigilance and discontent. It has been too long, little Shishir. His voice was deliberately gentle, yet the sharpness in his gaze was unmistakable as he looked at Xiao Zhang. I hear you are thriving here. Brother, it really is you. Yang Shishir joyfully ran over to embrace Yang Wei. It has been 10 years, hasn't it? I'm sorry, I've been tied up with some matters. Yang Wei replied softly, yet his gaze remained icy, fixated on Xiao Zhang. He hadn't anticipated encountering such astonishing scenes upon his arrival. Chapter 68. Xiao Zhang, what a true green tea. This gentleman is... Xiao Zhang deliberately lowered his voice, demonstrating utmost politeness. Yang Shishir then recalled to introduce. This is my half-brother Yang Wei, 6 years my senior. We lived together for only a year during our childhood, and after our father's sudden demise, I followed my mother to the south, never to see him again. It has been 10 years in a blink. She turned to Yang Wei. Brother, this is Xiao Zhang, my music producer and dear friend. Friend? That hardly seems the case. Yang Wei's tone bore a clear warning, his gaze piercing like a blade upon Xiao Zhang. Arrogance level 50. Yang Shishir's cheeks flushed. We were merely rehearsing. Xiao Zhang was teaching me breath control. I am Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang extended his hand, feigning a hint of awkwardness, expressing his pleasure in meeting him. Oh, is that so? Yang Wei coldly grasped Xiao Zhang's hand with such force it felt as if it might shatter bones. Xiao Zhang feigned pain, his complexion paling slightly, yet he restrained from uttering a sound. This scene was duly noted by Yang Shishir. Brother. Yang Shishir immediately interjected. Why are you behaving this way? Xiao Zhang is my friend. Arrogance level 100. Only then did Yang Wei release his grip, yet his gaze remained icy. Friends should maintain a respectful distance. What I observed earlier was hardly normal instruction. Xiao Zhang lowered his head, gently massaging his left hand with his right, appearing both awkward and aggrieved. I apologize. Perhaps my teaching methods were inappropriate. Seeing Xiao Zhang's discomfort, Yang Shishir felt an instinctive surge of protectiveness. Xiao Zhang is the most talented musician I have ever encountered. He has written many songs for me and taught me so much. Brother, you should not treat him this way. Yang Wei's expression hardened further. I am merely concerned for you. Any brother would react to a man holding you in such a manner. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Xiao Zhang discreetly observed Yang Shishir's reaction, noting the remorse and unease in her eyes, realizing his strategy was effective. I understand Mr. Yang's feelings. Xiao Zhang spoke softly, adopting a demeanor of contrition. If my actions have caused you discomfort, I apologize. My admiration and respect for Yang Shishir are entirely genuine. Yang Wei scoffed. Such sweet words. Arrogance level 50. Yang Shishir could no longer remain silent. Brother, Xiao Zhang is sincerely helping me. Without him, I might have long abandoned my musical aspirations. He has never crossed any boundaries with me. Is that so? Yang Wei shot a meaningful glance at Xiao Zhang, and what I witnessed earlier was merely just a musical exchange. Yang Shishir stammered, her explanation only amplifying her guilt. Sensing the growing tension between them, Xiao Zhang interjected to alleviate the situation. Immortal, would you care to listen to Yang Shishir's new song? It's truly delightful. Very well. Yang Wei fixed his gaze on Xiao Zhang, but before that, I wish to speak with Mr. Xiao privately. Shishir, please prepare yourself. Yang Shishir cast a worried glance at Xiao Zhang. Brother, please don't. It's all right. Xiao Zhang forced a smile at her. Go ahead. I'll have a chat with your brother. Yang Shishir hesitated but ultimately walked into the control room, though she frequently glanced through the glass at the two. Once assured that Yang Shishir could not hear their conversation, Yang Wei's expression turned frigid. Listen closely, kid. He approached Xiao Zhang, his voice low and menacing. I don't care who you are or what skills you possess. Keep your distance from my sister. She is too innocent to understand the tricks of someone like you. Xiao Zhang deliberately stepped back, feigning fear. My admiration for Yang Shishir is entirely pure. Spare me the charade. Yang Wei interrupted. I have investigated you and know that you're simultaneously pursuing several women. Xia Chuxua, Lin Jiqing, Lu Rui, Chu Xian. And now you wish to add my sister to your list? Xiao Zhang lowered his head, his voice trembling. You misunderstand. My relationships with them are merely collaborative. Yang Wei sneered, gripping Xiao Zhang's shoulder. Listen well. If I discover that you harbor any inappropriate intentions towards my sister, I will ensure your life becomes unbearable. I want to repeat myself. Arrogance level 200. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yang Shishir, who rushed out of the control room. Brother, what are you doing? She dashed forward to pull Yang Wei away, positioning herself in front of Xiao Zhang. You are being excessive. Yang Wei was taken aback by his sister's fierce defense of Xiao Zhang, momentarily rendered speechless. Arrogance level 250. Xiao Zhang seized the opportunity to adjust his demeanor, appearing both shocked and wronged, yet maintaining a semblance of grace. It's all right, sure. Your brother is merely concerned for you. That is not concern. This is bullying. Yang Shishir exclaimed in anger. Xiao Zhang treats me so well, writing songs for me, teaching me to sing, and has never asked for anything in return. Brother, you should not treat him this way. Arrogance level 200. Yang Wei regarded his sister's furious expression, a flicker of helplessness and confusion crossing his eyes. He anticipated that his intimidation would only bring his sister closer to Xiao Zhang. I'm simply worried about you being taken advantage of. Yang Wei explained. I'm no longer a child. Yang Shishir stubbornly retorted. I could discern who genuinely cares for me. If you maintain this attitude, then perhaps we should not meet at all. Arrogance level 150. Yang Wei took a deep breath, striving to control his emotions. Very well, I apologize. However, as your brother, I have a responsibility to ensure you remain unharmed. Xiao Zhang appropriately displayed understanding and tolerance. I completely comprehend Mr. Yang's concerns. Indeed, in this industry, some individuals may exploit young artists. Yang sure, your brother loves you, and this protection stems from genuine care. This statement not only provided Yang Wei an escape, but also showcased Xiao Zhang's magnanimity and empathy in front of Yang sure. Yang sure gazed at Xiao Zhang, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Xiao Zhang, arrogance level 180. Yang Wei's eyes darted between the two, evidently sensing a shift. His threats had not achieved their intended effect. Instead, they had drawn his sister closer to Xiao Zhang. Arrogance level 100. Very well, let's temporarily set this topic aside. Yang Wei said begrudgingly, Sure, let me hear your new song. Certainly. Yang sure instantly brightened, grasping Xiao Zhang's hand. Xiao Zhang, help me adjust the sound. Yang Wei observed their tightly clasped hands, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, yet he refrained from further comment. Arrogance level 80. As the two walked ahead, Xiao Zhang glanced back at Yang Wei, a flicker of triumph and provocation crossing his expression, quickly replaced by a humble demeanor. What a true green tea! Yang Wei stood rooted, his fists clenching and unclenching. For the first time, the Dragon King felt a sense of defeat. He had intended to protect his sister, but instead, he had inadvertently pushed her toward the very person he wished to guard her against. Arrogance level 200, chapter 69. A warning within the confines of the recording studio. Yang Shure's melodious voice resonated enchantingly. Her new song, A Glance for Eternity, under the guidance of Xiao Zhang, emanated a captivating charm. Yang Wei sat before the control panel, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he gazed at his sister through the glass window. Upon finishing the final note, Yang Shure eagerly turned her gaze toward the control room. How was it, brother? Yang Wei smiled broadly. It was beautiful. Far more exquisite than when you sang for me before. Xiao Zhang interjected at the opportune moment. Yang Shure possesses immense talent, with a little guidance. She can unleash astonishing creativity. Yang Shure beamed. All thanks to Xiao Zhang's mentorship, his understanding of music is extraordinary. Arrogance level 80. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yang Wei's eyes, but he swiftly masked his expression. Now that we've finished recording, shall we go out for a meal? Sure. It would be a wonderful opportunity to catch up. Absolutely. Yang Shure exclaimed, then turned to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, would you join us? Xiao Zhang feigned hesitation, observing Yang Wei's tense demeanor before gently shaking his head. No, you two siblings have not seen each other in a long while. It would be more fitting for you to reconnect without me. I would only be an unwelcome third wheel. Yang Shure's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but Mr. Xiao is right. Yang Wei interjected, his tone betraying a sense of relief. We truly have many matters that require our private discussion. Xiao Zhang smiled. I have some work to attend to. Yang Shure, you and your brother enjoy your time together. We shall resume recording tomorrow. Yang Shure looked at Xiao Zhang with gratitude. You are incredibly considerate. Arrogance level 120. Seeing his sister once more swayed by Xiao Zhang's feigned sincerity, a glimmer of coldness crossed Yang Wei's eyes. As Xiao Zhang made his way to the door, he said, I must take my leave now. Mr. Yang, it has been a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand, adorned with a humble smile. Yang Wei shook his hand coolly. Goodbye, green tea. Xiao Zhang's heart swelled with joy. Though he pretended not to comprehend the remark, he deliberately displayed a hint of reluctance and concern in front of Yang Shure. See you tomorrow. Take care not to overexert yourself. Yang Shure nodded, warmth radiating from her smile. You too. Arrogance level 100. Once Xiao Zhang departed, Yang Wei's expression relaxed slightly. He took his sister to a high-end restaurant, ordering her favorite dishes from years past. It has been quite a while since we last met. You have matured considerably, Yang Wei remarked, his tone softening as he looked at his sister. Yang Shure smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm 22 now. What about you? With your busy work schedule, have you found a girlfriend yet? Yang Wei shook his head gently. The nature of my work leaves little room for such pursuits. He paused, then cautiously inquired. What exactly is your relationship with Xiao Zhang? P.S. Just a friend, Yang Shirshi replied, a blush creeping on her cheeks. P.S. My music producer and has taught me so much. Just a friend? Yang Wei probed further. The atmosphere between you two suggests otherwise. Yang Shirshi lowered her gaze, poking at her food with her fork. He is genuinely kind. You know, he has written numerous songs for me without ever asking for a penny. He believes my voice is unique and deserves the finest compositions. Yang Wei frowned. There is no such thing as a free lunch, sure. He must have his own ulterior motives. Brother, Yang Shirshi exclaimed, her gaze sharp. Not everyone has hidden agendas. Xiao Zhang is already quite successful. He doesn't need to gain anything through me. You don't understand, Yang Wei replied, setting down his utensils. I have investigated him. This Xiao Zhang may appear as the chairman of the Xiao group, but he has only recently begun to wield power. Prior to that, he was nothing more than a wayward youth, indulging in excess. Yang Shirshi defended him. That is simply because you don't know him. Xiao Zhang's talent is unparalleled. He excels in music, business, and even medicine. How could someone like that be a wayward youth? He has deceived even you, Yang Wei scoffed. Do you know how many women he is simultaneously pursuing? Xia Chuxue, Lin Jiqing, Lu Rui, Chu Xian. Those are merely professional collaborations. Yang Shirshi interrupted, visibly upset. And even if he does have relations with them, it's his personal affair and none of my business. Yang Wei observed his sister's fervent demeanor, feeling increasingly anxious. He had thought that she merely admired Xiao Zhang's talent, but the situation seemed far more complex than he had imagined. Sure, you don't harbor feelings for him, do you? Can we not discuss this? Yang Shirshi interjected. We haven't seen each other in 10 years. Must our conversation revolve solely around this? With a resigned sigh, Yang Wei conceded, fine, let us talk about your life these past years. However, as their conversation progressed, Yang Shirshi inadvertently redirected the topic back to Xiao Zhang. After the release of Blue and White Porcelain, my popularity surged, all thanks to Xiao Zhang. Last time a producer questioned my singing ability, Xiao Zhang silenced him on the spot and even wrote me 7 songs. He says my voice is perfectly suited for traditional songs, and he is crafting an album tailored for me. Xiao Zhang is incredibly patient in guiding me. He never loses his temper when I falter in my singing. Yang Wei struggled to maintain his composure, yet with each mention of Xiao Zhang, his expression darkened further. By the end, he was nearly gritting his teeth as he listened to his sister extol Xiao Zhang's virtues. Arrogance level 200. As dinner concluded, Yang Wei drove Yang Shirshi home. Along the way, her phone chimed. She glanced at it, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Xiao Zhang. Yes, I'm very happy. Yes. I spoke with my brother at length. What time tomorrow? All right, I'll be there on time. Yang Wei's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Arrogance level 150. Upon arriving at her apartment, Yang Wei suppressed his anger as he bid farewell to his sister. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Understood, brother. Yang Shirshi embraced him. Thank you for coming to see me today. Yang Wei watched as his sister entered the building, lingering until her figure vanished into the elevator. Only then did the gentle expression on his face dissipate, replaced by a chilling intent. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Go to the Xiao family estate and deliver a warning to that boy-ass family. Ensure that Xiao Zhang stays away from Shirshi, or else the Xiao family will face annihilation. Chapter 70. The Artful First Kiss the following day. In the Lynchian Media recording studio, Xiao Zhang arrived early, meticulously adjusting the equipment to ensure everything was in order. Yang Shirshi arrived half an hour ahead of the scheduled time, her face radiant with a bright smile. Good morning. She waved at Xiao Zhang. I practiced late into the night and feel that I've made progress. Xiao Zhang nodded with a smile. Then let us attempt the song finale that we didn't finish yesterday. It requires a more profound emotional expression. Inside the recording studio, Yang Shirshi donned her headphones and began to sing as the prelude commenced. Her voice was clear and melodious, and her technique had indeed improved since the day before, but Xiao Zhang frowned slightly. Pause. He pressed the stop button. Your technique is flawless, but the emotion is lacking. This song speaks of an unforgettable love. You must feel that emotion deeply. Yang Shirshi nodded, taking a deep breath to start anew. However, After several attempts, Xiao Zhang remained unsatisfied. At that moment, he discreetly signaled to the recording engineer as per their plan. Enough. The engineer suddenly raised the volume. This is the 7th take. And it still sounds so stiff. Are you taking this song seriously? Yang Shishir was taken aback, standing there feeling wronged. I've been trying my best. Trying your best? It seems you're merely wasting everyone's time. The engineer continued to roar. At this level, don't even think about releasing an album, let alone a demo. Yang Shishir's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Xiao Zhang stepped in at the right moment, his voice cool and measured. That's enoughly. We all see Shishir's effort. There's no need for such harshness. He entered the recording booth, gently closing the door behind him, standing before Yang Shishir, who could no longer hold back her tears, her shoulders trembling slightly. Don't cry. Xiao Zhang comforted softly, handing her a tissue. Your technique is already commendable. It's just that the emotion needs to be more authentic. Wiping her tears, Yang Shishir's voice trembled as she said, I truly don't know how to express that feeling. I have no such experience. Observing her tear-streaked face, Xiao Zhang felt a faint amusement within. Emotion can be learned, he said gently, his hand brushing against her cheek to wipe away her tears. Sometimes, we need triggers to ignite the feelings deep within us. Yang Shishir looked at him puzzled. What triggers? Xiao Zhang gazed into her eyes, his voice low and resonant. Do you trust me? She nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and trust. Xiao Zhang leaned in slowly, lifting her chin gently. Close your eyes. Obediently, she shut her eyes, long lashes still adorned with tears. Xiao Zhang studied her pure visage, then gradually lowered his head, pressing his lips softly against hers. Yang Shishir's body froze momentarily, yet she did not push him away. The kiss was gentle and tender. Xiao Zhang carefully controlled the pressure, ensuring it neither offended her nor failed to quicken her heartbeat. As he slowly released her, Yang Shishir opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and her expression filled with shock and shyness. This is, she stammered, struggling to form a complete sentence. This is to help you find the emotional trigger, Xiao Zhang replied calmly, as though the kiss had merely been a standard lesson. Now, infuse that feeling into your singing. The racing heart, the rapid breath, the warmth enveloping your body. That is the essence of love. Yang Shishir lowered her head, her face crimson, as if it might bleed. Her first kiss had been so effortlessly claimed by Xiao Zhang. What astonished her even more was that she felt no reluctance at all. Give it a try. Xiao Zhang stepped back and pressed the play button. As the prelude played, Yang Shishir took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to sing. This time, her voice carried an emotional richness she had never expressed before, both innocent and fervent, imbued with the fluttering excitement of first love. Xiao Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The first step of his plan was accomplished. Through this kiss, he had not only breached Yang Shishir's psychological defenses, but successfully planted the seeds of affection within her heart. At that moment, Xiao Zhang's phone vibrated. He glanced at it. It was a call from Tai Tu. Sorry, I need to take this, he told Yang Shishir, stepping outside the recording studio. What is the matter? He asked in a hushed tone. Boss, a few people have arrived at the Xiao family estate. They say they have a message for you. Keep your distance from Miss Yang Shishir, or the Xiao family will face extermination. Tai Tu's voice was tense and forceful. A cold smile curled on Xiao Zhang's lips. The Dragon King's men have come. After yesterday's meeting, Yang Wei can no longer sit still. Are they still there? Yes, boss. I'm holding them back, but they're quite skilled. I'm not sure I can handle them. Xiao Zhang replied in a low voice. Do not engage directly. Ensure your safety. Follow my instructions. Play along, show weakness, and let them believe you are terrified. I will return shortly. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Xiao Zhang turned back towards the recording studio, deliberately feigning tension and anxiety. What's wrong? Yang Shishir noticed his unusual demeanor and asked, Is something the matter? Xiao Zhang furrowed his brow, pretending to panic as he packed up his belongings. There's been a situation at home. I need to return immediately. Let us pause today's recording. Is it serious? Yang Shishir asked with concern. You seem very anxious. Xiao Zhang sighed, appearing both anxious and helpless. Some individuals have come looking for me. My bodyguards can't handle them. What kind of people? Yang Shishir's worry deepened. Is it dangerous? They might be sent by business rivals. Xiao Zhang replied vaguely, though his expression hinted that the situation was more dire than he let on. Don't worry. I can manage. Seeing Xiao Zhang's flustered state stirred a protective instinct within Yang Shishir. Let me drive you back. We live in a society governed by law. No one dares to be too excessive. Isn't that just what I need? Xiao Zhang hesitated momentarily. This might not be wise. It could be dangerous. I'm not afraid. Yang Shishir declared resolutely. You've always helped me. Though I may not be able to assist you much, I can at least drive you. You might get into an accident if you're too anxious. Xiao Zhang smiled gratefully. Thank you, Shishir. The two hurriedly left the recording studio, with Yang Shishir behind the wheel. Are you all right? She occasionally glanced at Xiao Zhang in the passenger seat, her tone filled with concern. Don't worry. We will arrive shortly. Xiao Zhang gripped the door handle tightly, his expression tense, occasionally checking his phone or gazing out the window. His demeanor appeared distracted, further heightening Yang Shishir's worry. Everything will be fine. She reached out and gently patted his shoulder. I believe you can handle it. Thank you. I hope my stepmother is all right. Xiao Zhang forced a smile, then redirected his gaze out the window. How could he not make good use of the pawn delivered by the Dragon King? Chapter 71. The Dragon's Claw approaches. In truth, Xiao Zhang was not genuinely concerned. His outward display of anxiety was merely a meticulously crafted performance. At this moment, his attention was wholly absorbed by the system panel. Host, Xiao Zhang. Items, Future Pearl, 1-5, Arrogance Value, 14931. His arrogance value had surpassed 10,000. Xiao Zhang mused that this was the perfect opportunity for a grand spectacle. Consume 9,600 arrogance value to purchase 6 decades of hard training. 6 decades of hard training have been applied to Dragon Elephant 9 Yang art. A formidable aura surged throughout Xiao Zhang's body. The internal energy flowed like a river in spate, crashing through him like tumultuous waves, and every cell within him rejoiced. He felt his strength multiply at least 5-fold, with enhanced perception, reaction speed, and physical prowess elevated to an extraordinary realm. The peak of the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang art endowed him with capabilities far beyond the ordinary. He could even sense the flow of air outside the vehicle and hear the rhythm of Yang Shishir's heartbeat. We're almost there. Yang Shishir's voice interrupted Xiao Zhang's thoughts. In the distance, the outline of the Xiao family estate came into clear view. However, chaos reigned at the entrance. Several well-dressed bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. God, what happened? Yang Shishir exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle before it had fully stopped. Xiao Zhang followed closely, his gaze sweeping over the scene. At least 10 bodyguards were incapacitated at the estate's entrance, some bleeding profusely. Qin Mu Yun crouched beside a flower bed, her face a mask of terror as she wept. The most shocking sight was Iron Head, drenched in blood, his clothes torn, and his body covered in wounds. Yet he stood defiantly at the entrance, blocking the path of a cold, imposing man. This man was tall and slender, clad in a flowing black robe, his long hair tied back, his features sharp as if carved from stone. With one hand behind his back, he casually pointed at Iron Head, who staggered back as though struck hard. Xiao Zhang recognized the man immediately. Xiao Zhang, known as the Dragon Claw, one of the 3 top agents under the Dragon King's command, tasked with executing missions. He had remained a mysterious figure in the original narrative, yet his reputation for ruthlessness was renowned in the martial world. He had slain over 10 martial arts masters in a single night, and even the world's top assassins had suffered at his hands. Xiao Zhang's gaze sharpened, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. With his newly attained peak 5th level cultivation, could he truly contend with such a formidable opponent? Xiao Zhang, help! Qin Mu Yun cried out upon seeing him, as if she had spotted a savior. Hearing her voice, Xiao Zhang slowly turned. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang and Yang Shishir, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Just what I needed. No need to seek you out. Xiao Zhan's voice was icy. The Dragon King has commanded. Keep your distance from Miss Yang Shishir, or the Xiao family will face extermination. I am here to deliver this warning. Xiao Zhang's gaze fell upon Iron Head. This normally robust man was now battered and bruised, yet still stood resolutely in front of Qin Muyan. Seeing Xiao Zhang, Iron Head's eyes reflected a hint of remorse. Brother, sorry. I couldn't hold him back. How dare you harm my people? Xiao Zhang stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly, showcasing the depth of his internal power. Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, clearly sensing Xiao Zhang's extraordinary aura. You have some skill, he sneered, drawing a mysterious arc with his right hand, a chilling energy rushing forth. Let me see what you can do to defy the Dragon King. His palm wind cut through the air, aiming directly at Xiao Zhang's throat. This strike was as swift as lightning, leaving the surrounding bodyguards unable to track its trajectory. Unruffled, Xiao Zhang circulated the dragon elephant nine yang art within him, executing a swift sidestep to effortlessly evade the deadly strike. Simultaneously, he thrust his left palm forward, meeting Xiao Zhan's attack with a powerful surge of yang energy. Boom! The two forces collided with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves that rustled the nearby shrubs. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Zhan's eyes. Xiao Zhang's strength surpassed his expectations. Interesting. It seems the Xiao family possesses some genuine skill. A spark of combat fervor ignited in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Receive another palm. With that, he flickered like a ghost, closing the distance to Xiao Zhang, delivering a series of strikes with relentless ferocity. This series of moves was known as the 18 styles of the Dragon Claw. Each strike aimed at the opponent's vital points. Xiao Zhang feigned panic while maintaining a calm inner demeanor, observing the openings in Xiao Zhan's techniques. He deliberately pretended not to see them, retreating step by step as if pressed into a corner. What a rapid technique! Xiao Zhang exclaimed in faux astonishment, channeling the protective energy of the dragon elephant nine yang art to counter Xiao Zhan's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce exchange in the open space before the estate, trading blows for nearly 20 moves. Xiao Zhang employed merely 70% of his strength with each strike, while Xiao Zhan unleashed his full power, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The prowess of Xiao Zhan, the Dragon Claw, was thus roughly equivalent to that of a novice at the initial phase of the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang art. Xiao Zhang assessed inwardly, knowing that he could easily defeat him with a single strike at his current level. However, to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly, he needed to feign defeat. Arrogance value 150. Yang Shishir stood to the side, anxiously observing the intense duel. Although she had no understanding of martial arts, she could sense the disparity in power between the two. In her eyes, Xiao Zhang was valiantly confronting a formidable foe, fiercely protective of his family, deepening her respect for him. Arrogance value 100. Qin Muyan was trembling in fear, hiding nearby, and too frightened to make a sound. Iron Head struggled to rise, wanting to assist Xiao Zhang, but his injuries rendered him immobile. Take this, Xiao Zhan suddenly bellowed, hands clasped together before he forcefully pulled them apart. His fingers like claws aimed at Xiao Zhang's shoulders and chest. This was the most sinister move of the 18 styles of the Dragon Claw. Twin dragons seize the head. If struck, it could result in severe injury or even death. Xiao Zhang sensed the ferocity of the attack and pretended to evade too late, deliberately exposing a vulnerability, allowing Xiao Zhan's right palm to strike his chest. Bang! Xiao Zhang was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Outwardly, he appeared panicked, yet inwardly, he remained unperturbed. Such injuries were merely superficial to him. However, to render the act convincingly, he feigned the appearance of being gravely wounded. Arrogance value 150, Chapter 72. The Complete Act Xiao Zhang. Yang Shishir exclaimed, her heart filled with sorrow and anger upon witnessing Xiao Zhang spitting blood. Xiao Zhan approached with a cold smirk. The remnants of the Xiao family dare to oppose the Dragon King? He extended his hand, poised to strike again, when suddenly a dull sound echoed from behind him. Xiao Zhan turned sharply to find Yang Shishir, unbeknownst to him, had seized a wooden stick from the garden and struck him fiercely at the back of the head. Do not harm him. Yang Shishi threatened, tears streaming down her face as she clutched the stick tightly, fully aware of her disadvantage, yet bravely standing before Xiao Zhang. The unexpected blow hardly fazed Xiao Zhang, but when he recognized the assailant, a flicker of shock and fear crossed his eyes. "Miss?" he stammered, instinctively dropping to one knee, his voice trembling with terror. Young Shishi, bewildered, responded, What did you call me?" Realizing his slip, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted, but it was too late. Just then, a sharp gunshot pierced the night. Freeze! Capital City Security Bureau. Han Ing, clad in uniform and brandishing a firearm, was flanked by at least 20 fully armed security personnel. Qi Jiasin stood beside her, her demeanor grave. "You are under arrest for illegal entry and intentional injury." Han Ying commanded Stan Li. A glint of malice flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes as he cast a cold glance at Xiao Zhang, then shot a look at Yang Shishir before settling his gaze on Han Ing. "Are you certain you wish to stand up for such a person? By doing so, you challenge the authority of the Dragon King. Before the law, all are equal," Han Ing retorted unwaveringly. "Even the Dragon King cannot act with impunity in the capital." Xiao Zhan smirked coldly. "We shall see." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, as if a specter. Han Ing instantly ordered pursuit, but all that could be heard was Xiao Zhan's mocking laughter fading into the distance. "Xiao Zhang, the Dragon King has issued a warning. If you know what is good for you, stand down immediately. Otherwise," his voice trailed off into the night. Yang Shishir rushed to Xiao Zhang's side, supporting him. "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhang feigned weakness, shaking his head. "I'm fine." Han Ing and Qi Jiasin hurried over to assess Xiao Zhang's injuries. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Qi Jiasin sighed in relief. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Thank you," Xiao Zhang expressed his gratitude, "but how did you know?" Han Ing and Qi Jiasin exchanged glances, and Han Ing explained, "Aunt Qin called Jiasin, and we rushed over immediately." Meanwhile, Yang Shishir's gaze remained fixed in the direction Xiao Zhan had departed, her expression filled with confusion. "What did he call me? Why did he refer to me as Miss?" His behavior was exceedingly strange. As a trusted subordinate of the Dragon King, he showed me such deference. It was utterly incomprehensible. But if that Dragon King were someone close to me, Xiao Zhang, sensing Yang Shishir's bewilderment, felt a surge of joy within. Some matters are better left unspoken. The effect is often more profound that way. Xiao Zhang clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face as he sank to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yang Shishir knelt beside him, anxious and unsure how to assist without aggravating his wounds. "Do not move. You may have internal injuries," Xiao Zhang weakly advised, concern flickering in his eyes. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. You are the one who is injured." Yang Shishir's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. She turned to Han Ing and Qi Jiasin, pleading, "Please help him." Han Ing immediately commanded her subordinates to secure the area while swiftly scanning for additional threats. She approached Xiao Zhang, her gaze flitting between him and the injured bodyguard strewn about, her brow furrowed. "Xiao Zhang, how did you offend the Dragon King's people?" Han Ing crouched down, her tone grave and serious. "The Dragon King's influence is substantial. For him to personally send Xiao Zhan, what exactly have you done?" Xiao Zhang did not answer her question immediately. Instead, he struggled to rise. His gaze passed over Han Ing, landing on the trembling Qin Muyun. "Mother, are you all right?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's voice, Qin Muyun seemed to find her anchor, rushing over, tears streaming down her face. I'm fine. That man was terrifying. He injured all the bodyguards as soon as he arrived, then attempted to burst into the house. Thankfully, Tai Tu held him off." A comforting smile crossed Xiao Zhang's lips as he surveyed the scene. Tai Tu, bloodied and tattered, still stood resolute like an unyielding mountain. The other bodyguards lay scattered, moaning in pain amidst the chaos. "First, let's get the injured to the hospital," Xiao Zhang declared, rising with effort, his expression pained yet resolute. "Directoran, please arrange for several ambulances." Han Ing nodded, promptly instructing her subordinates to contact the hospital. Qi Jiasin stepped forward to support Xiao Zhang, her concern evident. "You should also get checked to the hospital." Ignoring Qi Jiasin's suggestion, Xiao Zhang approached Tai Tu. The latter grinned broadly. "Don't worry, big brother. I'm tough as nails. I won't die. That guy was just too skilled. I couldn't hold my ground, and I let you down. You did well, Xiao Zhang reassured, patting Tai Tu's shoulder. If it weren't for you, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Tai Tu chuckled sheepishly but winced, grimacing at the pain. Noticing this, Xiao Zhang turned to Han Ning. When will the ambulance arrive? On the way, Han Ning replied, scrutinizing Xiao Zhang's expression. You still haven't answered my question. Xiao Zhang took a deep breath. Let us handle the immediate situation first. Moments later, ambulances and additional security personnel arrived at the scene. The injured were carefully transported on stretchers and taken to the hospital. Xiao Zhang insisted on remaining until each injured bodyguard received proper care. Yang Shishir stood beside Xiao Zhang, her gaze a mix of worry and admiration. She watched as he managed the crisis with composure, prioritizing the safety of others despite his own injuries. Once all the injured had been attended to, Han Ning approached Xiao Zhang, extending her hand. You are injured as well. You should rest. Xiao Zhang nodded, and with the support of Han Ning and Yang Shishir, he slowly made his way toward the estate's interior. Qin Miyun followed closely, her concern palpable. As they walked, Xiao Zhang seized the opportunity to quietly inquire of Han Ning, is there any progress regarding Chiba Kaoshin? Han Ning shook her head, her expression somber. She seems to have vanished without a trace. We've searched every possible hiding place, yet found no sign of her. Strangely, the group from Ingwa has also left Huagua, as if they received some sort of command. They're quick to seek reinforcements. Xiao Zhang replied with a cold smile, inwardly scoffing. Reinforcements? Han Ning questioned, her brow furrowing. What do you mean? Chiba Kaoshin is a top figure in the underworld of Ingwa. Who could possibly assist her? Xiao Zhang remained enigmatic, smiling without answering. This is not the time for jokes. Han Ying fruvniet. If you know something, you should tell me. As a member of the Security Bureau, I have a responsibility to protect Huagua's safety. Directoran. Xiao Zhang halted, gazing earnestly at her. Some matters are safer when kept in the dark. At least, this is not the moment to discuss them. Han Ning wished to press further, but the look in Xiao Zhang's eyes conveyed that further inquiries would yield no fruitful outcome. Very well, Han Ying conceded, yet insisted that should any peril arise, he must be notified immediately. Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement, then turned to Yang Shishir, saying, You should return. This place may not be entirely safe. I refuse to leave, Yang Shishir stubbornly retorted. I can only feel at ease once I know you are unharmed. Arrogance level 100, a subtle smile flickered within Xiao Zhang, though his exterior conveyed concern. That individual is after me. Your presence here could prove hazardous. I am not afraid. Yang Shishi declared resolutely. Moreover, he has departed and is unlikely to return promptly. Xiao Zhang sighed, seemingly unable to sway her resolve. Very well, but you may only stay for a short while. Chapter 73. Terms of the transaction. The crowd assisted Xiao Zhang into the bedroom, while Qin Muyun anxiously scurried about, preparing hot water and medicine. Qi Jia Xian expertly examined Xiao Zhang's injuries, her expression a blend of gravity and professionalism. Though the wounds were serious, fortunately, none were life-threatening. After her assessment, Qi Jia Xian stood, stating her intent to gather some medicine for initial treatment. Xiao Zhang nodded in gratitude, his gaze shifting to the worried Yang Shishir standing nearby. As if sharing an unspoken understanding, those in the room found excuses to depart, leaving only Xiao Zhang and Yang Shishir. Are you truly all right? Yang Shishir approached the bedside, cautiously seating herself, her concern palpable. Xiao Zhang gently shook his head, weakly replying, Compared to others, I consider myself fortunate. He hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the subsequent information. That individual is a subordinate of the Dragon King, named Xiao Zhang, nicknamed Dragon Claw, a capable agent for executing the Dragon King's various nefarious tasks. The Dragon King? Yang Shishir furrowed her brows. Is he not a notorious figure in the underworld? Why would he target you? Xiao Zhang sighed, feigning helplessness because of you. Me? Yang Shishir's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? What connection do I have with the Dragon King? He wishes to keep me away from you. Xiao Zhang replied slowly, his demeanor serious. For years, the Dragon King has engaged in unspeakable activities in the capital, harming the loyal, manipulating commerce, and even participating in numerous international crimes. He operates like a sovereign in the shadows, committing every conceivable atrocity. Yang Shi listened in shock as Xiao Zhang recounted his observations, her confusion gradually transforming into anger. Why does he care whom I associate with? What right does he have? Xiao Zhang shook his head. I do not know, but judging by Xiao Zhang's attitude towards you, it is evident that you hold significant importance to the Dragon King. He referred to me as young miss. Yang Shi murmured, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. At that moment, my brother returned. Xiao Zhang pretended not to have heard what? Yang Shi snapped back to reality. Shaking her head, nothing, just recalling some thoughts. Xiao Zhang understood that Yang Shi had reached her own conclusions, yet he chose not to confront her insight. Instead, he gently clasped her hand. You should return. It is not safe here. But you, I am fine. Xiao Zhang forced a smile, with Director Han present. I am secure. Your presence here may attract more trouble. Yang Shi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, but you must take care. Contact me if anything arises. Xiao Zhang watched Yang Shi depart, his gentle expression gradually turning somber. Shortly after, Qin Muyun and Qijia Xin also left, leaving only Xiao Zhang and Han Ying in the room. Now that they have all departed, Han Ying shut the door and approached the bedside, bluntly stating, You can now reveal the truth to me. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, sitting up straight, exhibiting none of his previous weakness. Director Han, you are indeed perceptive. Let us not divert the conversation. Han Ying frowned. What grudge do you hold against the Dragon King? Xiao Zhang did not answer immediately, instead posing a question of his own. What have you considered regarding our previous discussion? Han Ying hesitated, then realized that Xiao Zhang was referring to her promotion to the head of the Public Security Bureau. Her expression intensified with urgency. You mentioned being able to assist me. Is that offer still valid? Are you so eager, Director Han? Xiao Zhang teased. Han Ying bit her lip, her gaze resolute. Today, witnessing the spectacle of the Dragon King's return, with Director Jiang and others fawning over him, bowing and scraping without dignity, I finally grasped the significance of power. She inhaled deeply. I have always believed in justice and the law. But now I understand that only by possessing sufficient power can one truly realize the justice I hold dear. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly. We have yet to negotiate terms. How can I assist you? What terms? Han Ying inquired cautiously. It is quite simple. Xiao Zhang elaborated leisurely. I will help you become the director, but in return, you must assist me in replacing someone. Replace whom? Han Ying clarified putzlid. In the capital, you already wield considerable influence. I am aware that once your new development plan and the rights to distribute anti-cancer drugs are realized, the Xiao family will ascend to the foremost family in the capital. What more could you desire? The foremost family? Xiao Zhang scoffed softly, a glimmer of ambition igniting in his eyes. My aspirations extend far beyond that. He retrieved a tablet from the bedside table, opened an encrypted folder, and handed it to Han Ying. Take a look at this. As Han Ying accepted the tablet, her expression shifted from shock to rage, ultimately settling into profound fear as she read the content. The screen displayed a plethora of incriminating evidence against the Dragon King's organization. Murders of dignitaries, market manipulation, and even involvement in international drug trafficking and human trafficking. Most appalling was the detailed account of how the Dragon King, Yang Wei, had betrayed his mentor and murdered his adoptive father to usurp the Dragon King's position. Is this all true? Han Ying's voice quivered. Xiao Zhang nodded. Each claim is substantiated by solid evidence. The Dragon King appears to be a business genius, yet in truth, he is a monstrous criminal. Han Ying set the tablet down, taking a steadying breath. Such power is built upon the suffering of countless individuals. I oppose this power and will never become the next Dragon King. That is precisely why I need you, Xiao Zhang said earnestly, recognizing her as a person of integrity and capability. Han Ying gazed intently at Xiao Zhang. You wish for me to assist you in eliminating the Dragon King? Not merely to eliminate, Xiao Zhang replied slowly. What I seek is his position, his power, everything he possesses. Yet I will wield it for righteous purposes. After a moment's contemplation, Han Ying resolutely declared, Very well, I agree. Help me become the director, and I will assist you in replacing the Dragon King. However, I have one condition. You must pledge to use that power for just causes. Agreed. Xiao Zhang extended his hand, sealing the pact with a firm handshake. He recognized that another step in his plan had succeeded. Han Ying had joined his ranks. Meanwhile, the rift between Yang Shi and Yang Wei had been sowed. Everything was unfolding as he had envisioned. Chapter 74. Do Diju Han Ying was preparing to leave when Xiao Zhang suddenly grasped her wrist. Directoran, are you in such a hurry to go? Han Ying turned back, caught off guard by the proximity of Xiao Zhang's face, her heart racing. Let go, Xiao Zhang. Our negotiation has concluded. Yet I believe there remain many topics for us to delve into, Xiao Zhang replied, his voice deep and resonant. His fingers lightly traced the inner side of Han Ying's wrist, sending a subtle shiver through her. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Xiao Zhang tightened his grip. His thumb pressed gently against her pulse, feeling its rapid thrum. Seizing the moment, he stepped closer, gently pinning Han Ying against the wall, one hand resting beside her ear. Director Han, you actually need me more than you realize. Han Ying felt the overwhelming presence of masculinity, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet her gaze remained steely. Without hesitation, she shoved Xiao Zhang away, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Xiao Zhang, don't overstep. We are merely collaborators. Xiao Zhang took a step back, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, it was my indiscretion. However, he mused inwardly, capturing this tough nut would not be easy. To truly win her over, he would need to approach from the angle of Qi Jiasen. Once he secured Qi Jiasen, he could then leverage her to gain Han Ying's favor. Perhaps the long-anticipated game of Do Diju could finally unfold with these two. At that moment, Han Ying's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting to one of gravity. It was Director Jiang. As she answered, she managed to utter a greeting before a thunderous roar erupted from the other end, loud enough for Xiao Zhang to hear clearly. Han Ying, what on earth are you doing? The higher-ups call me personally to say you are openly defying Dragon King. Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? Han Ying attempted to explain. Director, I was merely executing my duties. Xiao Zhang is suspected of illegal invasion of residence and intentional harm. This is a crime, and I have a responsibility. Shut up. Director Zhang's fury was palpable. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge Dragon King's authority? Effective immediately, you are suspended for a month. All your cases are to be handed over. Han Ying's eyes widened in shock. Director, the cases I am handling are critical, and the victims' families are awaiting results. I cannot. No room for negotiation. Director Zhang's voice was final. I don't care about your so-called victims. Offending the Dragon King means the entire Public Security Bureau will suffer. Do you know I just endured a scolding for half an hour? But, Director, the law treats everyone equally. As law enforcement officers, we cannot. Law? Director Jiang scoffed. You are so naive. Remember, in this world, only power is truth. Without power, you have no right to even stand and speak. Execute my orders immediately, or you can forget about returning to the Bureau. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Han Ying frozen in place. Her phone still pressed her ear. How does it feel to taste the bitterness of power? Xiao Zhang inquired leisurely. Han Ying lowered her phone, her eyes reddening, hands trembling slightly. How could they? How could they do this? Those victims have waited so long for justice. As she spoke, tears finally spilled forth, which she angrily wiped away. I always believed that as long as I upheld justice, the law would protect the vulnerable. But now it seems these are mere jokes. Those in power render us, the steadfast defenders of the law, fools. Xiao Zhang rose from his seat and approached Han Ying. To defeat the wicked, one must be even more wicked. Otherwise, you will forever remain trampled beneath their feet. He retrieved a USB drive from beneath his pillow and handed it to Han Ying. This contains all the incriminating evidence against Director Jiang from these past years. Embezzlement, bribery, collusion with criminals, abuse of power, and even evidence chains for several murder cases. It is sufficient to not only strip him of his position, but to ensure he spends the rest of his life in prison. Han Ying received the USB drive in shock, hesitating as she asked, "Is this all true?" "Each piece is irrefutable evidence," Xiao Zhang replied, his voice low. "Now, the choice is yours. Continue as a righteous agent oppressed by power, or seize what is rightfully yours by their methods. Han gazed at the USB drive in her hand, her expression complex. Just then, Xiao Zhang seized the opportunity and kissed her lips. Han Ying's eyes widened in shock, quickly pushing him away, fury igniting in her gaze. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Zhang licked his lips, appearing satisfied. Apologies. It was an impulsive moment. Director Han's lips are simply too tempting. At that tense moment, a soft gasp was heard from outside the door, but neither of them noticed. Outside the door, Qin Miyun stared in shock at the scene, her heart filled with both concern and bitterness. She wanted to push the door open to intervene, but hesitated for reasons unknown. Ultimately, she quietly withdrew, her face reflecting a mix of emotions. Inside the room, Han Ying composed herself, picking up the USB drive as she stood. This time, I will accept your help. Her voice was low yet resolute, but remember, this is the only time. I intend to use this evidence to make Director Jiang pay, but I will not become like him. She shot Xiao Zhang a fierce glare. And if you dare to lay a hand on me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xiao Zhang smiled, non-committal. Fine, it's your call. Let's first secure Qi Jiesin and see how long you can maintain your defiance. Han Ying cast a deep glance at Xiao Zhang before turning to leave the room. Once her footsteps faded, Xiao Zhang suddenly called out, Xiao Ma, come in. I know you're out there. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Qin Miyun at the threshold, her expression a tangle of emotions. I wasn't eavesdropping, just came to check on your injuries. Is that so? Xiao Zhang said with a knowing smile. Then you must have seen nothing at all? Qin Miyun's face flushed slightly as she hurriedly shifted the topic. Xiao Zhang, you've been getting close to those girls recently. What exactly is your intention? Especially her. I watch her grow up. If you're just playing around. I certainly have my intentions, Xiao Zhang admitted candidly, but not in the way you think. I am leveraging the power of the Public Security Bureau to combat the Dragon King's influence. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Xiao Ma, you must realize that today, Xiao Tian has offended the Dragon King's people. The one who came to the door, Long Claw, is a trusted aide of the Dragon King, a top expert in the martial arts community. Qin Miyun's complexion drained of color, her hands instinctively clutching her clothes. You mean, Xiao Tian has offended the Dragon King? Will he be in danger? The Dragon King does not easily forgive those who offend him. Xiao Zhang deliberately emphasized, in the capital, the Dragon King's influence is omnipresent. To ensure Xiao Tian's safety, we need a more formidable backing. Panic-stricken, Qin Miyun looked at Xiao Zhang. Then, what should we do? Xiao Tian is still in the hospital. Xiao Zhang suddenly suggested, Xiao Ma, I think it's time to reach out to the Qin family in Kyoto. I would like to meet my grandfather. After all, we have never met. The Qin family's power in Kyoto is sufficient to help us confront the Dragon King. Qin Miyun gazed at Xiao Zhang in shock. How? How do you know about the Qin family? Your mother has always kept it from you. I have my channels, Xiao Zhang replied mysteriously, a smile on his lips. After your marriage to my father, you severed ties with the Qin family. You have always worried that I would be bullied if I sought them out, which is why you never told me. But now the situation has changed. We need the Qin family's strength. Qin Miyun hesitated, but we have been away from the Qin family for so many years. Will they still help us? The old man's temper is notoriously stubborn. Do not fret. I have a plan, Xiao Zhang replied confidently. As long as you are willing to take me to see them. Qin Miyun took a deep breath. I need to contemplate this. It is not a trivial matter. Of course, take your time, Xiao Zhang responded nonchalantly. In any case, the Dragon King will likely not act against Xiao Tian immediately. At that moment, Qin Miyun's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, and her face turned ashen. What is it? Xiao Zhang inquired, already harboring a suspicion. Trembling, Qin Miyun said, It is the hospital calling. Xiao Tian has been taken away. They say he is suspected of assaulting public officials, and we do not know where he is being held. Chapter 75. Rescue Qin Tian. Qin Miyun clutched Xiao Zhang's sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Xiao Tian has been captured? I must go to rescue him at once. Xiao Zhang calmly pressed down on her shoulders. Calm down, Xiao Ma. Acting rashly now will only alert the enemy. But Xiao Tian, I'm almost certain this is the work of the Dragon King. Xiao Zhang's voice was low and assured. concealing the inner satisfaction he felt. He had secretly orchestrated Qin Tian's transfer to the detention center. This was part of his plan to make Qin Muyun completely dependent on him, while also gaining further access to the Qin family. Qin Muyun's complexion turned pale. Then, will Xiao Tian be in danger? Will the Dragon King? Do not worry, I will rescue him, Xiao Zhang declared firmly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Leave this matter to me. Qin Muyun paced anxiously. But the Dragon King's influence is vast. How can you manage alone? Trust me, I have my ways, Xiao Zhang reassured her. Xiaoma, wait at home for news. I promise I will bring Xiao Tian back safely. Looking into Xiao Zhang's steadfast eyes, Qin Muyun finally nodded. All right, I believe you. If you can rescue Xiao Tian, I will agree to visit the Qin family with you. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly. It's a deal. He quickly changed his clothes, gathered the necessary items, and swiftly left the Xiao family estate. The roar of the Ferrari's engine echoed through the night as Xiao Zhang drove out of the gates, only to come to an abrupt halt at the corner. Saint Morong, you have been following me for quite some time. Do you not intend to reveal yourself? Xiao Zhang said, his tone laced with amusement as he addressed the darkness by the roadside. A figure clad in white emerged gracefully from the shadows of the trees. Morong Xiao, resembling a spirit formed from moonlight. Xiao Zhang, we meet again. Her voice was as cold as frost, revealing that his injuries were not as severe as she had anticipated. Xiao Zhang raised an eyebrow. So you've been tracking me all this while? I am not tracking you. I am observing young Master Qin. Morong Xiao stated candidly. I heard he was captured, and I wish to uncover the truth. Xiao Zhang smirked inwardly. He had long sensed Morong Xiao's pursuit, which suited his purpose perfectly. The news of Qin Tian's capture was yet another piece of his elaborate scheme. Oh, the saintess of the Tianji sect. Why are you so concerned about my brother? Xiao Zhang asked deliberately. Morong Xiao did not answer directly. You plan to rescue him, do you not? Take me with you. Xiao Zhang revealed a knowing smile. This is not a complimentary service, Saintess Morong. I require something in return. What do you want? Morong Xiao asked warily. I wish to learn the supreme sword technique of the Tianji sect, Tianyi Feixian, Xiao Zhang stated plainly. A flicker of shock crossed Morong Xiao's eyes. Impossible. Tianyi Feixian is the Tianji sect's ultimate skill, reserved only for the chosen one. Moreover, she sneered, even if I were willing to teach you, you would never master it. Tianyi Feixian is exceedingly powerful. Even the disciples of the Tianji sect struggle to wield it, requiring the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang skill for execution. My master has foretold that Qin Tian is destined to master the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang skill. He is the true heir. Xiao Zhang suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth echoing eerily in the night. Is that so? Now take a look at this. He struck a palm against a stone pillar by the roadside. The wind from his blow howling, golden true energy shining brightly against the night. The pillar shattered, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Morong Xiao widened her eyes in disbelief. This is the Dragon Elephant Nine Yang skill. The 5th level. How is that possible? There is nothing impossible. Xiao Zhang replied calmly. I have practiced this skill for a long time, only never revealing it before my brother. Morong Xiao's expression grew complex, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Could you be the chosen one? Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. Perhaps your sect's predictions are flawed. Or, he moved closer to her, his voice low and enticing. Your body has already revealed the answer, has it not? Morong Xiao's face flushed as memories of that night flooded back. But she quickly regained her composure. No, the Tianji sect cannot be mistaken. I must see Qin Tian with my own eyes to confirm. Very well. I can take you to find him. Xiao Zhang nodded. Get in the car. Morong Xiao cast him a cautious glance, but eventually settled into the passenger seat. The car sped through the night, gradually leaving the city and heading towards the outskirts. The desolate scenery flashed by the window, and Morong Xiao began to feel uneasy. Where are we going? The detention center is not in this direction. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang halted the car in a barren field, surrounded only by starlight. Why have we stopped? Morong Xiao asked warily. Xiao Zhang turned to her, his gaze profound. Saintess Morong, you must understand, our mission to rescue someone is fraught with peril. The Dragon King is not an easy foe to confront. And so what? I do not fear danger. However, before we potentially face death. Xiao Zhang's voice turned grave and dangerous. I hope you can grant me a small favor. Murong Qiu instantly comprehended his insinuation, her complexion paling. You want to do it again? Absolutely not. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, his fingers brushing against her cheek. Do not be so tense. Have we not already shared a rather pleasant experience before? That was merely to cure the poison. Murong Qiu angrily swatted his hand away. Xiao Zhang suddenly leaned closer, his voice both threatening and tempting. Do you recall our last encounter at the hotel? If this were to spread, how could the saintess of the Tianji sect maintain her standing in the martial world? Murong Qiu's expression shifted dramatically. How dare you threaten me? This is not a threat, merely a proposition for mutual benefit. Xiao Zhang replied calmly. I have desires to fulfill while you wish to preserve your reputation. And you also need me to rescue Qin Tian. It is a fair transaction, is it not? Murong Qiu remained silent for a long time, her anger slowly transforming into helplessness and humiliation. She knew she was cornered. If this got out, her status in the Tianji sect would vanish. Xiao Zhang, you will pay for this, she said coldly, yet began to loosen her outer garment. Xiao Zhang smiled with satisfaction. Do not worry, this will remain our little secret. He pulled her into his embrace. Relax, consider this a favor from your destined savior. Chapter 76, The Heroic Aura Gone. The darkness before dawn enveloped the desolate mountains like a heavy curtain. At the foot of the hills, Xiao Zhang's Ferrari stood still. The silence following the engines shut down, accentuating the surrounding chirps of insects. Inside the car, Murong Qiu adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her delicate profile and casting a soft, melancholic outline. The humiliation and rage in her eyes lingered, akin to burning ice, cold yet searing. Yet in this moment, for the sake of the so-called destined one, she had to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. It's time, Xiao Zhang said calmly, his voice laced with a hint of languid satisfaction. According to my sources, Qin Tian is imprisoned in a secluded cabin atop the mountain. His gaze swept over Murong Qiu's tense shoulders and slightly trembling hands, a mischievous pleasure flickering within him. This lofty saintess of the heavenly secret sect had now succumbed to him twice. This sense of conquest was far more gratifying than mere physical pleasure. How we get in? Murong Qiu inquired coldly, her voice betraying a hint of huskiness. We'll split up, Xiao Zhang replied with confidence, tapping a cheerful rhythm on the steering wheel. You ascend from the east, diverting the guard's attention. I will infiltrate from the west and rescue him directly. Murong Qiu's beautiful eyes flashed with caution. Why not act together? Xiao Zhang offered a patient smile. Moving together risks discovery. Your lightness of foot surpasses mine. You are more suited for the role of distraction. Besides, he cast a meaningful glance her way, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Are you concerned I might harm Qin Tian? He is, after all, my dear brother. Murong Qiu scrutinized Xiao Zhang for a moment, her eyes as clear as a cold pond, seemingly probing his innermost thoughts. Ultimately, she nodded gently. Very well. Let's meet in 15 minutes. After exiting the vehicle, the two parted ways. Murong Qiu moved like a graceful swallow, vanishing into the darkness of the woods within moments. Once she had completely disappeared from sight, a chilling smile crept onto Xiao Zhang's face. He had orchestrated everything. There were no guards on this desolate mountain, only a small dark room where he had arranged for Qin Tian to be bound. The night was as dark as ink, the mountain wind howling. Xiao Zhang stealthily ascended the path he had meticulously scouted, moving with the grace of a cat, each step precise and soundless. He could sense everything around him, the tremor of leaves, the rustle of small creatures, even the faint sound of Murong Qiu's footsteps in the distance. 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhang arrived quietly at the small cabin. It was a dilapidated hunter's shack, its wooden structure rotting, with a faint light seeping through the cracks. Stark against the surrounding darkness, he donned a prepared black mask, then activated his dragon elephant nine-yang technique, his aura instantly turning cold, causing the temperature around him to drop several degrees. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the creaky wooden door. Inside was pitch black. save for a dim oil lamp barely illuminating a rickety chair in the center. Qin Tian was securely bound to the chair, his eyes covered by a black cloth. Dried blood caking the corners of his mouth, and his clothes tattered, clearly having endured torment. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear, suffocating. Upon hearing the door creak, Qin Tian jerked his head up. Even with his sight obscured, his posture emanated defiance. "Who is it?" Xiao Zhang remained silent, standing still for a few seconds, relishing Qin Tian's futile resistance. The protagonist's aura from the original narrative appeared utterly ridiculous at this moment. Bound to a chair, utterly powerless, yet still clinging to his dignity. He stepped forward slowly and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound reverberated in the confined space as Qin Tian's head snapped to the side, fresh blood seeping from his mouth. "Boy, do you know who you have offended?" Xiao Zhang's voice, distorted by the dragon-elephant nine-yang technique, became hoarse and unfamiliar. Each word dripped with the menace of a demon crawling from the depths of hell. Qin Tian turned his head away, but soon straightened his back, revealing a stubborn smirk. "I haven't done anything wrong. You were the ones who attacked first. I merely pointed out the truth." "Oh, quite defiant, aren't we?" Xiao Zhang sneered, gently lifting Qin Tian's chin with his finger. "To offend the Dragon King and still be so arrogant? It seems you are tired of living." Qin Tian gritted his teeth, a flicker of realization crossing his features hidden behind the blindfold. It truly was about what had transpired at the airport that morning. He recalled chastising those who knelt before the Dragon King for their lack of spine, even clashing with one of them, branding them as lackeys and dogs. "I'm not in the wrong." Qin Tian raised his voice. "That subservient attitude is a disgrace to the people of Huagua. What is the Dragon King? Why should so many kneel? This is Huagua, not a feudal society. Even if you kill me now, I will never regret a word I've said." Xiao Zhang chuckled coldly within, yet a hint of admiration flickered in him. This young man certainly possessed some backbone. Under different circumstances, they might have even been friends. Alas, everything was under his control now. The so-called protagonist was destined to become a stepping stone on his path as a villain. "What a stubborn lad," Xiao Zhang remarked ominously, his fingers gliding over Qin Tian's face. "But today, the Dragon King will teach you what it means to regret. He will ensure you remember for a lifetime the despair of being utterly powerless to resist." He leisurely circled around behind Qin Tian, retrieving a gleaming dagger from his boot. This dagger had been specially prepared, its blade coated with a unique substance that rendered wounds nearly impossible to heal. "What are you going to do?" Qin Tian sensed danger and began to struggle violently, the chair scraping against the ground with a grating sound. "Let you forever remember today's lesson," Xiao Zhang said coldly, devoid of any emotion, "and let you never oppose the Dragon King again." He bent down, precisely locating the critical pressure points and meridians on Qin Tian's legs. This technique had been meticulously studied, with a singular purpose, to completely cripple Qin Tian's martial foundation. With a swift motion, the dagger flashed like silver lightning, accurately severing the main tendons in Qin Tian's legs. Where the blade passed, flesh and blood parted, though the wound was small. It was sufficient to obliterate any possibility of martial arts. "Ah!" Qin Tian's agonized scream echoed, a heart-wrenching sound filled with disbelief and pain. His body shook violently, cold sweat soaking his clothes, breath turning rapid and erratic. Xiao Zhang sheathed the dagger with satisfaction, relishing the crisp sound of severed tendons. His fortune had indeed suppressed the original protagonist. It was all too easy to cripple his martial foundation. Qin Tian would never practice martial arts again, at best regaining the ability to walk normally, but the dragon-elephant nine-yang technique would be forever beyond his reach. Thus, the protagonist's aura was effortlessly stripped away. Chapter 77. No regrets in the move at that moment. A subtle commotion arose outside, signaling the return of Murong Qiu as planned. Xiao Zhang immediately feigned panic, deliberately raising his voice. "Damn it, someone is coming." He created a flurry of footfalls and then abruptly slammed the door shut, retreating into the shadows outside. A few minutes later, he swiftly removed his mask, regaining his normal voice, adjusting his breath and expression to appear as if he had just rushed in. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhang forcefully kicked opened the already unstable wooden door, pretending to be in a state of urgent distress. Xiao Tian, it's me, Xiao Zhang. It's all right. I'm here to rescue you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Tian trembled, as if grasping a lifeline. Brother, is it really you? His voice was hoarse and fragmented, laced with a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Xiao Zhang gently unfastened his blindfold and ropes, feigning shock. What the hell have they done to you? As Qin Tian finally recognized Xiao Zhang, he crumbled, all his strength collapsing in an instant. Tears streamed down his cheeks, mingling with the bloodstains. Brother, they're from the Dragon King. They said I offended him, and then... He could not continue, gripping Xiao Zhang's hand in agony, his nails almost piercing the flesh. I can't feel my legs. Those bastards! Xiao Zhang roared, genuine anger flashing in his eyes, making his performance all the more convincing. I will make them pay. I swear I will avenge you. Just then, a white figure flashed into the small room like a ghost. It was Murong Qiu. She was struck speechless by the scene before her, disbelief written across her beautiful eyes. Young Master Qin. She hurried forward, her slender fingers gently pressing on Qin Tian's acupoints to examine his injuries. After a professional appraisal, her expression turned grim, her fair skin revealing an unnatural pallor. What is the matter? Xiao Zhang asked anxiously, concern and a hint of hope flickering in his eyes. As if yearning for a miracle, Murong Qiu lifted her gaze, shock and sorrow filling her eyes. His meridians have been precisely severed. This is not something an ordinary person could achieve. It is likely the work of a master in the martial world. I fear he may never practice martial arts again. Her voice grew softer, nearly a whisper by the end. What? Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in sheer shock and disbelief. He sprang to his feet, punching the dilapidated wall, causing the wood to splinter. There must be a way to heal him, right? With so many masters in the Heavenly Machine sect, there has to be a solution. Murong Qiu slowly shook her head, her long hair swaying gently with emotion, glistening softly in the light. Even the most skilled healing arts of the Heavenly Machine sect cannot restore him completely. He may regain the ability to walk normally, but to practice martial arts is already impossible. Xiao Zhang pounded the wall in a fit of self-reproach and rage. I arrived a step too late. If only I had found him sooner. If only I had. Qin Tian closed his eyes in pain, tears spilling forth. Yet he stubbornly declared, Brother, this isn't your fault. It's the Dragon King who is despicable. They will pay for this. I will make the Dragon King pay. Xiao Zhang clenched his fists, a fierce hatred burning in his eyes. I swear, those who have harmed you will repay it tenfold. Murong Qiu quietly observed Xiao Zhang, her emotions growing increasingly complex. She had never witnessed a man express such intense feelings for a loved one, a stark contrast to her initial impression of him. Perhaps the calculations of the Heavenly Machine sect had indeed gone awry. 2 hours later, at the Qin family manor, the siren of an ambulance shattered the night as tranquility as Qin Tian was carefully brought home. The doctors tended to his wounds with simple bandaging, but were powerless to address the injuries to his legs, shaking their heads in despair. News spread quickly, and Qi Jiasen, Han Ying, Xiao Shue, and others rushed to gather around Qin Tian's bedside, their faces marked by fury and sorrow. In the spacious bedroom, the ticking of medical equipment intertwined with heavy breaths, the air thick with the scent of antiseptic and an indescribable sadness. This is outrageous, Qi Jiaxin exclaimed angrily, her usual rationality and composure completely cast aside. How dare the Dragon King do this? This is no longer mere business competition. It is blatant crime. I will get to the bottom of this. I will not let this go, regardless of his power. Han Ying gritted heartit. I will leverage every connection to ensure justice is served. Xiao Shue stood quietly to the side, but her taut jaw and slightly trembling hands revealed her own fury. The Xiao family and Tian Shui will fully support you, whatever resources you need. Qin Muyun sat by the bed, her eyes brimming with tears as she held her son's hand, fearing that if she let go, he would vanish. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. It's all my fault. Mom, this isn't your fault. Qin Tian managed a weak smile, his pale lips nearly devoid of color. No one could have anticipated that the Dragon King would stoop so low. He turned to Xiao Zhang, gratitude filling his eyes. Thanks to you, brother, for arriving in time. Otherwise, I might have lost my life. Xiao Zhang stood at the foot of the bed, his expression grave as he comforted those present. We will make the Dragon King pay. But right now, the most important thing is for Xiao Tian to recuperate. Everyone nodded in agreement. An hour later, the sisters gradually departed, leaving only Qin Muyun to care for Qin Tian. Xiao Zhang was the last to exit the ward, and at the door, Qin Muyun caught up with him. Xiao Zhang, she said, her eyes swollen and voice hoarse. Thank you for saving Xiao Tian. I will take you to meet the old master of the Qin family tomorrow. Xiao Zhang paused, then shook his head. Aunt, you need not thank me. Xiao Tian is my brother. It is my duty to protect him. No, I know you have always wanted to meet the Qin family. Today's events have made me realize that we need a stronger backing to confront the Dragon King. The Qin family may be our only hope. Xiao Zhang nodded, a quiet joy swelling in his heart. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Every piece was moving under his control, step by step aligning with his desires. As he stepped out of the villa, Xiao Zhang walked alone along the pebble path in the courtyard, the night breeze tousling his hair. Suddenly, a white figure flickered like a specter, blocking his path. Murong Qiu stood in the moonlight, garbed in white, as pure as snow, exuding a chill, yet possessing an unfamiliar warmth. Xiao Zhang, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 78. Practicing the sword, what is it? Xiao Zhang feigned confusion, though he had an inkling of what was to come. Murong Qiu gazed deeply into his eyes, her bright, star-like orbs seemingly capable of penetrating one's soul. Tonight, you were willing to take risks to rescue Qin Tian, even at the cost of becoming an enemy of the Dragon King. Although the outcome is regrettable, your actions have compelled me to reconsider certain matters. What is it? Xiao Zhang pressed, his curiosity piqued just enough. Moreover, the fact that you possess the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill. Murong Qiu hesitated for a moment, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, as if battling her own beliefs. Finally, she made her decision. I have resolved to teach you the heavenly immortal beyond the sky. Xiao Zhang feigned surprise, disbelief flickering across his eyes. Is that true? Was it not said that only those chosen by destiny could learn it? You have witnessed Qin Tian's circumstances, Murong Qiu replied solemnly, her gaze imbued with profound regret. He will never be able to cultivate the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill in this lifetime. As for you, you have already attained the 5th level of mastery. Perhaps the predictions of the Heavenly Machine sect were indeed erroneous. Perhaps you were the chosen one. Xiao Zhang lowered his eyelids to conceal the elation in his eyes. I am honored. Are you certain you could teach me? To be frank, I do not possess the complete understanding of the heavenly immortal beyond the sky, Murong Qiu admitted candidly. However, I am familiar with the contents of the sword manual and can impart to you the fundamentals. The true comprehension must come from your own insight. Then, I shall trouble the saintess. As dawn began to break, the bamboo forest on the back mountain of the Xiao family estate remained drenched with morning dew, the air fresh and humid. Xiao Zhang stood like a pine tree, holding his long sword, awaiting Murong Qiu's arrival. Last night, he had perused the sword manual until late, striving to etch every word into his memory, yet practical application required guidance. The bamboo leaves rustled softly as a white figure glided in like a gentle breeze. Murong Qiu, clad in snow-white garments, with cascading hair like a waterfall and an ethereal aura, held a slender sword that glimmered with a cold light. The morning rays filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a soft golden halo around her, enhancing her celestial presence. You arrived quite early, she noted, slightly nodding, her gaze falling upon the sword manual in Xiao Zhang's hands. It seems you have already studied it. Xiao Zhang humbly nodded. I glanced through it a few times last night, but its profundities are far beyond my comprehension. I fear I will need the saintess's guidance. Murong Qiu delicately drew her long sword. The heavenly immortal beyond the sky was created by the founder of my heavenly machine sect, divided into 9 realms, each possessing its unique essence. Even within the sect, no more than 3 individuals have achieved the 5th realm. 9th realms? Xiao Zhang feigned curiosity, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Were they? With a graceful flourish of her sword, Murong Xiao traced a beautiful arc through the air. The first realm is called awakening from the mundane, where the sword moves simply yet embodies the principle of returning to one's true nature. The second realm, gentle breeze caressing leaves, emphasizes lightness and grace, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against leaves, seemingly feeble, yet capable of withering the strongest of foes. The third realm, gathering and dispersing clouds, sees the sword's energy akin to clouds, condensing into rain, dispersing into mist, ever-changing. The fourth realm, celestial bodies in motion, connects sword intent like the stars in the sky, seamlessly intertwining. The fifth realm, thunderous might, unleashes sword energy as fierce as thunder, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers. The sixth realm, moonlit shadows, manifests sword images that shift like the reflection of moonlight, ever elusive. The seventh realm, sun and moon in harmony, balances the dualities of swordplay, embodying both strength and gentleness, as if both sun and moon illuminate the heavens simultaneously. The eighth realm, reversal of cosmos, transcends the material realm, capable of altering the battlefield and inverting the principles of yin and yang. Finally, the ninth realm, heavenly immortal beyond the sky, achieves perfection in swordsmanship, uniting sword and self, akin to an immortal transcending the mortal realm. Murong Xiao sheathed her sword, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. It is said that since the founding of our sect, only one individual has ever reached the ninth realm. This sword art is even more difficult to master than the dragon elephant nine yang skill. Even those with extraordinary talent require hundreds of years of diligent practice to attain a modicum of success. Several hundred years? Xiao Zhang's eyelids twitched slightly. Is it truly so exaggerated in a modern novel? However, with a system at his disposal, he felt no trepidation. The hallmark of the heavenly immortal beyond the sky is its boundless and endless nature, Murong Xiao continued. While the sword moves may appear limited, their variations are infinite. Their power may seem constrained, yet they are unfathomable. Upon reaching advanced realms, one can strike with fatal precision. Xiao Zhang nodded slightly, already aware of this. Let us begin with the fundamentals. Murong Xiao raised her sword to demonstrate. The first realm, awakening from the mundane, comprises 18 stances, each requiring the sword movements to be pure and undistracted, casting aside all extraneous thoughts to comprehend its true essence. Please demonstrate, Saintess. Xiao Zhang respectfully stepped back, though his gaze inadvertently lingered on Murong Xiao's delicate waist for a fleeting moment. With a gentle flick of her sword, Murong Xiao moved like a butterfly, her sword light flowing with natural grace. Each motion was fluid and elegant, captivating Xiao Zhang not only as he committed each stance to memory, but also as he admired the exquisite beauty before him. Now, it is your turn to try, Murong Xiao said, standing poised with her sword, her slender brows slightly raised. Xiao Zhang nodded and began to practice the first stance. He intentionally feigned clumsiness during a certain turn, his movements slightly unbalanced, causing his body to lean towards Murong Xiao. Be careful. Murong Xiao instinctively stepped forward to steady him, their bodies coming perilously close. Xiao Zhang was enveloped by a delicate fragrance, while Murong Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly upon contact with his solid chest, prompting her to step back swiftly. My apologies, I am still not proficient enough. Xiao Zhang chuckled awkwardly, feigning embarrassment. Murong Xiao cleared her throat, masking her flustered state. The essence of the first stance is stand like a pine, heart like still water. Your upper body is too tense. You should relax a bit. She moved behind Xiao Zhang, her delicate hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Like this, relax. Xiao Zhang could feel her breath brushing against the nape of his neck, a slight disarray evident in her demeanor. He deliberately circulated his internal energy, raising his body temperature slightly. Murong Xiao's fingers grazed his skin, causing her to flinch as if scalded, yet she did not withdraw immediately. Your internal energy is formidable, but you are exerting too much force. Murong Xiao's voice was slightly lower than usual. Swordsmanship emphasizes intention rather than brute strength. Please guide me further, Saintess. Xiao Zhang turned to face her, their gazes locking. the proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. Murong Qiu took a small step back, her eyes flickering. Let us continue with the second stance. For the next few hours, Murong Qiu patiently taught, while Xiao Zhang diligently learned. Although he pretended to struggle, occasionally making minor mistakes, each misstep conveniently created opportunities for their bodies to brush against one another. Your talent is indeed exceptional, Murong Qiu remarked, observing Xiao Zhang's gradually fluid swordplay with a hint of surprise. The average individual requires at least 3 months to learn the first realm, yet you grasp its essence in mere hours. Xiao Zhang smiled humbly. It is entirely due to the saintess's exceptional instruction. As the sun began to dip in the west, Murong Qiu sheathed her sword. We shall conclude for today. Mastery of swordplay requires consistent practice. One must avoid haste. Familiarize yourself with these stances, and I shall return to guide you tomorrow morning. Xiao Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow, his white training attire clinging slightly to his form, accentuating his well-defined muscles. He noticed Murong Qiu's gaze linger on him for a brief moment before she quickly looked away. Thank you for your guidance, Saintess. Xiao Zhang bowed respectfully. Yet as he raised his head, he found himself locking eyes with Murong Qiu once more. A flicker of panic passed through her bright eyes, swiftly masked by her forced composure. As she watched Murong Qiu depart, ensuring her figure vanished at the end of the bamboo grove, Xiao Zhang's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stood still for a moment, absorbing the encroaching night, as the bamboo forest gradually fell into silence, leaving only the gentle rustle of the breeze through the bamboo leaves. Master, what is my current level of arrogance? Chapter 79. The Wrath of the Dragon King. Host, Xiao Zhang. Item, Future Pearl, 0.5 times. Arrogance value, 10531. Xiao Zhang nodded in satisfaction and requested 6 10-year increments of cultivation, all to be applied to the celestial sword art. Consumed 9,600 arrogance value. Purchased 6 10-year increments of cultivation for the celestial sword art. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged into his body, and countless sword techniques and mantras flashed through his mind, as if divine wisdom was being poured directly into his soul. His hand involuntarily tightened around the long sword, and his body instinctively assumed various sword stances, each movement flowing seamlessly, imbued with an indescribable rhythm and strength. The 18 forms of the awakening of the mundane were executed flawlessly in his hands, without a hint of hesitation. Following, there were the 24 forms of the gentle breeze, parting the leaves, and the 36 forms of the flowing clouds gathering and dispersing, with each strike embodying a distinct essence and power. Sword energy surged forth, causing bamboo leaves to shatter under an invisible force cascading like rain. Throughout the entire night, Xiao Zhang was immersed in the realm of swordplay, the moon rising high before descending, stars rotating, yet he continued to wield his sword without pause. It was only when the dawn broke and the eastern sky glowed with a pale light that he took a deep breath and slowly reined in his energy. Feeling the transformation within him, the celestial sword art had reached the 3rd stage of flowing clouds gathering and dispersing, far exceeding Murong Qiu's expectations. Xiao Zhang gently caressed the blade's edge, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. This celestial sword art truly resonated with me, complementing the dragon elephant nine-yang skill, revealing extraordinary potency. As the sun rose, Murong Qiu arrived as promised, intending to continue teaching Xiao Zhang the foundational sword techniques of the 1st stage. However, when Xiao Zhang displayed his progress, her expression froze in disbelief. How is this possible? She exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. You have mastered all the sword forms of the awakening of the mundane overnight, and without a trace of awkwardness? Xiao Zhang smiled modestly. Perhaps it is due to the solid foundation of the dragon elephant nine-yang skill, combined with my practice until dawn last night, revealing some commonalities between the 2 techniques. Murong Qiu regarded him with suspicion. Then let us see you attempt the sword techniques of the 2nd stage. Xiao Zhang complied gracefully, the long sword in his hand transforming into streams of light as he executed the 24 forms of the gentle breeze, parting the leaves with fluidity and grace. The sword wind swept through, causing the surrounding bamboo leaves to fall silently, drifting down like green snow. Murong Xiao was utterly astonished, covering her mouth with her delicate hand. This has already reached the pinnacle of the second stage. Overnight, since the founding of our sect, no one has ever progressed so rapidly in a single night. Perhaps I possess a certain talent? Xiao Zhang feigned modesty, though a glimmer of pride sparkled in his eyes. Maybe this is the guidance of destiny. Murong Xiao gazed deeply at Xiao Zhang, her eyes laden with complex emotions. Perhaps you truly are the chosen one. Her voice trailed off, tinged with confusion and unease. To prevent Murong Xiao from being overly shocked, Xiao Zhang deliberately concealed his attainment of the third stage, only showcasing his prowess at the second stage. Nevertheless, even this was enough to leave Murong Xiao thoroughly amazed. With the Dragon Elephant 9 Yang skill at the pinnacle of the 5th level, combined with the third stage of the Celestial Sword Art, even the Dragon King should be a worthy opponent. As for the Dragon Claw, Xiao Zhang scoffed, the sword tip gleaming coldly in the morning light. The next encounter would not be mere posturing. A single strike would seal his fate. In the Dragon King's residence, a classical garden situated on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Yang Wei sat in a redwood armchair, his fingers impatiently tapping the armrest. Moonlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Rejected again? Yang Wei's voice was low and menacing. The subordinate standing before him bowed his head, unable to meet his gaze. Yes, Dragon King. Miss Yang Shishir said she is preparing for a new album and has no time to meet you. Crash. The teacup was violently smashed to the floor by Yang Wei, shards scattering everywhere. This is the third time, he exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury. Yang Shishir would never treat me this way before. He paced to the window, looking down at the garden below. Under the moonlight, the rockery and flowing water should have painted a tranquil scene, yet it failed to quell the fury raging within him. It must be that little brat, Xiao Zhang. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Ever since he took over the Xiao Corporation, Yang Shishir has begun to ignore me. Dragon Claw, a shadow emerged from the corner, revealing the burly Xiao Zhang, who knelt on one knee. Dragon King, what is the status of Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang lifted his head, his gaze cold. Xiao Zhang indeed possesses some skills. He seems to have practiced some martial arts. But in my opinion, they are merely flowery techniques, not to be feared. Yang Wei chuklet dirisi fili. Are you certain? My subordinate can guarantee it, Xiao Zhang affirmed, thumping his chest. Even if he possesses some abilities, he is certainly no match for me. Just as Yang Wei was about to respond, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a look of joy spread across his face. He gestured for Xiao Zhang to withdraw and quickly adjusted his collar before answering. Sure, you finally, brother. The voice on the other end was cold and distant. I am currently preparing for a new album and need peace and quiet. Yang Wei's smile froze on his face. Sure. I just wanted to see you for a moment. I am feeling quite unsettled and do not wish to be disturbed. Yang Shishi interrupted itili. I need to practice singing now. Do not call me again. The call ended abruptly, leaving Yang Wei standing there, his expression dark and foreboding. Xiao Zhang quietly returned, noting the Dragon King's expression and feeling a chill run down his spine. It must be Xiao Zhang. Yang Wei seethed through clenched teeth. He is definitely scheming behind my back. He turned to Xiao Zhang, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Dragon Claw, go deal with Xiao Zhang. Leave no traces. A flicker of excitement crossed Xiao Zhang's eyes. Yes, Dragon King. How would you like him to die? I want him to suffer more than death, Yang Wei sneered. But do not let anyone trace it back to us. Xiao Zhang nodded and departed. Yang Wei returned to the armchair, picking up his phone to scroll through photos of Yang Shishir, his expression complex. Dragon King, a gentle female voice called from the doorway. Yang Wei looked up to see a captivating woman standing there, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Dragon Eye, come in. Chapter 80. The Improper Rider's Apprentice. A woman entered gracefully, coming to a halt before Yang Wei. How are matters concerning the martial arts family in the capital progressing? Yang Wei inquired. Long Yin furrowed her brow slightly. The Martial Arts Association had initially agreed, but Sumo has unexpectedly changed his mind, stating he needs further contemplation. Change his mind? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yang Wei's eyes. Do they dare to play games with me? I suspect there are unseen machinations at work. Long Yin spoke softly. Su Mo is not a hesitant person. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wei suddenly slammed his fist onto the armrest. It's definitely Xiao Zhang. It must be him. Long Yan's eyes flashed with doubt. Yet she refrained from disputing him. You will personally visit the Martial Arts Association, Yang Wei commanded. Tell Su Mo that he must either stand with me or prepare to be trampled underfoot. My return to the capital is not for the purpose of mediating. Yes, Dragon King, Long Yin replied respectfully. Remember, I need to swiftly consolidate the martial forces nationwide. Yang Wei rose, moving towards a large map. Only by securing their support can I become the true martial arts sovereign. Long Yin observed Yang Wei's silhouette, gently inquiring, You seem to be in a foul mood. Yang Wei turned, a flicker of desire igniting in his gaze. Indeed, I am quite irate. Long Yin smiled faintly, slowly unbuttoning her garment. Then allow me to help the Dragon King alleviate his anger. Yang Wei reached out, pulling her into his embrace, and kissed her roughly. Long Yin responded obediently, yet a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. She knew she was merely a plaything to the Dragon King, yet for the sake of power, she was willing to endure everything. At the Xiao family estate, moonlight bathed the classical architecture, lending an air of mystery to the grand mansion. Murong Xiao stood by the window, adjusting her attire while casting a complex gaze at Xiao Zhang, who lay upon the bed. Anger etched on her face, yet her eyes concealed a subtle tenderness. Xiao Zhang, you shameless scoundrel, Murong Xiao seethed. How dare you deceive me into believing you were possessed by your sword practice and needed dual cultivation to resolve it? Xiao Zhang lounged lazily against the headboard, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Saintess, I have not deceived you. I have indeed been possessed by the allure of your beauty, leaving my mind in turmoil. What else could it be but possession? You, Murong Xiao's face flushed red with fury. I warn you, do not use various excuses to coerce me. Xiao Zhang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently upon Murong Xiao. Saintess, I have not coerced you. Ever since I first laid eyes on you at the Tianji Gate, I have been utterly ensnared. His voice was deep and sincere. Your swordsmanship reflects your character, pure and noble, yet brimming with boundless passion. My feelings for you are genuine. Murong Xiao was taken aback, unprepared for Xiao Zhang's sudden declaration. Those eyes, usually filled with mischief, now radiated sincerity. Nonsense. She turned her face away, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her emotions. Do you think a few sweet words can win my acceptance? Xiao Zhang stood and approached her, gently taking her hand. I understand you may be reluctant to trust me easily. However, I am willing to prove myself over time. Murong Xiao withdrew her hand, inhaling deeply. Since you are so infatuated with the swordplay of the Tianji Gate, I can make an exception and accept you as my apprentice. According to the rules, you must undergo a 3-year probationary period, and then— Wait, Xiao Zhang interrupted. I cannot be merely a writer's apprentice. What do you mean? Murong Xiao frowned. My meaning is this, Xiao Zhang replied with a smile. I can join the Tianji Gate, but not as your apprentice, rather as your junior. We shall both seek your master together. Thus, I will be your junior, and you will be my senior. Murong Xiao's eyes widened. Do you realize what you are saying? My master is the head of the Tianji Gate. He does not accept just anyone. I am confident that with my talent and sincerity, your master will be inclined to accept me, Xiao Zhang asserted, brimming with confidence. As Murong Xiao observed his self-assured demeanor, she found herself inexplicably believing in his capability. Very well, she sighed resignedly, but do not expect me to speak favorably on your behalf. Having you as my senior is sufficient, Xiao Zhang grinned. Murong Xiao adjusted her attire, casting one last glance at Xiao Zhang before exiting the room. As the door closed behind her, a subtle smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, Qin Tian lay in bed, his complexion pale. Since his last injury, though his condition had stabilized, recovery progressed slowly. Qin Mu Yun sat beside him, deftly changing his bandages, her movements gentle and practiced, filled with concern. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rapping sounded at the door. Come in, Qin Mu Yun called without looking up. Xiao Zhang entered, carrying an exquisite food box. I brought some medicine. It will aid in your recovery. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang, Qin Tian's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, but quickly regained their calm. Brother, you have come. Xiao Zhang placed the food box on the table and approached the bed. Younger brother, is your condition any better? Much improved, thanks to you, brother, Qin Tian replied with a forced smile. Xiao Zhang glanced at Qin Muyun and spoke softly. Muyun, I may be away for a while. There are matters I must attend to. Qin Muyun's hands paused briefly before she resumed her actions. I understand, she replied, her voice steady, yet a glimmer of melancholy flickered in her eyes. If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me, Xiao Zhang added. Qin Muyun nodded, remaining silent. As Xiao Zhang observed her lowered lashes, a surge of emotion stirred within him, compelling him to speak, but he ultimately chose silence. Go on with your tasks, Qin Tian interjected. Mother will take good care of me. Xiao Zhang nodded, casting one last glance at Qin Muyun before turning to exit the room. As the night deepened, Xiao Zhang did not rest. Instead, he drove away from the capital, heading towards the mountainous outskirts. After several hours of travel, he arrived at a secluded estate nestled deep within the mountains. Surrounded by towering peaks, only a winding mountain road led to the outside world, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Armed guards stood vigil at the estate's perimeter, ready for any eventuality. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang's vehicle, they immediately saluted and granted passage. Xiao Zhang parked in the estate's courtyard, where Tai Tu had been waiting for some time. Elder brother, Tai Tu greeted respectfully. Xiao Zhang nodded, and the two entered the main building of the estate together. This mountain villa was a secret base privately purchased by Xiao Zhang. Aside from a select few trusted individuals, no one was aware of its existence. Not only was it heavily guarded, but it also boasted the most advanced security systems, making it an ideal location for Xiao Zhang's clandestine training. In the conference room of the main building, Tai Tu poured a cup of tea for Xiao Zhang and then seated himself opposite. What is the progress on the situation with Qianben Gangshuo? Chapter 81. The four departments of Huagua, Xiao Zhang directly inquired, What news do you bring? Tai Tu hesitated momentarily before retrieving an ancient scroll from his briefcase. Brother, this is a ninjutsu manual sent by Tsunade's envoy. She claims it is a treasured secret passed down through generations in her lineage, never before disclosed. Xiao Zhang accepted the scroll and unfurled it. The parchment was densely inscribed with ink script, accompanied by detailed illustrations elucidating various ninjutsu cultivation methods and techniques. Excellent, he remarked with satisfaction, instructing his men to commence training in these techniques, selecting those with exceptional aptitude and high loyalty. Tai Tu frowned, clearly reluctant. Brother, to speak candidly, I find these ing practices somewhat distasteful. The methods of these ninjas are cunning and treacherous, unlike our honorable martial ways. Xiao Zhang set the scroll aside and regarded Tai Tu. Do you know why our nation has suffered greatly in history? Tai Tu was taken aback, unsure why Xiao Zhang posed such a question. It is precisely because we stubbornly cling to the notion of honor while neglecting practicality. Rising to his feet, Xiao Zhang's tone grew earnest. In warfare, deception is paramount. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. We must not only learn the ways of Ing, but master them even more proficiently. Tai Tu appeared contemplative. Xiao Zhang continued, Should the little son dare to invade, we shall employ their ninjutsu and vanquish them as swine. This is not disgraceful. It is wisdom. The resistance in Tai Tu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of respect. You are right, brother. I have been too narrow-minded. You should learn as well, Xiao Zhang suddenly declared. Me? Tai Tu pointed to himself in astonishment. Xiao Zhang nodded affirmatively. You are my most trusted ally and the most skilled. Mastering these ninjutsu will elevate your prowess. After a moment of silence, Tai Tu resolutely nodded. Very well. I shall learn too. Good brother, Xiao Zhang said, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he patted Tai Tu's shoulder. To confront the Dragon King, mere brute strength is insufficient. We must employ our intellect. Tai Tu chuckled sheepishly, refraining from further comments. Exchange for a decade of arduous training, Xiao Zhang commanded. Consume 1,600 arrogance points to acquire a decade of training applicable to ninjutsu. A surge of pure energy coursed through Xiao Zhang's body, unveiling a multitude of knowledge and techniques regarding ninjutsu in his mind. He approached Tai Tu and effortlessly hurled 3 shurikens, each striking the bullseye. Observe. The force of your wrist must remain even and the angle of your throw precise. Tai Tu gaped in astonishment. Brother, your learning speed is remarkable. I've been practicing all morning and can only hit the outer circle. Xiao Zhang chuckled gently. Everyone has their domain of expertise. Your strength lies in physical martial arts. These ninjutsu are merely supplementary. Practice will suffice. He refrained from boasting about his rapid acquisition of skills, instead internally scoffing. Isn't this ninjutsu merely a standard skill in urban novels? A decade of hard work leads to perfection, unlike the dragon elephant nine yang skill or the celestial ascension, which takes centuries to bear fruit. Brother, you are truly impressive. Tai Tu exclaimed earnestly. Not at all. The key is diligent practice. Just then, Xiao Zhang's phone chimed with a message from Su Mo Xiao Zhang. The Dragon King's people have approached me. They want me to join the Dragon Group, which I declined. However, other high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association are pressuring me, claiming I am undermining unity within the martial arts world. Xiao Zhang's brow furrowed upon reading the message. It seems the Dragon King is determined to seize control of the Martial Arts Association. He turned to Tai Tu. Tai Tu, I must return to the imperial capital. Come with me. Tai Tu immediately sprang to his feet. Understood. Xiao Zhang nodded, turning to leave the training ground. Once in the car, he swiftly dialed Su Mo's number. Hello, Su Mo, what is the situation? How is the Martial Arts Association faring? A weary voice responded from the other end. Oh, don't mention it. The internal conflicts within the Martial Arts Association are worsening. The higher-ups fear the Dragon King and wish to appease him by compelling me to acquiesce to his demands. Did you agree? Of course not. I, Su Mo, am not one to yield to tyranny. Su Mo's voice grew resolute. However, they are continuously pressuring me, insisting on convening a meeting to vote on whether to join the Dragon Group. I understand. Do not worry, I am on my way. Xiao Zhang reassured her. What are you coming for? It's dangerous. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. The Dragon King seeks to control the Martial Arts Association, and I shall not allow that to transpire. After hanging up, Xiao Zhang commanded Tai Tu to accelerate towards the direction of the Martial Arts Association in the imperial capital. The power structure of Huagua is intricate, yet at its core lies the National Medical Association, the Martial Arts General Association, the Ministry of Defense, and the Research Institute for pivotal departments. As the name suggests, the National Medical Association is the highest authority in Huagua's medical realm, responsible for managing national medical resources and pharmaceutical research, holding a revered status among the populace, essentially existing in a transcendent position. The Martial Arts General Association oversees the national martial arts scene, encompassing various martial arts schools, competitions, and education. The Martial Arts Association serves as a subordinate entity. The Ministry of Defense wields the military power of Huagua, forming the cornerstone of national security. The Dragon Group, affiliated with the Ministry of Defense, is a special force tasked with handling sensitive missions that cannot be publicly disclosed, possessing significant authority. The Research Institute is responsible for the nation's technological research and innovation, serving as the engine of national development. The 4 departments balance each other, collectively safeguarding the stability and progress of the nation. However, in recent years, with the rise of the Dragon King's influence, the Ministry of Defense has grown increasingly powerful, subtly overshadowing the other 3 departments. In the original text, the Dragon King, Yang Wei, was promoted by Minister of Defense Genhua. With his exceptional intellect and iron fist tactics, he swiftly ascended to become a dazzling new star within the ministry. Yet, Yang Wei was not content with merely being Yu Genhua's subordinate. He covertly sought to ally with various factions, aiming to undermine Yu Genhua and replace him as the new authority within the ministry. Controlling the Martial Arts Association was a crucial step in his plan. If he could bring the entire martial arts community under his dominion, his power would significantly increase, posing a greater threat to Yu Zhenhua. Xiao Zhang was acutely aware of the Dragon King's ambitions and the pressures faced by Su Mo. His journey to the Martial Arts Association was not solely to assist Su Mo, it was also to thwart the Dragon King's conspiracy. He had yet to fully absorb the Martial Arts General Association. How could he cede it to the so-called Dragon King? As he pondered these matters, he suddenly received a message from a company employee. Chairman, a man named Yang Wei is here to see you. He claims you recommended him for the position of security chief. Xiao Zhang smirked at the message, a hint of derision evident. Yang Wei? This orthopedic doctor truly has no shame. He understood that Yang Wei was eager to approach Yang Shi, willing to demean himself by becoming the security chief at the Xiao group. Xiao Zhang scoffed, replying, "Let him wait. I will attend to him once I am finished." Chapter 82. The Master, is that all? Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Association in the imperial capital, dusk had already descended. The elegantly designed gates stood wide open, with several young disciples clad in martial attire stationed at the entrance. They merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Zhang as he alighted from the vehicle, offering no obstruction. Xiao Zhang strode purposefully into the courtyard, making his way along the cobbled path towards the main hall. Before he reached the main hall, the sound of heated debate reverberated from within. Su Mo, are you jesting with the future of the Martial Arts Association? The Dragon Group has made it clear that if we do not cooperate, they will establish a separate martial arts association, and we will lose all influence. Indeed, President Su, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The current situation is abundantly clear. The Dragon King is on the rise, and we need not provoke a tiger. Su Mo, have you considered this thoroughly? This matter not only concerns you, but the fate of the entire Martial Arts Association. Xiao Zhang pushed open the door to reveal a spacious hall where 7 or 8 elderly men, their hair and beards white as snow, sat in a semicircle around Su Mo. Their expressions were stern, and their words were sharp. Su Mo stood resolutely in the center, though weariness etched her features. She maintained an unwavering posture. Esteemed elders, I have made myself abundantly clear. The Martial Arts Association has historically been an independent civilian organization, separate from governmental departments. We can collaborate with official entities, but we shall never become a mere appendage of any department. Sumo's voice was resolute. If we were to join the Dragon Group, we would obliterate a century-long tradition of independence. You are being obstinate, Su Mo. One burly elder with a face full of flesh slammed the table. If you continue this stubbornness, we will have no choice but to report this matter to the Grand Martial Association and propose your removal from the presidency. At that moment, Xiao Zhang entered the hall, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Who dares to bully my woman? A sudden silence enveloped the hall, all eyes turning towards Xiao Zhang at the entrance. Xiao Zhang. Su Mo looked at him in surprise, a flicker of joy crossing her features, quickly followed by a frown. Don't say such nonsense. I am not your woman. Despite her words, warmth flooded her heart. With Xiao Zhang by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. The burly elder turned to Xiao Zhang, regarding him with disdain. Su Mo, is this the ally you have found? A mere businessman? The affairs of the Martial Arts Association are not within the purview of the commercial world. Xiao Zhang strolled leisurely to Su Mo's side, gently grasping her hand, and surveyed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Xiao Zhang. Though I'm a businessman, I'm also a practitioner of martial arts. I have come here today to understand the circumstances surrounding the Martial Arts Association. Laughter erupted from the burly elder. Xiao Zhang, a practitioner of martial arts? Do you even deserve that title? Everyone knows you, Xiao Zhang, are a feeble individual, unable to even manage your own affairs, let alone practice martial arts. Sped wes deyest. The other high-ranking members joined in the laughter, their eyes filled with derision. Unfazed, Xiao Zhang calmly inquired, and who might this esteemed elder be? I am Wang Zhen, one of the 8 high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association, proficient in the thunderclap palm technique. The burly elder declared with pride, I advise you, lad, this is not a place for you. Return to counting your money. Xiao Zhang smiled faintly. Since you are so confident, would you care to wager with me? What wager? Wang Zhen scoffed. I wager that I can withstand one of your strikes. Xiao Zhang replied calmly, if I lose, I will offer you 10 million as a prize. If you lose, you shall eat excrement while standing on your head. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, shock and disdain plastered on their faces. Some even burst into laughter. Xiao Zhang, Su Mo urgently whispered, Wang Zhen is stronger than I am. You're no match for him. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Zhang had undergone a transformation. Wang Zhen, provoked by Xiao Zhang's words, laughed in anger. Very well, 10 million? I shall see just how capable this feeble young man truly is. If you can withstand one of my strikes without faltering, I, Wang Zhen, will eat excrement while standing on my head. The others in the hall joined in the raucous cheer. Indeed, does this embroidered pillow dare to cause a ruckus in the Martial Arts Association? Does wealth grant you superiority? In the face of martial prowess, money means nothing. Suemo, the man you have chosen is truly disappointing, so arrogant and overbearing. Amidst the ridicule, Xiao Zhang maintained his composure, merely stating, then let us see. Wang Zhen sneered, rising from his seat and striding to the center of the hall. Lad, I shall not take advantage of you. I will only use 30% of my strength. With that, he assumed the starting position for the thunderclap palm, his internal energy swirling, a faint current of power gathering in his palm. Xiao Zhang released Sumo's hand and stepped forward to face Wang Zhen. With a thunderous shout, Wang Zhen unleashed his palm strike. The wind howled, and the momentum was formidable. As Xiao Zhang observed the approaching force, he felt a surge of astonishment. Under the system's enhancement, his martial arts prowess had reached a remarkable level. He deliberately took 2 steps back, appearing to be overwhelmed by Wang Zhen's aura while actually gauging the elder's strength. To him, Wang Zhen's movements appeared sluggish, akin to slow-motion playback. Is this the power of a martial arts master? How slow? The spectators, witnessing Xiao Zhang's retreat, assumed he was at a disadvantage, and a wave of chatter erupted. Huh, is this what it means to take a hit? He can't even withstand Master Wang's aura. With such meager ability, how dare he speak so arrogantly? Suemo, your judgment is truly lacking. Suemo anxiously watched the unfolding scene, her heart heavy with worry. She understood Wang Zhen's prowess. Even at 30% strength, his thunderclap palm was not something an ordinary person could endure. Seeing Xiao Zhang retreat, Wang Zhen grew more confident, intensifying his palm strike as it hurtled straight towards Xiao Zhang's chest. Lad, after this strike, you will realize just how overconfident you are. Wang Zhen brimmed with self-assurance. His thunderclap palm had gained fame within the martial arts community over the years, and even other high-ranking masters dared not confront it head-on. As the strike neared Xiao Zhang, the audience held their breath. Suemo even closed her eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Xiao Zhang being sent flying. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. With a sharp clap, a crisp sound echoed through the hall. Sumo's eyes flew open in shock as she beheld Xiao Zhang effortlessly catch Wang Zhen's full-force palm strike with one hand, steadfast as a mountain, unyielding. A master, and this is all there is? The hall fell into stunned silence. Wang Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Though his previous strike had not been full strength, it still held 50% of his power, a feat that even other high-ranking members would hesitate to withstand. How? How is this possible? Wang Zhen stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suemo was equally astonished, doubting her own eyes. Xiao Zhang had actually managed to withstand Wang Zhen's thunderclap palm? Chapter 83. Longan Ning Shuang. Xiao Zhang smiled faintly, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Having successfully parried your move, it is now my turn. Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Zhang's palm had already flipped, and with a speed that left no room for reaction, he seized Wang Zhen's wrist, twisting it gently. Ah! Wang Zhen let out a harrowing scream, feeling an excruciating pain shoot through his wrist. Before he could comprehend the situation, Xiao Zhang flicked his fingers, striking Wang Zhen squarely in the chest. Bang! Wang Zhen was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall with a thud before sliding to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Arrogance value 20, arrogance value 30, arrogance value 25. A profound silence enveloped the hall, with everyone staring in disbelief at the scene before them. one of the 8 high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association, Wang Jun, had been defeated by a mere scion in a single move? It was utterly absurd. Su Mo's eyes widened in shock, and amidst her astonishment, she recalled her previous sparring sessions with Xiao Zhang. Each time, he had engaged her in a back-and-forth manner. Could it be? Had he been holding back all along? A storm of emotions surged within her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Arrogance value 100. Xiao Zhang calmly clapped his hands, surveying the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the other high-ranking members. Is there any master among you who dares to challenge me? The remaining high-ranking members exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. An elderly man with white hair cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, "Ahem, I'm feeling somewhat unwell today. I shall seek your guidance another time, young friend. Indeed, my old back has been acting up again. It is quite inconvenient for me to engage in combat. I must take my leave. My father is in the hospital giving birth." Xiao Zhang let out a cold laugh, turning towards the now upright Wang Jun. "Master Wang, are you leaving so soon? Have you forgotten something?" Wang Jun's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Xiao Zhang, I will remember this grudge." Just as he prepared to depart, Xiao Zhang blocked his path. "Master Wang, you haven't forgotten our wager, have you? You promised that if you lost, you would eat excrement while standing on your head." Xiao Zhang's tone remained calm, yet each word struck like a dagger. Arrogance value 25. Wang Jun's expression darkened further, roaring, "Xiao Zhang, do not go too far." The other high-ranking members chimed in, rebuking Xiao Zhang. "Xiao Zhang, this is utterly disgraceful. The victor takes the spoils. The vanquished should not be humiliated in such a manner. Is this how your business operates? It reeks of a lack of grace." Seeing support from others, Wang Jun grew bolder. "Xiao Zhang, that was merely an expression of anger. Do you truly wish to force a man over 60 years of age to eat excrement while standing on his head? Do you possess no humanity?" Unperturbed by the collective admonishment, Xiao Zhang lightly clapped his hands and said, "Tai Tu, come forth." The side door of the hall creaked open, revealing Tai Tu's imposing figure. He strode confidently to Xiao Zhang's side, respectfully bowing. "Brother, what are your commands?" Arrogance value 10. The high-ranking members froze at the sight of Tai Tu. "Tai Tu, what brings you here?" One of them exclaimed in astonishment. Tai Tu cast a cold glance at the speaker before turning to Xiao Zhang. "Brother, what do you need me to do?" Wang Jun's eyes flickered with caution upon seeing Tai Tu, but he quickly regained his haughty demeanor. "Tai Tu, what status do you hold now to dare obstruct a high-ranking member such as myself? This is an affront." Tai Tu laughed heartily. "Master Wang, I am no longer a member of the Martial Arts Association. I now follow brother. As for your status, in my eyes, you are nothing." Arrogance value 25. Wang Jun was incensed by Tai Tu's words, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Tai Tu, you traitor, even if you have changed allegiances, you should not impede my path." With that, Wang Jun assumed a stance, preparing to force his way through. Tai Tu, dismissive, moved in a flash. Already standing before Wang Jun, he reached out with his right hand, seizing Wang Jun's wrist with the swiftness of lightning. "Old Elder Wang, you have aged. It is time to accept your decline." With that, Tai Tu twisted gently. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Wang Jun's wrist was brutally broken. Wang Jun let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Arrogance value 20. Everyone stood in shock. Tai Tu had been a mere errand boy within the Martial Arts Association, yet he had subdued a high-ranking member with a single strike. Even more astonishing was the speed and power he had displayed, which was simply unfathomable. Su Mo observed everything unfold, a storm of emotions raging within her. She suddenly realized that something extraordinary had transpired with Xiao Zhang. It appeared he had even managed to recruit a powerhouse like Tai Tu to his side. This individual, once dismissed by all as a useless second-generation heir, concealed such profound strength and capabilities. Arrogance value 200. Wang Jun knelt on the floor, clutching his broken wrist. His gaze filled not only with pain, but deep regret. "Tai Tu, you have become so strong. I failed to recognize your potential and nurture you properly." Tai Tu scoffed. "What use is there in saying this now? Elder Wang, you have held a prestigious position in the Martial Arts Association for decades. Yet did you ever genuinely support a single junior? Your eyes have always been fixated on your own interests and status. Your current plight is of your own making. Arrogance value 15. Xiao Zhang patted Tai Tu on the shoulder before turning to another subordinate standing nearby. Xiao Li, bring forth the preparations. Xiao Li nodded and soon returned with a basin, placing it before Wang Zhun. Seeing the contents of the basin, Wang Zhun's face turned ashen. Xiao, young master Xiao, I was wrong. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and spare me this once. Wang Zhun finally set aside his dignity and began to plead for mercy. Xiao Zhang looked down at the kneeling Wang Zhun, his gaze icy. Elder Wang, I, Xiao Zhang, am a man of my word. However, if you can reveal to me who instructed you to pressure President Su, I may consider letting you off the hook. Arrogance value 20. Wang Zhun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the weight of humiliation and fear, he trembled as he spoke. It was Lady Ning Shuang from the Dragon Group. She said she wanted to bring the Martial Arts Association under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Group. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Following that, the roar of luxury car engines echoed from the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. One by one, high-end sedans and SUVs streamed in, finally halting in the plaza before the main hall. Descending from the cars were impeccably dressed personnel clad in black suits and sunglasses. They swiftly formed a human wall in the plaza. Lastly, a long Lincoln slowly rolled in, stopping at the front of the line. As a car door opened, an exquisitely beautiful woman in a tailored deep gray suit stepped out. Her figure was tall and graceful, with long, raven black hair elegantly styled up, revealing her graceful swan neck. With every movement, she exuded an undeniable aura of authority, and as her red lips parted, an unsettling chill filled the air. This was Longin, one of the 3 seats under the dragon throne, Ning Shuang. Chapter 84. The Coup Lord Ning. You have finally arrived. Lord Ning, we have been waiting for you. Lord Ning, please take your seat. A throng of high-ranking officials eagerly surrounded Ning Shuang. Completely oblivious to the recent humiliation they had suffered at the hands of Xiao Zhang and Tai Tu. Several officials, seizing the opportunity, pointed accusingly at Xiao Zhang. Their faces contorted with resentment. Lord Ning, it is this person who forcefully intruded upon the Martial Arts Association and injured Elder Wang. Indeed, he even coerced Elder Wang into actions that dishonored the dignity of the Martial Arts Association. We implore you, Lord Ning, to take a stand and punish this disrespectful young man. Ning Shuang cast a glance at the kneeling Wang Zhun, then turned her attention to Xiao Zhang. A flicker of surprise crossing her features before she quickly regained her composure. Ignoring Xiao Zhang, she strode directly towards Su Mo President Su. It is an honor to finally meet you. Today, I represent the Dragon Group, wishing to discuss a potential collaboration with the Martial Arts Association. I trust the elders have conveyed our intentions to you. Xiao Zhang let out a cold laugh. It seems the masters behind this pack of dogs are none other than you. Ning Shuang's eye twitched slightly at his words, yet she continued to disregard him as though he were invisible. The elders erupted with indignation upon hearing Xiao Zhang's remarks. Unbridled arrogance. Do you even know who you are speaking to? You are courting disaster. Lord Ning, please punish this ignorant brat. Su Mo observed the unfolding scene, furrowing his brow. The Dragon Group's influence had evidently infiltrated the depths of the Martial Arts Association. This matter needed to be reported to the headquarters without delay. Ning Shuang maintained her haughty demeanor, dismissing Xiao Zhang as unworthy of her attention. Turning to Su Mo, her tone became imperious. President Su, our terms at the Dragon Group are quite straightforward. If the Martial Arts Association is willing to cooperate, we can offer significant resources and connections. It will be mutually beneficial. Su Mo glanced at Xiao Zhang and suddenly smiled. Lord Ning, I believe it would be best for Xiao Zhang to make the decision regarding this collaboration. Ning Shuang finally turned her gaze toward Xiao Zhang, surprise flickering in her eyes. A merchant? Her confidence quickly returned, as a cold smile graced her lips. Very well. Merchants are known for their shrewdness. Surely Mr. Xiao would not refuse a partnership with an institution as prestigious as the Dragon Group. Before Xiao Zhang could respond, she continued, In that case, let's commence discussions on the specific details of our cooperation. At that moment, Xiao Zhang slowly stood up. I regret to inform you that the Martial Arts Association declines to collaborate with the Dragon Group. Ning Shuang's smile froze, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She swiftly masked her expression, her demeanor turning frigid. Mr. Xiao, you would do well to think carefully before speaking. Refusing the dragon group bears consequences. Her voice was laced with a clear threat. Xiao Zhang remained unfazed, stepping forward. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by consequences? When have I, Xiao Zhang, ever feared them? Ning Shuang narrowed her eyes. It appears that Mr. Xiao not only disregards decorum, but also underestimates the gravity of the situation. Perhaps you require a lesson to comprehend what it means to refuse the dragon group. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, a resounding commotion echoed from outside the hall. An even more opulent convoy than Ning Shuang's arrived at the Martial Arts Association. Luxury vehicles, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs streamed in, exuding an imposing presence. Finally, a custom Bugatti Veyron glided into the central square and came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. He exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his resolute features and piercing gaze reflecting an unparalleled business acumen. This man was none other than Long Jiao, one of the three thrones of the Dragon Group and the master of wealth, Zhang Tianhao, accompanied by a cadre of business magnates. Zhang Tianhao entered the hall, his aura rivaling that of Ning Shuang. He surveyed the room until his gaze settled on Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, you have greatly disappointed me. Zhang Tianhao's voice was calm, yet resonated throughout the hall. Do you understand what it means to refuse collaboration with the Dragon Group? Without waiting for a response, he snapped his fingers. The assembled business elites immediately pulled out their phones, commencing a flurry of calls. Effective immediately, all enterprises within the capital's business circle shall cease all collaboration with the Xiao Group. Alert the banks to freeze the credit limits of the Xiao Group. Convene an emergency suppliers meeting to sever the Xiao Group's supply chain. A series of commands were issued, and a commercial tempest began to engulf the Xiao Group. Almost simultaneously, several sharply dressed middle-aged men hurried into the hall. Director Xiao, the leader, an elderly man with graying hair, called out anxiously. Xiao Zhang turned to see a few elder shareholders of the Xiao Group. You cannot let this happen, the elder implored. I have just received news that our stock is plummeting. Our partners are withdrawing their investments. This is a catastrophe. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but gain a deeper understanding of Zhang Tianhao's power. Within mere minutes, he could mobilize the entire capital's business sphere to exert comprehensive pressure against the Xiao Group. Mr. Xiao, do you now comprehend the situation? Ning Shuang Mokit. The Dragon Group's influence is beyond your imagination. I hold countless secrets of the high-ranking officials, standing at the pinnacle of power. Meanwhile, President Zheng controls the entire network of the business circle. As for Long Claw, he is the executioner of the Dragon King, tasked with dealing with those who overstep their bounds. At this point, Suemo could no longer contain herself. She approached Xiao Zhang, whispering, Xiao Zhang, you should leave. I sense that the Dragon Group is targeting the Martial Arts Association. I do not wish for you to be implicated. Xiao Zhang shook his head, striding boldly towards Ning Shuang. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered a few words. Ning Shuang's expression instantly soured, a glimmer of fear flickering in her eyes. She stumbled back a step, staring intently at Xiao Zhang, as if she had encountered something terrifying. Everyone remained still. Ning Shuang suddenly commanded, her voice ringing out. I need to speak with Mr. Xiao in private. Chapter 85. The injury of the hand. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Only Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by Ning Shuang's sudden transformation. Ning Shuang reached out to grasp Xiao Zhang's arm, but he deftly sidestepped her. Though his expression remained neutral, his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Gritting her teeth, Ning Shuang took the lead toward the side hall, with Xiao Zhang following behind, a smirk playing on his lips. The onlookers presumed Xiao Zhang was doomed. Surely, Ning Shuang intended to execute him in private. In the side hall, only Xiao Zhang and Ning Shuang stood facing each other. How did you come to know? Ning Shuang's voice quivered with evident trepidation. Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly. I am fully aware of the male companions you keep in the villa district of the southern suburbs of the imperial capital. After all, Your esteemed Dragon King cannot possibly satisfy you, can he? Ning Xuang completion palet dramatically. That is impossible. No one knows of this but my most trusted confidant. Do not forget what I, Xiao Zhang, am capable of, he retorted with a cold smile. Information is my greatest weapon. The Dragon King may be invincible in battle, yet he harbors a deep-seated insecurity in that regard. Poor soul, believing he simply has not encountered true love. As I understand it, this orthopedic doctor has recently been scheming to win over his half-sister, Yang Shi, believing that only this will restore his glory. Do you dare to threaten me? Ning Xuang hissed through clenched teeth. This is not a threat, merely a matter of negotiation, Xiao Zhang replied calmly. Once the Dragon King learns of your clandestine affairs, what do you suppose he will do? You could argue that he may not believe it, but many relationships cannot withstand such suspicion. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ning Xuang's eyes. Are you not afraid that I might silence you now? Xiao Zhang laughed heartily. If I were to perish, the entirety of Hua Kingdom would know of this within 10 minutes. Do not doubt my capabilities. Ning Xuang, momentarily daunted by Xiao Zhang's audacity, fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. What do you wish to do? Ultimately, she chose to concede. Xiao Zhang produced a mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Ning Xuang. I shall call you at the appropriate time. The door to the side hall swung open once more, and Xiao Zhang and the formidable Ning Xuang emerged side by side. Instantly, the gaze of everyone in the grand hall converged upon them, the air thick with curiosity and tension. The previously charged atmosphere had shifted to something subtly different. Su Imo anxiously observed Xiao Zhang, attempting to glean some insight from his demeanor. However, he maintained his air of calm nonchalance. What are you all staring at? Ning Xuang surveyed the assembly with an undeniable authority, though her eyes flickered with barely perceptible anxiety. Zhang Tianhao narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing Ning Xuang's unease. Ning Xuang, how did the discussion go? What qualifications does this fellow possess to negotiate with us? Ning Xuang inhaled deeply, her expression steady as she approached Zhang Tianhao. Dragonhead, let today's matters conclude here. What? Zhang Tianhao exclaimed incredulously. We have only just begun to apply pressure on the Xiao group, and you wish for US to cease? The Dragon King has issued orders. Ning Xuang's voice remained steady, yet her gaze faltered from Zhang Tianhao's. Refrain from opposing the Xiao group for now. As for the Martial Arts Association, we can deliberate further a later time. The Dragon King? Zhang Tianhao frowned, clearly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. I just spoke with the Dragon King, and he made no mention of sparing this fellow. Xiao Zhang stood by, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he leisurely observed the discord among the high-ranking members of the Dragon Group. Ning Xuang's expression turned serious. Dragonhead, you are aware of the regulations within the Dragon Group. The Dragon King's decisions are beyond question. Even if you and I find them incomprehensible, we must obey. Zhang Tianhao scrutinized Ning Xuang for an extended period, as if attempting to see through her facade, but ultimately relented. Very well, if that is the case, we shall withdraw. He turned to the business magnates, instructing them to temporarily halt their sanctions against the Xiao group. Several shareholders exhaled in relief, their tense expressions finally easing. Mr. Xiao, Zhang Tianhao approached Xiao Zhang, his voice low and grave. I know not what you have divulged to Ning Xuang, but do not presume that you are safe. This is merely a temporary truce. I shall keep a close watch on you. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly. I remain at your service. Zhang Tianhao departed with his cadre of elite businessmen, with Ning Xuang trailing behind. Before leaving, she cast a significant glance at Xiao Zhang, her gaze imbued with both warning and a trace of concealed fear. The atmosphere in the grand hall lightened considerably, with everyone sighing in relief, yet filled with perplexity. Su Imo approached Xiao Zhang and whispered, What did you say to her that compelled the Dragon Group to abandon their oppression of us? Xiao Zhang smiled mysteriously. That is not something to be disclosed here. As the momentum shifted, the senior members of the Martial Arts Association also sought excuses to depart, leaving only Su Imo and Xiao Zhang standing in the spacious central hall. Let us go to my office to discuss, Su Imo suggested softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. In the office, the antique mahogany furniture exuded an elegant charm, adorned with calligraphy and paintings from renowned martial artists. Outside, the bamboo shadows danced, enveloping the space in a serene and profound atmosphere. Speak. How did you accomplish this? Sumo closed the door, her excitement palpable. She typically maintained her aloof demeanor, yet at this moment, she resembled a curious child, her large eyes blinking in anticipation. Xiao Zhang feigned agony, shaking his hands. It was nothing much, merely a demonstration of my capabilities. Capabilities? Sumo pressed. What sort of prowess could instill such trepidation in the dragon group? Xiao Zhang continued to shake his hands, frowning. I employed a bit of a secret technique to intimidate her. However, the cost was that my hand sustained injury, and even the slightest movement is painful. Sumo finally noticed the unnatural positioning of Xiao Zhang's hands, and she immediately approached with concern. Is it serious? Let me fetch some medicine to treat you. No need for medicine. Xiao Zhang shook his head. This injury will heal with a few days of rest. However, he hesitated, his expression somewhat awkward. However what? Xiao Zhang feigned embarrassment. However, I currently find myself unable to unfasten my trousers. As I consumed quite a bit of tea earlier and now urgently need to relieve myself, Sumo's face flushed instantly, realizing Xiao Zhang's insinuation. You want me to assist you? Xiao Zhang wore an innocent expression. What other choice do I have? My hands. He shook them once more, adopting a pained look. Sumo bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, just this once. Chapter 86. Release. She cautiously approached Xiao Zhang, her heart racing and her hands trembling slightly. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Xiao Zhang inquired softly, his gaze earnest. Sumo took a deep breath and nodded gently. She slowly extended her hand and, after a brief hesitation, began to organize the disheveled documents. The faint rustle of the papers resonated distinctly in the quiet office, causing a blush to creep onto Sumo's cheeks and her breathing to quicken. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Xiao Zhang's phone suddenly rang, shattering the silence within the room. The screen displayed the words, "Little Mom." "It's Little Mom," Xiao Zhang said hastily, a hint of regret in his voice. "Could you please answer it? I'm somewhat occupied at the moment." Sumo sighed in relief and took a step back, picking up the phone to press the answer button before placing it to his ear, silently grateful for the timely interruption. "Little Mom, what is the matter?" Xiao Zhang asked, his gaze lingering on Sumo for a moment. "Xiao Zhang." Qin Muyun's voice brimmed with concern. "I just heard that the big shots from the Capital S business circle are mobilizing to target the Xiao group. Is that true? Where are you right now? Are you okay?" "It's nothing, really," Xiao Zhang reassured her in a relaxed tone. "Just a minor incident, already resolved. They're merely bluffing to intimidate." While conversing with Qin Muyun, Xiao Zhang noticed that Sumo's gaze was shifting uneasily, her complexion growing increasingly flushed. He stood casually, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. After a brief exchange, Xiao Zhang ended the call, yet he did not set the phone down. Instead, he continued to feign the conversation, deliberately raising his voice. "Yes, little mom, I'm currently in Sumo's office." Indeed, the young and capable president of the Martial Arts Association. Her hospitality is truly considerate, making one feel exceptionally comfortable. Sumo gasped in alarm, hastily gesturing for Xiao Zhang to cease, fearing that Qin Muyun might actually hear such ambiguous compliments. She dared not speak, resorting instead to a silent warning through her eyes. However, Xiao Zhang remained unfazed, continuing his charade. "Oh, you say her eyes reveal her thoughts? Little mom, you truly possess remarkable insight." Furious, Sumo's face turned crimson, yet she feared disrupting the call and could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang's expression grew increasingly jovial, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. "Little mom, please hold on. I hear President Su calling for me. There may be an urgent matter." Xiao Zhang pretended to speak into the phone. "Uh-huh. Little mom, what did you say? You wish to speak with President Su?" Xiao Zhang suddenly relayed. Deliberately glancing at the now flushed Sumo was taken aback, glancing at the phone and then back at Xiao Zhang's triumphant expression, caught in a dilemma. If she refused to answer, Qin Muyun might grow suspicious. Yet, if she simply accepted the call, how could she face the prior embarrassment? Ultimately, she took a deep breath to steady herself, tidying her slightly disheveled hair before reaching out to take the call. "Hello, godmother." Su Mo attempted to sound composed, her heart pounding. However, an unsettling silence greeted her from the other end. Confused, she glanced at the screen, only to realize the call had already ended. "Xiao Zhang," she exclaimed, throwing the phone at him in a fit of rage. "You despicable scoundrel." The call was disconnected. Xiao Zhang effortlessly caught the phone, a victorious grin illuminating his face. "How was I to know little mom hung up? You ought to have reminded me. You are utterly shameless." Su Mo trembled with indignation. "I can't believe I played along with your little act." "Played along with what?" Xiao Zhang inquired, chuckling. "President Su, your performance was entirely beyond my expectations. I hadn't even spoken, yet you seemed so flustered. Is it guilt?" Su Mo, consumed by embarrassment and fury, wished to vanish into the ground. "Be quiet. This is the Martial Arts Association, not your playground." Xiao Zhang adjusted his collar, feigning innocence. "I did not misbehave. It was President Su who voluntarily assisted me in resolving my predicament. Besides, who could remain unaffected by a beauty of your caliber?" "Enough." Su Mo inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her last shred of dignity. "Consider this a repayment for your favor today. There will not be a second time. Please leave my office immediately." Xiao Zhang shrugged, ceasing his pursuit, and turned towards the door. However, just before he exited, he glanced back, saying, "Oh, by the way, remember to report today's events to President Yi Changsheng of the Martial Arts Federation. The Dragon King's ambitions extend beyond this. The Federation should prepare in advance." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. How? How do you know the true name of the Federation as president?" "That information is confidential. Only high-ranking officials within the Martial Arts Association are privy to it." Yi Changsheng, the enigmatic president of the Martial Arts Federation, rarely appeared in public, and his real name was scarcely known. Most people were only familiar with his alias, Thousand-Handed Divine Fist, rather than his true name. Xiao Zhang smiled mysteriously. "I possess knowledge of many things. For instance, President Yi Changsheng has a hidden feud with the Dragon King, and the Dragon King's recent aggression towards the Martial Arts Association may very well be a strategic move against him." This is impossible. "How could you know such things?" Su Mo exclaimed in astonishment, completely forgetting her earlier embarrassment. Xiao Zhang regarded her with a knowing look. "One day, you will come to understand." With that, he turned and exited the office, leaving Su Mo enveloped in shock and confusion. "Xiao Zhang, who exactly are you?" Su Mo murmured to the closed office door. How could he possess such classified information? What connection did he have with President Yi Changsheng? More importantly, what undisclosed conflict existed between him and the Dragon King? A myriad of questions swirled in Su Mo's mind, offering no immediate answers. She approached the window, gazing at Xiao Zhang's retreating figure, sinking into deep contemplation. The man she once perceived as a mere playboy had now transformed into an enigmatic figure, rendering her increasingly perplexed. The tension and uncertainty of their earlier encounter still caused her heart to race, but what intrigued her most were the secrets that shrouded Xiao Zhang. Chapter 87. Cleaning Toilets. A promising future, Xiao Zhang drove back to the Xiao Corporation, the night enveloping the city like a dark cloak, with streetlights twinkling like stars. As he navigated the roads, memories of the recent happenings at the Martial Arts Association played in his mind, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Dragon King, this is merely the beginning." Xiao Zhang murmured softly. "I shall make you understand what it truly means to be untouchable." At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. A glance revealed a message from Yang Shirshir. "Xiao Zhang, great news. The recording of the new song is finally complete. The results exceeded our expectations, and everyone in the studio believes this album will be a hit. I'm eager for you to hear the final product." "Where are you?" Xiao Zhang's smile widened. He recalled an employee's report about Yang Wei applying for the position of security captain. It seemed that his casual suggestion to have him wait was taken quite seriously. A brilliant idea formed in his mind. "I'm on my way back to the company. Perhaps you could bring the song over? We can listen together." "In less than a minute," Yang Shirshir replied. "That's wonderful. I'll be right over. I've also invited Jiqing. She is eager to hear it too." Xiao Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The plan was falling into place. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhang arrived at the Xiao Corporation building. As he stepped out of the car, his assistant approached. Chairman, Mr. Yang has been waiting for you. He has been here for over 3 hours. Emir Yang? Oh, the one applying for the security captain position. Xiao Zhang feigned realization. Take me to meet him. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor. Upon entering the spacious reception room, he found Yang Wei standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the entrance, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape. Despite his ordinary suit, he emanated an air of undeniable authority. Mr. Yang, thank you for your patience. Yang Wei turned, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes upon seeing Xiao Zhang, quickly masked by a facade of humility. Xiao Dong, we meet again. Xiao Zhang approached with a smile, scrutinizing the ruler of the capital's underworld before extending his hand. I hear you're here to apply for the position of security captain? Indeed, Yang Wei replied, grasping Xiao Zhang's hand with just the right amount of pressure. I possess extensive experience in security and wish to serve the Xiao Corporation. You don't appear to be in need of money, Mr. Yang, Xiao Zhang remarked intentionally. What compels you to pursue such a position? Yang Wei maintained his composure. Sure has always praised your talents, Chairman, and I wish to learn from you up close. The salary is not my primary concern. Oh, is that so? Xiao Zhang chuckled lightly, taking a seat on the sofa and gesturing for Yang Wei to join him. However, being the head of security at the Xiao Corporation is not a simple task. Yang Wei suppressed his dissatisfaction, seating himself opposite Xiao Zhang. Please go on. First, a security captain must possess unwavering loyalty, Xiao Zhang stated deliberately. Second, one must have sufficient capability. Lastly, he paused, casting a significant glance at Yang Wei. The most crucial aspect is to understand the importance of obedience, regardless of the command. A flash of malice crossed Yang Wei's eyes, yet he maintained his outward calm. None of these are issues. Is that so? Xiao Zhang rose, towering over Yang Wei. Let me test you. If I were to command you to clean all the toilets in the men's restroom right now, would you be willing? Yang Wei's expression darkened instantaneously, fury simmering just beneath the surface. Chairman, are you attempting to humiliate me? Humbug. Xiao Zhang feigned surprise. How could that be? This is merely a test of your obedience. As a security captain, one must occasionally handle unexpected situations. Moreover, is it not true that work is devoid of class distinctions? Do you believe cleaning toilets is beneath you? He chuckled inwardly, amused by the prospect of such a promising job. Yang Wei rose, his fists clenched. You. At that moment, cheerful voices echoed from the entrance. Xiao Zhang. We're here. Yang Shishir entered, linking arms with Lin Jiqing, her face beaming with joy, a USB drive in hand. She immediately spotted Yang Wei standing opposite Xiao Zhang, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Brother, what are you doing here? Yang Wei's demeanor softened upon seeing Yang Shishir, the malice in his eyes dissipating. Shishir, Miss Yang, Ms. Lin, your timing is impeccable, Xiao Zhang interjected, directing his attention to the two ladies. I'm currently interviewing a prospective security captain, Mr. Yang. Lin Jiqing frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over Yang Wei. Security captain? He seems suited for that role. Indeed, Xiao Zhang feigned concern. Especially given his connections with the Dragon Group. I'm contemplating whether to employ him. Dragon Group? Yang Shishir's brows furrowed, a hint of disdain appearing on her beautiful face. Isn't that the organization notorious for oppressing the common folk? They've orchestrated quite a few despicable acts recently. Just the other day, Qin Tian suffered greatly at their hands. Brother, you aren't truly involved with them, are you? Yang Wei's expression shifted, hastily shaking his head. How could that be? Sure. Don't heed Xiao Zhang's nonsense. I would never associate with such individuals. That's a relief. Yang Shishir sighed, then turned to Xiao Zhang with excitement. You must listen to our recorded song. Sister Lin believes these tracks will make my album a phenomenal success this year. Xiao Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Yang Wei, mischief glimmering in his eyes. Mr. Yang, why don't you proceed to the HR department to complete your onboarding? Since Miss Yang has such faith in you, I have no reason to refuse. However, he lowered his voice, ensuring only Yang Wei could hear. Starting tomorrow, You will be responsible for cleaning all the restrooms in the company. I will have someone closely monitor your performance. Yang Wei's fury threatened to erupt, but in the presence of Yang Shi, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation, forcing a smile. Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Brother, are you really going to work at the Xiao Corporation? Yang Shi asked, surprised yet delighted. That means I can see you when I come to the office. Indeed, Xiao Zhang interjected. Mr. Yang will be in charge of restroom cleanliness. Should you visit, you can see him anytime. Yang Wei's expression nearly contorted with rage. But under Yang Shi's hopeful gaze, he could only feign a smile. Yes, I'll come by when I can. By the way, sure. Let us head to the office to listen to your new song. Xiao Zhang gently placed his arm around Yang Shi's shoulder and glanced at Lin Jiqing. Ms. Lin, would you care to join us? Lin Jiqing nodded subtly, and the trio made their way toward the office, leaving Yang Wei standing alone, his eyes filled with malevolence. Chapter 88. Brace yourself. Prepare for speed. After the three departed, Yang Wei slammed his fist upon the table, causing a significant crack to splinter across the solid wood surface. Xiao Zhang, you dare to humiliate me in such a manner. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Xiao Zhang, execute the assassination on Xiao Zhang immediately. He must vanish tonight. But remember, do not harm Shi. A deep voice responded from the other end. Understood, Dragon King. Hanging up, Yang Wei coldly gazed in the direction Xiao Zhang had departed, his murderous intent palpable. Those who flaunt their arrogance will soon face retribution. Xiao Zhang, you shall soon comprehend this truth. With a derisive smile, he turned and exited the meeting room, heading towards the Human Resources Department. It was imperative to complete the onboarding procedures. At the very least, it had to appear impeccable on the surface, lest Yang Shi grow suspicious. Meanwhile, in Xiao Zhang's office, the atmosphere was light and cheerful. Yang Shi excitedly plugged in a USB drive into the computer, pulling up several newly recorded songs. This is the complete version of A Glimpse Through Eternity. Based on your suggestion, I made adjustments to certain sections. As the music played, Yang Shi's clear and enchanting voice resonated through the high-quality speakers, echoing throughout the spacious office. The emotionally charged rendition indeed marked a qualitative leap from before. Xiao Zhang nodded in satisfaction, yet stealthily extended his foot under the table, gently brushing against Lin Jiqing's calf. Lin Jiqing stiffened, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, with Yang Shi present, she dared not make any overt movements, merely shifting her legs slightly to evade Xiao Zhang's touch. The emotional essence of this song has finally been captured, Xiao Zhang remarked seriously, while subtly sliding his toes further towards Lin Jiqing's leg, particularly during the climax, which was profoundly evocative. Lin Jiqing attempted to retreat once more, only to find herself with no further recourse, glaring fiercely at Xiao Zhang as a warning to cease his advances. Yang Shi, completely absorbed in the music, remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges beneath the table, enthusiastically proclaiming, "This is all thanks to your guidance." Jiqing mentioned that talented men are the most charming. She particularly admires those with creative prowess like you. Lin Jiqing's face flushed at the remark, clearing her throat. I never said that. Jiqing is shy. Yang Cc the outset, winking playfully. Last time, you expressed how Xiao Zhang's creative talent impressed you, stating that such gifted men deserve admiration. Lin Jiqing's cheeks deepened in hue. Sure. Please don't say such things. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhang's foot gradually moved up Lin Jiqing's leg, gently drawing circles upon her knee. Lin Jiqing's breathing quickened, yet she refrained from revealing her discomfort in front of Yang Shi, enduring the provocative torment. By the way, when is the album launch event scheduled? Xiao Zhang inquired, continuing his clandestine actions, his toes now subtly inching towards the inner thigh of Lin Jiqing. Maintaining her composure, Lin Jiqing replied, "It's set for early next month. We are already in preparation." That's wonderful, Yang Shi exclaimed. "I can hardly wait to see the fans' reactions." Xiao Zhang, you must come to the album launch. Of course, Xiao Zhang smiled in agreement, his foot inching higher, nearly provoking a sound from Lin Jiqing, who stifled her response. There are still a few songs. Would you like to listen? Yang sure asked, entirely unaware of Lin Jiqing's distress. Absolutely. Xiao Zhang replied earnestly. Each piece is a labor of love for us. It would be a pity not to listen. For the following hour, Yang sure passionately showcased each song from the new album to Xiao Zhang, sharing excited anecdotes and experiences from the recording process. Meanwhile, Lin Jiqing endured the unrelenting provocation from Xiao Zhang beneath the table, a blend of agony and exhilaration, struggling to maintain her composure as she nearly lost control several times. Xiao Zhang is truly remarkable. Yang CC sincerely priced. These songs feel as though they were tailor-made for me. Jiqing also said this is the finest original work she has ever heard. At this moment, Lin Jiqing's face was crimson, forcing a nod. Indeed, it's exceptional. Feigning seriousness, Xiao Zhang discussed the album's release strategies and promotional plans while simultaneously picking up his phone to send a message to his subordinates. Keep a close watch on Yang Wei's every move, especially his phone communications. Additionally, inform Tai Tu to enhance security measures for tonight. After dispatching the message, Xiao Zhang smiled slightly, retracting his foot from its mischievous endeavor beneath the table, adopting an air of nonchalance. It's getting late. Let's go out for dinner to celebrate the successful recording of the album. Yang sure readily agreed, while Lin Jiqing sighed with relief, yet felt an inexplicable sense of loss. As the three prepared to rise, Xiao Zhang's phone suddenly rang. It was Tai Tu. Big brother, we have a situation. We just detected Yang Wei placing a call to Xiao Zhang, instructing him to take action against you tonight. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiao Zhang's eyes. Yet he maintained an outward calmness. Understood. Proceed as planned. After ending the call, he turned to Yang sure and Lin Jiqing, offering a gentle smile. Let us go. Today, I shall treat you. The trio exited the office and took the elevator down. Yang sure continued animatedly discussing the details of the new album, while Lin Jiqing and Xiao Zhang appeared contemplative, each lost in their own thoughts. At that very moment, Yang Wei had just completed his onboarding procedures, stepping out of the Human Resources Department with a countenance darkened by fury. Glancing at his work schedule, he noted that he was assigned to oversee the cleaning of all restrooms starting at 6 in the morning. Xiao Zhang, you shall pay for your actions today, Yang Wei uttered coldly, his murderous intent almost spilling over. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the capital, Xiao Zhang was leading a team of elite assassins, finalizing preparations for the night's operation. The Dragon King has commanded. Xiao Zhang must vanish tonight. Xiao Zhang instructed his subordinates. Remember, spare no effort. Oblivious to the impending danger, Xiao Zhang, accompanied by Yang sure and Lin Jiqing, exited the corporate building into the deepening night. The city's neon lights flickering with inviting allure. The wind seemed to carry a hint of bloodshed. A storm was on the horizon. As the vehicle traversed a remote stretch on the outskirts of the city, a black sedan suddenly accelerated from behind, blaring its horn wildly. What is happening? Yang Cici inquired nervously. Xiao Zhang glanced in the rearview mirror, his expression darkening. It's coming for us. The black sedan relentlessly closed in, attempting to force Xiao Zhang's vehicle to halt. While an ordinary person might succumb to panic in such a scenario, Xiao Zhang remained unruffled, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. Chapter 89. Deception and Warfare with a gentle twist of the steering wheel. The vehicle executed a dazzling drift, flawlessly evading the pursuit of the black sedan. This maneuver could only be described as textbook perfection. Even professional race car drivers would find it challenging to replicate such fluidity. What is happening? Lin Jiqing inquired, astonished. Is it someone sent by the Dragon King? Quite possibly. Xiao Zhang replied, his demeanor calm, as though he were in complete control. I didn't expect him to act so swiftly. However, if he wishes to engage, we shall indulge him. The black sedan seemed taken aback by Xiao Zhang's driving skills, but remained relentless in its pursuit. The two vehicles embarked on an asymmetric chase along the highway, Xiao Zhang maneuvering with ease while his pursuer grew increasingly flustered. Suddenly, a sharp turn appeared ahead. For an ordinary driver, navigating such a turn at high speed would be perilous. A miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet Xiao Zhang merely smiled, his foot deftly balancing the accelerator and brake. With a flick of his wrist, the car sailed through the curve like an arrow released from a bow. The driver of the black sedan, lacking similar skill, attempted to mimic Xiao Zhang's technique, but lost control, crashing into the roadside barrier with a thunderous impact. How dare such a novice challenge me? Xiao Zhang scoffed, yet he did not flee. Instead, he brought the vehicle to a halt at the roadside. At that moment, the door of the black sedan flung open, and a tall man emerged. Xiao Zhang, the foremost assassin under Yang Wei. Xiao Zhang gazed at Xiao Zhang's car, a flicker of surprise and resentment crossing his features, quickly replaced by composure. I hadn't anticipated your driving prowess, Xiao Zhang. But do you think this will allow you to escape your demise today? Xiao Zhang slowly exited the vehicle. Xiao Zhang, has the Dragon King become so impatient? A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiao Zhang's eyes. You have insulted the Dragon King. Today shall be your death. Lin Jiqing and Yang Shishir anxiously peered out of the car window. Stay inside and do not move, Xiao Zhang warned gravely. Best not to move. Xiao Zhang echoed with a cold laugh. His fingers splayed as the joints cracked with a crisp sound. My target is solely Xiao Zhang. Just as Xiao Zhang prepared to strike, a hearty voice interrupted. I won't let you harm my brother. A figure burst forth from the bushes. Standing in front of Xiao Zhang, it was Tai Tu. It turned out that Xiao Zhang had sensed potential danger when leaving the company and discreetly informed Tai Tu to follow him in a vehicle. Tai Tu, be careful, Xiao Zhang cautioned. This is the Dragon King's assassin, Xiao Zhang. Don't worry, brother. I will protect you. Tai Tu grinned, displaying a set of large white teeth. Upon seeing Tai Tu, Xiao Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Then a sneer of disdain crossed his face. You? After I toyed with you at the Xiao family estate, you dare come back for more? Tai Tu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I promised my brother I would protect him. I always keep my word. Before he could finish, Tai Tu assumed a fighting stance. His legs bent slightly, center of gravity lowered, fists clenched protectively before his chest, his gaze sharp, resembling a leopard fixated on its prey. Xiao Zhang smirked, his body shifting as he lunged toward Tai Tu. His speed was so swift that his movements were almost imperceptible. With fingers outstretched like claws, he aimed directly for Tai Tu's throat, a sharp wind slicing through the air. Yet Tai Tu remained unperturbed, his body shifting slightly to evade Xiao Zhang's attack. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing for Xiao Zhang's